Hello guys, it is Shivam here. Welcome to the ultimate Flutter and Firebase journey. In this full course for 2024, we are diving into creating 7 real-world projects designed especially for beginners. So, by the end of this course, you will have 7 apps in your app bucket list. On this course, we'll cover setting up Firebase as our backend, designing stunning user interface, admin panel, API integration, and many more. Also, do not forget to hit that like button. Let's keep the like aim for this course will be 500 likes. And I know you will definitely do that. Also, click on the subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the upcoming videos we upload on this channel. Now, let's get started. So, here comes our first project of this course, which is quiz app with admin panel. But before moving to the code, let me show you what all things we will learn on today's video and how your app will look alike at the end of this video. So here you can see the home page of our quiz app where I have shown the username with the user image, and just below of it you can see the image of play and win with a text play quiz by guessing the image. So we gave a small hint about the app where the user have to play the quiz by guessing the image. And here after the container you can see the top quiz categories where I have shown all the categories related to our quiz app. So here you can see the place, animals, fruits, objects, sports and random. So let me give you a small hint about the quiz app, how it will really work. So in our quiz app, there will be a image at the top with the 4 options at the bottom of the image, and the user has to guess the correct answer for that respective image that have been shown on the screen by clicking in any of the options below the image. Now when I'll click to the place category here, then it will redirect me to a place quiz page, and here you can see the image at the top with 4 options. Now I have to guess a correct answer for this image. So here you can see the Eiffel Tower. So I will click to the Eiffel Tower option here, and you can see that after clicking the correct answer, it changes the container color to green and other to red, indicating that the answer that I have just clicked is a right one and the other is wrong. After guessing the image, you can see the forward arrow. So by clicking to the forward arrow, we can directly move to the next quiz of our place category. So by forward arrow, we can play as many quiz we want for the specific category. So when I click to the forward arrow, then we'll directly move to the second quiz, and here you can see the image and the 4 options. So here you can see the hills. So I'll click to the correct answer hills here, and again it shows the correct answer by marking it with a green color. So you can see that how brilliantly our quiz app is working, and we can play as many quiz we want for that specific category. Now in the beginning I have told you that there will be also admin panel in the app. So here you can see the admin login page. The reason for creating the admin login page is because I want to make the admin page highly secure so that the admin can have their own username and the password, which makes the admin panel highly secure so that any random user can't enter in the admin panel. So in the username, I have kept the username Shivam here and the password 123456. So you need to use exact this username and the password to log in the admin panel. Now when I click to the login button, then it will directly take me to the add quiz page from where I can add as many quiz I want for that respective category. So here you can see the upload picture. So now I'll click to the camera icon here, and it will directly opens my phone gallery from where I can pick the image. Now here you can see the image. Now in the option 1, I will write the option that I want to show in the option 1, option 2, option 3 and option 4. So I will write some random option here. So second one is lion, third one is tree, and fourth one is water. Now I need to write a correct answer here so that I can show the user the correct answer after he press any of the options in the quiz app. So in the correct answer I will write leave, and you can see that in the select category we can add the quiz for any respective category by selecting any of the options from our drop down button. Now I'll click a random here. Now I'll click to the add button. So as you can see, the quiz has been added successfully. Now let's move to the home page and let's check in the random category if the quiz has been uploaded to our quiz app or not. So after clicking to the random category, you can see the quiz that we have just uploaded from our admin panel. So here you can see the image and the four option leaf, lion, tree and water. Now I'll click to the correct answer leaf here, where we have wrote leaf text in the correct answer text field. So by this way, through the admin panel we can upload as much quiz we want for that respective category, and user can enjoy the quiz app by guessing the different images and the different categories. But I have a small request from you. Please do not skip any process or part from this video, because each and every process or part is necessary to make this quiz app from the scratch. So if you miss any of the part or process from this video, then you might not get the result that I have just shown you now. I will also show you how to connect the Firebase for both Android and iOS, and I will tell you each and every step that I am writing in the VS Code. So now let's get started. Now let's move to the lib folder, and I will create a new folder named pages here, and inside the pages folder I will create a new file named home.dart, and inside the home.dart file I will create a stateful widget named home here. Now scaffold, body, container, child, column, children. So as you can see, when I am writing widgets in the home.dart file, their blue lines come at the bottom of each widget, which doesn't look good when you write on the VS Code. So to remove the blue lines from these widgets, I will go to the analysis options.yml file, and in the rules I will add a two line here which will help us to remove the blue lines from each widget. Now I will just write prefer const constructor and will make it to false. Now we'll write one more line, prefer const literals to create immutables, and will also assign it to false. Now we'll save the code that we have just wrote in the analysis options.yml file, and let's move to the home.dart file again, and here you can see the blue lines has been almost disappear from the widgets. Now it's look good. Now I will write a container child row children, and inside the row widget I will first show the image of the user and then the name of that specific user. But before that we'll write decoration, box decoration, and in the color I will pass the customized color code for the container. Many of the old viewers might know that why I have used a 0xFF at the starting of the color code I have wrote here. But and if you are new viewer and you are watching my first video from this channel, then I want to say that if you directly write a color code inside the color function, then it will not assign the color code that you have just mentioned. So make sure it should be start with a 0xFF here. Now I will copy the same image that I have saved in the images folder, which will be the random pic of the user. Now To assign the image from the images folder that you have just saved, then you need to go to the perspec YAML file and you need to go to the asset and assign the images folder where you have saved all the image and you want to use in the app. Now we'll use image.asset images and we'll write a exact image file name which will be boy.jpg and will give the fixed height and width to the image and will fit boxfit.cover so that it can cover the complete height and width of the image that we have just assigned here. Now let's move to the main.dart file and here you can see the debug banner here. So to remove the debug banner from here, we need to go to the main.dart file and we'll write debug so checked banner to false. And as you can see, the debug banner has been removed. Now let's move and call the home page here. So here you can see the container that I have just wrote. Now we'll give the padding from the above. So I will write padding as inset.only from left top 50.0 and from the right. Now I'll give the specific height to the container. So we'll write 300. So 300 is too much. Now let's change it to 250 or 220. Okay, now it's look good. Now in the row, I want to move the image and the name of the user at the top. So I will write cross axis alignment dot start here. Now I want to give the border radius to the image. So I will use a clip react widget and will pass a border radius dot circular and will give the border radius 60 here. So it is done. Now I'll need to pass the username just beside his image. So I will write a text widget here and inside the text widget I will write a username, though I'm writing Shivam Gupta here, and will give the style to the text widget by using a text style here, and in the color I'll pass a colors.white and font size 20.0 and font weight dot bold. So here you can see the username. Now I need to move the image to the center. So I will again give the padding to the text widget here. So we'll wrap up the text widget with a padding here and we'll give the padding from the top position. Now we'll give the width between the image and the name. So I will use a size box here. So it is done. Now I want to provide the border radius from the bottom left and bottom right position of the container. So I will write border radius dot only and will write bottom left and will write radius dot circular 30 and will pass same for the bottom right. So here you can see the circular radius from the bottom left and bottom right position. So 30 is too much. So we'll make it to 20. Okay, so it is done. Now I want to overlap a container over the container. So I will use a stack widget here. Basically, stack widget help us to overlap two widgets one upon the another. So I will wrap up the container widget with a stack widget here. Now I'll pass one more container in the stack widget. So I will write container. Now child, and in the row will pass a children. So in the row I will pass this image that I have just saved in the images folder and will use image.asset function again to get the image from the images folder. So here you can see the image that I've just shown by image.asset function. Now I want to give the margin from the top position. So I will write edge insert.only top 120 and also from the left. Now decoration, box decoration, and in the box decoration we'll first pass the color of the container. So it will be black. Now we'll give the width media query dot of context dot size dot width. The reason for using the media query inside the width is because media query help us to make the app highly responsive. So if you use a media query inside the container and giving the width in the form of media query, then it will suggest the container to use a complete width of the screen according to the device size. Though each device has their own height and width, then it can help us to make the app highly responsive. Now we'll give the border radius to the container first. So I will write border radius dot circular 20. Now I will wrap up the image again with a clip react widget to give a border radius to the image here, and we'll write border radius dot only because I want to provide the radius from the top left position. So I will write radius dot circular 20 and from bottom left position. So radius dot circular again 20. So now it's look good. Now I will use a text widget again because I want to show a text play and win here. So I'll copy the same text widget and will paste it here and will pass the text play and win, and will also increase the font size to 26 to 35 or 30. Now we'll give the size box because I want to give the width between the image and the text widget. So I will pass a width 30.0. Now I'll wrap up the text widget with a column widget here because just below of play and win text, I want to pass one more text suggesting that play quiz by guessing the image. We'll also pass a customized color code again. So we need to decrease the font size. So we'll write 15.0. Now I want to move all the text to the left position. So I will write cross axis alignment dot start. The reason for writing slash n in the text widget is because I want to change the line of the specific text. So I will use a slash n command to suggest the text to change the line and show the text from the another line. So whenever you want to change a line, then you can use a slash n in the text widget. So I will write a text widget here, and inside the text widget I will write top quiz categories where I will show all the categories like sports, animals, fruits, object, etc. that I have just shown you in the starting of the video. So let me add all the images for the specific category, and then I will use the container to show all the specific image with their name. But before that, let me provide the padding from the left position so that there will be a clear space between the text widget. So I will write edge inset dot only left 20.0. So as you can see, I have saved all the images for the specific category. Now I will first pass a background color to a scaffold widget so I can give the complete background color to my app screen and will pass a customized color code here. So it is done. Now we'll write row children and inside the children we'll write image.asset and we'll get the image from the images folder. So I will write images and will paste the exact image file name. So I will write place.png and will give the specific height and width to the image and will use fit boxfit.cover so that image can cover the complete height and width of the image. Now we'll wrap up with a container and we'll write decoration, box decoration, and we'll pass a color colors.white and padding edge inset.all 10. We'll use a text widget inside the column widget and we'll name the text place here and we'll pass the font size 22.0 and font width dot w 500 and we'll give the height between the image and the text widget. So I'm writing size box height 20.0. Now I'll wrap up a row widget with a padding widget. Edge insert dot only left 20.0, right 20.0. And we'll give the width 150 to the container here. One more thing I want to say you that I am giving the specific height and width of the container according to my choice. So if you have any better idea or want to give a specific width and height to the container here, then you can go in your way too because it will also help us to customize the code easily and make more changes in your app and can make it more attractive. Also, one more thing, please do not copy the complete code from the source code and paste it here because each and everything is necessary to here. I am explaining why I have used all these widgets in the code here. So if you understand each and everything about the widgets, then it will also help you to customize the code easily. So now let's move. We'll give the size box height 20.0 because I want to provide the height from the top. Now we'll give the border radius to the container. So I'll write border radius dot circular 20. Now we'll wrap up a container with a material widget here and we'll first give the border radius to the material widget. Then we'll give the elevation 5.0. So here you can see that we have just created our first category, which is place. Now I'll create some more categories like animals, sports, objects, etc. Now I want to give some even space between the two container here. So in the row, I will write main axis dot alignment dot space evenly. Now we'll copy the same container. Now I will change the images name to doc.png and we'll also change the text name to animals here. So let me add all the categories one by one. Now, as you can see that there is a bottom overflow error because we didn't wrap up a container with a single child scroll view so that we can scroll the our home screen easily. So now let's move to the container and we'll wrap up with a single child scroll view widget. Now, as you can see that we can easily scroll our home screen here. So image.asset and we'll write sports.png and we'll also pass the text name sports and save for the random. Now, as you can see that we can't see any space from the bottom so that it can help us to see all the categories easily. So I will go to the container again and will write margin edge insert dot only and will provide the space from the bottom. So I will write bottom 30.0. Now you can see that we can see all the categories clearly. Now, user can select any of the categories and can play the quiz according to his choice. So, I've created the complete UI for our home page, and as I've explained you before, the basic idea of our quiz app is that whenever the user will click on the animals category, then it will show them all the quiz related to the animals. First, they will show the image of the specific animal with a four name of the specific animals and user have to select the specific image of that animal that they can see on the screen. So, like this, they can get to know more about the animals and can learn many more things from this quiz app. So, in the pages folder, I'll first create a new file name question dot dot where we'll show the specific question of our quiz and we'll create a stateful name question here. So now scaffold, body, container, child, column, children. Now first I will give the background color to the complete question screen. So we'll first pass the customized color code to the background color. Now we'll write row children and we'll first pass the icons dot arrow back iOS because I want that whenever the user will move to the questions file of that specific category, then they can click on this icon and can directly move to the home page again. So we'll give the color colors.white, which will be the icon color here. Now we'll wrap up with a container and in the decoration, box decoration, we'll first pass the customized color code to the icon here. So I will again use a 0xFF here. Now let's move to the main.dart file and I'll first call a question file. So here you can see the screen. Now I will give the margin from the top. Now we'll wrap up a icon with a center widget here and we'll give the padding to the container. So I will write edge insert dot all 6. Now we'll give the border radius to the container. So I'll write border radius dot circular 60. Now I want to show a text here because I want to suggest the user that for what specific category they are playing a quiz here. So I will use our text widget and will write a sports style text style and will first pass the color colors.white, font size 18.0 and font weight dot bold here. So let me increase the size of the text here. So I will assign it to 22. Now we'll give the width between the icon and the text. So I will write sizebox dot width 120.0. So let make it to 100. So now it's look good, and also increase the size of the text. Now I will write container decoration box decoration colors dot white here. Though I can't give the complete margin to the container here, so I will remove the margin from here and will specifically wrap up the row widget with a padding widget and will pass a specific padding from the top and left position. Now inside the container I will write child column children, and in the children and in the container I will use a width, again media query, to use a complete width of the screen. So I will write media query dot of context dot size dot width, and in the decoration I will write border radius, and as I want to provide the border radius from the top left position, so radius dot circular 30, and from the top right position which will be the radius dot circular 32. So image.asset, and we'll use the images from the images folder again, and I will write a Ronaldo.jpg. I want to show the Ronaldo image here and let the user guess the image with the option that we will just provide below the image. So I'll give the height 300 and will give the width media query dot of context dot size dot width and fit boxfit dot cover. Now I will also give the height to the container. So I will write media query dot of context dot size dot height. But as you can see that if you write a media query inside the container, then it will show the overflow error because we have already covered the some part of the screen from the top. So if you again use a divide 1.2, then also you can't get the specific height of the screen. So it may not be highly responsive when you will test the app on the different devices. So to make it highly responsive, I will wrap up a container with a expanded widget here. So as you can see, after wrapping up a container with a expanded widget, then it covers the complete height of the screen because expanded widget suggests the container to complete use the height of the container and make it highly responsive so that we can test it on the multiple devices. Now we'll wrap up a image with a padding widget and we'll give the padding from the left, right and top 40.0. Now let me provide the space from the top, so I will again use a size box widget here. Now we'll wrap up the image widget with a clip react widget. Now I'll write border radius dot circular 20, Now I'll write container with media query dot of context dot size dot width, and will write decoration box decoration, and will pass a border dot all, and will pass a customized color code to the border here. Now child text, and will pass a text widget here, and will write a one by one footballer name. So I will first write Cristiano Ronaldo, and will give the style by using the text style widget here, and will write colors dot black, and font size 18.0, and font weight dot w 500. So we have pasted the container outside the column, so we'll cut it from here and we'll paste it inside the column widget. Now we'll give the border radius to the container, so we'll write 20, and we'll give the padding edge inset dot all 10. So now I'll customize the container according to my way. So if you have any better idea to customize the container, then you can also customize the code easily. Now we'll write a width 1.5 so that I can give the width to the border here. So it is done. Now I'll copy the same container and I will write some other footballer name so that user can guess the correct footballer name of the image that we have just shown above. So let me give the height between the image and the text widget. Now I'll change the footballer name to Lionel Messi. So I've added two more footballer name here. So when the user will click on the correct footballer name, then will make the container to green so that user can guess that they have selected the correct name of the image that I've just shown here, and directly they will move to the next screen of the sports category and can play the quiz together. Let's move to the Firebase, and we need to add our quiz app with a Firebase. So we need to write the app name here. So I'm writing quiz app. Now click on continue. Again on continue. Now use default account for Firebase. Click on create project. So as you can see, Firebase is creating a project. So wait for a few seconds. Now click on continue and we'll directly move to the Firebase. So here you can see that we can connect the iOS, Android and web app through Firebase. So first I will connect the iOS app here, then we will move to the Android app. Now we need a Apple bundle ID. So now let's move to the X code and we'll copy the bundle ID from there and we'll paste it here. Now let's move to the runner, signing and capabilities. Now copy the bundle identifier from here and paste it inside the Apple bundle ID. Now click on register app. Now download the Google service info.plist file from here and we need to paste it inside the Xcode and make sure it should be Google service info.plist file. If anything is written rather than this, then make sure you edit them. Now paste it below the info. Now click on finish. So it is done. Now let's move to the Firebase again. Click on next. Again on next. Next. continue to the console. So as you can see that we have successfully added the iOS app here. Now let's move to the Android app. So we need an Android package name. So we'll go to the Android app build.gradle file, and here we'll copy the application ID and we'll paste it inside the Android package name. Now click on register app. Now download the google-service.json file, and we need to paste it in the Android app folder, and it should be also in google-service.json file. So it is done. Now let's move to the Firebase again. Click on next. Now we need to copy this plugin and we'll go to the Android build.gradle file, and we need to paste it in the class path. So we'll paste it here and we'll change some line of the code. I will strongly suggest you that please do not skip any of the process while setting up the Firebase, because if you miss any of the process or step from this video, then you might not connect the Firebase with your Android or iOS app. So it is done. Now let's move to the Firebase again and we'll copy the ID from here, and we'll go to the Android build.gradle file and we'll paste in apply plugin, and we'll again change some of the line of the code. Now copy the dependencies from here and we'll paste it inside the dependencies. So we'll paste two lines that we copy from the Firebase. Now click on next, continue to the console. So as you can see, we have successfully added the iOS app and Android app with a Firebase. Now let's move to the pub.dev, because from the pub.dev we need to copy the some Flutter packages and we need to paste it inside the pub.yaml file. So our first package name is Firebase core. So go to the installing, copy the dependency from here, and let's move to the pub.yaml file and we'll paste it below the dependencies. Now let's move to the pub.dev again and we need to add our second package name Cloud Firestore. So go to the installing again and we'll copy the dependencies and we'll paste it in the pub.yaml file. Now let's run the packages that I've just pasted inside the pub.yaml file. Basically, Cloud Firestore package help us to connect with a Firestore database, and we can successfully update or write or read the data from the Firestore database. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we need to enable the Firebase from our Flutter app. So we'll write two lines here in the void main function. So we'll write widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized. Now await Firebase dot initialize app. So it is done and we have successfully connected the Firebase with our Flutter app. Now let's move and we'll create a new folder name admin here, and inside the admin folder I will create a new file name admin login.dart. Now we'll create a stateful widget name admin login. Now scaffold, and we'll pass a background color to the scaffold. So we'll write color 0xFF and we'll pass a customized color code. Now body, container, child, stack, children, container. So in the starting of the video, I have shown you that there is a curved container at the bottom in the admin panel. So we'll create that curved container by using the stack widget and a container widget here. So stack widget is because there is a two container which overlap one over the another. So whenever you want to stack up the widgets or overlap the widgets one over the another, always use a stack widget here. Now we'll pass a margin, padding and height to the container. Now with media query dot of context dot size dot width decoration box decoration. Now gradient, linear gradient, colors, and we'll pass a two color in our linear gradient. Now if you are a new viewer in this channel, then you might not get why I have used a linear gradient color here and what really does linear gradient color do. As if you are following my channel, then you know that what really linear gradient color does here because I have used many times in our previous apps. So I want to repeat it again what really does linear gradient color do. So if you want to mix one or more color together in the container, then you can use a linear gradient color here. So linear gradient color can also suggest from where you want to start the first color and end the last color, which help us to mix a two or more color together and give a perfect color to the container. So first I will pass a customized color code. Now colors.black. So these are the two colors that I have been passed on the linear gradient. Now begin alignment.top left, which suggests that the first color will be start from the top left position and will end at the bottom right position. Now border radius dot vertical top radius dot elliptical. Now if you want to provide the border radius from the x and y axis of the container, then you can use a radius dot elliptical here. Now media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now in the y-axis I will write 110, but you might be thinking that what all things I have wrote inside the container. Now let's check by calling a admin login.dart file here. So let's move to the main.dart and here I will write admin login and will hot restart it again. So here you can see the curved container that I have just made by using a stack widget. So here you can see the two color have been mixed. You can see at the top left position there is a lighter black color and at the bottom right position you can see that there is a dark black color. So we have mixed two colors by using a linear gradient color here. Now we'll write container margin edge insert dot only left 30.0, right 30.0 and top 60.0. Now child and we'll use a form widget. The reason for using the form widget in our container is because form widget help us to check if the user have entered the text on the text field that I will just write in the column widget. So by using the form widget, I can check all the cases regarding the text field. So I will wrap up a column widget with a form widget. Now we'll write text widget here and in the text widget I'll write let's start with admin and we'll use a style text style to give a text style to the text widget here and we'll write colors.black font size 25.0 and font weight dot bold. So here you can see the text widget. Now we'll write size box height 30.0. Now material and first I will create a container here. Then inside the container I will pass a to text field where the admin can enter the username and the password. So border radius dot circular 20. child container height media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2.2. Now decoration, box decoration, color, colors dot white will give the border radius to the container here. So we'll write border radius dot circular 20. Now we'll write child column children and we'll write size box height 50.0 and we'll pass one more container and we'll give the padding as inset dot only left 20.0 and top 5.0 and same for the bottom. Now margin edge inset dot symmetric horizontal 20.0 and decoration box decoration border dot all color and we'll give the color to the border. So we'll write colors dot from ARGB which will be the customized color code. Now border radius dot circular 10. Now again child and in the child I will write center child text form field controller and will pass a controller so that we can control the username. So we'll write text editing controller username controller equals to new text editing controller. The reason for creating the username controller is because I want to get the text what the user will enter on this text field so that we can check if the admin has entered the correct username for the admin panel or not. So in the validator, I will write value and we'll check if the value is null or empty, then we'll suggest the admin to enter the username here. And if we enter the username, then we'll pass null. Now decoration, input decoration, and we'll write border input border dot none. Now we'll pass a hint text to our text form field which suggests that to enter the username on this text field. Then in the hint style, we'll give the styling to the hint text. Now we'll hot reload. So here you can see the text field and the container that I've just created by using the container widget here. Now we'll copy the same text field and paste it in below the username where we will suggest the admin to enter the password. So we'll give a space between the username and the password. So I will write size box height 40.0 and we'll create one more text editing controller for the password so that we can get the password from this text field. Now we'll write please enter password and in the hint text we'll write password. Now size box height 40.0 padding edge inset dot symmetric vertical 20.0, sorry, 12.0. Now margin edge insert dot symmetric. We are writing container again because I want to create a customized login button so that after entering the username and the password, admin can directly click to the login button and can directly move to the add quiz page. From there, they can add the quiz according to the selected category he wants. Now we'll write colors.black. Now child center, and we'll center the text widget here. So we'll write text login and we'll pass a style to the text widget here by using the text style. Now colors dot white and font size 20.0 and font weight dot bold. So here you can see the customize button. So now let's move and add the username to the text field. So for an instance, I'm writing the username Shivam here. So it uses as exact that I wrote in the username because there is a same controller that I passed in the password. So I will write user password controller in the password text field. Now I can pass a separate password for our password text field. Now when I click to the login button, then if I have entered the correct username and the password in these two text field, then we can successfully log in our add quiz page and can directly add the quiz related to the specific category. Now, but before that, let's move to the Firestore database, and we need to create the database here because as I've told you that the password and the username that the admin will enter in the admin login page will be unique and it will be only known by the admin. So we'll get that username and the password from the Firestore database and we'll check if it match by the details that admin have been provided in the login page. And if it is, then we can directly move inside the app. Now, one of the main thing to get the Cloud Firestore in our Flutter app is that don't forget to change the rules from here, because if you forget to change the rules to true, then you might not upload the data to the Cloud Firestore and it will be very difficult you to understand why I am facing this problem. So that's why I keep on saying that please follow along with me. Do not copy the complete code from the source code and directly paste it in the source file. Rather than follow along with me, because I always teach you each and every step I have used in the Flutter app so that you can also customize the app in your way and can make the app perfect for you to add in your app bucket list. Now in the collection ID, I will write admin and will click on next. Now in the field, I will write ID and the ID for our admin will be Shivam and the password 123456. Now click on save. So as you can see, the collection name admin with a random dog ID and the ID and the password for our admin login page. Now let's move and we'll create a function name login admin here, which will be called whenever the user will press on the login button. Now we'll write Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection and we'll get the collection name admin that I have just shown you now in the cloud Firestore. Now we'll get the details from our admin collection. Now snapshot dot docs for each. So it will check the first document that we have uploaded in our admin collection here, and in the if case will pass if result.data. I mean that our ID does not matches with a user name controller.text where the admin have entered the username, then we'll use a snack bar to show that the username that admin have just entered on this text field is not correct. So we'll write your ID is not correct, and we'll create our second case for the password where we'll check that if the password matches with a password that we have just entered in our Firestore database, and if it not, then we'll write your password is not correct in our snack bar. If both the case is false, then we'll directly move to the else case here and we'll directly push the user to the add quiz page. But let's move and create the add quiz dot file here. And we'll create a stateful widget name add quiz. Now navigator dot push replacement, and we'll pass a route where we want to directly push the admin. So we'll write add quiz route. Now we'll write scaffold body container in our add quiz.dart file. So we have wrote a complete code for our admin login page. Now let's check if our admin really works what we have just wrote here. So now let's hot restart the complete app. So our app has launched successfully. Now I will write username Shivam and 123456. Now I'll click to the login button. Here nothing happens because I forgot to wrap up a login button with a gesture director and forgot to pass a login admin function so that it can checks all the case regarding the username and the password and directly push the admin to the add quiz page. Now we have called the login admin function here. Now let's click to the login button. So as you can see, we have successfully moved to the add quiz.dart page and our admin login page is working brilliantly. So now let's move to the add quiz.dart file, and here I will first make the UI for our add quiz page from where the admin can directly add the quiz by selecting any of the category. In the scaffold, I will first create the app bar. So I will write app bar title text, and in the text I will write add quiz style, text style, colors dot black, font size 20.0, and font weight dot bold. Let me increase the font size, so we'll make it to 30. In the column widget I will write text upload the quiz picture. So here the admin has to upload the quiz picture from where they can also write a four option like option 1, option 2, option 3 and option 4 of that specific quiz picture that will be shown here, and there will be the one right answer in that four options, and we'll also write that correct answer in one of our text field. Now we'll give the margin edge inside dot only, left 20.0, right 20.0 and top 20.0. So it is done. Now let's show the container here. Now in the container there will be a camera icon at the center from where the user can click to that camera, and the app will directly opens the phone gallery from where the admin can directly upload the quiz picture for their specific quiz they want to add. Now we'll write center, child, material, and we'll give the elevation 4.0 and border radius dot circular 20. Now child, and we'll write container. Now width 150 and height 150. Now decoration, box decoration, border dot all, color, colors dot black, and we'll give the width 1.5. Now we also give the border radius to the container, so we'll write border radius dot circular 20. Now inside the container I will first create the icon, which will be the icons dot camera alt rounded, and we'll also give the color to our icon. So here you can see the container where the user will upload the image of that specific quiz. Now I want to move the text to the left side, so I'll write cross axis alignment dot start in our column widget. Now here comes our four option. So as I have shown you in the question.dart file, there is the image of that specific quiz and a four option from where the user has to guess the correct answer for that specific image that have been shown in that quiz. So we need to add all the four options that admin want to show for that specific image. So I will create a text field for each option here. So our first option will be option 1. So we'll write a text here option 1, and we'll give the color, font size and font weight, and we'll give the spacing by using the size box height 20.0. Now let's create a text field so that admin can add the option 1 here. So container padding edge insert dot symmetric horizontal 20.0, and we'll give the width media query dot of context dot size dot width. I think so you know that why I am using a media query here, because at some of the place I am using a media query in the form of a numeric digit like 150, 200, but at some of the case I am using a media query to give the width to the container. Basically, if you write a numeric digit then your app will not be highly responsive. And if you use a media query, then your app will be very responsive when you test the app on the different devices. Though I know that I have told this thousands times if you are a old viewer in my channel, but I keep on saying that because I always suggest you to use a media query when you are giving a width to the container or height to the container. Now text editing controller option 1 controller equals to new text editing controller. Now we'll create some more controller for option 2, option 3 and option 4. Now we'll pass option 1 controller here. Now decoration, input decoration, border, input border dot none. Now you might be thinking that why I've used a border input border dot none when I'm writing any of the text field here. Basically, when you run the code without writing a border input border dot none in the text field, you will get a underline in each text field, which not looks good when you want to provide a container with a border radius. So to remove that underline from the text field, you can use a border input border dot none here. Now we'll give the hint style. So we'll use our text style to give the style to our hint text. So here you can see the text field. Now we'll give the size box height 20.0. So we have created the option 1 here. Now let's move and create option 2, option 3 and option 4. So we have created all the options. Now, as I have told you, there will be one more text field to indicate the correct answer between these four options so that we can show the correct answer when the user will press on any of the option from this quiz. So we'll paste one more text field here, but you can see the overflow error because we have not wrapped up a container with a single child scroll view widget. So we'll wrap up a container with a single child scroll view. So now it is done. Let's give the margin from the bottom. So we'll write bottom and we'll give the margin from the bottom 40.0. Now we'll write on the text correct answer and in the hint text we'll also write correct answer. Now we'll create one more text editing controller for our correct answer. So we'll write correct controller and we'll pass that in the text field. So we have created four options and the correct answer. Now we need to upload all this detail in our specific category. So to upload all the details in our specific category, I need to create a button name add so that we can directly press that button and can upload the data to our Firestore database. So here I will create a customized button name add by using a container widget and will give the elevation by using a material widget. So here you can see the customize button add here, but I have forgot to specify a category here because I want that the admin can upload the quiz for the specific category like animal, sports, objects, etc. what I have shown you in the home screen. So here I need to create a drop down button so that user can select a specific category. If you have followed the food delivery app series, then you know that how to create a drop down button and can get all the options in the drop down button so that user can select any of the category and can upload the quiz for the specific category. So if you haven't followed the food delivery app series, then you can go to my channel and in the playlist section you will get a complete food delivery app series where we have done the complete food delivery app from the scratch. Now here I will create a container. So we'll give the padding, width and the customized color code in our decoration, box decoration. Now border radius dot circular 10. Now child and we'll create a drop down button underline and in the child we'll write drop down button. Now items, in the items I will pass a final list of that category there I have shown you in the home page. So I will write food items equals to our first category is animal, second is sports, third is random, fourth one is fruits, objects, and our last category is place. So we'll pass that items in our food items. Now we need to create a string value so that we can store all the value that we have just mentioned in our food items whenever the admin will select any of the specific category. So in the items, I will write food items. Sorry, why I wrote a food items in our list. Think so. I am still making a food delivery app here because that was a very long series. It will take some time to get out of a food delivery app series here because I have worked nearly 6 to 7 hours in our food delivery app series. So sorry, I need to change food items to quiz items here. Now in the items, I will write quiz items dot map and in the map I will pass item. Now drop down menu item and in the child will pass the text item. Basically, text item is something that the user will select from the specific map or the list that I just mentioned above, which will show that admin which of the specific category he have been selected while using a drop down menu item. Now I will give the style to our text by using a text style. Now we'll write dot to list. So I'm getting a error here. I think so I have forgot to add some function in our drop down button. So let me check. Okay, I got the error. What I've done, I forgot to mention the value in our drop down item. So I will write value and in the value I will pass a item. So here it is done. Now we need to also mention the onChange method because as soon as the admin select any of the category from our drop down, then we need to specify that selected category in our container so that it can hint what that specific category the admin has been selected. So we'll use a set state method in our own change. Now we'll write this dot value is equals to value. So it is done. Now let's save the file, and here you can see the drop down button. Let me give the space between the text field and the container. So we'll use size box height 20.0. Let's also pass the hint text, hint style and the icon to our drop down button. So here it is done. Now we'll pass a value is equals to value. Now after clicking to the drop down button, you can see all the categories that I've just mentioned in our quiz item list. Let's move to the pubdev, and we need to copy some of the packages from there and we'll paste it inside the perspecml file to so that we can upload the image to the Firebase storage and the Firestore database. Now in the pubdev, we need to search image picker here. Basically, image picker help us to pick the image from our phone gallery, or we can also pick the image by clicking the image from our phone camera. So we'll copy the dependency from here and we'll paste it inside the perspecml file. Now our second package name would be Firebase storage. Basically, Firebase storage help us to upload the image to the Firebase storage. So we'll copy the dependency from here and we'll again paste it inside the perspecml file. So we also need to add our third package name, random string. Now you might be thinking that why we need this package in our Flutter app. Basically, random string will help us to give the specific ID to each image we are uploading to the Firebase storage. Do not need to worry, I will show you where we will use a random string in our Flutter code. So we'll copy the same dependency from here and we'll paste it inside the perspecml file. Now run all the packages that we have just pasted in the perspecml file. Now if you are using a iOS device and want to run the app in your iPhone, then you need to add some of the code in the info.plist file, because to enable the image picker in our Flutter app for the iOS, you need to copy the some lines of the code and paste it inside the info.plist file. So go to the readme section and you can see that here are the three sections you need to add in your runner info.plist file. So let's move to the info.plist file and I will add these lines here. Basically, these are the some verification that we need in our iOS device so that we can use a camera, microphone and photo library easily in our iPhone. If you won't add these three commands in your info.plist file, then you can't access the image.picker package and can't pick the image from your phone gallery. This is just for the iOS. Now let's move to the add quiz.dart file, and here I will write final image picker equals to image picker. So we are assigning the image picker in our picker text and we are using a file selected image. The reason for using a file because the image we will be selecting from our phone gallery will be in the form of the file. So we need a file and give a specific name selected image here so that we can store the specific file in our selected image. Now we'll write future and we'll create a get image function here, which will be called whenever the user will press on the camera icon. So we'll write var image is equals to await picker dot pick image, and we need to provide the source image source dot So you can also pick the image from your camera and the gallery. So I want to pick the image from the gallery. So I will select gallery here. Now we'll store the selected image which we had picked from our phone gallery. So we'll write file image path. Now we'll use a set state because as soon as we stored a selected image, then I want to assign the selected image as soon as the user pick the image from their phone gallery. Now if selected image is equals to null, then we'll show a camera icon here, and if the user have picked the image, then we'll show the image by using image.file here. So we'll wrap up with a gesture director and we'll call a get image function here. And if the image is already picked, I mean if the selected image is not equals to null, then we'll show the image by using image.file here. Now, if you want to show the image from your file location of your phone gallery, then you need to use a image.file here and feed boxfit.cover so that it can use a complete height and width of the image that I've just provided in the container. Now we have wrote all the text editing controller. So we need to pass a specific controller for each option here. So for option 3, we need to pass option 3 controller, and for option 4, option 4 controller. Now we'll create a function name upload item so that we can directly upload our quiz to a specific category. Now if selected image is not equals to null, I mean that if the user didn't pick any image from their phone gallery and they directly pressed the add button, then we can't execute a function here because I want that image to be picked first, then we can add the quiz to that specific category. And I also want that user to enter all the text field here. So we'll write option 2 controller.text should not be equals to null, and option 3 and option 4 controller.text should not be equals to null. This is necessary part because if you don't write if case here and directly upload the image to the Firebase, then you might face a error in your app. Now string add id. So here we are going to use a random alphanumeric 10. Basically the random string that I have used is because as I told I need to assign a random id. So we'll use random alpha numeric 10 here. Now reference, and we gonna upload the image to the Firebase storage now. So we'll write Firebase storage ref equals to Firebase storage dot instance dot ref, and will pass a child blog images will be the folder of our storage, and will passing a add id child here. So let me show how it will create a folder blog images in the Firebase storage. So let's move to the Firebase and we'll go to the storage section, and we'll first enable a storage from here. Click on next. Now click on done. So as you can see, Firebase is setting up some security rules here. So wait for a few seconds. Now let's move to the rules, and we need to change it to true. If you forgot to change your rules from false to true, then you can't upload your image to the Firebase storage. So this is one of the main step whenever you are uploading the image to the Firebase storage. So do not forget to change your security rules from the Firebase storage. After changing it to true, here it will create a blog images folder, and in the blog image folder it will keep on uploading one by one the image that will upload through the upload item function. Now we'll write final upload task equals to Firebase storage ref dot put file. Basically, put file function will help us to upload the selected image, which is our file location of the selected image. Now var download URL. So basically download URL will help us to get the URL of the image that we will upload on the Firebase, and we can use that URL in our Firestore database to show the image. Now I will create a map string dynamic method here. Basically, map string dynamic method itself says that first we need to upload a string and then a dynamic method. In the dynamic, you can upload many things like integer, boolean character, string, etc. So it is better to use a map string dynamic here. Now let me show you how we will upload a quiz for the each specific category. Now many of the developers might do that. There will be a 6 category in our app. So they will create a 6 function for each category, and they will upload one by one quiz for that specific category. But I will do some smart work here, which will take less time and less code, and will directly upload the quiz for the each specific category. So I will use only one function and one map string dynamic function to upload a quiz for the each specific category. Now it will automatically create a collection name, objects, place, etc., and it will automatically uploads the quiz for the each specific category from the admin panel. Rather than creating a 6 function for each category, I will just create a one function for all the categories. Now don't get confused. Let me show you how I will do that, then you will get to know what I am explaining you here. So this is one of the easiest step that I am going to do here. So do not get confused, because I will tell you each and every step what I am writing in a Firestore database, and how we'll upload a data to the Firestore database, and can also upload the image to the Firebase storage. Now map string dynamic here, I've already explained you the reason for using a map string dynamic. Now we'll write a map name add quiz. Now we'll pass a image of that specific quiz, that will be the link of our image that I have already explained you, and in the option 1 there will be the text that the user have written in the option 1 field, and we'll get that by using option 1 controller.text, and same for the option 2, option 3 and option 4. And we'll also upload the correct answer of that specific quiz. So we need to create a correct string here and correct controller.text, so that we can get a text from our each text field. So if you had followed my old videos related to a chat app, food delivery app, ToDo app or news app, then you know that what really option 1 controller.text do here. If not, you can follow that complete app that I have developed from the scratch, and it will be very easy for the beginner to understand the complete code that I have just wrote there. So if you are new in this channel, then let me explain you what really option controller.text do here. So if the user will enter a text in the option 1 text field, so to get the text from the option 1 text field, we'll write option 1 controller.text, so that we can get the text from the option 1 text field and can directly upload in our map string method. Now we'll create a new folder name in the lib, which will be the service, and the new file database.dart. And in the database.dart file, we'll create a function which will help us to upload the data to the Firestore database. Now we'll create a class named database methods and we'll write future add quiz category and we'll pass a map string dynamic here and we'll give a name to our map user quiz category. Now string category. The reason for using a string category is because, as I have told you, I will use only a single function to upload the quiz for the all 6 categories. So in the string category, we'll get a specific category like random, objects, place, and we'll upload each quiz for that specific category by creating a collection in that category. Now Firebase firestore.instance.collection and will pass a collection name category and in the add will upload a user info map. Now so this all categories what I am talking about like animal, sports, randoms, fruits, objects, place, it will automatically create a collection for each category and upload the quiz for that specific category in the Firestore database. Now let's move to the add quiz.dart file again and here we'll write await database methods add quiz category and we'll get the category that the user will select from drop down button which will be stored in the value. So we'll write a value here. Now we'll use a dot then method because after uploading the category we want to show a hint that the quiz has been uploaded to the Firestore database. So we'll use a show snack bar here and snack bar and in the content we'll pass a text quiz has been added successfully and we'll give the style to our text. So we'll use our text style and we'll pass a font size 18.0. Now we'll also pass a background color colors dot orange accent. Now we'll wrap up a center widget with a gesture detector and in the onTap method we'll call a upload item function. So it is done. Now let's move to the terminal and we'll write first flutter clean command and then flutter run to run the app in our emulator. So our app has launched successfully. Now when I click to the camera icon then it is suggesting us to pick the image from our phone gallery. So I will pick some random pic from my emulator and here you can see the image that I've just picked from our phone gallery. Now it doesn't give a border radius to the image because we didn't wrap up a image dot file with a clip react. So let's move and wrap up a image dot file with a clip react widget. So there is a small tips from me. Whenever you want to give a border radius to your image, then always use a clip react widget here. So we'll now wrap up with a clip react and we'll give the border radius dot circular 20. So here you can see the image. Now let's move and we'll pass a option 1 hills, option 2 plain, Though I am passing a random option here, cricket in option 3, and in the option 4 I will write football. Now in the correct answer I will write hills and will select a category, place here, and will click in the add button. So wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, quiz has been added successfully, and let's move to the Firebase and check that our data has been uploaded to the Firestore database. So here you can see the category place that have been created automatically by our one function that I have told you, and here the option 1, option 2, option 3 and option 4, and here is the image link that I have just used by using our download URL. Now let's open the URL link here, and here you can see the image that we have just uploaded from the our emulator. So our add quiz part is working brilliantly, and we can successfully upload the quiz for the each specific category here. Now let's move to the storage, and here you can see the block images folder, and here the image that we have uploaded from our emulator. Now let's move and we'll hot restart it again, and we'll upload one more quiz to our category. So here I will select some random category and will fill a option 1, option 2, option 3 and 4, and we'll select a category random here. Now click on add. So here it is our second category. So let's move and we'll see that if the Firestore create a second collection name random here. So here you can see that it automatically creates a second collection name random, and in the random we have uploaded the first document here, and this is the image that we have just uploaded from the our emulator. So let's move and upload for the objects, and here we create our third category name objects, and this all data we have just uploaded from the Firestore database. Now let's move and upload one more document to our same category objects here. So quiz has been added successfully, and here you can see that we have just uploaded two documents in our same category name objects here. So you can see that by using a single category we can upload a quiz for all the category, and our add quiz page is also working brilliantly. I have a small request from you. If you enjoying our videos and the apps related to the Flutter and want to show some love and support, consider buying us a virtual coffee. Every sip fuels our coding adventures and keep the Flutter magic alive. You can find the link in the description box. Now let's move. Now let's move to the home page, because we are going to now show all the quiz for that specific category that we have just uploaded in the Firebase through the admin panel. So in the database method, I will create a future stream query snapshot. Basically, query snapshot help us to get all the data from the Firestore database, and will create a function name get category quiz, and will pass a string category here. Now async return await Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, and in the collection we'll get a category name from our string category, and dot snapshot, so that we can get all the things that we upload on the each category like objects, place and random. So it is done. Now let's move to the home.dart page, and we'll create a stream here. Basically we'll use a stream builder to get all the documents and the details in our quiz app, because stream builder help us to get all the documents in the one flow, and if we are making any changes, then we can also see them in the few seconds by using a stream builder. So I will suggest that whenever you want to show the data from the Firestore database, then always use a stream builder here. Now we'll create a all quiz function here. So we'll write widget all quiz return stream builder, and in the builder we'll write context async snapshot and we'll write stream quiz stream. Now in the return I will write snapshot.hasData, so it will check in the Firestore database that if the data is present in the specific collection or not, and if then it will show all the data by using a page view builder or list view builder. So here we are going to use a page view builder. Basically, page view dot builder will help us to show the first quiz, and through the page view builder we can directly move to the second quiz and so on, so that user can start guessing the image for that specific category he wants, and he can play lots of quiz for that specific category and can use the app in many ways. So it is better to use a page view builder here. Now in the item builder I will write context, and through the index we'll get each document here that we have stored in the each collection category. So if the snapshot has the data, then we'll show a page view dot builder, and if not, then we'll just show a container suggesting that there is no document present in that specific category. And in the item count, we'll count all the data length that present in the specific collection through the snapshot.data.docs.length. Now we'll write page controller dot controller. So we are keep on using a text editing controller to control the text field, and here we need to use a page controller to control each page of our document or the quiz that we want to show. So for the page view dot builder, we need to create a page controller here, and in the controller we'll pass a controller. Now document snapshot ds equals to snapshot dot data dot docs, and we'll write index. So this is not the first time I am using a stream builder in our quiz app. As I've told you before, we have already developed many of the apps in our channel, so you might to know many things about a stream builder in that apps too. So you can follow that complete apps playlist, or I will paste that playlist link in our comment box. In the return, we need to show a quiz page here. I think so I have made a small mistake here. We don't need a quiz stream in our home.dart file, rather than we need in a question.dart page, because we are showing our quiz question in our question.dart file. So I will remove this function all quiz from here and will paste it in the question.dart file. So let's move and we'll copy the quiz here and we'll paste it in our return, so that we can show all the quiz for that specific collection in the form of the quiz. Now image.network, because as I have told you, our image is in the form of the link, and here is the image. So we'll write ds image so that we can get that specific image from that document, and here the option 1 so that we can get option 1 text, and same for the option 2, 3 and 4. Now let's move to the home.dart and we'll wrap up our first category place here with a gesture director, and we will push the user to the question.dart file so that he can start playing the quiz for that category, and we'll write navigator.push context, and we'll write material page root context. Now we'll write question, and in the question.dart file we'll pass a string category here so that we can get a specific category that the user have choose from the home page. Now let's move to the home, and in the question we'll pass a string name place which will be our category name. Now we'll copy the same navigator function from here, and we'll do same for the animals, fruits, objects, sports, random. The reason for passing the category name is because, as I have told you, we'll get the quiz for that specific category in our question.dart file. So we need to get what the user has really clicked on a specific category, and we can show that specific quiz in our app, and user can start guessing the image. Also, one more thing I want to tell you that whenever you're passing a category name here, then make sure it should be the exact name what collection have you created in the Firebase. If you don't pass the exact word what you wrote in the collection of Firebase, then you won't get the result, because it can't get a result from the Firebase and it can't show the quiz for that specific category in the app. Now let's move to the question.dart file, and we'll create get on the load function so that we can get all the quiz for that respective category that we are passing from our home page. Now we'll write quiz stream equals to await, and through the snapshot method that we had just passed in the database.dart file, we'll call a get category quiz function here. So we'll write database methods dot get category quiz, and here we'll pass a category, so we'll write widget.category. Now set state, and we'll write init state. The reason for using the init state is because, as you know, that init state function is the first function that usually calls when the app launches or the page you want to open. Quickly call a get on the load function, and it will store all the documents from that respective collection and can show that in our app through the page view dot builder. Now do one more thing in our question.dart file is that wrap up a all quiz function with a expanded widget so that it can cover a complete height of the screen. Now we'll hot restart it again, and we'll click to the random category here. So as you can see that here I got a image and the quiz that we have just uploaded from the admin panel. Now let's move to the Firebase and here you can see the random category and this document that have been shown in our random quiz. And here you can see the option 1, option 2, option 3 and option 4. So we are successfully calling all the quiz from our Firebase and showing in our category here. Now I want that when I will tap to the correct answer, which is a flower, then its border radius will change to green so that it can suggest the user that the answer he tapped is correct and will show all the rest options in a red color, which suggests the user that the rest answers are not correct. So to show the correct answer, we need to wrap up a option 1 with a gesture director, and in the set state we need to pass a boolean character here. So let's create a bool so equals to false. Now in the on tap function we'll write so equals to true. The reason for writing so here because after tapping I want to show the correct and wrong answer. So to get that, if the user have tapped any of the option from our 4 option, then we need to change the so to true here. Don't get confused. Let me show how I'll do that. It is one of the easiest function that I'm using here because it will also help a beginner to understand each line of the code I'm writing here. And you can see if so will be true, it means it will suggest that I want to show the answers right now or not. So if so will be true means if the user have tapped any of the option, then will show the correct or wrong answer. So to show the correct and wrong answer will match with the answer that the user have been tapped. So we'll write ds correct, which is our correct answer, and if it matches with a answer that the user tapped, then we'll show a container with a green color, and if not, then we'll show a container with a red color. So we'll write ds correct is equals to ds option 1, then we'll pass colors dot green if the answer is true, and if not, then we'll show colors dot red. Now let's pass this case for all the options. So it is done. Now let hot restart it again, and we'll click to the random category here. Now we'll press the correct answer, which is flower here. So when I press the correct answer, you can see that our container changes to a green color, which suggests the user that you have tapped a right answer for this image, and other container is on the red color, which suggests that it is a wrong option for this image. So it is working brilliantly, and we can also show the correct answer in our quiz. Now let's move to the place section, and here you can see the correct answer is heels. Now when I tap the correct answer, then it will change it to green and rest to the red. So now let's move and we'll click to the place category here. So here you can see the first quiz of our place category, but here comes our second thing is that when the user will press the correct answer and he want to move to the next quiz to of the same category place here, then how we'll do that? So let me show. It is a very easy process, and by using a single line of code we can directly move to the next quiz. So here first I will create a icons dot forward iOS, which will suggest the user that by pressing this icon he can directly move to the next quiz. Will provide some random color code to the icon. Now here you can see the icon. Now we'll wrap up with a container so that user can clearly see the forward icon here. Now we'll give the padding, decoration, border.all and border radius to our icon, and we'll provide the height from the top by using a size box height 5.0. Now I want to move the icon to the right side of the screen, so I will wrap up a container with a row widget and will write main axis alignment dot end so that it can directly move our icon to the right side of the screen. Now we'll wrap up a row with a gesture detector, and in the on tab function I will create a function controller dot next page. You already know that we have created a controller for our page view. So here it comes a reason why I have created a controller for our page view. Now to move the quiz to the next page, we need a controller here so that we can control the page view builder accordingly. Now in the on tab function, I will write controller dot next page and will pass a duration. Basically duration will suggest how much time you want to take to move the page from one page to the another. And in the curve you can provide many curves like bounce in, ease in, etc. So I will write ease in because I don't want any animation here. You can provide animation according to your choice and can make it more attractive. Now let's move and we'll click to the place category here. So here our first quiz. Now I'll click to the correct answer heels here. So it shows a correct answer here. Now in the place category, you can see that there is a second document which is our second quiz. Now when I'll click to the forward icon, then it will directly move to the next quiz of that same category. But here you can see that it is already telling us the correct answer. So to remove the correct answer, we need to make our show boolean character to false again. Now let hot restart it again, and we'll click to the place category again. Now here is the first quiz. Now let's click the correct answer. Now let's move to the next quiz. So here you can see the next quiz, and it is damn, which is our correct answer. Now when I'll click to the correct answer, then it will change that correct to green and other to red. So we can successfully move to the next quiz and can play unlimited quiz for that specific category, and through the admin panel we can upload as much quiz we want. So we have successfully made a quiz app with the admin panel from scratch. So you have added the quiz app to your app bucket list. Now let's move forward with our second real project, which is chat app. So on this app we'll cover user authentication, and we'll also learn to create stunning user interface, real-time chat and many more. So if you are loving this course, please do not forget to drop the like because this is just the starting. There are many awesome projects we'll cover on this course. Now let's move to the code. Let me show you what all things we will learn on today's video and how your app will communicate between the two devices. On the left side, you can see the screen recording of my real Android device where I run the app. So I will create a new account in my real device. So I am writing here name Satyam Sharma and email satyam244@gmail.com and will give password and confirm password. Now I will click on the sign up button, wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully. Now I will move to the our iPhone emulator and I will create a new account to this device. So in name I am writing Prem Sharma and email I will give prem345@gmail.com. Now password and confirm password. Click on the sign up button. Wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully. Now I will search for the username Satyam here that we have created the account on my real device. So I will search Satyam here. Now you can see the username here. I will click to the username and will move to the chat page. Now I will write the text inside the text field. So hey, now after sending the message, you can see that Satyam have received the message from Prem in just few seconds. Now I will reply to the Prem, which is our emulator. So as you can see, we have received the message here. Now I will write how are you doing and will send the message, and we received the message in our emulator in few seconds. So as you can see, our app is running successfully in all the device and you can see the real-time chat what I am talking about. So now Satyam send the message to Prem and Prem have received the message in just few seconds. So as you can see how the two device are communicating each other or sending the message very easily and they are getting the message in just few seconds. So I am creating the folder named pages here. Now inside the pages folder I am creating the new file named signing.dart. Now inside the signing.dart file I will create a stateful widget named sign in. One more thing I want to tell you that whenever you want to use set state, then you have to always use a stateful widget. You can't use a set state inside the stateless widget. Now let's move to the main.dart file and give a debug so check mode banner to false. The reason for doing it false because when you run the app, you see a red ribbon type structure at the top. To remove that, you have to make it to false. Now I am running the app in without a debug mode because I want to show you update after writing each line of code here. So let me launch the app. Now I am using a scaffold widget, body, container, child, column. As you can see here, some blue lines are appearing below the widget. To remove these blue lines, in my case, I am using two lines of code in analysis options.yml file and paste that two lines below the rules. As you can see here, after using the two lines of code here, the blue lines below a widget disappears. Sorry, I need a stack widget here. So I am removing the column and writing the stack here. The reason for using a stack here because as you seen, I have to overlap a two container over the container. So whenever you want to overlap the two widgets over the another, then you have to always use a stack widget here. So app has launched successfully as you can see here, but let's move to the main.dart file and we need to call a signing page here. So I'm writing signing here and hot reload. Now we'll create a container here and give a height media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 3.5. The reason for using media query is that it makes the app highly responsive. But if you give fixed height or width to the container and check your app in multiple devices, then you can face the overflow error because every device has its on screen size. So I'm writing decoration, box decoration, and I will give a linear gradient color here. So I'm using a colors and I will give you a custom color as you can see here and one more color because the using for linear gradient color is because I want to mix two colors here. So as you can see here, we have got a container and we have mixed two color here. But I want to begin the two colors from the top left and end at bottom right. I want to also tell you the reason for using a begin and end here. Basically, as you can see here in colors, I have provided a two color here. So if you use a begin, then it will begin a first color from the top left position and end the second color in the bottom right position. So as you saw on the UI that we need a curve container here. So I will use a border radius dot vertical. I want to make container curve from the bottom, so I'm using a bottom radius elliptical. I want a x to cover the full width of the screen, so I'm giving media query dot of context dot size dot width, and in y-axis I need some curve, so I'm using 105.0, which means that will make a curve according to me. I am fixing a height here. I am doing it 4.0. So now it is perfect. Now let's move to the column children and we'll provide the text over this container. So I'll write sign in and provide a style to this text. So use a text style color colors dot white font size 20.0 and font weight dot bold. I will make it to center. Now I will give some padding. So I'm wrap it with the padding widget. Now now I will use edge inset dot only top 20.0. This means that it will give a padding from the top to the column widget. Fixing some font size. Now I'll copy this text again and paste it here. Into that I will write login to your account. I'll give a font size 20.0 and make a font weight W500 and change some font size 18 and I will give a custom color here as you can see on the screen. Now I will write a container here and want to provide a container over this curved container. That's why I have used a stack widget here. So now you get a clarity why I have used a stack here. Now I will give height media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2 and width media query dot of context dot size dot width. Box decoration colors dot white and will give a border radius. Basically border radius make your container round according to your preference. We'll give some margin here. Edge inset dot symmetric vertical 20.0. So it is done. Now we'll wrap the container with a material widget. Basically material widget makes your container in very highlighted form. So let's give a border radius to a material widget and we'll wrap the material widget with a container because we want to provide a margin over the material widget here. So as you can see, we have got a perfect container here. Now over the container, I will write a child, column, children, and will provide a two text field name, email and password here. So container child will write text field so the user can write a text using a text field widget. So now decoration, box decoration, border dot all with color black 38. Decoration, input decoration, border dot none. Basically I've used input border dot none because whenever you run a text field, you always find some line in that text field. To remove that line, you can use border input border dot none here. Will provide some padding, vertical and horizontal. We'll also provide some border radius to a container circular 10. As you can see on the container, when you write something, I want to give a padding on the left side of the container so it looks more good and it will be easy for the user to see what have user entered on this text field. So I will give a padding on the left side of the container. So I will use padding edge inset dot only left 10.0. So as you can see here, after giving the padding on the left side, it looks really more clear and easy for user to type in. Now I will write a text here and in this text I will write email so that user can get a hint that they have to type email on this text field. We'll give a colors dot black, font size 18.0, font weight dot w500. So as you can see here, the email has come on the center, but I want to bring on the left side. So I will use cross axis alignment dot start. Basically, when you provide this command on the column widget, then it shifts the all the widgets to the start position, basically in the cross axis of a column widget. Here I want to give some icon of email so it looks more attractive, and it will give a hint to the user to enter email on this field. So I will write prefix icon. Basically, if you want to provide the icon in the start position of the text field, I mean on the left side of the text field, then you have to use a prefix icon. But if you want to provide the icon on the right side, I mean on the end position, then you have to use a suffix icon inside the text field widget. So I will write prefix icons dot mail outline. I will copy the same color and give it to the icon here. Yeah, it's look more attractive now. So I'll copy this text and text field here, and I will paste it here because I need user to enter a password here. So I will write password. Also change the icon to password. So icons dot password. In text field, in password text field, I want that whenever the user types the password, then it doesn't appear on the text form. It should be appear in the dotted form. This is how usually password works in all the apps. So in the text field, you need to use auth secure text to true. Basically, making the auth secure text to true, you are securing the text by showing the text in the dotted form. So here it is done. Now I'm writing the text here, and as you can see, the texts are appearing in the dotted form. Now I will give a size box height 20.0. So I provided the height above the container to look it more clear and attractive. And I have provided text name forgot password. If the user has forgot the password, then they will click on the forgot password text and move to the forgot password screen where they can change their password. Now I will write a text name forgot password here and wrap with a container. I want to show the forgot password in the right side. So I will use a container and give alignment dot bottom right, which makes a forget password on the right side of the screen. Now I'll give a size box height 10.0 and fix some size. Now I will make a custom button name sign in here. So I'll use a container text name sign in, give some style to a text widget here. Now I'll give a decoration, box decoration, and we'll give a custom color, give a padding edge inset dot all to 10. Now I'll provide a size box name 40.0 and will give a space according to the your convenience. I am giving a width here and wrapping with the text again on center to make it to the center of the container. Now we'll wrap it with a material widget and give elevation 5.0 to look it more attractive. Wrapping with the container again and giving the width to this container and wrapping with a center widget to make a material widget again on the center. So it is done. Now we'll also provide a border radius to the material widget. Now you must be thinking why I don't use a elevated button here. You can use the elevated button here. There is no problem in that, but usually I need to create a customized button. So I usually use a container to make a customized button according to my choice, because using a container will allow me to give a width, color, border radius and many more things according to my choice, which help me to make a customized button more easily rather than using a elevated button here. Basically, as you can see, if I use a single text here and write have an account, sign up now. So I can't provide a two color in a single text using a text widget. I want to provide don't have an account in black color and sign up now in different color. But I can't do that using a one single text widget. So I will use a row here. In row, I will pass don't have an account in single black color and another text name sign up now in different color, which makes the sign up now in the highlighted form, and whenever user click on the sign up now text, then they move to the sign up page. One more thing I want to tell you that you can use a rich text here. Basically, in rich text, you can use a two text together and can manage their color and gesture detector together. In this text, you can provide two different color and take a two different action on the two different text widget. But in my case, rather than using the rich text, I use a row here to make it more simple for the beginners who are watching this tutorial. Now I'll use main axis alignment dot center to center the row. We'll give some more space. So it is done. Now user can write email and password here. Now we'll create a new page name signup.dart and we'll use a same stateful widget here and name the stateful widget sign up. So as you seen on the UI that I've shown on the starting of the video, sign up page looks similar to the signing page. So I will copy the code of the signing page from here and make some changes and add text field name here. And we'll also remove a forgot password because we don't need a forgot password in the sign up page. So I'll copy the complete code from here and paste it on signup.dart page, and we'll do some customization on this code to make it for sign up page. I will write sign up, login into your account. I will remove that and write a create a new account as you can see here. We'll copy the text and the text field and paste it here because we want the user to write the name here when they are signing it up and creating a new account. So as you can see here, after adding the third text field, it is showing some overflow error. So we'll increase the size of the container by making it to 1.5. You can customize the height according to your choice. So I'm doing it to 1.7. So it looks better now. Now we'll remove the forgot password because we don't want in the sign up page. I will use one more text field so that user can confirm the password what they have entered here. So I'm writing confirm password and give a height and we'll move the text inside the container and move the button outside the container. So we'll paste the container here as you can see here. So we'll fix some height. Now we want to use a complete width of the screen. So I will use width media query dot of context dot size dot width and give a margin so it looks more better and attractive and name it to sign up. So it is done. Let's move to the pages folder and we will create a new file name home.dart. Now inside the home.dart file, I will create a stateful widget named home here. Now I will remove the container and write scaffold body container child column children. So now I will give a background color to a scaffold widget and will give a custom color here. Now I will call the home page and I will show how it looks here. So as you can see, giving the background color to a scaffold widgets covers the complete screen here. Now I will give row children. Inside the row widget, I will use a text widget and I will write a app name. So I'm giving a random app name. So I'm writing chat up. Now I will give a style to this text widget. So I'm writing text style color. So I will give a custom color here. As you can see on the top, chat up text has appeared. Now I will give a font size and font weight and give some margin so that it can be seen by the users clearly. Now I'll give some margin edge inset dot symmetric vertical 40.0 and horizontal 20.0. Now I am fixing the font size and will give the icons dot search. As I told you, the reason for giving icons dot search is that whenever the user wants to search the username, they will click on the search icon and can type the username and can have the chat with them. Main axis dot alignment dot space between provides a maximum space between the widgets. Now I'll write the icon with the container and write decoration, box decoration, color, and we'll give a custom color here. Now, as you can see, when I'm writing the custom color, I always start with 0xFF. Basically, it signifies the color code we are giving here. Now, if you just write a color code like 3A2144, then it will doesn't signify the color that we are giving here. To signify that color, we'll need to write a code named 0xFF. That is not necessary to write a capital F or small f. You can use anything here. Basically, before mentioning all the user chats, we will make a container here in some rounded structure where top left and top right are in the circular position, and on that container we will provide all the chats of the user here. Now decoration, box decoration, color, we'll write colors.white, provide border radius, so I'm writing border radius dot only top left radius dot circular 20. So I'm giving a height media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 3. Now I'll give a width media query dot of context dot size dot width. So as you can see the container here with the rounded top left and top right. Now I will remove the margin here because I want this container to complete the whole width of the screen. So I will go to the container and remove the margin from here. Now I'll wrap a row with the padding widget and use edge insert dot only left 20.0 and right 20.0 and top 40.0. So as you can see, now our container is covering the whole width of the screen. Now it's look better. So we'll change the height to 1.15 so it covers the complete screen of our device. As I have shown you in the first video of the complete UI of our chat app, there you can see on the home page we have provided the user pic with their name and the last text they received with the time. Now I will show you how to show the images in the app if the images are saved in the local file. So I will write here image.asset. Basically, I am using asset here because whenever you want to call the images from the local file, then you need to write image.asset here. Now, if you want to call image from the server or from other network in and the image is in the form of the link or something, then you need to use image.network here. So image.asset and you need to paste the location of the image you want to show. Make sure it should be exact what the name of the picture you have given. Now I provide the height to the image and fit boxfit.cover. The reason for using fit boxfit.cover is that whenever you're providing the height 30 with 30 or you have wrapping the image in the container and giving the fixed height and width to the container, and you want that image to cover the complete height and width of that container, then always use fixed box width dot cover, which makes you the image to use the complete container height width that you have given here. Now I will wrap up the image with a widget named Clip React. Let me explain you why I have used Clip React here. Basically, if you need the image in the circular form, then you need to wrap up the image with the Clip React widget and provide the border radius to make it circular. Many of the users might be thinking why we don't use a container here, and wrapping up the widget image widget with a container, then providing the border radius in the decoration box decoration. But the result, you will see that wrapping up with a container, the image will not be in the circular form. So make sure don't wrap image with a container and provide the border radius there, rather than use a clip react widget and provide the border radius to a clip react widget. Now I need to provide the user name here. So I'm writing a text widget. Now inside the text widget, I'm giving the username. Now I'll provide some style to this text widget. So colors.black, font size 20 and font weight W500. I wrote the username in the column widget, so I need to cut the username from here and paste it inside the row widget. Now I'll use cross-axis alignment dot start to move the username at the top. Now I'll provide some width, so I will use size box with 10.0. Now I will change the font size. Now I'll wrap up the text widget with the column widget because I want to provide the last text that user received below the username. So I am copying the text widget and pasting it inside the column widget. Now I will write the last text here. I want name and last text should be in the start position in the column widget. So I'm using cross axis alignment dot start. Now I'll change the color of the last text. We'll change the font size to. We'll also give the height from the top. So I'm using height 10.0. Basically, these things are something which developers should notice and do a customization on the UI on their own way. So if you want a font size bigger in size and color on the different way, you can choose both the ways. It's totally up to you. So now I am adding the time here. So after adding the time, you can see there is some overflow error. So I will make the text more smaller. So it is done now. Now I'll use the same color that I have used in the last text. Now I'll copy the complete row widget and paste it here to show one more chat of the another user. Will give some height. We'll change the image, name and last text here. So as you can see, after writing the text, the time is not in the complete alignment according to the first user chat. So I will use a spacer here to provide me the maximum space between the two widgets. So our home page is done. Now Let's move to the chat page.dart where we'll make the UI of the complete screen where the user will have the chat with the specific user. So I'm writing a stateful widget named chat page. Now scaffold, body, container, child, column. We will use the same background color that we used on the home page. So I'll copy the background color from here and paste it inside the scaffold widget. So now I will use a row widget and rename the column widget with a stack widget, and inside the row widget I am giving a icons dot arrow back iOS new outline because I want to make the user, after having the chat, they click on the back button and comes to the home page where they can have the chat with the other user too. Now I'll give some margin here. Now I'll copy the same color and paste it here. Instead of writing the text widget again and again, I will go to the home page, copy the text from widget from here, paste it here, and we will write the username to whom we are having a chat. So I'm writing Shivam Gupta and font size 20.0, font weight W500. Basically, I am customizing the text widget according to my choice. If you want the font size and font weight according to your choice, you can use anything you want. And if you want to change the color to a text widget, then you can also give a different color to a text widget. So I'm providing some space between the back arrow and the text. So I'll try to make a text widget in the center so it looks better. So I'm providing the width 90.0. Now I will write a text in the container form and I will show you how the text will be shown when the user will send a text. Sorry, I did a small mistake. I don't need a stack widget here. So I'm removing that and writing the column widget. Now I'm writing the container decoration, box decoration. So inside this container, I will create the two container where I will show you how it will look when the user will receive and send the message to the user. So I am creating a child column. Now inside the column widget, I will write container decoration, box decoration, color, where I will give a custom color. Inside the border radius, I will use border radius dot only, top left radius dot circular 10. Now top right radius circular again 10. Same for the bottom left. Now inside the container widget, I will write child text. Now I need to move the container to the right side of the screen, so it will show that the message has been sent by us. And if we want to show the message sent by the different user, then we'll move the container to the left. So I'm giving a margin edge insert dot only left media query dot of context dot size divide by 2. Now I'll give some padding. Now we will give a style to the text widget according to the choice. Text widget and container widget according to my choice. If you have any better idea or better design, you can do by in own way. There is no need to use exactly what color and what font size I'm using in the container and text widget. If you have any better color or better idea, you can use that. So it is done. Now we'll copy the container and paste it on column widget again, because we want to also show that if the other user have sent the message, then how it will look. As I said, we'll move the container to the left side of the screen. So I am giving the margin from the right side, and will change the border radius to show that the message has been sent by the other user. And we'll also change the color, because we want this container to be on the different color, so that user doesn't get confused which message they have received from the other user. Now I'll create a section where from the user can type a message and can send the message to the other user. This can be done by using a text field here. So I'm writing container child row. Inside the row widget, I am writing a text field, decoration, input decoration, border, input border dot none. Now I am wrapping up the text field with the expanded widget, because we are using the text field inside the row widget. Now, if you use a text field directly inside the row widget without using the expanded widget, then it will show the error. Basically, using the expanded widget, tell the text field widget to use as much area they can. So I am providing some decoration to the container widget. So I'm writing decoration, box decoration, color, colors.white, border radius, border radius dot circular 20. Now I'm wrapping up the container with the material widget to show that in the highlighted form, so that the user gets the hint to type the message and send the message from here. I am using a spacer. I also want to provide some padding from the bottom, so I am moving to the container padding and adding the bottom padding from here. I am copying the border radius and using the same border radius in the material widget, so it makes the border circular according to the material widget here. So it looks better now. Now I will provide some hint text and type a message, and will provide some padding edge inset dot only left 10.0. Will also provide some style to the hint. So I'm writing hint style, text style, color, colors of black 45. You might be thinking that what are black 45, black 38, black 54? Basically, these are the different shades of a black color. So you can use a different shades of a black color according to your choice. So now it's look perfect. Now we'll write icons.send, and we'll provide a custom color to this icon. So I'm writing color and providing the custom color here. Basically, this is a section from where you can provide a customized color according to your choice. You just need to move the circle into the different shades and you can use the color according to your choice. Now we'll wrap up the icon with the container widget, and we'll add decoration, box decoration, color, and we'll provide the customized color here. We'll give some padding, border radius, border radius dot circular. Now we'll make the icons to the center of the container, so it looks better now. Now the user can type the message from here and will click on the send button, and they will send the message to the other user. So now let's move to the Firebase and connect our app with the Firebase. Now we need to give a project name here, so I'm writing chat app. Click on continue. Again on continue. Now use default account for Firebase, create project. As you can see, Firebase is creating a project, so wait for a few seconds. So it is done. Now I'll connect the iOS app here. But if you want to connect the Android app, then I will paste the one of my video link in the description box where I told you that how to connect the complete Android app with the Firebase. So as you can see, we need a Apple bundle ID. So I will go to the Xcode and copy the bundle identifier from there and paste it here. Go to this runner. Now click on signing and capabilities. Copy the bundle identifier from here and paste it here. Now click on register app. Wait for a few seconds. Now download Google service-info.plist file, and we need to paste this file in Xcode below the info. And make sure it should be Google service-info.plist file. If anything is written rather than this, then make sure you edit them. Now click on finish. So it is done. Now click on next. Again on next. Now continue to the console. So as you can see, we have connected the iOS app successfully. Now let's move to the authentication, and we need to enable email and password section here. So go to the email and password, click on enable. Now click on save. So as you can see, email and password has been enabled. Now let's move to the Firestore database because we need to upload the user data in Firestore database. Now click on create database, select the production mode, click on next. Now click on enable button again. So as you can see, Firestore is setting up the security rules. So wait for a few seconds. Now go to the rules. We need to remove false and make it to true. Now click on publish button. One more thing I want to tell you that don't forget to change the rule and make it to true, because without doing this you can't upload the user data in Cloud Firestore. Now let's move to the pub dev and we need to add some of the packages in our Flutter app. Copy the dependency from here and paste it on perspec.yaml file. Now we need Firebase auth package here, because as we need the authentication in our Flutter app, so we need a Firebase auth package here. Let's move to the dependencies and copy the dependency from here and same paste it on perspec.yaml file. Now to upload the data to the Cloud Firestore, we need a Cloud Firestore package. So we'll follow the same procedure. So it is done. Now run the packages. Now let's move to the main.dart file, because we need to initialize the Firebase core function here. Now let's move to the signup.dart file and I will add a few lines of code here to allow the user to sign up in the app and move directly to the home page. Basically, I will write 4 strings here, namely name, email, password and confirm password. You might be thinking that why I am using a string here. The reason for using string is that whenever user enter the text in this text field, like for an example, if the user enter the text in the name text field, then we will get that text that the user enter in the text field in our name string, and then we will use that string to provide the authentication to the user into the app. So I'm writing text editing controller mail controller equals to new text editing controller. Now I'll create the same text controller for other 3 text field. So it is done. Now I will write a registration function here. Basically, when the user will click on the sign up button, then we will call the registration function and allow the user to sign up into the app. So let me write the few lines of code for this function. So it is done. Now you might be thinking what all things I have wrote here, like I have used a global key, form state, and what all things I have wrote inside the registration function. Basically, I have explained all these things in my one of my video where I told about these things in more detail. I will don't repeat all these things here because then this video will become very long for the user to watch. I will recommend you to go and watch that video where I have told a complete Firebase authentication using email and password and explained you each line what I have wrote here. So now let's move to the column widget and we'll wrap up a column widget with a form widget and provide a key here. So I'm writing key, form key, and writing text form field controller will provide mail controller and validator. Basically, I want to tell you the reason why I am using validator here. Basically, it checks the value if it is null or empty. If the value is null or empty, it will pass a text that please enter your mail here. Let me also change the icon of name here because it shows exactly what we have used in the email section. So I'm writing icons.person outline. As you can see, person icon has been come here. Now I'll write text form field and we'll copy the same controller and paste it here. So sorry, I'd make a small mistake. I've used a mail controller inside a name text field. So let me rename the mail controller with a name controller here. So now let me add the controller and validator to each text field. So it is done. Now let's move to the sign up button and we'll call a registration function here. So if form key dot current state dot validate, basically I am using a form key dot current state dot validate function here because so that I wrote validator on each text field. So if each text field return us that there is some text has written on each text field like name, email, password, confirm password, then it will go to the set state method and will rename the each string here. So email equals to mail controller dot text and same for the name, password and confirm password. And at last we'll call a registration function if all the validator case is true. But before that we need to upload the user data to the Firebase Firestore. So I'm creating a map string and dynamic naming a map user info map. Let me explain you why I am using a map here. Basically map is a key value pair. So basically our key is something on string like name, email, password, ID, photo, etc. And dynamic is something where we can pass anything like string, integer, float, double, anything. So I'm writing name and we are writing name controller.text. So basically name is a string here and name controller.text is a dynamic here. Name controller.text gets the name from the text field in the text form and pass to the string name here. Basically we need a username here. The reason for uploading the username is that because we need to provide a specific username to each user here. So they can be justified with the specific username here. So each user have their own specific username. So I'm writing here mail controller dot text dot replace all at the rate gmail.com and will replace this with a space. Let me explain you what really this command does. So when I'm writing a mail like shivam234 at the rate gmail.com, so this command will remove at the rate gmail.com and replace with a space we have provided here. So your username will become shivam234. Now we'll provide a picture of the user here. So basically I am uploading some random picture of the user here in the form of a link so that whenever we call the picture from the server then so it will easy for you us to use image.network function to call the image in our app. Though now we are giving a specific picture to a user, but after sign up into the app, user can change their picture and can add any picture they want. So as you can see, I have pasted some link here. Now let me press on this link and as you can see, a random user image has been shown here. And this image will show when the user sign up into the app, but they can change when they want. Now I will create a string ID. Basically I want to provide some random ID to the user because when we will track the user details in Firebase, then we just need this ID so that it will be easy for us to track the user detail in Firebase. But before that, we need to add a package name random string here. Basically, random string provide a random alphanumeric character to a string. So string ID is equals to random alphanumeric 10 and will paste same ID here. So I'll write ID and we'll call the same ID. Now we need to create a file name database.dart where we call all the function from that file and will upload the data to the Firebase Firestore. Let me show how we will do that. So, but before that, I am creating a new folder name service here and inside the service folder I will create a file name database.dart. I will write class name database methods. Basically in this project I will write all the function related to the Firebase in class name database methods here. The reason for doing that, if I will write all the function in the same page, then it will be easy for the user to change the function they want in their way. For now, if the user write all the function at the same place where they are calling a map, then it will become something messy for the user to change the function according to their way. I'm writing future add user detail and will create a map string dynamic, and in string we will pass a specific ID that we have wrote using a random alphanumeric function. Now Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection and will give a collection name users here. We will give a specific id to the doc here, so we'll write dot doc id and we'll use a set method to upload our map to Firebase Firestore. So it is done. Now let me call this function here. So I will write await database methods dot add user detail and will pass the user info map and that id here. So this function will help the user to upload the data to Firebase Firestore. Now, one more thing I want to tell you that we want to save the user data locally too. The reason for saving the user data locally is that we need user name, email, and his picture and ID again and again. Now, to get the all the data, we need to save some of the data locally, so we don't have to call the function again and again and get the data from the server. So to save the data, I am using a package name share preference here, which allow us to save the data locally in our Flutter app. So I'm creating a new file name shared pref.dart where we will write all the code related to the shared preference. Now let's move to the shared pref.dart file and we'll create a class name shared preference helper here, and inside that basically I am writing a string name user id key where we will save the specific id that we are giving to each user here, and we will create other string also name, email, username, user's picture. Now we need to save the user data locally. So we'll call a function name save user ID here. So we will write a function name save user ID here, and in string we will get the user ID shared preferences pref await shared preference await share preference dot get instance. Now using the pref key we will save the user data here. Now using the pref key will set a string. So first we are writing a string name here. So I am writing user id key and we will save the id to a user id key. So I am writing the string name get user id here. Now I will write the other function for all the other strings like name, email. So this was the method where we are saving the user detail. Now we want to also show the user detail. So we'll use a get user ID function to show the user detail in our app that we have stored locally in our app. So we'll write the same command shared preferences pref await share preferences dot get instance. Now we'll get the string from the user ID key. I forgot to mention the user display name. Let me add that string too. So it is done. Now let's move and we'll use a save method to save all the user data locally in our Flutter app. So I'm writing await shared preferences helper dot save user ID and we'll pass the ID here. We'll write same function for other strings too. In save user pic, we'll paste the same link of the image. So it is done. Now let's move to the terminal and run our app. So I am writing Flutter clean here. Now Flutter pub get to get all the packages in our app. Now Flutter run command. Now press enter. Wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, our app has launched successfully. Now I will call sign up page here. So let me write sign up in main.dart file and hot restart. So now I'll fill name, email, password and confirm password and will sign up into the app. So in name, I'm writing the username here. So I'm writing Shivam Gupta. Inside mail, I'm writing Shivam2345 @gmail.com. I'm writing password here and same password in confirm password. So it is done. Now click on the sign up button, wait for a few seconds. But before clicking on the sign up button, we need to push the user to the home page. So I am using navigator.push replacement here. Let me explain you why I don't hear navigator.push here. If I use navigator.push here, then if the user sign up into the app and goes to the home page, when they click on the back button, then the user can easily come to the sign up page again. But if you use a push replacement, then once the user sign up and goes to the home page, then there is no choice to come back to the sign up page. Now click on the sign up button, wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully and moved to the home page of the app. Now let's move to the Firebase and let me show you what all things are uploaded to the Cloud Firestore. So let me refresh the page. After refreshing the page, you can see the collection name users here and with a specific doc ID and email, ID, name, photo and username what we have entered in the sign up page. As you can see, the username is Shivam234. What I have told you there that the app will remove at the rate gmail.com from the email and will name it to Shivam234. Now let's move to the sign in.dart file and add the few lines of code so the user can sign in into the app. So we will use two string name, email and password here. The reason for using email and password, as I told you before, so whenever the user will enter the email using a text editing controller, then we'll get the text from the text field and will save the text into the these two strings. Now text editing controller user mail controller equal to new text editing controller. The reason for using text editing controller is that we can manage whatever the user write on this text field using a text editing controller. Basically, whenever the user type the email or password in this text field, then we can handle the text using this text controller. Now I will write a function name user login. So whenever the user click on the signing button, then the user login function will be called and the user can successfully sign in into the app and will move to the home page of the app. So let me write the few lines of code into this function. So it is done. Now I will write a global key here. Now we'll go to the column and wrap up the column widget with a form widget, and we'll give the key name form key. Now we'll write text form field and we'll give the controller user mail controller, and we'll write the same validator that we wrote on the sign up page. So if value is null or empty, will return that please enter your email. Now we'll copy the same thing and we'll paste in the password text field. So I'm writing text form field and we'll rename the controller to user password controller. Validator will be same, just will rename the text and write please enter password. So it is done. Now let's move to the signing button and we'll wrap up the signing button with a gesture detector and we'll call the user login function there. So in if condition, I will write form key dot current state dot validate what we have wrote on the sign up page. The reason for using is that we will check the each test field through a validator and will check that if it is null or empty. If we found that all the text fields are filled with a text, then we will move to the set state and will pass each text field text into the specific string. So I am writing email is equals to user mail controller dot text. Now in email string, what the user have wrote in the email text field, that will be assigned to the email string. So user mail controller will handle the case of that text field and dot text will get that text from the specific text field and assign to the email string here. And same for the password. So it is done. Now we'll call a user login function here. But before move to the sign up page and sign in into the app, I will write a few lines of code in the user login function. So inside the so after calling the sign in with email and password function inside the user login function, we want that the user details to be saved in the shared preferences, because as I told you before, we need the username email username again and again into the app. So if the user is login into the app, then we'll call the user details from the server and will save the each detail into the shared preference. For example, if I want to save the user name here, then I will first call the username from the server and will save the username into the share preference, then will sign in into the app. So this will be done through a dot where function where we will match a user email with the server what the user have entered in the email text field. I hope that you can understand what I am trying to say here. For beginners, it will be difficult for them to understand what I am trying to say here, but no problem. As you will write a code by your own into the studio code, then you will get what all things I have used here inside the user logging function, and I will try it to make it more easy for the beginners to understand in the basic level. So now let's move to the database.dat file and I will write a function name get user by email. So future query snapshot, get user by email, string, ID, Firebase firestore.instance.collection.users. Now, inside the collection users, we will match the user email here, what they have entered in the email text field. So I'm using .where function to find the user email in the server. So in string, I will pass the email here and will match with the email. We'll get that user detail using .get function. Now I'll write query snapshot, await database methods dot get user by email, and we'll pass the email here. So in string, I am writing a name, username, and picture ID. The reason for adding this string is because when I call the user name and pick from the server, then I need a specific location to store that string into a specific string. So for that I need to create a string here. So whenever we call the user detail from the server, then I will use this string to save that text in this string. So to call that function, I am using a name string here equals to query snapshot dot docs. One more thing I want to tell you that whenever you are writing the field inside the inverted comma, then it should be exact what you have entered on the Firebase Firestore. It should match what the field that is there. If there will be any difference between these two texts, then it will throw the error here. So make sure whenever you are writing a text in the inverted comma, then it should be exact what the field you have entered in the Firebase Firestore. I saw that many of the developers are making a small mistake in like capital and small letter and not using the exact field what they have entered on the Firebase Firestore, and they are wasting so much time to find that problem where they are not getting the detail from the server. So this was the small tips from my side, and these tips will only get you in this channel, so don't forget to subscribe this channel. Now I will save the each user detail using a shared preference helper dot save user display name, and will pass the name string here. Now I will save the each user detail here using a shared preference helper. Now many of the users might be thinking that why are, why we are saving the user details locally, as the details are already saved into the server. As we move more into the app, and when I will write the code for the home page and chat page, you will see that we will be calling too much detail from the shared preferences, and shared preferences will help us to get the user detail in more easy way rather than calling from the server each time. So in email section, I am writing the email here. Now I'll use the same password that I have used to sign up into the app. Now click on the signing button, wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have successfully signed in into the app and we have moved to the home page. So it is done. Now let me perform hot restart again and move to the sign in page. The reason for I'm moving to the sign in page again is that whenever the user will write an email and they have forgot the password, then they will click on the forget password text and move to the forget password screen where they can change the password from there. So now we'll create a new file name forgotpassword.dart here and we'll write the complete UI and the code for the forgot password screen. So I will create a stateful widget name forgot password as the forgot password will be same according to the signing page. At the top we will replace the sign in text with a password recovery and log in to your account with the enter your email and we'll use a single text field to enter the email of the password they had forgot. Then we'll use a button to get the password email into their email they have entered here. Instead of writing the UI for the forgot password again, I will copy the complete code from the signing page and paste on the forgot password.dart file and will rename the few text there. Sorry, but I am using some of the shortcuts to write up forgot password screen is that if I will code a complete code of forgot password then it will take a lot of time. So I will copy the code from the signing.dart file and will paste in the forgot password screen and will make the customization according to our choice. Being a developer, I always used to do a smart work rather than a hard work. We will paste the code here and let me remove some of the key from here and I am writing text editing controller because I want a single text field where the user will enter the email. So I will remove a password text field from here. We'll also remove the forgot password text. So let me call the forgot password screen in main.dart file and I will show you what all customization I have done. So as you can see a single text field email has been shown here. Now I'll rename the signing to the password recovery. We'll also rename the text login to your account to enter your email. We'll also make the container smaller in size. Now I'll rename the signing button to send email. Let me also explain you how the password recovery will work. Basically, for an example, if the user have forgot their email, then they will click on the forgot password text and move to the password recovery screen. Now inside the email text field, they will enter the email of the password they had forgot. After clicking on the send email button, they will get a link of the Firebase into their email they have entered here. Now, after clicking to that link, they will redirect to a screen where they can assign a new password to this email. So for that, I need to add the few lines of code here. So again we'll write a string, namely email here. Now we'll create a global key again so that we can text the validator in the text field. So we'll pass a key name, form key. Now I will write a function name reset password here, and this will be called when the user will click on the send email button. So let me add the few lines of code here. So it is done. Now let's move to the send email button and we'll write a few lines of code inside the gesture detector. So in if condition we'll write the same thing what we have wrote in the sign up and signing page, and we'll again use a set state method. Now inside the set state method we'll pass a text controller to a email string. Now we'll call a reset password function here. So it is done. Now let me perform hot restart function. So for an instance, if I had forgot this email password, so I will click on the forgot password text and move to the password recovery screen, and will write the same email here, and will click on the send email button and wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, password reset email has been sent. Now let me check my email here. So as you can see, I have got a link to reset my password. So let me click to that link and I will redirect to a page where I can assign a new password. So let me write a new password here and click on save button. Now, so as you can see, now I can sign in with my new password into the app. Now let's move to the home page of the app and I will add the search feature here. But before moving to the app, I want to explain you what really the advanced search feature I am talking about. So we will add the same advanced feature we usually found in the big apps like Amazon, Uber Eats, Flipkart, etc. So let me take you to the Amazon website and I will show you what really search feature we will add. So as you can see, it is a Amazon website. Now I will move to the search bar here at the top and I will search iPhone here. So as you can see here, I have just wrote IPH word inside the search bar. Now after just typing IPH, word inside the search bar, you can see that Amazon website are suggesting all the words that start with IPH. Basically, it search on the server all the words that are starts with IPH, and it shows all the result like iPhone 14, iPhone 13, 14 Pro, etc. Now I will write iPhone 14 here. Now it shows me all the word that start with iPhone 14. So as you can see, now it is suggesting me iPhone 14 Pro, iPhone 14 Pro Max, etc. Now I will go back and I will write iPhone 12 here. So again it is suggesting me the word that start with iPhone 12 here. So as you can see, if I type any letter inside the search bar, then the search bar activate automatically and it starts us to show all the keywords that start with a letter we type here. For an example, if I write just a word SNEA, then it shows me a words like sneakers for girls, sneakers training kit, and sneaker, sneaks, etc. Now I type a complete keyword sneaker here, so it shows me all the words that start with the sneaker. So you might be thinking what this search feature will really do in our app. So like whenever the user will search for the specific username in the app, like he will search for the guy whose name is Shivans, then he will just write SHI and the app will suggest him all the keywords that start with SHI. So might be that there will be a two user whose name will be Shivans and Shivam, whose both username word start with SHI, and this will be helpful for the user to search the user quickly and have the real-time chat with that specific user. So now let's execute this function in our app. Let me explain you how I will add this feature to the home page. So when the user will click on the search icon, then the chat up text will be replaced with the text field here, and then the user can search for the specific username and can have the real-time chat with that user. So I am writing a boolean here and naming the search to false. The reason for doing that, so when the user will click on the search icon, then we will make the search to true, and using a set state we will rerun the app again. So I am using a gesture detector and writing both the cases inside the onType function. So now once the search becomes true, then we'll write a function. If search is true, then we will show a text field. If search is false, then we will show chat up text here. Now we will wrap up the text field with the expanded widget because I want that text field to cover the complete width of the screen. Now decoration, input decoration, border, input border dot none. Now I will write a hint text here. Now inside a hint text I will write search user. We will give some styling to the hint text. So I am using a hint style here. So it is done. Now I'll perform a hot reload function. But before that, I am also giving a style widget is because I want that whenever the user will write on the text field, then they can see the word clearly. So I'm writing colors, colors.black. font size 18.0, font weight W500. Now we will also change the height whenever the search is true. The reason for doing that is because whenever we will click on the search icon, then the text field will appear here. Basically, text field covers some of the space from top and bottom. Now, if we will don't use a updated height here, then it will throw overflow error here. So I am using updated height here whenever the search is true. Now let's perform the hot restart function, and now I will click on the search icon. So as you can see, the text field has been appeared here from where the user can search the specific username and can have the real-time chat with him. Now I will create a list name query result set, and I will make one more list name temp search store here. The reason for making this two list is because I want that whenever the user will search for the specific username, so when the user will search for the specific username, for example, if there are two username like Shivans and Shivam, so if I will write SHI here, then the result will show that there are two username present whose username starts with SHI. Basically, a two username would be Shivans and Shivam. So these two username will get stored on this list and will provide the list later, and the app will allow us to click on one of the user and move to the chat page. Hope it's clear the point why I am using a to list here. Initiate search function where I will use this to list here. You will get the clear cut clarity of why I have used a to list here. So in initiate search, I have wrote a value here. Basically in value, we will pass the username here. So in if condition, I'm writing value dot length equals to 0, and then using a set state method, I will make this to list null. Now I'm using a set state again. The reason for using a set state again is that I am making the search to true. So whenever the user will start to type on this text field, then this all the chats will be replaced with the username that we are searching on the text field. So basically capitalized value will get the first character of the user and will make that first character of the user to in capital letter. Many users might be thinking why we are taking a first character from a username we are typing on the text field. So let me explain you how this search function will work. So for an example, if there are two username like Shivam, and first username is Shivam and second username is Harsh. So for the first username, his key will be a first character named S, and for the second character, his key will be H. So, like whenever we will type the first username like S, then the app will show all the username whose key matches with the first character name S, and that username will be shown in the app. But we haven't uploaded the key here, so let me move to the sign up page and upload the value of the key to Firebase Firestore. So I am writing string user here and will write mail controller dot text replace all. Basically I am getting the username of the specific user in the user string. In update username, as you can see, we are updating the username first character to the uppercase. So we'll pass the update username and upload this username to Firebase Firestore, where the first character of the username should be capital. Now we are writing as one more string name first letter. So we will try to get the first letter of our username in the uppercase. That will be a search key for us to get the username in the app. I know that it might be very confusing for the beginners to understand the each line of code here, but if you are having any questions or any problem, you can comment it out on this video and I will try to read all the comments and I will try my best to explain you in more easy way. As this my YouTube channel name Shivam Gupta, main purpose is that for the beginners to understand the code and they can move to the advanced level step by step. Each time my best is to provide the code in most easy way for the users to understand what I am typing here, and I'm trying my best to explain in most easiest way so that it will be easy for all the users to understand what really we are developing here. So now let's move to the database.dart file and I will write a function name search here. So future query snapshot search string username Firebase firestore.instance dot collection users dot where. So let me explain you what string username does here. So like when the user will type a username on the text field, then the app will take the first character of that string that we have typed on the text field and pass to the string username here. So for an example, as you can see here, our first username is Shivam123. So in username, it will pass the first character name as share and will check all the users whose search key matches with the first character. So if it matches, then it will return all the username in the app. So it is done now. Now let's move to the home.dart file and we will call the function here. So I'm writing database methods dot search and we'll pass the value here. After passing the value, we will take all the users username whose value start with the, for an example, s here. So as you can see, we will add the all the user name in the list we have provided here. Now in the text field, I will write on change property here. Basically, on change property is something like whenever the user will write any of the character and starts writing in this text field, then onChange function will call here and will pass the value to initiate search function here. So now we want that whenever the user will start typing on the text field, then the onChange property will get activate and it will move the text to initiate search function, which will make the search to true. And if the search will be true, then all the last text that are on the home page will replace with the username we are looking here. So now let me add the column here and we will try to put all the chats that we see on the home page in the column widget. The reason is because now if we will use a search case here, like if search is true, then we will pass a list view of all the username that we have stored on the list that we have wrote above. Now I am providing some padding here. Now I am writing a children here and will on children will pass the temp search store where all the list of the username are stored. So with the map method we will call the each element here and will perform a we will show a list here, so we'll change that to a toList function. Now we will return the each user detail to a widget name build result card, where we will show the user pick his name and his username, so it will be easy for the user who is searching a specific username can find the right person here and can have the real time chat with him. So now let's move and create the widget here. Name build result card. So now I'm writing container here and giving some margin here. Now after giving the margin, I am using a child material and will highlight the each user detail here. So I am using a material widget here and giving some border radius. Now we will write a container again and will provide a padding to the container. We'll provide some decoration to the container here. So I'm writing colors.white. We'll provide a border radius. So border radius dot circular 10. Now child, row, children. Now inside the row, I will write a column widget and we will give a user display name here, and after that we will provide a username. So as you can see, I have provided some style to the username here. So let me rename the username and we will pass a specific user display name as you can see on the Firebase. So I'm writing name here and on below of that I will write a username. So let me provide some style to this text widget where we are passing the username. I have made a small mistake. Basically, I want to provide the username in the uppercase. So let me move to the sign up page and we will write update username dot to uppercase. So it is done now. So perform the hot restart function and let me write the username here inside the text field. So as you can see, I have wrote the username SHI. So it will go to the Firebase Firestore and it will search all the username whose value starts with a word SHI and it display here. Now I will go back and as you can see basically it will update me in a few seconds. So as you can see now I have wrote sh, so it takes a few seconds to update the app and it will show all the username whose username starts with sh. So there are three username whose username start with sh. Now I write SHI, now to username. So now if I write Shivam, a complete username, so as you can see, it may show the username who start with a word Shivam here. So I had taught you a advanced technique of the search feature. There are the many videos on the YouTube where they teach you search feature. I have saw some of them, but in that search feature you have to write a complete username like Shivam123. Now if you click on the search button then it will show that specific username. Now this search feature which I taught you today is a advanced search feature which you found in many of the apps, e-commerce app, ticket booking app, travel app, etc. Though I have thought that this is a advanced search feature which I need to tell to my subscriber who are developing the apps and they will use the advanced feature in their app to make it more easy for the users to use the app. So if you like my idea, do not forget to subscribe my channel because this is just the starting. I am going to bring such more videos in the future. So now I will also add the user pick here. So it will be easy for the user who are searching the specific username can find the users quickly. I am using image.network because I am getting the user pick from the Firebase Firestore. So on data, I will write a photo here and will wrap up the image with a clip react widget and will provide some border radius, will provide some height and width to the image and will fit them with the fit box fit.cover. So if you are following this series from the starting, then many users will get why I have used clip react fitboxfit.cover here. Now we will also highlight the username in the different way. So I am changing the style of the username here. So it is done now. Let me perform the hot restart again and I will show you it again. So I am writing sh here. Now it is showing me all the users whose username start with sh. Now I will write a complete username. Now Shivam. So like if the user now don't want to search the username and he clears all the text from the text field, then as you can see he can't move back to the home page where he can see all the chats. So now I will replace the search icon with a close icon here. So the user will get the hint that when we will click on the close icon, then we can move back to the home page of the app. So I'm writing if search is true, then we will show a close icon here and will wrap up the close icon with a gesture detector and will make the search to false and will provide a set state. Now let me perform hot restart. So when I click on the search icon, now I will write a username here. Now if I want to go back to the home screen, then I will click on the close icon and move to the home page. So it is done now. So as you can see here, I have wrote sh string inside the text field where I am looking for the username whose username start with sh. Now after writing the sh string, you can see the app display us the three username here. I want that when I click to Shivans, the first user that shows here, then I can have the real time chat with the Shivans here. So for that, I need to move to the chat page after clicking the Shivans username here. So what I have thought to how to execute that, let me explain you. So, for an example, if my username is Ayush and if I click to a Shivan's username, then the app will create a chat room whose username will be Ayush and Shivan's in the Firebase Firestore. Now, if I click to Shyam, the second user, then the app will create a second chat room where where the chat room name will be Ayush and Shyam. So like this, app will create a separate chat rooms for each user we want to have the real time chat with him. The reason for doing that is because now if I'm chatting with Shivans, then the message should only goes to the Shivans, not any of the user that we are not having the chat. So creating a separate chat room for each user allows us to message them privately and have the real time chat with him. So when I goes to the home page of the app, you can see all the previous users chat there. So each user chat will have a separate chat rooms. Hope that I have clear your doubt of how we will execute the real time chat for the each users separately and privately so that they can have a real time chat with the each user. So let me execute what I have explained you here. So now we will move to the container and wrap up the widget with a gesture detector Now I will do a search equals to false and will provide a set state. The reason for using a search equals to false is that whenever I press any of the user, for an example Shivansh here, then I will move to the chat page where I can have a chat with Shivansh. Now, if I want to go back to the home page, now if I press on the back arrow key at the top, then I can successfully move to the home page rather than moving to the search page here. So, as I explained you that there will be a separate chat room for each users, then I will create now a chat room ID for each users now with their username. So I will create now chat room ID by username function to create a unique chat room name for each user here. In string A and B, I will pass two username who want to have a chat and wants to move to the chat page and can start a chat with the specific user. You might be thinking that what all things I have wrote inside a get chatroom ID by username function. But do not need to worry. What all things I have wrote here, I will show you complete things that will upload to the Firebase Firestore with an example. So that will give a clear cut idea of what all things I have wrote here. In short terms, I can explain you that basically get chatroom ID by username functions create a unique chat rooms for each specific user we want to have a chat. There is also one reason that why we are creating a unique chat room ID for each chat rooms here, because now if I am talking with Shivans and goes back to the home page and I move to the another user named Shyam here, then I am chatting with this both users at the time. Now, if I don't create a unique chat room for each user, then this might be a case that whenever you click on the Shivans, then you will move to the Shyam chat page. But if you create a unique chat room ID for each chat rooms, then app will get a hint that whenever you click on the Shivans chat, then it will search for the specific user chatroom ID and will send to a specific username whose name is Shivans. So as I said you that I will pass two username. One username will be of mine and second will be of the username that we want to have a chat. Now to get my username, here comes a role of the shared preference. This is why I have stored the username locally in the shared preference. So now I will show you how to call the username, name, pic, etc. from the shared preference here. So now I'll create a string name, my profile pic, my username, and my email. Now I will create a function name get the shared pref. Now I will write a string my name, and will get the my display name here. So we'll write await shared preference helper. We use .save method to save the name to the shared preference. But we have created one more function named .get. So we will use a .get function to get the display name here, and we'll save the display name to a string name my name. Now we'll do a same case for my profile pic, username and email. Now I will use a setState method inside the getSharedPreference. Now I will create a onTheLoad function here. The reason is doing that is because I want that whenever we come to the home page of the app, then the app first call the getSharedPreference method and give me all the my detail to the specific string here. This can be done by using a function name initState here. Basically, initState is something that will be called as soon as you open home page here. So this is a first function which will be called first, then the whole process will be executed on the app. So as I told, I will get the share preference here. So I am writing on the load method inside the init state here. Now I will pass my username here, and the username we want to have a chat. So I am using a Shivan's, for an example, Shivan's username here. So I will get the username from the Firebase Firestore. Now I will create a map here, and map name will be chatroom info map. The reason for creating the map here, because in the specific chat room I want the two users to have the chat whose username will be matched here. So one user will be me myself, so I'm providing my username here, and a other username we want to have a chat. Now let's move to the database.dart file, and we'll create a function named create chat room, which will help us to create a specific chat room with the unique chat room ID. So as you can see, in string we will pass a unique chat room ID, and inside the map we will pass the two usernames that will go into the chat room and can have the private and real-time chat. I am using a snapshot here because I want to check if the chat room has created or not. For an example, if I am if I want to have a chat for the first time with the user, then I will create a chat room in the Firebase file store. But if I second time comes to the app again and I want to have the chat with that same user, then I again go to the text field and search for the that username again. And if I click it again to his username, I don't want to create another chat room for the same username we have the chat at the past. We want to move to the same chat room. If I will create a separate chat room again and again whenever the user is searching for the same username, then might be the case, then the last chat we have with the specific user will be removed from there, and that will give a very bad experience for the users having a conversation in the chat app. So this case you have found in many of the apps like Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, etc. So we are using a same procedure of what this app does. So with the if method, if it will check if the data is exist. If the data is exist means if the chat room is exist, then we'll return true and we will not create a chat room here. Now in else case, if the chat room is not there, then I will create a collection name chat rooms here, and inside the collection we will give a chat room id and upload the username, and we'll create a separate chat room for each user here. Now we'll call a database method and we'll create a chat room here. I hope that I am giving my best to explain you each line why I am writing here, because I am looking for the beginners who are first time developing the app and can have the complete knowledge of why I am writing the code here. If you simply copy and paste the code from the GitHub or any of the source where I upload the source code, then beginners might face the problem in futures and they will not get why these functions are called here. So if you are liking my video and way of the explanation, you can support me by subscribing my channel to get more videos we have in a store. Now, after creating the chat room, we want that user to move to the chat page and can start a real-time chat with that user. But before that, I will move to the chat page and I will pass a name of that user, profile pic, and his username here. The reason for doing that is because we can get the hint of to whom we are having a chat on the chat page here. Now let's move the home.dart page again, and we will go to the same gesture director and will move to the user to a chat page. So I will use a navigator dot push here and material page root, and we'll call a chat page here. And in name we will pass that user name here. So I'm writing name. Let me check on the Firebase. Okay, it is capital N, so I'm replacing it with capital N. Now profile URL and same for the username. So it is done. Now let me perform hot restart now and will search the user again. So I'm writing sh here. Now I will press on the Sivan's username here. Now as you can see, we have successfully moved to the chat page here. Now let me check to the Firebase Firestore whether he had created a chat room with a specific chat room ID there. Now refresh the page. So as you can see, the collection name chat rooms has appeared. Now after clicking to the chat room, you can see that there is a specific ID which I am talking about. Basically, this is a Shivan's username and my username is also seen here. And here are the two users username who can have a chat on this specific chat room. So now let's move to the home page of the app. Now I will search a Shivan's username using a search text field here. So I will write Shivan's here. Now I will click on the Shivan's username and will move to the chat room where me and Shivan's can have the real-time chat. Now I will move to the text field at the bottom where I can send the chat or message directly to the Shivans. So I am writing a text inside the text field and I want that when I click on the send button, then this text I have wrote inside the text field should move to the Shivans and this message will be seen inside the chat room. So to handle the text inside the text field, I will need a text editing controller here. So I will move to the chat page .dart file here and will write text editing controller message controller equals to new text editing controller. So now let's move to the text field and I will write controller message controller. So now I will write a function name add message here that will be called whenever I click on the send icon here. Inside the add message, I have mentioned bool send clicked. Now, if the user click on this send icon here, then we'll make the send clicked to true and we can use a function inside the add message according to that. So I am writing if message controller dot text is not equals to null, then we will store a text inside the text field in the message string using message controller dot text. Now after storing the message, I will make message controller dot text equals to space. The reason for doing that is because I want that whenever the user sends the first text here, for an example hello, if we write hello and he clicks on the send icon here, then message controller.text will be null and it will allow the user to send the second message to the user he has having a chat. Now I will use a map string dynamic message info map. Now inside the map I will write a message and will pass a text where we have stored our text that user have wrote on this text field. So writing a message string here. Now I will write send by and in send by I will pass my username here. So again I will use a shared preference method to get my username what we have done on the home.dart file. So I am writing a string here my username and will try to get all the details about me in those strings through a shared preference method. So now I will use a get the shared PRA function to get my username here and we will write my username equals to await and will use a shared preference helper class and will get the username by get username function here. Now I will get my all details one by one using a get user function here. So we will do same for the pic, display name and the email. And we will use a set state here so that whenever we call a get shared preference method and we can store all the details on each string here and using a set state method we can rerun the app again. Now we will again use a on the load function that we have used same on the home.dart page and we'll call a shared preference method here and we'll use a set state method again. So inside init state, I will on the load function. The reason for writing the on the load function inside the init state is because as I want that the get the shared preference method will be called as soon as the user will move to the chat page. So init state is that type of function which calls first and then the whole function starts after the init state function has called. Now in send by, I will write my username here. I'm writing TS here. Basically, TS stands for timestamp here. As you can see on the home page, you can see all the previous chat of the users with a last chat they have received on the chat room with the time. So to store the time, I need a timestamp here. So I'm writing a timestamp using a date time now function. Basically, date time function help us to get the exact time when the user have sent the message to the specific user inside the chat room. So I will write date time now and date time dot now function to get the current time. Now I want that to show the time in hour and minute format. So I need to write a string name formatted date here and will pass a date in the way we want. So I'm writing date format here and will pass a formatted date how we want in our formatted date string. But to get a formatted date here, I need to move to the perf file and copy the intl package from there and paste it inside the perspec file. Basically, intl is that type of package which help us to format a date according to our choice. Like it help us to write the date in terms of year, minutes, seconds, milliseconds, etc. So now inside the date format, I want in hour and minute form. So inside the inverted commas, I will write hour colon and in minute format. This will help us to get the format in hour and minute form. So now I'll copy that string inside the TS. Now I am writing the time again. Basically, this time will help us to arrange the text according to our choice. For example, as you have seen on the server that whenever we are sending a text here inside the chat room, then all the text are mixing together. But we don't want them in the random order. Now we want that the new text should be appear first, then the text we have texted before. So we will do that by using a server timestamp here so that we can manage the server time according to our choice. Don't need to worry if you are getting confused why I am using a time here. As we move on with the app, you will get why I have wrote time here inside the map. In short, I can tell you that writing time is very important inside the map function to display our message in some sequence so that user can know what chat they have received rather than getting the all the chats in the random form. Now inside the image URL I will pass my profile pic here. So let me explain you how this map will work. Basically inside the chat room, as you can see, there is a chat room ID. When we will send this map, then it will create one collection named chats here, and inside the chats collection all the message will be stored. So I am writing if here. Now inside the if function I need to call a message ID here because I want to provide a specific message ID to the each message user is sending to the other user. So inside if I'm writing if message ID is equals to null or space, then I will pass a message ID with a random alphanumeric character here. And basically inside the collection chats first message ID will be appear, and inside that message ID there will be a message we will send to the other user. Now I will create a database.dart function here so that I can send the message to the Firebase Firestore. So let's move to the database.dart file, and I will create a function name add message here that will be called whenever we send the message to the user inside the chat room. So in string, I will pass a specific chat room ID that I have showed you in Firebase Firestore. Now I will also pass a specific message ID and will write a map string dynamic. Inside the string dynamic, I will pass a message info map. Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection. Now inside the collection, I will write a chat rooms here. Basically, this is what I'm talking about. Now in doc, we'll pass a chat room ID. This chat room ID dot will make one more collection here named chats. Inside the chat, I will pass a specific message ID. So I'm writing doc message ID, and we'll use a set method to set the message inside the chats collection here. Now let's move to the chat page again. So now database methods dot add message, and inside the chat room ID I will pass a chat room ID here. So the chat room ID will be same what we have wrote on the home.dart file, but before that I am writing a string name chatroom ID here, and we will move to the home.dart page and will copy the same get chatroom ID by username function from here and paste it inside the chat page, which will help us to get the chatroom ID. So now inside the chatroom ID string, I will store my chatroom ID widget.username. Basically, widget.username is the username we are having a chat, and here I will pass my username. So I will write chatroom ID. Now message ID, and same for the message info map. Basically, we have stored message ID string inside the null string. So we will remove the space here and will write if message ID is equals to null, then we will pass a random alphanumeric 10. So after passing the add message function, I want to update the last message sent by the user. So I will use a dot then method here so that it will be called once the add message function is done. So I will write again a map string dynamic and will write a last message info map. So let me explain you why I have wrote last message info map here. The reason for writing is because as you saw on the home page of the app, there is a username, and just below that there is the last message which has been sent by the user or received by the user. So to show the last message there on the home page, we need to keep updating the last message that has been sent inside this chat room. So to do that, I will pass last message inside the chat rooms. So inside the last message, I will copy the same message string here and will write a last message sent timestamp where we will pass a time when was the last message has been sent. So now as we need to upload the last message inside the chat room, so I will write a function name update last message sent. Inside that string I will pass a specific chat room ID and will pass a map string dynamic last message info map. Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection chat rooms dot doc will pass a specific chat room ID and will use a dot update method here. The reason for using dot update method is because I want that whenever the user send the message or receive the message inside the specific chat room, then the last message keep on updating whenever both the users send the message to the specific chat room. That will help us to get the last message sent by any of the two users inside the specific chat room. So, if you want to know more about dot update, dot delete, dot set, this type of function, then you can find the one of our video link in the description box. Basically, I have made that video on Firebase CRUD that will tell you in more detail of how to create, read and update and delete the data inside the Firebase file store. So you can have the look on that video too, so that you can get the clear cut clarity of what all things and functions we are writing inside the database .dart file. You will find that link in the description box. So it is done. Now let's move to the chat page again and we will call this function. So I'm writing database methods update the last message that has been sent by the user. So database method dot update last message sent and will pass a specific chat room ID. So I will write a if function here and will call a send clicked what I have told. So if send clicked is true, then we'll make a message ID to space. This is because I am doing that. I want that unique message ID whenever the user is sending the message to the specific user inside this chat room, because this will help us to manage the each message inside this chat room. Now we'll wrap up the container with a gesture detector. So now I will perform the hot restart again and will write a username and will move to the chat page. So inside this chat room, I am writing a first text here, hello, what are you doing? And will send this text. For now, you can't see the text inside the chat page, but because we have didn't call the function to get the chat message inside the chat page, but message has been sent to the Firebase Firestore. So let's move to the Firebase Firestore. So after refreshing the page, as you can see, here is the last message what I am talking about. So in last message sent by, you can see my username and the time when I have sent the last message, and you can see the chats collection here, and this is a unique message ID I am talking about. Inside this message ID there is a specific chat we have sent to the other user. So I made a small mistake here. As I told you, message ID has been stored inside the string where it is null. So if send is clicked, then will pass message ID null, then the space here, because again the app will check if the message ID is null, then he will provide a random message ID here. Will perform hot reload. Now I'm writing again. How are you doing, brother? Now we'll click on the send icon, and as you can see, last message has been updated here with how are you doing, brother? And you can see that the we have added the message ID inside the chats collection, and you can see the message here. So we'll again send a second message, such a good day to have, and the same thing happens in the Firebase Firestore.
So we are sending the message inside the chat room successfully. So our step 1 is done. Now we will call each message inside the chat room and we will display that inside the chat page here. So to get the message, I will create a widget named chat message, and inside the chat message I will return stream builder. Let me explain you why I have used a stream builder here. Basically, stream builder is something which help us to get the data from Firebase Firestore. Is something like whenever we make any changes to the Firebase Firestore, like we will add a message here inside the chat page, but we want a quick update of that message has been sent and inside sent to the Firebase Firestore, and that message will be shown in the app in few seconds. So to show the message in the few seconds from Firebase Firestore, we will use a stream builder here. It shows us a quick update in few seconds whenever we make any changes or add any new things in Firebase Firestore. So as a developer, I will recommend you to always use a stream builder whenever you want to show any collections or field from Firebase Firestore. So we'll pass a stream here and let me create a stream. So I will create a stream name message stream here and will pass a stream to the stream builder and will return using snapshot dot has data. So we'll first check that if the data is available on this specific collection we have passed in this stream. If there is our data, then we'll use a list view builder to show all the chats from the Firebase Firestore. So I will keep some padding here. Now I will write item count. This will help us to count all the docs or document that we have passed inside the chats collection. Now I'm doing reverse to true. The reason for doing reverse is true is because if I do reverse to true, then it will show us the message from the bottom. So like whenever I type any text inside the text field and will click on the send icon, then the last message will be shown first, then the previous message at the top. Now if I don't do it to true, then the message we have sent first will go to the top and the last message will show at the bottom, which will not give a right way to handle the chat app when the user is texting the other user inside the specific chat room. These are the common function you can see in the most of the apps like WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, etc. So we are trying to get all these features what this big app does inside their app for the better experience for the user who is chatting in our app. So for this idea, you can hit the like button. So this will help us to get more support to us to create a more functions like that. Now document snapshot ds snapshot.data.docs. Basically this function will help us to get a data from the specific document here. Now I will create a widget name chat message tile here and will write string message and bool sent by me. In string message, we will pass the message that the user write on this text field, and by bool sent by me function, we will check that if the message has been sent by me or not. Basically, chat message style is all the chat message that you can see currently on this chat page. So we'll return with a row main axis alignment, and we will check the if the message has been sent by me or not. If the message is sent by me, then we will move to the row at the end, I mean at the right side of the screen. And if it is not, then we'll move to the left side of the screen. So this will help the user to get to know what message has been sent by him and what message he has get from the other user he has having a chat. And I will pass a container and will wrap up the container with a flexible widget here. Basically, flexible widget is something that makes our container flexible. Basically, when there is text inside the specific container, as you can see on the chat page, might be that the some text would be of just 2 word or 5 word or 6 word. So it will make the our container flexible and will provide the width of the container according to his choice. Basically, flexible is something which makes your app very responsive and give a better experience to the user. So I am providing a margin from horizontal and vertical. Will provide decoration, box decoration, border radius, dot only, top left, and will provide a radius to the container, and bottom right. And here I am using a sent by me here is because, as you can see, if the message is sent by me, I mean the message who are in the right position, there we don't need any circular container from the bottom right position. But if the message is sent by the other user, then we need the circular from the bottom right position. So I am writing a send by me and will provide a radius 0. That means that we don't need any circular radius when the message has been sent by me. In both the cases, top right is circular, so I am providing it to 24. Now, bottom left. So, if the message is sent by me, then we'll make it to circular, and if not, then we will not make the radius to circular and will provide the value 0. Now I will provide the color to this container. So as you can see, if the message is sent by me, then there is a different color, and if the message is sent by the other user, then it is a different color. So I will use a send by me function inside the color here and will pass the two color using a send by me boolean character. Now I will provide a text inside the container so that we can show all our text. So I will copy the same text that we have wrote in the UI and will paste it here. I will remove this message and will write a message string here so that I can get all the message from the Firebase. So we'll pass the message here that we have wrote inside the chat collection, and if my username matches with the sent by me that we have wrote inside the Firebase, then it will true, and if not, then it will pass false. And if the snapshot doesn't has the data, then we'll show a circular progress indicator in the center. Now it is done. Let me call the function inside the scaffold widget we have wrote. But before that, I will call a get and set message function here is because I have to pass a database method function inside our message stream here so that he can get the data from Firebase Firestore. So let's move the database.dart file and we'll create a function name get chatroom message. So I am writing future stream query snapshot to get the all the chat and will pass a chatroom ID inside the get chatroom messages. So Firebase firestore.instance dot collection chat rooms and will pass a specific chat room ID inside the doc file. Now we'll pass a collection name chats here so that we can get all the chat, and we will use dot order by method. So now here comes why I have used a time inside the map. Basically, time is something that will help us to get the message in the sequence manner rather than in the random order. I don't want to show all the message in the random order in our chat page. I want each message to show in the sequence form according to the time when they have sent to the server. Hope that it's clear your point why I have used a time here, and will make a descending to true because I want to show the message which has been sent first rather than the message which has been sent late. So now let's move to the chat page again and we'll pass that get room message function inside our message stream. So database method dot get chatroom message and we'll pass a chatroom ID here and we'll write a set state inside this function, and we want to call this function after the shared preference inside the init state. So I'm writing this function in the on the load method. So it is done. Now let's move to the scaffold widget and let me call the chat messages here. But before that, I need to change some of the things in the UI so that I can show all the chat message inside the scaffold widget. So I will remove all the chats from the chat page that we have wrote just for the UI, because now our Firebase Firestore is ready. So I will get the message directly from the Firebase. So now I will replace a column widget with a stack widget, because first I want to show a chat message, then I want to show the top app bar and bottom text field. So now inside the stack, I will pass a chat message here. Now I'll wrap up the icon with a gesture detector. So when the user will click on the back arrow, then we will move the user to the home page using a push replacement method here. And we'll remove the text from here and we'll provide a widget.name, because we want to pass the name of that user we are having a chat. So now I'll wrap up the text field with a container here. The reason for wrapping up the container is because when I'm using a stack here, so if I don't move the container in the bottom, then the text field will be shows in the center. So using a container, I will tell the text field to move at the bottom center. Now, as we are using expanded widget here, so the text field will cover the complete width and height of the screen. So we don't want that, so I will remove the expanded widget. These all things I have wrote just for the UI, so that to get the hint to all the users how we are going to display the text field. So inside the text field, I will write a suffix icon here. Basically, suffix icon is something which shows the icon inside the text field on the right side of the text field. Icons dot send rounded here. Will provide some margin to the text field. So margin h inset dot left 20.0, right 20.0, and from the bottom we will wrap up the chat message with a container here, and we will provide some width and height and color to the chat message as I have shown you in the UI. All things will be like that. I'm not doing any changes in the UI, just I am replacing all the functions that we are getting from the Firebase Firestore. So it is done. Now let's perform hot restart, and we'll click to the, we'll search the username here, Shivansh here, and we'll click to the his username. As you can see, we have moved to the chat room here, and inside the chat room you can see all the text that we have stored in Firebase Firestore. The app calls all the messages from the Firebase Firestore and shows us inside the app. We will remove the margin here and will provide the margin at the top. So let me perform hot restart again and we'll move to the Shivan's chat as it looks now better. Now we'll provide more margin from the bottom and I will write a text, hey guys, what's up, and will click to the send icon. Sorry, I'd forgot to wrap up the gesture detector with the icon widget here. So I'm wrapping up the gesture detector with the icons widget here. I will pass a add message function and will write true. We'll perform hot reload again, and when I click to the send icon here, as you can see the message has been appeared. So now let's move to the Firebase Firestore and check that message has been come on the chat section or not. So as you can see the last message has been updated successfully. So it is done. The message has been successfully sent to the other user and we can see all the message inside our chat page. So our chat page work is done. Now let's move to the homepage.dart file again and we want to show all the last chat or previous chat inside our home page. So now let's call all the chat rooms where from the Firebase Firestore where I have the chat with the specific user. So I will create a widget name chat room list here to get all the chat rooms inside our home page. So I will again use a stream builder here and we'll use a snapshot to get all the data from Firebase Firestore and will check the data if the data is present in Firebase or not. So I'll create a stream here and will write a chat rooms stream and we'll pass this stream in our stream builder. So we'll again check the if snapshot.has data, but let me write a stream chat room stream. We'll pass a list view and we'll get the each document detail here. So document ds snapshot.data.docs so that we can get the data from each doc here and we can store the length in our document ds file. Basically we will provide padding to 0 because we don't need any space from the top and we'll use item count to get all the document length here. So in return I need to pass chat room list user tile here. Basically each user detail. So I will create a stateful widget name chat room list tile here and we'll get a user data and we'll show that in the home page. So I'm writing a string name profile pic URL name. As you can see on the home page, there is a user pic with the user display name. At the down, there is a last message that has been sent to this chat room and with a time at the right. So we'll try to get all the details by passing the specific chat room ID here. So we'll use a get this user info function here. So inside the get this user info function, I will try to get the username using a chatroom ID. So to get the chatroom ID inside the chatroom list tile, I will create a string here. So I'm getting the string from the chat room we have wrote above. So I will write a chatroom list style and will try to get last message, chatroom ID, my username and the time. Basically time is something when the user have the last chat and the time we want to show on the home page. So now I will get the username from the chatroom ID here. Basically, this is a what chatroom ID I'm talking about and will get the specific username from this chatroom. For example, it will remove the space and hyphen and will replace the my username with the space and will provide the username like Shivans 456. So it is providing the username whose username we don't know from the other side. And with this username, we will go to the users collection and we'll get the all details from the users collection. Let me show how I will do that. So now let's move to the database.dart file and I'm creating the file name get this user info from the users collection that I have shown you in Firebase. So I am creating a future query snapshot get user by username. So we'll get the user detail from the username and we'll write Firebase firestore dot instance dot collection users will remove the ID and will pass a username. So in string, I'm passing the username here. And by dot where method, we will check that if the user is present on the user's collection or not. So if the username matches with the any of the user data inside the user's collection, then we'll get all the details using a dot get method here. So now I will save the use each user detail inside the string we have wrote. So for that, I have to write a query snapshot equals to await, and we'll pass a database method here to get all the data of the specific user. Now we'll store each detail of the user in the string: name, his photo, his username, and his document ID using a query snapshot method. So it is done. Now inside the init state, I will pass the get this user info to get all the details first, then move to the container. So now I will copy the same photo, same row that we have made for the UI, and will paste it inside the chatroom list tile so that we can get all the user details, and we can show that in the form of the list view. Now if profile pic is null, I'm writing this function because, for an instance, if we didn't get the profile pic of the user from the users collection, then it may take some time to load. So we will show that a progress indicator suggesting that the user pic has been loading, and we'll show that using the image.network here, and we'll pass a username inside the text. We'll show the last message and the time when they have sent the last message. Let's move to the chat room message again, and we'll call a chat room list tile from there, and we'll show all the chat rooms where the user have the chat with the specific user. So chat room list tile will pass a chat room ID here, and the last message we will get from the Firebase, and will pass my username, and in time we will pass the last message when the user have sent on this chat room, and will pass a ds.id to get the specific id of that chat room. So now I need to get the details of all the chat rooms from the Firebase, so I will store that inside the chat room stream we have made. But before that, I need to create a function inside the database.dart file. So let's move to the database.dart, and we'll create a function name get chat rooms, and we'll create a future stream query snapshot. We'll create a string my username and will try to get the my username from the shared preference helper. So Firebase firestore.instance.collection chat rooms and will order all the chat room in the server time. So I'm using a time descending to true. Basically, I am using a time again here and descending to true because I want to show the user I have the chat last should be present at the top in the home page, and the user I have chat second that should be in the second position of the home page. So basically, as you can see on the screen, Shivam Gupta is the first user that we have the last chat first, then the Ayush Sharma is the second user, we have the last chat at the second. This function you see on the bigger apps like WhatsApp Messenger, what I'm talking about. We are trying to add all the feature that this app does to make our app more functional and easy for the user to use. So if you like my idea, do like and subscribe my channel for more videos we have in the store. So by array content, this means in the users array, we will check my username is present or not. If the username is present, then we'll pass that specific chat room here. And if the username is not present in that specific chat room, then we'll don't show that chat room inside our home page. So inside the chat room stream, I will pass a database methods again, get chat rooms. So it is done. Now I'll remove the column from here that we have made just for the UI and will try to call the real data from the Firebase. So I will write chat room list here to get all the chat rooms where I have the chat. So after hot restart, as you can see, our home page is keep on loading. We can see a circular progress indicator here. So we'll rerun the app again using Flutter run command. Rerunning the app, you will find a link inside the terminal as you can see here. So just click to the link. This link will direct you to the Firebase and there he will tell you to create some composite index for our app. Basically, composite index will help us to manage the users array time together. It is very necessary to run our home page because we are managing the arrays and time at the same time from the home page. So if you are using a composite index here, then we need to add this index here. So in status, as you can see, it is building. So wait for a few seconds until it gets enabled. So it is enabled as you can see here. Now let's move to the code again, as I have done some mistake here. So I will remove the mistakes that I have done. So let's move to the signup.dart page again, and we need to save the username in uppercase in shared preference. So just use dot to uppercase function inside the share preference. And so now move to the main.dart page, and we'll call a sign up here, and we'll create a new ID again. So I'm writing a flutter run command to rerun our app, and we'll make a new ID here so that our shared preference will be saved with the uppercase username. So as you can see, our app has launched successfully. Now in sign up page, I will create a new ID here. So in name, I will write Abhay Sharma here, and will give the email, password, and confirm password. We'll click on the sign up button, wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully. Now I will search the username here. So I am writing SHI, and will move to the Shivam Gupta chat page, and will send the message to Shivam. So I am writing hello here, and will send the message. As you can see, the message has been sent successfully. Now move to the home page again. Now as you can see, we can see the all our chats in our home page. Now we don't need to search again and again. We just need to come to the home page, and we will find all the previous chat in our home page. Now I will search one more username. I will write Shivansh here, and move to the chat room, and will send the message again to him. So I'm writing hello, how are you doing? We'll click on send button. So as you can see, message has been sent successfully. Now let's move to the home page again, and now you can see the two users we have the chat are shown in the home page with the timestamp. Now there would be a case when we will type a long message here, then there will be a overflow error here. Let me show you how it will be resolved. So for an example, I am sending a long chat to a Shivam here. So I am writing hello, such a good day brother. How was your? As I send the message to the Shivam, we'll go to the back to the home page, and as you can see, here is some overflow error. Now we need to fix this error here, because it will give a bad experience to the user whenever someone send the long text or receive the long text in the chat room. So we'll go to the home page again, and we'll wrap up the last message with the container, and we'll give a fixed width to the container, how much space he can cover, and we'll provide a overflow text overflow dot ellipsis in the text, because this function will allow the text to cover the specific space in the container. After that, it shows the message in the dotted form. If you close this app, and if you again open the app from the home screen of your device, then you want to come directly on the home page and click on any of the previous chat, and want to start the chat with the specific user, rather than signing up again and again and moving to the home page and searching the user and start the chat. Basically, you have seen that function in many of the bigger apps like WhatsApp, Messenger, Facebook, etc., where one time you need to sign up in the app and an app allows you to direct give a entry inside the app whenever you close the app. We will do a same thing inside our app. So let me show how I'll do that. So when I run the flutter run command, as you can see, we move to the sign up page rather than the home page. We have already signed up in the app. We don't need to sign up again and again. So let me close this app again and I will show you it again. Again the same result. So let me add the few function to solve that. So in service file I will create auth.dart function and will give a class name auth method here. Basically auth methods will check that if I sign up into the app or not. If I sign up into the app and I have the ID in this app, then it will allow me to directly go to the home page and start the chat. But if not, he will move me to the sign up page and tell me to create the account first and then move to the home page. So we'll get current user function. So get user function will check if I have the account in this app or not. So now we'll move to the main.dart file again and we'll use a future builder here to check that if the snapshot has data, basically if my details are present inside the Firebase or Firestore, then he will allow me to directly goes to inside the app. Otherwise, he will tell me to sign up, then move to the home page of the app. So this function will be handled by the snapshot here. So if snapshot will dot has data, so it will check if my data is present, then he will move to the home page. Otherwise, he will move me to the sign up page and will in future will pass the auth methods what we have wrote inside the service file. We'll rerun the app again and I will show how it will work. So our app has launched successfully and as you can see we have moved to the home page rather than the sign up page. So these functions are working perfectly. Now I will move to the home screen of my device again and will remove the app from the background and I will launch the app again. So now as you can see, we directly move to the home page rather than moving the sign up page again and again. So it is done. So now I will show you how the two devices will communicate each other using our app when they are having real-time chat inside the same chat room. On the left side you can see the screen recording of my real Android device where I run the app. So I will create a new account in my real device. So I am writing here name Satyam Sharma and email satyam244@gmail.com and will give password and confirm password. Now I will click on the sign up button, wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully. Now I will move to the our iPhone emulator and I will create a new account to this device. So in name I am writing Prem Sharma and email I will give prem345@gmail.com. Now password and confirm password. Click on the sign up button. Wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully. Now I will search for the username Satyam here that we have created the account on my real device. So I will search Satyam here. Now you can see the username here. I will click to the username and will move to the chat page. Now I will write the text inside the text field. So hey, now after sending the message, you can see that Satyam have received the message from Prem in just few seconds. Now I will reply to the Prem, which is our emulator. So as you can see, we have received the message, hey here. Now I will write, how are you doing? And will send the message. And we received the message in our emulator in few seconds. So as you can see, our app is running successfully in all the device and you can see the real-time chat what I am talking about. So now Satyam send the message to Prem and Prem have received the message in just few seconds. So as you can see how the two devices are communicating each other or sending the message very easily and they are getting the message in just few seconds.
So you have added two more apps to your app bucket list, which is chat app and quiz app. Now let's move to the third real project, which is wallpaper app. So on this app we'll cover setting up Firebase as our backend, designing stunning user interface, API integration, dynamic wallpaper rendering, and many more. So I have never seen on the YouTube that someone has taught this course for free. So we are the first to upload this course on YouTube, which is totally free. So if you want to show some support or want to donate, you can find the link of GPay or PayPal in the description box, because your support will help us to keep going and make more videos on this channel. Now let's get started. Now before moving to the code, let me show you how your app will look like at the end of this series and what all features you will learn on this series. So here you can see our wallpaper app, and in the home page you can see a user image at the top left position, and in the center you can see the app name, which is Wallify, and just below of it you can see a carousel slider where it is showing a top wallpaper of this app. Now we'll move to the search section where we have used a pixel API. So on the last part I have teached how to set the pixel API in your wallpaper app and can search for any wallpaper through a search bar. Now in the search page I will search beach here and will click to the search icon. So here you can see all the wallpapers that have been shown through the API, and it takes just a few seconds to show as many wallpaper you want by searching for that respective category. Now I will search for another category, which is nature, and will click to the search icon again
and it will show me all the wallpaper related to the search item that I have searched. Now let's move to the categories section, and here you can see different categories like wildlife, foods, nature and city. Now in the nature you can see a different wallpaper. Basically in the category section the admin can upload the wallpaper to that respective category, and that wallpaper will be shown in our app. So on this series, we are also going to use a admin panel from where the admin can upload the wallpaper to the respective category, and that wallpaper will be shown here. So you can see that how brilliantly our wallpaper app will be working, because firstly we can show the wallpaper through the Pixel API, and secondly we can also upload the customized wallpaper to that respective category through the admin panel. So in both the way you can upload the wallpaper to your phone device. Let's move to the admin login page, and here we need to enter a unique username and the password so that we can directly move to the add wallpaper page and can upload the wallpaper. So our username will be Peter and the password 123456. Now I'll click to the login button and will directly move to the add wallpaper page. Now we can upload the image from our phone gallery. So I will click to the camera icon. Now I will upload the image and will select the category. So you can see the category option like wildlife, foods, nature, city that I have just shown you in the home page or the user side. Now I will select nature here and will click on add, and as you can see wallpaper has been added successfully. Now let's move to the home page again and we'll check that if our wallpaper has been added to the categories section, I mean in the nature section. Here you can see the image that we have just uploaded from the admin panel. So it is working brilliantly, and we can also upload the wallpaper by using the admin panel. Now I will show you how to save the respective image as the wallpaper in our phone device. Now I will search nature here, and when I will tap to the image that I like as a wallpaper, then it will cover a complete phone height and the width, and you can see that how brilliantly our app is working, and it looks really great. And you can see a set wallpaper button, and it has a feature like that image will be saved in the gallery by pressing this button. Now we'll click to the cancel button and can pop out this image and can select another image that we want. Now I'll select the random image from here, and again it covers a complete height and width of the screen, and it looks really great. Now I will set this image as a wallpaper, so I will click in the set wallpaper button, and the image has been saved in our phone gallery. So let's move and we'll check that in our phone gallery. And you can see the image that we have just saved from our wallpaper app, and the image has been directly saved in our phone gallery. Now we can set this image as a wallpaper in our phone app. So I have shown you all the features that we will be covering on this wallpaper series, and how brilliantly our app will be working by adding all these features. And you can set any of the wallpaper by searching the respective image or by setting the customized wallpaper or by uploading the customized wallpaper through the admin panel. So in both the way you can set the wallpaper in your phone device. Also do not skip any of the process or part from this series, because each and every part will be necessary to create this app from the scratch. Now let's move to the code and develop this amazing app from the scratch. Now you can see that there is a check banner at the top right position of the app. So to remove a debug show check banner, let's move to the main.dart file and we'll write debug show mode check banner to false. And by making it to false, it will remove a check banner from the top right position. Now let's move to the lib folder and we'll create a new folder named pages here, and inside the pages folder I will create a new file named home.dart, and inside the home.dart file I will create a package name flutter material.dart. Now we'll write stateful widget, home, now scaffold, body, container, child, column. So as you can see that when I am writing the widgets in our home.dart file, then there is a blue line under each widget that I write on this dart file. So when you code, it doesn't look good with a blue underline under the each widgets. So to remove the blue underline from widgets, let's move to the analysis options.yaml file, and I will add two lines in our rules, and it will directly remove the sum of the blue lines from the widgets. So here you can see that I have added the two lines in our rules. Now after saving the file, it will almost remove the blue lines from our widgets, and this will help us to code clearly in our VS Code. Now I will write my app name in our home.dart file. So I will use a text widget here, and inside the text widget I will write Wallify and will give the styling by using a text style. So we'll write style, text style, color, colors dot black, font size 25.0 and font weight dot bold. So our app name will be Wallify here. Now let's call the home page from our main.dart file, and here you can see the app name. Now let's move the text widget to the center. Now I want to provide the styling to my text widget here. So we need to add the some fonts in our VS Code so that we can use that fonts to give our styling to the text in our text widget. So let's move to the Google fonts here, and here you can see that there are lots of fonts that you can use according to your need. So in the search bar, I will search a Poppins icon here. So I will write Poppins. Now I will use this font in our VS Code. So I will download the family from here. Now I will unzip the file Poppins. So in the Poppins, you can see that there are lots of styling like Poppins thin italic, Poppins thin, etc. that you can use according to your need. So but before that, let's create a folder name fonts here, and we'll paste a Poppins semi-bold dot ttf file here. So I'm going to use this font in my app. Now we need to call this font in our prospect YAML.file. So let's move to the fonts, and in the family I will write Poppins. Now I'll write exact file name that I have saved in the fonts folder here. So I will write Poppins semi bold dot ttf. Please make sure when you are writing the specific font file name, then it should be exact what you have saved in the fonts folder. If anything will be mismatched, then you can't get the result in the text widget. Now run all the fonts here. Now let's move to the home.dart file, and here I will write font family and will give the family name Poppins. Now after saving the file, so you can see that frequently change our styling of our text widget. So I have teached you how to use a fonts in your text widget by using a Google Fonts, and you can use a different fonts according to your choice. So if you are a new viewer in this channel, then I have already made a video where I have teached you lots of things regarding the text widget and many more widgets.
So you can follow that video. I will paste the link in the comment box. So by following that video, you can learn lots of things about different widgets and can know more about these widgets in more detail, which will help you to customize your app in more beautiful way. Now I want to show the user image here. So I will wrap a center widget with a row widget, and through image.asset I will get the user image here. So let's create a first images folder here, and in the images folder I will save the image that I want to show in our home page. So you can see that I have saved one of the JPG file in our images folder. Now let's call that images folder in the perspecml file. So let's write asset images, and it will frequently call all the image that will save in the images folder. Please do not skip this process, otherwise you can't get the images from the images folder. So each and every step is necessary that I am doing in the perspecml file. Now we'll write images and we'll write exact image file name. So we'll write boy.jpg, and through the height and width we'll give the image height and the width and fit boxfit.cover. Now clip react. The reason for using a clip react because I want to provide the border radius to my image. So I need to wrap up with a clip react widget and will write border radius dot circular 60. So here you can see the user image. Now let's provide the margin from the left position. Now I want to provide some elevation to our image. So we'll wrap up with a material widget and will pass the elevation 5.0. Now let's provide the border radius to the material widget 2. So here it is done. Now let's provide the width between the image and the text. So we'll write size box width 50.0, sorry 80.0. Now let's remove the center widget here because through the center widget we can't center the text in the row widget. So as I have explained you in the starting of the video that there will be a different wallpaper that will be shown in the home page, which will be uploaded by the admin from the admin panel. So we'll use a carousel slider here to show all the images in our home page. So it will automatically shows all the images one by one in our home page and can show most trending wallpapers in our app. So let's move to the pop dev, and we need to write a carousel slider here because I need to copy the carousel slider package from pubdev to the perspecml file so that we can use a carousel slider in our app. So paste the package in the perspecml file just in the dependencies and run the package. Now let's move to the home.dart file again, and here I will write carousel slider dot builder, and in the carousel slider will pass a list or the wallpaper that we want to show in the home page. So let's move and create a list here. So we'll write list name wallpaper image and will pass a list here, and in the item count I will write wallpaper image dot length so that we can get all the length of the wallpaper that will shape in the list wallpaper image. So you can see that I have saved all the image wallpaper in the images folder just for now, because as I've told you that will show all the wallpaper from the Firebase, but we are just creating the UI, and after creating the UI we'll add a function from the Firebase. So we'll write images wallpaper1.jpg. So we'll write all the address of wallpaper 1, wallpaper 2 and wallpaper 3. So in the item builder, I will write context, index, and
real index. Through the index, we'll get all the things that we have saved in the list name wallpaper image, and we'll write final res wallpaper image, and we'll write index dot, and through the wallpaper image we'll get all the index one by one, and we'll show them through the widget name build image here. So let's create a widget name build image, and we'll pass a string URL image. Basically, in the URL image, we'll pass the address of the image that we have saved in the images folder, and in the index, I will pass the index of that respective wallpaper that I want to show one by one in a carousel slider, and will pass a container, and in the container I will give the height media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 1.5. Now, many of the new viewers who are watching my video for the first time, they might got confused why I've used a media query in a height. Basically, media query makes your app highly responsive. So, by using the media query in the height, you can use the height of the container accordingly if you want to test the app in a multiple device. So I will always recommend you to use a media query in your container when you are passing it to the height. Now we'll write child image.asset, and we'll write URL to image, and we'll write fit boxfit.cover. So if you want to learn more about the image widget, then I've already told you that you can follow one of my video in my channel where I've told lots of things regarding these widgets in a Flutter. Now we'll pass a width media query dot of context dot size dot width, and we'll wrap up a image dot asset with a clip react so that we can give the border radius to the image widget here. So we'll write border radius dot circular 10. So in the build image, we'll pass a image which will be res. As you know that we have already created a wallpaper image list here. So we'll get all the address of that respective wallpaper from the index like 0, 1, 2 in our res string, and we'll pass that to the build image function. And in the options, we'll write carousel options, and you can see that there are lots of things that you can use in the carousel option like reverse, autoplay, duration, page snapping, etc. So in the height, we'll give the height of the carousel slider that we want to show. So we'll again use a media query here. Now view portion fraction 1 here, and enlarge center page to true, and enlarge strategy dot height. I am writing all these things because I want to show my carousel slider according to the design that I have thought. So there are lots of things that you can use according to your way as you want to show the carousel in your home page. So let's restart the app. So I made a small mistake here. I have wrote a carousel slider in our row. So let's remove the carousel slider from the row widget, and we'll paste it in the column widget. So after doing that, you can see the image that I have passed in our carousel slider. So let's provide the height from the top. So I will write size box height 30.0, and let's provide the margin from the right position. So we'll write right 20.0. Now let's provide some more border radius to the image. So we'll write border radius dot circular 30. So we'll change from 10 to 30, and you can see that after dragging the image, it will show the second image and the third image. So our carousel slider is working brilliantly, and you can see all the images that we have saved in our wallpaper list. So our second and third image is same. So let me change the image so that I can see three different images in our home page. So we have replaced a third image with the another image, and you can see the third image in our home screen. Now I want that it will automatically shows all the wallpaper in our home page. We don't have to scroll each image one by one, see all the images in our home page. So in the carousel option, I will write autoplay to true. So by making it to true, you can see that it loads the second image and the third image automatically without the user have to drag the image to see the next image here. So this is one of the important feature in the carousel slider to show all the images automatically in the home page. And it also looks good because by making the autoplay to true, it frequently loads the image one by one. So now let me show you the usage of viewport fraction. So if I will remove a viewport fraction, then you can see all the three images together in the home page. But it doesn't look good. We doesn't enlarge the center image here. So to enlarge the center image and make the image to use a complete height and width of the screen, I need to write viewport fraction 1 here. So there are lots of things in the carousel option you can use according to your choice and make your app really more attractive by using a carousel slider. Now I am going to show a dot indicator just below the carousel slider because I want to show how much image are in our home page by using a dot indicator. So when we'll move to the second image, then the dot indicator will move automatically according to the carousel slider move from first to second, second to third, and third to fourth. So to show a dot indicator, so let's move to the perf dev, and we need to copy the package name smooth page indicator, which will help us to show a dot indicator in our home page. So we'll move to the installing and copy the package from here, and we'll paste it inside the perspec.yaml file. Now run the package in the perspec.yaml file. Now let's move to the home.dart file, and we'll create a widget name build indicator, and in the indicator we'll show a animated smooth indicator, and in the active index we'll pass the active index of the carousel slider so that we can move a dot indicator automatically when the wallpaper move from one to the another. So we need to update the active index here so that we can successfully move the dot indicator from one to the another. So we'll create a int active index, and we'll keep on updating the active index, and we'll pass the active index to the dot indicator so that it can frequently update as soon as the wallpaper move from one page to the another. So we'll write active index 0. Now in the count, I will pass a count of all the wallpaper that we have shown in the carousel slider. So that many dot we can show here in our home page, which will indicate that how much wallpaper are there in the home page. So in the count, I am writing 3 here because we are showing 3 wallpaper in our home page, and in the effect, there are lot of the effect that you can show according to your choice. So you can see swap effect, bomb effect, slide effect, jumping dot effect, expanding dot effect, etc. So there are lot of animations that you can show in your app according to your choice. Basically, this effect is something that will shown when the dot will move from one dot to the another. Don't get confused. I will show you how I will do that. So in the slide effect, so I'm going to use a slide effect here. Now in the slide effect, I will write dot width. So in the dot width, I will pass 15 here and dot height 15. Basically, this height and width will help us to provide the dot a specific size according to the number we enter in a dot width and the height. And in the active dot color, when the specific dot will be active, then this color will be shown in that dot. So I am passing colors dot blue. Now let's call the build indicator in the column widget and will provide the space between the carousel slider and the dot indicator. So we'll call a build indicator widget here and we'll center it with the help of center widget here. So here you can see the dot that I was talking about. So you can see that we have passed a count 3. So it shows a 3 dot in our home page. Now you can see that our carousel slider is keep on changing the wallpaper from one to the another, but our dot indicator is not moving automatically according to the carousel slider. So we need to pass a on change method in our carousel option so that we can frequently update the dot indicator index from one to the another. So we'll call a on page change function and we'll write index reason, and in the set state we'll update the active index that we have just passed in the build indicator widget, and will update the active index according to the index of the carousel slider. So we'll use a set state frequently update the active index according to the index of the carousel slider. So for an example, if the index of the carousel slider is 1, then it will frequently update the active index to 1, and the active index will help us to move the indicator from one dot to the another. So now let's hot restart it again, and here you can see that after moving to the second wallpaper active index, so here you can see that after moving to the second wallpaper, our dot indicator move automatically with the help of active index here, and it's keep on moving according to the carousel slider. So our build indicator is also working brilliantly, and our carousel slider and build indicator are moving according to the index that we have passed. Though I have told you there are lots of effect in the build indicator, so let me change the effect to jump dot effect, and you can see that after hot restart it again, it will move to the next dot by jumping from one point to the another. So by jumping dot effect, it will jump from one dot to the another by jumping dot effect. Now let's change it to the slide effect again. So there are lots of animation that you can use according to your choice. Now let's move and we'll create a curve bottom navigation in our home page so that we can frequently navigate to the different pages like search, categories and the home page. So we'll move to the perf dev and we'll copy the curve navigation package from here and we'll paste it inside the perspec.yaml file. So let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name bottom nav.dart, and we'll again import the package material.dart and stateful widget name bottom nav. So let's move and we'll create a integer current tab index so that we can get the index of that respective icon that we have tabbed in our bottom navigation bar, and in the list we'll write widget. We'll name the list name pages here, and in the pages we'll save all the page that will pass in our bottom navigation bar. So let's create a search.dart file here and we'll again import the package and we'll write a stateful widget name search here. Now let's move and we'll create one more file in our pages folder which is categories dot, and let's import again a material dot package and we'll create a stateful widget name categories here. Now let's move to the bottom nav and we'll call all the pages that we have saved in the pages folder and we want to show them in the bottom navigation bar. So first one is home and categories and the search. Now in the init state, I will call all the page to that respective string that we have just mentioned above. So for the home, we'll call a home.dart file, and for the search, search.dart file, and in the categories, we'll call a categories.dart file. Now we'll save all the dart file in the pages list so that we can show them in the bottom navigation bar by using the specific index. So first we are going to show the home page, then the search page, then the categories page. And I will create one more widget name current page. Now in the current page, I will show the home page here because I want that as soon as the app launches, then it will show first the home page and user can navigate to the search page and categories page by using a bottom navigation bar. Now scaffold bottom navigation bar and will write curved navigation bar. Though this is not my first time that I am using a curved navigation bar in the Flutter app. I have already made a series food delivery app where we have made the complete app from scratch with admin panel where I have already used a bottom navigation bar in that series. So if you are a new viewer to this channel, then I will recommend you to follow that series too, which will help you to learn lots of things regarding the Flutter and Firebase. I will paste the link in the description box so that you can follow that series and can add one more app to your app bucket list. You can also follow some more apps like chat app, ToDo app, news app that will help you to learn lots of things regarding the APIs, payment gateway, Flutter widgets, Flutter packages, etc. Though in the home page you have used a carousel slider, but I have already used a carousel slider in our news app. So if you already followed a news app, then you might not face a difficulty to add a carousel slider in the home page. So in the items, I will pass all the icons that I want to show in our navigation bar. So first one is icon, icons dot home outline, and we'll give the color to our icon which is colors dot white, and our second icon will be icons dot search outline, and third icon will be icons dot categories. So these are the three icons that I will use in the curve navigation bar to navigate into the three pages that I have just mentioned above. Now in the curve navigation bar, I will give the height 65, which will suggest the height of the bottom navigation bar, and will pass the color which will be the customized color code. Now I want to show the animation duration which will be the duration of milliseconds 500. By using the animation duration, it will suggest that how much time it will take to show the animation by moving from one icon to the another.
So you can also pass a duration 500 seconds, and in the on tab will pass the index, and in the set state will show the current tab index equals to index. So by using the current tab index, I will show the respective page if the user have pressed on the respective icon. So this will help me to navigate to the different pages easily by using the respective index of that page in the pages list. Now let's move to the main.dart file, and we'll call a bottom nav function, and here you can see the all icons that I have been talking about. So here you can see the home page, search page, and the categories page. But I can't see my home page here because I think so I forgot to call a current page in the body that I want to show in the scaffold widget. So here you can see the home page. Now let's change the color of that respective icon so that I can see all the icons clearly. So we'll write a button background color colors.black and the background color colors.white. Now pass all the color to that respective icon so that we can see all the icons when we tap to that respective icon. So here you can see the search and category icon clearly. So I am changing a customized color code in our bottom navigation bar to make it more attractive for the users who are using the app so that they can see all the icons clearly in our bottom navigation bar. So we'll pass a color dot from ARGB and 25, 84, 87 and 93. So this is a customized color code that I am going to use for our bottom navigation bar, and it also look really great with a UI that we have just wrote in our home page. Now let's move to the categories page. So we'll first make the UI in our categories.dart file. But before moving to the categories page, I have a small request from you. If you haven't hit that like and subscribe button till now, then please hit that like so that you won't miss out on any of the content we upload on this channel, and you won't also miss the videos that will keep on uploading in our wallpaper series. So first I am going to create a headline for our categories.dart file, which will be the categories. Then we'll show all the categories one by one in the form of the list so that user can tab to that respective category and can get all the wallpaper for that respective category, and then can use them as their wallpaper in their phone device. So we'll copy the same text widget that we have wrote in the home page, and we'll paste it to the column widget, and we'll rename it to the categories. So here you can see the text. Now I will center the text by using the center widget, and will give the margin from the top. So we'll use h inside dot only top 50.0. So here I will create a container, and I will use a stack widget here because I will use a respective image for that category, and just above the image I will show the name of that respective category. Whenever you want to overlap two widgets one over the another, then you can use a stack widget here. Basically, stack widget can help us to write one widget over the another. So in the container, I will write decoration, box decoration, and will first pass the border radius dot circular 20. Now we'll give the width media query dot of context dot size dot width so that it can use the complete width of the screen. Now we'll pass the image that we have saved in the images folder by using image.asset. So we'll call a wildlife.jpg image, and we'll pass a width media query dot of context dot size dot width, and we'll use a height 300 here and fit boxfit.cover. So here I can't see the image, so I have wrote a
wrong file name here. Our W is small, so we'll change it to a small letter. Now here you can see the image that we have saved in our images folder. Now let's provide the margin from the left position. So we'll write left 20.0 and right 20.0, and from the bottom, and we'll give the height from the top. So we'll use size box height 20.0. So let's decrease the height of the image to 150, maybe 180. So it's look good. Now we'll provide the border radius to the image by using a clip react widget. As you can see that I've already provided the border radius to our container, then why I'm going to use a border radius again by using a clip react widget to give the border radius to the image. The reason is that whenever you are going to write a container and provide the border radius in the container, then it won't give the border radius to your image. So whenever you want to provide a border radius to the image, then always wrap up a image widget with a clip react widget and pass the border radius to your clip react widget. So this was a small hint from me to how to use a clip react widget and give the border radius to your image. So I'm going to provide lots of hint in this wallpaper series which will help you to make your coding easier and learn lots of things regarding the Flutter widgets. Now I will write container and will overlap a image widget here. So in the decoration will pass a color colors.black 38. I'm using a color black 38 because I want to show a text just over this image. So to show the image clearly, I need to give a black color to that respective image and to show the white text clearly over this image. So we'll use our text wildlife and we'll give the styling text style color colors dot white, font family Poppins, and font size 20.0 and font weight dot bold. So here you can see the image. Now let's bring it to the center. So we'll wrap up with a center widget. Also increase the text size to 28 and we'll change the color to black 26 and we'll pass a border radius to the container. So here you can see that I've created a first category name wildlife here by using the stack widget in our container widget, and here it's look really great. Now let's move and create some more category in our categories.dart file. So I will copy the same container code that I have just wrote now and will paste it below, and will just change the image file name and the text. So here you can say that I have created a 4 category in our categories.dart file. So first one is wildlife, second one is food, third one is nature, and fourth one is city. So I have already told you that there will be also a admin panel in this app. So through the admin panel, the admin can upload the respective wallpaper to the user app by using the respective category, and they can upload the wallpaper to the Firebase storage and we'll use that image to show them in our app. So here is our home page and we have made the category page in our last video. Now let's move to the search page, and here first I will add the headline search here. So we'll copy the same
text widget from our home.dart file and will paste it to the search.dart file and will change it to search. So we'll write scaffold, body, container, child, column, and we'll paste the text widget here and we'll change the text from Wallify to search. And here you can see the text in our search.dart file. Now we'll make it to the center by using the center widget, and I want to provide the margin from the top. So I will write margin edge inside dot only top 50.0. So here you can see the headline of our search.dart file. Now just below the text, I will show the text field so that user can enter the text and can search for the respective wallpaper they want to add in their phone device. Now I'll write container with media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now decoration, box decoration, and we'll pass the color, and we'll pass a customized color code. So we'll write 0xFF. So if you have already watched some of my apps that I have made from the scratch, like chat app, food delivery app, etc., then you already know that why we start the customized color code with 0xFF. But if you are a new viewer, then I want to explain you that when you are writing the customized color code, then always start with 0xFF so that it can read the color code that you will pass in the color function here. If you are thinking that why I have used a media query, then media query is something that makes your app highly responsive. So always use a media query while passing a width to the container so that you can test the app in the multiple devices and can make your app highly responsive. Now we'll write child text field, and here you can see the text field and the container. Now let's provide the margin. So we'll write margin edge insert dot symmetric horizontal 20.0. Now here you can see the line in our text field that doesn't look good. So to remove this line in our text field, I will write decoration, input decoration, border, input border dot none. So while writing input border dot none, it will frequently remove the line from our text field. Now I will pass a search icon here so that user can tap to that icon and can search for that respective wallpaper that they have wrote in this text field. So we'll write suffix icons dot search outline. So if you want to provide the icon in the last position of the text field, I mean the right side of the text field, then you have to use a suffix icon here. And if you want to provide the icon in the left side of the text field, then you can use a prefix icon here. So if you want to know more about these widgets, then you can follow one of my video where I have told in more detail about these widgets like text field, container, text widget, etc. So by watching that video, you will get much more detail about the widgets and how to use that widgets in the Flutter app. Now we'll provide the customized color code to our icon. So we'll write color and we'll pass a customized color code. This is the color that I have used in the bottom navigation bar. So for an example, if the user search cartoon here and will click to the search icon, then the app will shows all the wallpaper related to the cartoon, and user can select any of the wallpaper and can set them in their phone device. Now to show all the wallpapers regarding the text that the user will enter in this text field, we will use a API here. As I have already told you that there will be a API integration in this Flutter app and also a admin panel from where the admin can upload the wallpaper from the admin panel. Now to show the wallpaper for that respective text that the user have entered in the text field, we will use a Pixel API here. So let's move to the Pixels website, and here you can see the pixels.com
and we are going to use Pixels API in our Flutter app because it is free and it doesn't cost anything to use the API in our Flutter app. So it contains lots of image in the portrait form which will be perfect for our wallpaper in our phone device. So first we need to sign in our pixels.com website. So I have already signed in by my Google account. Now let's move to the image and videos API and we'll tap to the your API key, and here we need to write a project name so that it can create a API key. Now in the project name I will write wallpaper app. Now I will select a category. So I will tap on other, and here we need to explain. So here we need to explain where we are going to integrate the photos and videos. So we are going to use these photos and videos in our Wallify app. So I will write I want to use the photos in my Wallify app so that user can set them as a wallpaper. Now we'll check box the term and the services. Now I'll click to the generate API key. So here you can see that my API key has been generated. Now I will use this API key to call the API in our Flutter app. Now let's move to the documentation and I will show you what API we are going to call in our Flutter app so that we can search for the respective text that the user will enter in the text field. So here you can see the search for photos, and we are going to search for that respective photos in our search.dart file. So I'm going to use this API here. So it is already a get method, and through the get method we'll get all the images from that respective API, and we are going to use exactly this API in our Flutter app. So we are going to call this API, and through this API we'll get all the images. So here you can see that the response after calling the link that I've just shown you here. Now in the response you can see that it will show a total result of 10,000 when the user will search a nature here. So let me explain you how we are going to use this API, and through this API how we can get the images by using a response. So here you can see the curly braces which indicates the map. Now in the total result, this is a key value pair. Basically a map is a key value pair. So our total result is string and 1000 may be a dynamic here. So if you have followed my more videos in my channel, then you already know that use of map string dynamic to upload the data to the Firestore database, and this is the same map that has been shown in our API. So here is a string page and the dynamic character 1. So here in the photos you can see a square bracket. Now many of the users might think that what really square bracket do here. Basically square bracket suggests a list of map here. Basically when you are using a list, then you already know that we create a square bracket, opening and close square bracket that indicates the list. So in the photos there are lots of map which is in the form of the list. I hope that you are not getting confused. I'm trying my best to explain you in as easy way as I can. So if you have any questions regarding the API or anything, you can comment down in the comment box, or you can directly DM me in my Instagram ID so that I can give you a quick reply in my Instagram ID. So in the photos there is a first map, and in the map you can see that, so we are going to get a URL of the image, and you can call if you want to show a photographer name, photographer URL pic, photographer ID, etc. But I am going to call a URL in our photos list, and in the SRC you can see that we are going to show a portrait which will be a correct image to show the wallpaper in our app. And I am also going to call a large landscape and medium image too, so that I can show you how to call some more links in the map. Now let's move to the code again, and we are going to call the API that I have just shown you now. So in the lib folder, I will create a new folder named models, and inside the models folder, I will create a new file name photo model.dart, and here I will create a class name photos model, and in the photos, as I have shown you in the API, going to call URL. So we'll write string URL. So I will write photos model this dot URL, so that we can pass the URL to our class name photos model. Now I'll create one more class name src model, and will show all the key value pairs in our src map. So we are going to show a portrait. So we'll write string portrait and string large, string landscape, and the string medium. So these are all things that I am going to call from my src map. Now I will call all the things by using src model this dot landscape and this dot large, this dot medium, and this dot portrait. Now I will write factory photos model dot from map. There is a map, so we'll write dot from map, and we'll pass a map string dynamic parse JSON, and through the parse JSON we'll call all that respective string, and we'll pass it to the photos model. In the photos you can see that there is a URL, so we'll write URL parse JSON, and we'll write exact string name URL. We also need to pass a src here, because src is also present in our photos list. So we'll write string src this dot src. In the photos list you can see the src map, so we need to write src model dot from map, because src is in the form of the map. So we'll write parse JSON src. So in the src model I will write factory src model dot from map. Now I will write map string dynamic again, and will name the string dynamic map to src JSON. And as I have shown you that src is also in the form of the map, so we'll write src model. Sorry, I made a small mistake here. We need to remove a string in our src, because we are passing a map in our src model. So we'll write src model, and we'll write src. Now in the src model we are going to call a portrait. So we'll write portrait
src JSON and we'll write portrait. Now in the large, I will call a large string and same for the landscape and medium. Now let's move to the search.dart file and we'll call the API from here. So we'll first call a list name photos model here and we'll write photos and we'll create a new list and we'll write text editing controller search controller equals to new text editing controller. Basically, text editing controller is something that help us to control the text that the user will enter on this text field. And through the search controller, we can pass the text to the API and we can show all the images in our app. Now in the text field, I will write controller, search controller. Now we'll write get search wallpaper function here. And in the get search wallpaper function, we'll call the API. So we'll write async await. Now in the await, we are going to call a HTTP because as you know that the link of our image is in the form of the link which start with HTTP. So we need to call a HTTP package from our pub dev. So we'll write HTTP and in the HTTP I will click in the installing and will copy the dependency from here and will paste it inside the perspec.yaml file. Now we need to import the package HTTP in our search.dart file so that we can use this. So we'll copy the import package from here and we'll paste it inside the search.dart file and we'll write as HTTP. Please do not forget to write as HTTP here, otherwise it will throw the error when you'll call the HTTP in the get search wallpaper function. I am facing the error because it doesn't call the HTTP package from the perspec.yaml file. So let me see what we need to do to overcome this error. So in the new HTTP package, there is some problem. You can use this exact package in your app to call the HTTP. Now let's save the complete package from here and you can see that error has been gone and it frequently loads the HTTP in our app. Now I will write await http dot get and in the URL we'll pass the link of the API that we need to call. So let's move to the Pixels website and we'll copy the exact search API that I have shown you here and we'll paste the link. Tell you something that when you are pasting the HTTP link in the http.get, then always use URI.parse here so that it can frequently parse the link and can call the API frequently in our app. Now in the header, we'll pass the API key which we have created in our Pixel website. So we write authorization. Now let's move to the API that we have generated. Now I'll copy this API key and will paste it in the authorization. Now after calling the API, I want to pass all the details in our photos model and will save all the details one by one in our photos model list. So we'll pass a map string dynamic and we'll name the map JSON data equals to JSON decode. Now we'll write value dot body. Now in the value dot body we'll decode the value that we get in the form of the map that I've just shown you now, and through that map we'll get each string detail. and we can save them in our list. So we'll write JSON data, photos. So here you can see that I'm calling this string, and in this string there is a list of map. So I will write dot for each, and it will get each map from the list of the map, and will name element here. I hope that you are not getting confused, because if you are using the API for the first time, then you might face a difficulty to understand each code that we write when we call the API in our Flutter app. But as soon as you practice more and more by adding more APIs to your Flutter app, or by following my complete video, because this is not the first time I'm using the API in my Flutter app. So if you are the old viewer in this channel, then you know that we have already used a API in our news app. So after making the wallpaper app, you can follow the news app, because it will help you to learn lots of things regarding the API integration in your Flutter app, and both the apps will really help you to master the API integration and learn lots of things regarding the Flutter. So we'll write photos model equals to new photos model. So here you can see that it telling us to fill the SRC, because we have passed a required condition in our photos model. So let's move to the photos model dot, and we need to remove a required function from here, and we'll give a null string. So we'll add a question mark in our SRC model, and we'll remove a required text from here, and it is good now. Now we'll write photos model equals to photos model dot from map. So as I have shown you that in the photos there is a list of map. So to get each map from the list of map, I will use a photos dot from map, and will keep on adding the map by using photos dot add. So here you can see that in the photos list, this is the first map that I have been talking about. Now we'll use a set state so that it can frequently add one map after the another in our photos model. So in the API which we have passed, you can see the query equals to nature. Basically, in the query will pass the text that the user have been searching. So if we write cartoon in our text field, then we'll click in the search icon, and it will frequently call this link here, and we need to pass a respective text in our query section, so that it can show all the wallpaper or the images related to that query that the user have passed. So to pass that search text, we'll create a string search in our search wallpaper function. So we'll write string search query, and in the query we'll pass our same search query. Now let's move to the text field, and when the user will tap to the search icon, then we'll pass the text that the user have entered on this text field. So we'll wrap up with a gesture detector, and we'll call a get search wallpaper function, and we'll pass a search controller. As I have already explained you, to handle the text in the text field, we'll use a controller, and to get the text that the user have entered in this text field, I will write search controller dot text. Now let's move to the lib folder, and we'll create a new folder name widget here, and inside the widget folder I will create a new file name widget dot dart. I'm creating this file because I will create a UI for our images that will be in the form of the grid view, and we'll call this widget
in our search page. So we'll create a widget name wallpaper and we'll write list photos model list photos and build context. So we need to call a photos model dot here so that we can get all the images from the photos model that we have just saved by using a get search wallpaper function in our search.dart file. Now in the return we'll write container, and as I have explained you that will show the wallpaper in the form of the grid view. Now we'll write padding edge inset dot symmetric horizontal 16. Now we'll write child. Now in the child I will write grid view dot count, and in the cross axis count I will write 2. Basically cross axis count will help us to show how much image you want to show in the row position. I want to show the two images in my row position, basically in the cross axis, so I will write 2. Now we'll write child aspect ratio 0.6 main axis spacing. Basically main axis spacing is something that shows the space between the images that will pass in the grid view in the main axis form, and the cross axis spacing is the space between the two images in the cross axis form. I will show you why I have wrote all this thing in the grid view. Now we'll write list photos dot map and we'll pass a photos model and we'll return grid tile dot to list. Now in the child I will write hero. Now many of the viewers might be thinking that where this hero widget come from. So this is not that hero that you usually see in your movies. Basically the hero in our Flutter, it helps us to get all the list that we have saved in the photos model, and we can pass them in the tag, and this will help us to show all the list one by one in the grid view. And through the hero widget we can also give a different styling and animation to your list that you will pass in your grid view. So we'll write photos model dot src dot portrait. So as you already know that we have saved all the portrait image link in our photos model that we are getting from the src map. So we'll write photos model dot src dot portrait, and it will help us to get all the portrait link of that specific map that we have saved one by one from our photos list. As you know that our image is in the form of the link, but we can't use a image.network here because we need to use a KKK network image package, and through this network image package we can show all the images from the internet and we can keep them in our KKK directory. So we need to copy this package from here and we'll paste it inside the perspecml file. Though if you have followed my news app, then you already know the difference of image.network and KKK network image, because I have shown both the case while calling the image from our API, where I have first used image.network, and there I have shown that how we are facing the error by using image.network, and after using the KKK network image we can successfully load all the images from our API. I am giving the example of news app again and again because to learn the API, wallpaper and news app are the best choice if you want to learn lots of things regarding the API integration in your Flutter app. Now we'll pass KKK network image in the child, and in the image URL I will write photos model dot src dot portrait. Let's move to the pixels
documentation again, and here you can see that we are going to call this link in our portrait section for the each map in our src. Now we'll use fit boxfit.cover so that it can frequently cover the space that we have provided in the container or in the grid view.count. So we have wrote a complete UI for our grid view, like how we want to show the image in our search.dart file. Now let's call this widget in our search.dart file. So we'll move to the column and we'll write size box height 20.0. Now wallpaper, and in the list photos I will pass the photos that we have saved one by one by using the search wallpaper function, and will pass that to our list photos list, and this list will help us to show all the image in the grid view by using the hero tag. Now the wallpaper widget we have called in the search.dart file, we need to wrap up with a expanded widget, because if you didn't wrap up with a expanded widget and directly move to the search page, then it will frequently throws the render box error here, as you can see, because the wallpaper widget doesn't get a hint to cover how much space in the screen. So by using the expanded widget, we will suggest the wallpaper widget to use as much space as he can in our phone device. The API we have called, there is a per page equals to 1. Now if it will be 1, then it will show just one image in our grid view, but we can set how much image we want to see when we will search for the specific image that we are looking for. So I'm writing 30 because it will then show me a 30 images in my screen. Now let's move to the widget.dart, and we'll also give the padding edge inset dot all 4 so that I can see each image clearly. Now let's hot restart the app and let's move to the search page, and in the text field I will search a beach here, and it's going to show all the images regarding the beach. Now I'll click to the search icon, and you can see that it frequently shows me all the images from our API that we have set, and it shows a beach images, and we can set these images as our wallpaper in our phone device, and in total it shows me a 30 images, and you can increase the image according to your wish. So our API is working brilliantly, and we are calling images in our app by using a search bar. Now let's move, and I will write coding and will see all the images regarding the coding. Now I'll click to the search icon, and I think so as you know that we are getting all the images in our photos list. So first we have searched beach, then it has saved all the images in our photos list. Then we have searched coding, then it might added the coding image to that same list. This is what I was talking about. So we need to set up this process so that if we search beach and we'll move to the second search, then it will frequently clears the screen and can show me the images regarding the search item I have searched. So let's set up this process. So I will create a bool character name search here, and will assign it to false, and in the set state, if the user have searched for that respective text, then we'll make the search to true. If the user have searched for that respective text in the text field, then we'll remove a search icon from here and will show the close icon so that it can clears the screen and we can move to that second search. So if search will be true, Then we'll show a close icon here. Now we'll wrap up the icon with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method, I will write photos equals to empty list so that it can frequently clear the screen and search to false and set state. Now let's hot restart it again and we'll test the app. Now let's move to the search icon and we'll again search beach text here, and it will frequently shows me all the image regarding the beach that I have searched. Now here you can see that it frequently shows me a close icon, and when I'll click to this close icon and it will clear my screen in just few seconds. Now I can search for that second item. So I'm writing coding and will click to the search icon here, and it shows me a images regarding the coding. And this is the best way, because like this we can search as many item we want and we can set them as our wallpaper. Now I will search London here, and again it shows me all the images for that respective item that I have searched. So you can see that we can search for anything by using this search bar, and it will take just few seconds to show me images regarding the search item that I have searched. Now let's move and we'll create the admin panel so that user can access the admin panel by the unique username and the password. So first we are going to create the login page UI, then we'll connect it with a Firebase. So we'll move to the leave folder and we'll create a new folder name admin here, and inside the admin folder I will create a new file name admin login.dart. Now we'll import the package and we'll create a stateful widget name admin login. Now scaffold, and in the scaffold we'll pass a background color. Now to pass a customized color code, we'll write color 0xFF and we'll write customized color code here. Now we'll write body, container, child, and we'll write stack, children. Now in the stack widget, we'll first pass a container. So we'll write margin edge inset dot only top, and we'll pass a margin from the top by using a media query function so that we can provide a fixed margin from the top. Now we'll write padding edge inset dot only top 45.0, and from the left and the right. So here it is done. Now we'll provide the height. So I want that the height to use a complete height of the screen. So we'll write media query dot of context dot size dot height, and we'll provide same for the width so that it can use complete height and width of the screen. Now we'll write decoration, box decoration, and in the box decoration, first we'll pass a gradient, linear gradient. So you already know that in the linear gradient, we pass a colors where we can mix two color in the container and can give the specific color to the container. So if you want to mix two or more color in the container, you can use a linear gradient color here. And if you want to start the first color from the top left position, then you can also use a begin end function in the
linear gradient. So I will write begin alignment dot top left, and it will suggest the first color to start from the top left position and end the second color in the alignment dot top right position. Now we'll write border radius and we'll provide the border radius to the container. So we'll write border radius vertical and we'll provide the border radius from the top position, and we'll write radius dot elliptical. I want to provide the border radius from the x and y axis of the container. So we'll pass a media query dot of context dot size dot width to use a complete width from the x axis, and we'll pass a fixed number to the y axis. So as I have shown you in the starting of the video that the admin panel, there is a curve container, so we need to use a elliptical here. Now let me show you what all things I am writing in the admin login page. So we'll call admin login page from here, and here you can see the curve container and it looks really good, and you can see a mixture of two color. Now we'll write container margin edge inset dot only left 30.0, right 30.0, and from the top. So we'll write child and we'll use a form widget here. Basically form widget will help us to check if the user have filled the text field or not. So if the user have forgotten to fill the text in the text field, then we can pass the text that the user have forgotten to fill this text field. So by using the form widget, we can check if the user have filled all the text field or not. So we'll write child column children, and in the text we'll write let's start with admin, and it will be a headline of our admin login page. Now we'll pass a style, text style, and we'll give a color. So here you can see the headline of our admin login page. Now let's provide the height, because I'm going to create a container just below the headline where the user can enter the username and the password. Now we'll write material widget and we'll provide the elevation and border radius to our material widget. Then we'll use a container and we'll pass a height by using a media query. Now you might be thinking that why I'm using the media query again and again in the height of the container. Basically media query is something that make your app highly responsive, and through this media query you can check the app in your multiple device. So I will always recommend you to provide the height in the media query to make your app highly responsive. Now in the decoration, we'll write box decoration and we'll pass color colors.white and border radius dot circular 20. Now in the container, we'll write child column children, and here I will create a two text field, one for the username and another for the password. So let me create this two text field here. So here you can see the container and the material widget we have wrapped up to a container, and in the column widget you can see a text field, but we need to provide some more decoration to the text field so that we can easily enter the username here. So I will use a text field here, basically a text form field. You already know that we have already used a form widget
while writing the code in our scaffold widget, because as I've told you, we can validate that if the user have entered anything in the text field or not. So through the validator, we'll check that if value is equals to null or empty. So if it is null or empty, then we'll return please enter username to the user, suggesting the user to enter the username, then move to the admin panel. Decoration, input decoration, and in the input decoration you can see a line over here in the text field. So to remove this line over this text field, we need to write border input border dot none, and by using this function you can easily remove a line from the text field. Now we'll pass hint text, hint style. So here you can see the text field username, where the user can enter the admin login ID. Now we'll copy this text field again and we'll paste it in the column widget for the password. And we'll change the text to please enter password and hint text to password. So here you can see one more text field. Now we'll create a customize button here, login. Through this button, we can check if the user have entered the correct username and the password, and if they, then will directly move the user to the admin panel, from where they can upload the wallpaper to that respective category. So here you can see our customized button name login. Now, if you have followed my other series like e-commerce app, quiz app, where we have used the admin panel, then you already know to create this admin login page. I am using this design again and again for the admin login page because in this admin login page there are lots of things that you need to know by the features we provide in the scaffold widget, like curve container, material widget. So there are lots of UI design that we usually use in our admin login page. So I prefer to use this design again and again for the new viewer to understand lots of things regarding the Flutter widgets. Now we'll create a final global key and form state, and through this global key we can check that if the user have entered the text in the respective text field or not, and we'll write text editing controller user name controller equals to new text editing controller, and through this username controller we can get the text that the user will enter on this username text field, and we can handle the text accordingly by using this controller, and we'll create a same controller for the password. So here it is done, and we'll pass the respective controller to each text field, and we'll write key form key to validate the text field. So here it is done. Now we'll wrap up a login button with a gesture director. Now we need to connect the app with a Firebase because we have made a complete UI for our admin login page. Now the reason for connecting the app with the Firebase is because I want to check that if the username entered by the user is correct or not, and will match that respective username from the Firebase Firestore. And again, we are going to upload the wallpaper to that respective category. So we need to use a Firebase storage and Firebase Firestore here. So let's move to the Firebase and we'll first project name, which is Wallify. Now click on next. Now click on continue. Now use default account for Firebase. Click on create project. So as you can see, Firebase is creating a project. So wait for a few seconds. So here it is done. Now click on continue button and we'll directly move to the Firebase. So here in the home page, you can see that we can connect the iOS, Android and web app with the Firebase. So first we are going to connect the iOS app, then we'll move to the Android app. So we need a Apple bundle ID here. So let's move to the Xcode and we need to copy the bundle identifier from there and paste it in the Firebase. So move to the runner, signing and capabilities. Now copy the bundle identifier from here and paste it in the Apple bundle ID. Now click on register app. Now download the Google service-info.plist file, and if you have any other old plist file, then please make sure you remove them and rename the new plist file. Now we'll move to the info. Now we'll move to the runner and we'll paste it below the info. Now click on finish. So here it is done. Now click on next, 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 continue to the console. So as you can see that we have successfully added the iOS app here, and it takes just a few seconds to connect the iOS app with a Firebase. Now let's move to the Android app. Now we need a Android package name. So we'll move to the Android build.gradle file. Now we'll copy the application ID from here and we'll paste it in the Android package name. Now click on register app. Now before downloading the Google services.json file, you can see on the right side how the Android app is connected with a PC through a USB cable, and you can run a real app to your real Android device by just using the USB cable. So if you don't know how to run the app on your real device, I have already made a video on my channel where I have shown how to run the app on your Android device step by step, and how to enable a complete settings to run the app directly from your PC. So if you haven't followed that video, I will suggest that you too watch that and can learn how to run the app on your real Android device. Now let's move and we'll download the Google services.json file and we'll paste it in the Android app folder. Now click on next. Now we'll copy the plugin ID from here and we'll move to the Android build.gradle file and we'll paste it in the class path. Now we need to change some of the line of the code in the class path. Do not forget to use any of the colon or full stop here in the class path, because it may frequently throws the error if you forgot to use any of the colon and full stop from here. I will request you to follow along with me and make this wallpaper app from scratch. So here is the complete code for the class path, and it should be exactly what I have wrote here. Now let's move and we'll copy this another plugin ID and we'll move to the Android build.gradle file and we'll paste it in the apply plugin section, and we'll again remove a double inverted comma and brackets. Now we'll copy the implementation ID
or dependency and we'll paste it in the dependency section and the another dependency. So these are the two dependencies that we need to add in the dependencies. Now click on next, continue to the console. So as you can see that we have successfully added the iOS app and Android app here with a Firebase. So if you haven't hit that like button till now, then please do not forget to hit that like button down below. Now let's move and we'll enable the settings for the Firestore database so that we can directly upload the data from our Flutter app to the Firestore. Now click on create database. Now next click on create button. So as you can see that Firestore is setting up some security rules. So wait for a few seconds. Now move to the rules section and we need to change a rule from false to true. Please do not forget to change this command from here because by changing it to true you can only upload the data to the cloud Firestore. So we'll change from false to true. Now click on publish button. So here it is done. Now we'll move to the Firestore again and here you can see a start collection and it will frequently create a collection and a specific doc ID and will add one document after the another to that respective collection. Now let's move to the storage. Click on get started button. Now click on next, again on done button. Now we'll need to change the security rules for that storage to. Now move to the rules and will again change from false to true. So here it is done. We have completely changed the settings for a Firestore and the storage. Now let's move to the perf dev because we need to add some of the packages from here to the Flutter code. So our first package name is Firebase core so that we can enable a Firebase in our Flutter app. So we'll move to the installing and we'll copy the dependency from here and we'll paste it inside the first.yml file. Now our second package name will be Cloud Firestore so that we can upload the data to the Firestore database. And our third package will be Firebase storage to upload the images to the storage. And our fourth package will be random string so that we can provide a specific unique ID to our each images and the data or the documents that we upload to the Firestore database or to storage. So here it is done. Now run all the packages here. So we are facing a version error from our cloud Firestore. So if you face this version error while copying the package from the pubdev to your Flutter app, then there would be some version problem, but do not need to worry. We just need to remove the version from the cloud Firestore and it will automatically take a respective version that he wants for that respective package. So we'll remove the version from that respective package. Now let's run the file again. So here you can see that our package has been successfully installed to our Flutter app. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we need to add a few lines of the code here to enable the Firebase. So we'll write widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized. Now we'll write await Firebase dot initialize app. So here it is done. Now let's move to the admin login page and we'll add a backend to this page. So we'll first write our function name
login admin and will write Firebase firestore.instance.collection and will write a collection name admin. Now dot get, and through the snapshot we can get the data of that respective document that will be available in the admin collection. So we'll move to the Firebase and we'll first create a collection. So here in the Firestore database, I will write our collection name admin and will pass a random document ID, and in the field name will pass the ID which will be the username for our admin login page will be Peter and the password 123456. So if you want to keep a unique password according to your wish, then you can change the detail from the Firebase. So here it is done. Now you can see admin collection and a document ID, and in the result data ID I will get this word or the text that available in the field name ID. Now let me write a function so that we can check that if the user have entered the correct username or password or not. So we'll check that if the ID entered by the user is not equals to the text that the user entered in the username by using username controller.text, then we'll show the text your ID is not correct and we'll pass a style to this text widget by using text style. Now we'll copy this same command and we'll paste it here for the password, and we'll check that if the user have entered the correct password or not, and we'll pass the text that user your password is not correct. Now if both the command is false, I mean that if the user have entered the correct ID and the password, then we'll directly push the user to the add wallpaper page from where they can add the wallpaper. Now we'll create one more file in our admin folder which will be add wallpaper.dart where we'll directly push the user. So first we'll import the package and we'll create a stateful widget name add wallpaper. Now we'll call this function name add wallpaper here and we'll push the user to that respective dart file. Now, if you want to run the app in your iOS emulator, then we need to change the iOS version from our pod file. So we'll rename the version from 11 to 13. Now we'll write flutter clean and flutter run to run the app. So our app has launched successfully. Now I will enter the username here, which is Peter, and the password 123456. Now I'll click to the login button. I think so I forgot to call a login admin function in the login button. So I will write login admin function in our gesture director. Now we'll click to the login button again, and here you can see that our login page is working brilliantly and we can directly move to the add wallpaper page from where we can now add the wallpaper to that respective category. Now let's move to the add wallpaper.dart file, and here I will first create the app bar, and in the leading will pass a gesture director, and in the on tap function will pass a navigator.pop context, because we are going to show a back arrow so that user can directly move to the admin login page again after adding the wallpaper, and will pass a customized color code to our back arrow. Now, after providing the customized color code, I will write title, text, add wallpaper, where we are going to show the our headline for this page, which will be add wallpaper, and will center the title with center title true, and will provide the styling to this text widget by using text style. Now colors.black, font size 20.0, and font family Poppins. So here you can see the our headline for this add wallpaper page. Now I am going to create a column from where we can pick the image from our phone gallery, and that image will be shown on this container. Now I will write container width, and I want that the width to be 300. Now height 300. Now I will write decoration, box decoration. Now in the box decoration, first I will provide the border to my container. So I'll write border.all, and will provide the color to the border. So we'll write colors.black. Now we'll provide the width to the border, which is 1.5. So here it is done. Now let's move, and we'll provide the border radius to the container. So we'll write border radius dot circular 20. Now I will write child icon icons dot camera alt outline, and will show this icon so that we can suggest the user that by clicking this icon they can upload the image to their respective category. So here you can see the container. So our width and height is too much, so we'll change the width from 300 to 250. Now we'll wrap up a container with a material widget, and will provide the elevation 4.0. Now we'll copy and paste the border radius here. Now I want to center the container here, so we'll wrap up with a center widget. So here it is done. Now we'll write size box height 20.0, because I want to provide the space from the top. So we'll write size box height 20.0. Now I will create a container where the user can select the respective category where he want to add this wallpaper. So I have already shown you the category in the home page. So I will add all that category in our drop down button, and through the drop down button the user can select the respective category and can upload the wallpaper to that category. So if you have followed my other series like e-commerce app, quiz app, then you already know to create a drop down button. So it will be very easy to understand the drop down button that I am going to code here. Now I will create a container padding, and will provide the width and a customized color code in our decoration box decoration. Now border radius dot circular 10. Now we'll write child, and we'll provide the drop down button hide underline, and it will frequently remove the underline if it is visible in the drop down menu, and will provide the child drop down button, and will pass the string here. Now in the items I am going to show all the categories list. So let's create the categories list first. Now in the final I will first create the list name string and will name the list category items equals to and will now in the category items, I will write all the category like wildlife, foods, nature and city. So you can see this category in our home page where we have shown in the bottom navigation bar a category section and there you can see this category items. Now in the item I will write category items dot map and it will frequently shows me all the category list that will be present in this categories items and through the drop down menu button I will show all the category name and will pass the string and in the value item will keep on updating the string that have been selected by the user and in the text item will show the respective item list and will provide the style text style font size 18.0 and the colors dot black. Now write dot to list so that it can frequently change the drop down button strings into the list. Now we'll call a onChange function because through the onChange function will update the value that the user select from this drop down button. So we'll write this dot value equals to value. So in the string we'll write value. Now in the onChange function I will write value and through the set state and will keep on updating the value that been selected by the user through the drop down button and will save that value to the respective string that I have just wrote here. So we'll write hint text and we'll pass the hint text here and in the text I will write select category. Now to update the value we'll write value is equals to value and here we'll update the string value. Now if I'll select nature then it frequently shows me a nature string and if I select city it will show me the city category. So it is working brilliantly and through the drop down menu button we can select the respective category here. Now let's provide the margin from the left and right position. So we'll write margin edge insert dot only and we provide the margin from the left and right position. We are going to create a customized button. So I will move to the admin login page and will copy the same button that we have created in our last part and I will copy this login button and will paste it in the add wallpaper dart page and will remove this function in the gesture director and will hot reload and here you can see the button and will change the text to add so that we can add the wallpaper. Now we need to provide some height from the top. So we'll write sizebox height 40.0. Now let's move and we need the image picker package here because when I'll tap to this camera icon then it will frequently opens my phone gallery from where I need to pick the image and that image will be shown in this container. So let's move to the perf dev and we'll search image picker here and let's move to the installing and we'll copy the package from here and we'll paste it inside the perspec.ml file.
So here it is done. Now run the package. Now let's move to the add wallpaper.dart file again, and here I will first create a function for the image picker to pick the image. So I will write final image picker equals to image picker, and will write a file name selected image here because the image that we will pick from our phone gallery will be in the form of the file, so we need to save that file in our selected image. So here I've created the file name selected image here. Now I will create a function name get image that will be called when the user will tap to this camera icon. Now we'll write var image equals to await picker dot pick image, and we are suggesting that to pick the image from the phone gallery. So I will write image source dot gallery. Now after picking the image from the gallery, I need to save the file in our selected image. So we'll pass the image path to our selected image. Now we'll write set state so that we can frequently update the selected image. So here I have wrote a image source dot gallery, but if you want to show that like the user can click the image from their phone camera and can upload the image, then you can write image source dot camera here, and you can see a two option camera and gallery. So I will choose gallery here. So it is done. Now we'll write if selected image is equals to null. It means that if the user haven't selected any of the image, then we'll show a camera icon here, and we'll wrap up with the gestDetector, and in the on tab function we'll call a get image function so that user can pick the image from their phone gallery. Now if the image has been picked by the user, then we'll show that selected image by using image.file widget. So if you have already followed my old series like chat app, ToDo app, e-commerce app or YouTube player app, then you already know the use of image picker in the Flutter app. We'll write fit boxfit.cover so that it can use a complete height and width of the container. So here it is done. So if selected image is equals to null, then we'll show a camera icon, and if the user have selected the image, then we'll show the selected image by using image.file widget. So it is very easy to understand the code that I have just wrote here. Now let's move to the image picker and we'll go to the readme section, and when you are running the app to your iOS device, then you need to add 3 commands to your info.plist file. So these are the 3 commands that you need to add in your info.plist file. There is nothing extra you need to add to run the app in your Android device. So let's move to the info.plist file and let me add this 3 command. So here I have added these 3 command. You can also write them in your info.plist file to run the app in your iOS device. Now as we have added a image picker widget now, so we need to run the app again. So first I will write flutter clean and flutter run to run the app. So our app has launched successfully. Now we need to fill the username Peter and the password 123456. Now click in the login button. Now I'll tap to this camera icon, and here it shows me option to pick the image from the phone gallery. Now I'll pick the image and it will frequently upload to this container. Now we need to provide the border radius. So you already know that how to provide the border radius to the image. by using a clip React widget. So here it is done. Now you can see that after selecting the category, there are the four options like wildlife, foods, nature, and city. But many of the developers might do that they will write a for function to upload this image separately to each category. But I will do some smart work here. I will only write one function, and through that one function I will upload the image to the different category. It sounds really cool, but let me show you how I'll do that. It is very easy. Rather than writing each function for this each category. Now let's move and we'll create a new folder name service here, and inside the service folder I will create a new file name database.dart. Now we'll write class name database methods. Now we'll write future and we'll create a function name add wallpaper here, and we'll pass a map string dynamic user info map. Basically map string dynamic is something like our in our string we are going to upload the image, the category section where it will be in the form of the double inverted comma to indicate that it is string, and in the dynamic we can pass anything like http link or an number, string, boolean character. Basically dynamic accept everything and the string should be in the form of the double inverted comma. Don't worry, I will show you how to write a map string dynamic here while uploading the data to the Firestore database. Now we'll rename the map to wallpaper info map. So we'll need one more string name category here so that we can pass a category, and through that category we can pass each category here and can upload the wallpaper to that respective category. Now in the return I will write Firebase Firestore dot instance dot collection, and in the collection we'll pass a category name, so we'll write category here, which will be wildlife, foods, nature, city, and in the doc id we'll pass a unique id, and by using the set method we'll upload the map to that respective category. Now we'll create a function name upload item here, and we'll write if selected image is not equals to null, it means that the user have selected the image to upload the image to the Firebase storage. Now we'll write string add id here so that we can provide a unique id to the each image that will upload to the Firebase storage. Now I'll write reference Firebase storage ref equals to Firebase storage dot instance dot reference, and will name the folder name blog images here, and will pass a unique id. Now we'll write final upload task equals to Firebase storage ref dot put file. Basically put file will help us to get the selected image that is in the form of the file, so we are using a dot put file function.
Now we'll write var download URL and we'll get the URL link of that respective image that we want to upload in the Firebase storage, and we can use that link to show the image in the Firebase Firestore. So we'll write dot get download URL. Now we'll create a map string dynamic here that I was talking about. So we'll name the map add item. Now in the double inverted comma we have wrote image that is in the form of the string, and in the download URL it will be the HTTP link. So we are passing the dynamic here in the download URL, and ID is same string, and add ID is our random alphanumeric character, so we can pass it to the dynamic again. So that's why I have wrote map string dynamic. Now it clears the point, the reason to write map string dynamic. Now we'll write await database methods dot add wallpaper function, and we'll pass add item which is our map, and in the id we'll pass a unique id, so we'll write add id, and in the category we will pass the category that the user have selected, so which will be saved in the value string as you can see here. Now I want to show the toast message which will suggest the user that if their data has been uploaded to the Firebase Firestore. So we need a Flutter Toast package. So let's move to the pub dev and we'll copy the Flutter Toast package from here and we'll paste it inside the perspecml file. Now run the package. Now let's move to the Flutter Toast again and we'll copy this code from here and we'll paste it in the add wallpaper.dart file. So after uploading the wallpaper to that respective category, we going to show the toast message. So we'll use dot then method. Now in the message we'll write wallpaper has been uploaded successfully. So here it is done. You can also change the background color of this toast message. So I am writing dot green, and you can also increase the toast length. So I will write toast dot length long. Now I want to show the text message in the bottom. So I will write dot bottom. So here it is done. Now let's rerun the app by using the flutter run command. Now our app has launched successfully and we need to enter the username and the password. So I will enter username Peter and the password 123456. Now I'll click to the login button and will directly move to the add wallpaper page. Now we need to select the image from our phone gallery by clicking this camera icon. Now let's pick the image from the phone gallery. So here is the image. Now we need to select the category. So I'm going to select nature here and will click to the add button. I think so. I forgot to call a upload item in our gesture detector. So we'll call the upload item function in our gesture detector. So now we'll hot reload it again and we'll click to the add button here. So here you can see the toast message wallpaper has been added successfully. Now let's move to the Firebase and we'll check that if the Firebase have created a nature collection. So we'll refresh the page and here you can see the nature collection with a specific doc ID and the image that we have just uploaded from our emulator. So it is working brilliantly, and we'll open this image link and you can see exactly this image that we have just uploaded from the emulator. Now we'll move to the storage section, and here you can see the blog images folder, and in this folder here you can see the file of that respective image. So we can upload the image to the Firestore database and the storage. Now I will just change the category here. So I will choose wildlife, and as I've told you before that through just one function I will use a different category, and the app will make a different collection by using that single function, and this may help me to not write lots of code in the VS Code. Now I will choose wildlife and will click to the add button, and the app will create a separate collection for wildlife automatically by using the single function. So wallpaper has been added successfully. Now let's refresh the page, and here you can see the wildlife category with a specific doc ID and the image that we have just uploaded from our emulator. So our function is working brilliantly, and we can select any of the category here, and through that category it can create a separate collection for that category by a single function. So this was the smart work that I was talking about. By single function you can upload the wallpaper to that respective image, and it will create a separate collection for that category where the user want to upload the wallpaper. Now let's move to the user side, I mean in the home page, and we'll move to the categories section, and we'll show all the wallpaper that we have just uploaded from our admin panel. So we'll move to the pages folder, and we'll create a new file name all wallpaper.dart, where we are going to show the wallpaper for that respective category. And here I will first create a stateful widget name all wallpaper. So in this Dart file, I will show the wallpaper to that respective category what the user select from this categories page. So if they will select the wildlife, then we are going to show the wildlife category, and if they select food, then food, and same for the other. So here I will write scaffold, now body, container, child, column children. Now we'll paste the same headline that we have wrote in our categories page, and here in the text widget we are going to show the category that the user select. But before that, let's add the margin here. Now I will write string category so that we can get the respective category that the user will select by tapping from the categories page, and we'll write widget.category so that we can get the respective category. Now I want to show the wallpaper that is saved on the Firebase Firestore, and through the stream builder I am going to show all the wallpaper in our each category. So here I will write all wallpaper function, and will call this all wallpaper function in our column widget so that we can show all the wallpaper in our grid view. And here I will write stream and will create a stream name, category stream. Now in the builder I will write context, async snapshot, and through the snapshot will get the respective collection name and the documents that will present in that respective collection. So if you have followed my other series, then you already know the use of stream builder and how to create a stream builder in your Flutter code. Now we'll write return snapshot dot hash data and we'll check that if the data is present in that respective collection or not. So if the data will be present, then we'll show a grid view dot builder. Basically, the grid view is something that we have already used in our search page, and that exact design we are going to show in our categories page. Now we'll write context index so that we can get the index of that respective document, and if the snapshot didn't have any data, then we'll show just a container, and we'll write document snapshot ds snapshot dot data dot docs index, and in the ds will pass the respective index of that document. Now in the return we are we will write container, and in the grid delegate will copy the same design that we have wrote for the search page. Sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count, and will pass the cross axis count to here because we are going to show the two images in the row position, and will copy the same aspect ratio and the spacing from our search page and will paste it here in all wallpaper dart file, and it will give me that exactly spacing from the main and cross position that I have shown you in the search page. So here it is done. Now we'll pass item count so that we can show the length of that documents in that respective collection. Now in the container, now in the image.network, I will write ds and will get the image of that respective document, I mean wallpaper. Now our image is in the form of the HTTP link. That's why I'm going to use image.network here, and to provide the border radius to the image, I will use a creep react widget and will write border radius dot circular 10. So here it is done. We have created a all wallpaper function to show all the wallpaper to that respective category. Now we are going to create a function in a database.dart file so that we can call that function in our stream builder, and we can show that document that will present in the respective collection that the user will select from the categories page. So again, I am not going to write a for function for a for category, but I will use just a one function name get category, and through this just one function I will get the respective documents that will present in the collection name wildlife, foods, nature and city. So let me show how I will do that. So I will write future, and here I will write stream query snapshot. Basically, stream query snapshot will help us to get the documents that will present in the respective collection, and in the get category will pass a category name like wildlife foods that I have just told you now, and in the return I will write await firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and here I will pass a string name here which will be the category name dot snapshot, and through the dot snapshot will get the document, and here you can see the nature category, and in the nature category it will show give me the documents that will present here. Now let's move to the all wallpaper.dart file, and here I will write a function name get on the load. Now I will write await category stream equals to await database methods dot
get category, and we are going to pass the category that the user will select by using widget dot category, and will set state. Now let's call the get on the load function in the init state. Get on the load function will be called as soon as this app or the page launches. Now let's call the all wallpaper function in our column widget. Here it is done, and we have wrote a complete code to show the category. Now let's move to the categories.dart file, and we need to push the user to the all wallpaper.dart file. So in the gesture director we'll write on tab function, and we'll write navigator.push material page root context, and we'll push the user to the all wallpaper page, and in the category we'll write a category name so that we can know that if the user have selected which category from this categories page and what documents we need to show from the Firebase. So let me add all the navigator function in our categories. So here it is done. Now let's move to the all wallpaper.dart file, and we need to wrap up the all wallpaper function in a expanded widget so that it can use a complete height of our phone device. So we'll move to the categories section, and we'll tap to the nature category, and here you can see the our headline of this page has been changed to nature, and here it is showing me all the images that have been saved in our nature collection through the Firebase. Now here you can see the image, but I want that the image to use a complete height and width of the container, so we'll write fit boxfit.cover in our image.network widget, and we'll hot reload, and here you can see the complete image or the wallpaper in our natures category. Now let's remove the space from the top. So we'll move to the grid view.builder, and we'll pass the padding edge inset dot 0, and it will frequently remove the padding from the top, and we'll write size box height 10.0. Now let's provide the margin from the left and right side. So we'll write margin, and we'll provide the margin from left and right position. So here it looks good. Now we can see the wallpaper in our nature collection. Now let's provide some more space from the main axis and cross axis. So here it's look good, and these are all the wallpapers that we have just uploaded from the admin panel. So you can see that in our wallpaper app, the user can upload the customized wallpaper through the admin panel that will be shown in the user app, and if the user want to search for that respective wallpaper, then they can also use a search bar to search the wallpaper. Though I have seen many of the videos in the YouTube where they have made the wallpaper app from the scratch by using Flutter, but I have seen many of them are using the just API to show the wallpaper in their Flutter app. But I have thought that let's provide some more feature in this wallpaper app and make it
more interesting. So that's why I've added the admin panel in this wallpaper app so that the admin can also upload the customized wallpaper to that respective category, and that will look really cool and add some more interesting features in this wallpaper app. So if you haven't hit that like button down below, then I have a request from you, because I am giving my best to explain you in as easy way as possible. So you can hit that like button down below. Or if you want to show the some support to the channel or want to donate to the channel, you can find the GPay and the PayPal link in the description box. Now let's move to the code. Now let's move to the search bar and we'll search nature here, and by typing to this search icon it will show me all the images or the wallpaper related to the search item that I have searched. Now I want that when I will tap to the respective image, then I can set that image as the wallpaper, which is our main perspective of making this wallpaper app. Now, if I will tap to this image, then it will cover a complete height and width of my phone device, and I can see this image clearly how it will look in my home screen of my phone device, basically as a wallpaper in my phone device. We'll create one more Dart file in our pages folder, which name will be fullscreen.dart, and first we'll import the package and we'll write a stateful widget name full screen. Now we'll write scaffold and body stack children, and through the hero widget we are going to pass the link of that respective wallpaper that will be shown in this Dart file. So when I will tap to this image, then it will frequently pass me the HTTP link of this image, the full screen.dart file. So to get this HTTP link, we'll first write a string here, and in the string we'll write image path, which will suggest the image path link, and in the full screen we'll get the image path. Now in the tag we'll pass the image path. Basically hero widget will help us to fit the image completely in our phone device. Now in the child I will write container height media query dot of context dot size dot height, and same for the width, which will help us to use a complete height and width of the screen. Now in the child of the container we are going to pass a cacet network, because you know that our image is in the form of the link. So in the image URL we'll pass widget.imagePath and fit boxfit.cover to use a complete height and width of the container. Now I will write container here again, because we are going to use a stack widget to show the image first, and just above this image there will be a button suggesting the user to set this image as a wallpaper, and just below this button there will be one more text named cancel, so that they can cancel this image and can directly move to the search page again. Now to show the customize button, I will write container, and let's create the customize button name set wallpaper here, and then I will show you what all things I have wrote in the full screen.dart file. So I have wrote a complete code for the customize button named set wallpaper. Now I want to push the user by clicking this any of the wallpaper from the search page to the all wallpaper.dart file. In our widget.dart file, we'll first wrap up a hero widget with a gesture director, and in the onTap function, we'll again use a navigator function to push the image to the full screen.dart file, and the image path we can pass the image URL or the tag. So we'll write photos model.src.portrait. Now when I will tap to this image, then you can see the image have used a complete height and width of our phone device, and it shows that how our wallpaper will look alike when we'll set them in our phone device. So it is looking really good. So our button is at the top. Now let's bring to the bottom. So we'll write column main axis alignment dot center, and here you can see the container, but I need to bring the container to the bottom of the screen, so we'll write dot end here. Now let's provide the margin from the bottom, so we'll write margin from the bottom is 50.0. Now let's give some more styling to the text that is shown in this button. So we'll first provide the font family, and we'll increase the font size and the height of the container. So let me provide some more styling to this container. So here it is done, and you can now see the our set wallpaper button clearly, and just below this set wallpaper text it is clearly written that image will be saved in a gallery. So by tapping to this button, the image will be directly saved in a user phone gallery, and through that image that have been saved in the gallery, they can set them as their wallpaper in their phone device. Now let's create one more text below this button, which will be cancel, so that user can tap to this cancel text and can pop out this image and can directly move to the search.dart file again and can search for that another image that they want to set them as a wallpaper. Now we'll wrap it with a gesture director, and in the onTap function we'll write navigator dot pop context. So through this function we can directly pop out this wallpaper, and when I'll tap to this cancel button, you can see that the image pop out and it directly move to the search page. And now we can see for the another image and can set them as a wallpaper. Now let's search beach here, and here you can see the wallpaper related to the beach category, and let's tap to any of the image and it will frequently use a complete height and width of the screen, and you can see the two icons clearly, and you can search any of the search item and can do set them as the wallpaper. Now I want that this image to be set as the wallpaper in my phone device. After clicking to this set wallpaper button, Now let's add the execution or the process to save this image in the gallery so that user can set this image as a wallpaper in their phone device. Now to execute this function, we need to add the some packages from the pubdev to our perspecml file. So here comes our first package name, which is image save to gallery. As the name says of this package that the image will be directly saved to the gallery, so we'll search this package, and here you can see the package name image gallery saver. Now I'll copy this package name and will paste it inside the perspecml file. Now we need a second package name, which is do. Basically do package will help us to get this http link and the network package of this image and help this image to save them in our phone gallery. So we'll copy this package from here and we'll paste it inside the perspecml file. Now run all the packages. Now let's move to the full screen.dart file and will create a function name save that will be executed when we'll press this set wallpaper button. So here you can see that I have added a save function, and let's call all the packages like do and the image gallery saver in our dart file, and so this function will help us to save the image in our phone gallery. You can pause the video and can write this save function from here. Now let's move to the gesture director and we'll call the save function. So here it is done. Now as you know that we have already added two packages in our perspecml file, so we need to run the complete app here by using flutter run command. So let's run the app. So our app has launched successfully. Now let's move to the search bar and we'll search London here and we'll click to the search icon. Now we can select any of the wallpaper from here. Now for an example, let's select this image and we'll click to the set wallpaper button. Now let's move to the phone gallery and we'll check that if the image has been saved in our phone gallery or not. So we'll move to the photos and you can see the image that we have just saved from our wallpaper app, and image has been directly saved in our phone gallery. So our app is working brilliantly and our image has been directly saved in our phone gallery. Now we can set this image as a wallpaper in our phone device. Now let's move to the app again and add some more images in our phone gallery. So I will search red fort here, and here I will pick the image and will save them in our phone gallery by using set wallpaper button. Now let's move and we'll check in the gallery again, and here you can see the image that have been directly saved in our phone gallery. So it is working brilliantly and we can set any of the images as a wallpaper in our phone device by using the search bar, or we can also add this customized wallpaper that the admin upload in the different categories. So you have three apps to your app bucket list, and now I am pretty sure that you have learned lots of things regarding the Flutter and Firebase. So let's move to the fourth real project, which is YouTube video player app. So on this project you will learn setting up Firebase, designing stunning user interface, YouTube player controls, and many more. I have been noticing that while many of you are watching the video but haven't hit that subscribe button yet, so please hit that button so that we can add some more fellow developers to our channel. Now let's move to the code. Before moving to the code, let me show you how your app will look alike at the end of this series and what all features we are going to add on this series. So here you can see the app where at the top it shows a app name which is Flutter Courses. and in the right side of the screen you can see the user picture. Now just below of it there is a username which is Hi Shivam, and in the same container we have shown a app quote which is embark on a thrilling Flutter journey with Shivam Gupta where Flutter comes to life. So do not need to worry, I will tell you each and everything to how to create this awesome UI in your Flutter app. Now just below of it there will be a list of courses with the course banner and the course name, and it will also show how much videos are present on this specific course. So we'll show the count just below the course name. Now you can see a floating action button which shows a add icon. Now when I'll tap to this icon, it will directly take me to the add course page from where I can add the course, and it will directly shown in the home page. Now here I need to upload the course banner picture. So I will click to this camera icon and it will directly open my phone gallery. So I will pick a random image from my phone gallery. Now here is a text field. So we need to enter a course name here. So I will write a Flutter beginner course. Now I'll click to the add button. So as you can see, course has been uploaded successfully. Now let's move to the home page again and we'll check if the course have been shown in the home page or not. So here you can see that our course has been uploaded to the Firestore database and it is successfully been shown in the home page. Now here you can see the image and the course name with videos that present on this course. Though it is 0, but do not need to worry, we'll upload the videos to this course. Now let's move to the Firebase, and here you can see the course collection and the document ID that we have just uploaded from the add course page. So I will also tell you how to manage a cloud Firestore and how to upload the image to the Firebase storage. Now I'll tap to this course and it will directly take me to the course page, and here I will click to the add icon and it is telling us to add the YouTube link, though as you know that it is a YouTube video player app. So we need to add the link of the YouTube video in this text field and we'll click to the save button. So let's move to the my YouTube channel and we'll add some videos from my channel to this Flutter course app. Now here you can see my channel, so do not forget to hit that subscribe button, and you can also see a join button here. So you can click to the join button and can join our code crafters club and can become a club member. Now let's move to the videos. So there are lot many videos in our channel, but we are going to upload this chat app link to our Flutter course app. So if you haven't learned the chat app, then I will recommend you to follow this awesome Flutter chat app series that we have made from the scratch. I will paste the link in the description box, and also do not forget to hit that like button after watching any of the videos from our channel. Now we'll copy this link from here and we'll move to the Flutter app and we'll paste the link here. Now we'll click to allow paste and click on save button. So as you can see that the thumbnail of our YouTube video has been uploaded to the, and it takes just a few seconds to show this thumbnail here, and this is the exact thumbnail of our Flutter chat app. Now let's move to the Firebase and we'll refresh this page, and here you can see the count changes to 1 because we have uploaded one video in our Flutter beginner course, and here it creates a videos collection with a document ID and the link of that video. So in the image it will upload the YouTube thumbnail image which will help us to get to know what all videos have been uploaded to this specific course. I will tell you each and everything to how to upload the YouTube thumbnail image to the Firestore database. Here you can see the thumbnail that we have just uploaded by following this YouTube link. Now let's move to the second video.
So I'm going to upload this e-commerce app that we have made from the scratch. Now I'll copy this link again and will click on the add button and will remove the previous link and will paste it here. Now click on save. So as you can see that again it takes just a few seconds to upload the second video thumbnail. Now let's move and add the third video to this course. So here you can see that I have created a 14 hours Flutter Firebase course video for the beginner with a 5 real projects. So if you haven't seen this video, I will recommend you to please watch this video because this will help you to learn lots of things regarding the Flutter and Firebase. Now we'll copy this YouTube link video and we'll paste the link. Now we'll click to the save button. So our third video has been uploaded to this course. Now let's add our last video to this course, which is a Flutter Firebase crewed by a real project. So we'll copy this link again and we'll paste it to the dialog box. Now click on allow paste. Now click in the save button. So as you can see that our 4 videos has been uploaded to the Flutter beginner course. Now let's move and we'll play this YouTube video. So now when I'll tap to this image, so here you can see the complete page of that specific video from the YouTube. Now when I'll click to this YouTube icon, then you can see it takes just a few seconds to play this video in our Flutter app. So as you can see how brilliantly our app is working, and by just a YouTube link you can upload the YouTube thumbnail to your app and can play the respective video to your Flutter app in the web view. So you can play any of the videos from here and it will take just a few seconds to play that video in our Flutter app. So do not need to worry, I will tell you each and everything how to add these features in your Flutter app. But before moving to the code, I have small request from you. I have been noticed from the stats by YouTube that while 88% of you are loving our videos, but you haven't hit that subscribe button yet. I think so. I need to tell in the different languages to subscribe. So, first one is Hindi for the Indian audience and someone who knows Hindi. जो भी वीडियोस देखते हैं प्लीज चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लो, तुम्हारा ही चैनल है. नाउ लेट मी स्पीक ऑन इंग्लिश फॉर अदर ऑडियंस. प्लीज सब्सक्राइब टू आवर चैनल एंड शो सम सपोर्ट. थैंक्स टू ऑल आवर करेंट सब्सक्राइबर. मजे आ गए. एंड टू द रेस्ट कम ऑन बोर्ड and let's make 88% shrink. Now let's move to the code. You can see the debug banner at the top right of the screen. So to remove the debug banner from the right top of the screen, I will move to the main.dart file and will write debug show mode check banner to false. And by making it to false, it will frequently remove a debug banner from the top right position. Now let's move to the lib folder and we'll create a new folder name pages here, and inside the pages folder I will create a new file name home.dart and will write import material package and will create a stateful widget name home here. Now scaffold body container child column. So as you can see that when I am writing the widget in the VS Code, there is a blue underline under each widget. So to remove this blue line under each widget, we need to add a few lines in the analysis options.yml file because these lines makes a code confusing. So by adding the 2 lines in the analysis options.yml file, it will almost remove blue lines from under a widget that I have just wrote in the home.dart file. Now I will pass a background color to our scaffold widget so that I can give a complete color to our app. Now let's move to the main.dart file and I will call a home.dart file here so that I can show you what all things I am writing in the home.dart file. So here you can see the color that I have just passed in our scaffold widget. Now I will write row children text, and in the text I will write our app name, which is Flutter Courses. Now we'll give the styling to our text by using a text style. So we'll write style text style, and we'll pass a color, colors.black, font size 20.0 and font weight bold. So here you can see the text. Now I want to provide the margin from the top, left and the right. So I will write margin edge inset dot only, top 50.0, left 20.0 and right 20.0. Now here you can see the our app name clearly, which is Flutter Courses. Now I want to provide some font style to my text widget so that it looks more attractive while we are adding in this app. So let's move to the Google Fonts website, and here you can see that there are lots of fonts and the styling that you can give according to your choice. But if you are a old viewer to this channel, then you already know that my favorite font that I already used in many of the apps, which is Poppins. So I'm going to use a Poppins font style again, but if you have any better idea or better font, then you can go according to your way. So I will search Poppins here, and I will download the family and will unzip the file. Now we'll create a folder name fonts here, and inside the fonts folder I will save a font style that I want to use in the app. So I will choose a Poppins semibold.ttf file and will paste it to the fonts folder. So it is done. Now let's move to the perspec.yaml file, and here we need to assign the Poppins font so that we can use them in our text widget. So we'll rename a family to Poppins and we'll write exact font that we have saved in the fonts folder, which is Poppins semibold.ttf. So it is done. Now let's move to the home.dart file again, and I will just write font family and will write a font name Poppins. And by using this Poppins font, I can give my styling to the text widget. Here you can see the app name Flutter Courses, and just the right side of this text I will show the image of the user. So I will write image.asset and will get the image from the images folder. Now I will create a images folder, and inside the images folder I will save a image that I want to show in image.asset widget. So as you can see that I have saved one image in the images folder. Now I want to call this image in our app, but before that we need to call a images folder in our perspec.yaml file, and here in the assets I will call the our folder name images. I have a small request from you. Please do not forget to change this from the perspec.yaml file, otherwise you can't get the image in the Flutter app, because this will help you to learn lots of things regarding the Flutter, and you will face a minimum error while developing this app from the scratch. Now let's move to the home.dart file and we'll write image.asset and we'll write images. So basically we are calling the images folder and we'll call a exact image file name, which is boy.jpg, and we'll pass the height 40, width 40 and fit boxfit.cover. Now here you can see the image of that user. Now I want to move the image to the right side of the screen. So in the row I will write main axis alignment dot space between, and this will give a maximum space between the two widgets which are in the row widget. So Here you can see that image. Now I want to provide the border radius to my image widget. So I will wrap up with a clip react widget and will pass the border radius dot circular 10. Let's increase the height and width of the image so that I can see clearly the user's image. So if you want to learn more about the widgets that I am using in this Flutter app like image widget, text field widget, etc., then I have already made a video in my channel where I have explained in more detail about these widgets, and this may help you to learn lots of things regarding these widgets and how to use them in your Flutter app. I will paste the link in the comment box so that you can directly click to that link and can watch that video and can learn more about Flutter widgets. Now let's come back to the app. So in the starting of the video, I have shown you there is a curved container just below this app name, which is Flutter Courses. So here I will create a container now with media query dot of context dot size dot width. So if you are new to this channel, then you might face a problem to know why I have used a media query in our with. But if you are a old viewer to this channel and developed the apps that are already in my channel, which I have developed from the scratch, then you already know that the use of media query in the container. But I want to repeat it again for the new viewer who are making the Flutter app for the first time. So basically media query is something that makes your app highly responsive. So if you doesn't provide a fixed width to your container and you will use a media query, then you can see that then it will show all the same size container in all the different devices. But if you use a fixed width to the container, then you might face a problem because that container will not be highly responsive and it will change the size according to the phone screen size. So I will always recommend you to use a media query while providing the width to the container. Now we'll write decoration, box decoration, and we'll write color and we'll pass a customized color code to the container. So I will write 0xFF. Now if you are new to this channel, then I need to explain it again the use of 0xFF here. Basically, when you want to write a color code in our color widget, then always start with 0xFF here, because if you directly write a color code in the color widget, then it will not read a color that you have just wrote in the color widget. So always start with 0xFF so that it can frequently read a color code that you have passed in this widget. So I have wrote a customized color code here. Now I will write border radius and I want to provide the border radius from the top left position and top right position. So we'll write top left radius dot circular 20, and from the top right position, so we'll write radius dot circular 20. So it is done. Now we'll write child, now column children, and in the children I will write text, and in the text I will write hi Shivam. So here we'll pass the username. So I'm writing a hi Shivam, and in the style we'll pass a text style and we'll pass the colors.white, font size 30.0 and font weight dot bold, and again font family Poppins. So here you can see the text. Now I want that there should be a no space when I'm passing the container just below the app name from the left and right position. Now I need to remove the margin from the container, and by removing the margin, I need to provide the padding to the row widget. So we'll wrap up with a padding widget and we'll write edge insert dot only left 20.0 and right 20.0. So by doing that, we can just provide a padding to our row widget, and our container can use a complete width of the screen. Now I will write size box height 30.0. Now let's decrease the font size to 28 and I will copy the text widget again and will paste it in the column widget because I want to write a text. Embark on a thrilling Flutter journey with Shivam Gupta, where Flutter comes to life. So I have wrote some lines just below the username, which will be our app main code now, and will pass the font size 15.0 and will pass a customized color code to our code. So it is done. Now I want to provide the padding from the top position. So we'll write padding edge insert dot only top 30.0, left 20.0 and right 20.0. And we'll provide the size box height 20.0 between our two text widget. Now let's provide the more border radius to our container. So I will write 30. So here it's look good. Let's decrease the height to 10. Now we'll pass the height to the container. So I'm writing 400. Now just above this container there will be one more container where I will show the list of the courses. So whenever you want to overlap one widget over the another, then we'll always use a stack widget here. So we'll wrap up a container with a stack widget and we'll write children. Now I will write container in the stack widget. Now we'll again pass a media query dot of context dot size dot width so that it can use a complete width of the screen. Now we'll write box decoration colors dot white. Now child text and we'll wrap up a text widget with a column widget. Now I'll copy the same decoration that we have just passed for the container above and will pass it to the same decoration in our container and we'll just change the color to white. So here you can see the container. Now I want to move the container to the bottom of the green container. So we'll write margin edge inset dot only top and we'll again use a media query so that there will be a fixed height from the top of the container. So we'll write media query dot of context dot height divide by 3. So there is a lot of gap between the two container. So by changing the number you can give the height to your container accordingly and this may help you to provide a specific height from the container from the top position. So we'll write divide by 5. Now it is done. So in the column I want to show the course of this app. So we'll use a row widget here and inside the row I will pass image.asset images flutter.jpg. So here you can see the image but we need to pass the height and width to the image. So here you can see the image that I am going to use to show the UI of our Flutter course. So here we are just creating the UI first. So as you know that we are going to connect this app with the Firebase and later on I will show all the courses from the Firestore database. So do not need to worry. This is just a UI so that we can create a UI first and then we can connect the backend with the Firebase. So we'll provide the padding edge insert dot only, top 30.0, left 20.0 and right 20.0. Now here you can see the image. Now I'll provide the height to the container according to the screen size. So we'll again use a media query. So if you can see that if I will use a media query dot size dot height, then it will frequently throws the error and it will shows that bottom overflowed by 310 pixels. Now we need to divide it by 2 or by any number so that we can show the container size according to our choice. So I will use dot 1.6. So here you can see the container size. So by changing the number, you can give the height to your container, and this will help you to give a perfect container height in all the devices. Now let's increase the image to 120 and width 120. Now I want to provide the border radius. So you know that whenever you want to provide the border radius to your image, then always wrap up with a clip react widget. Now I can feel that if you are a old viewer or a subscriber to this channel and you have already developed a 2-3 apps by following our Flutter project app series, then it will be very easy for you to understand what all things I am writing in the home.dat file. And if you are a new viewer and you are facing a problem to understand what all things I'm writing in home.dat file, then don't worry. This is the first time that you are developing a Flutter app from the scratch. But if you follow our app series that I have made many apps from the scratch, then you will also find it very easy to code in the VS Code. So we have already developed a chat app, food delivery app, to-do app, quiz app, news app, and wallpaper app, which is already uploaded in our channel. So by following this app, you can add some more app to your app bucket list and can be a developer. I will paste the link in the comment box so that you can directly go to that playlist link of our YouTube channel and can follow that app and can learn lots of things regarding the Flutter Firebase and more about the API. Now let's come back to the app. Now I will paste the text widget in our row widget and will name it to the Flutter tutorials for beginner. So let's change the font size and the color to black so that we can see the text. Now here you can see the text, but you can see that after writing the text in our row widget, there is a overflow error from the right position because there is not much space so that we can show a complete text that we have wrote in the text widget. So now to show the complete text, we'll wrap up a text with a container widget and we'll provide the fixed width to the container so that we can suggest the text widget that there is this much maximum space and he can fit that complete text accordingly. So by passing the container and the width, you can see that it frequently changes the line and we can overcome this overflow error. Now I will provide the size box with 10.0 so that I can provide the space between the image and the text and will change the font size to 20. Now I want to move the text to the top position in our row widget. So we'll write cross axis alignment dot start. So by adding this command, we can directly move the text widget to the top of our row widget. Now just below this course name, I want to show the videos that is available in this course. So we'll copy the same container and we'll paste it in the column widget and we'll write the text 8 videos in the bracket so that we can suggest the user that there are 8 videos that is available in this course. And we'll change the font size to 18 and we'll provide the size box height 20.0. Though I've already told you in the starting of the video that this is the one of the most interesting series that I'm making it from the scratch because there are lots of interesting features that you will learn for the first time in the Flutter app. So I'm already excited you to teach that features that I'm going to use in this Flutter app. So I will highly recommend you to please do not skip any of the process or part from this series because each and every part will help you to learn lots of things regarding the Flutter and Firebase, and this will be one of the most interesting app that we will develop it from the scratch. Now I will pass the customized color code to our text widget. Now I will add a floating action button here. Basically, floating action button will help us to add the course in our home page. So by tapping this floating action button, we can directly move to the add course section from where we can upload the course image and the course name. So in the child, I will pass icons.add so that we can suggest the user by typing this icon they can add the course to this app. Now we'll pass a color to our icon. So we'll write colors.white and background color. So we'll use the same background color that we have just passed to show the username. So I will pass this same customized color code to our background color and we'll change the icon color to white. So here you can see the floating action button. Now let's move and we'll create a add course page here because I want that when the user will tap to the floating action button that we have just made in our last part, then we'll directly move to the add course page and can upload the course that will be shown in the home page. So we'll move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name add course.dart, and inside the add course.dart file I will import the package first. Now we'll create a stateful widget name add course. Now scaffold, body, container, child column, children. Now I will create the app bar in our add course page. So we'll write app bar and we'll pass the title text and we'll give the text add course here. Now we'll give the styling to our text that we have passed in the text widget by using the text style, and we'll pass the color colors.black, font size 30.0 and font family Poppins and font weight dot bold. So let's move to the home.dart file and we'll pass a navigator function in the onPress function so that I can show you what all things I am writing in the add course.dart file. So we'll write navigator dot push material page route and we'll move to the add course page. Now we'll tap to the floating action button and we'll directly move to the add course page, and here you can see the app bar that I have just created in the scaffold widget. Now in the children we'll copy the same text widget and we'll paste it here. Now we'll change the font size to 18 and we'll pass the hint that upload the course banner picture. So here I will create a container so that user can press to that container and can directly upload the image for that respective course he want to show in the home page by uploading it through the phone gallery, and will pass the margin from top, left and right position. Now we'll give the size box height 20.0 and we'll first pass a material widget and we'll give the elevation 4.0. Now we'll write child, and as I've told you, we'll create a container here. So we'll write container and we'll give the width 150 and the height 150. Now we'll write decoration, box decoration, and we'll pass the border dot all color colors dot black, and we'll pass the width 1.5. So here you can see the container. Now let's provide the border radius to our container. So in the box decoration, we'll write border radius dot circular 20, and we'll pass the same border radius to our material widget. So here it is done. Now we'll write child and we'll pass the icons dot camera alt outline, and we'll pass a colors dot black. So here you can see the icon. Now as I've told you before, here the user will upload the course image what you can see in the home page. So that's why I have added a camera icon here. Now we'll again write size box height 20.0 and we'll copy the same text widget again and we'll paste it here. Now I want that after uploading the image, the user can enter the course name. So we'll write course name in the text widget. Now I want to move the text to the left side of the screen. So we'll write cross axis alignment dot start in our column widget and we'll center the container. So here it is done. Now we'll create a text field here so that user can enter the course name by using this text field. So we'll pass the padding and the width to the container. Now if you want to learn the use of these widgets like container, text widget, icon widget, text field widget, etc., and you want to know much more about these widgets, then I've already created a video in my channel. So I will paste the link in the comment box so that you can directly go to that video and can learn lots of things regarding the Flutter widgets. I am saying this because this will help you to learn lots of things regarding these widgets and you can use them easily in your Flutter app. Now we'll pass decoration, box decoration, and in the color I will pass a customized color code. Now we'll pass the border radius dot circular 10. So we'll write child and we'll write one more widget name text field. We'll pass decoration, input decoration. So here you can see the text widget that I was talking about, but you can see that there is a line when I am passing the text widget here, which doesn't look good while the user write a text on this container. So to remove this line, we'll add a command in the input decoration. So we'll write border input border dot none, and by using this command, it will frequently remove the line from our container. Now let's provide the height from the top. So I will use a size box. Now we'll also pass a hint text, and in the hint text, we'll write course name, which will pass the hint to the user that they can enter the course name to this text field. Now we'll again use a size box height 20.0 and now we'll create a customized add button here because by typing to this add button, they can directly add the course to the Firestore database, and through the Firestore database will show all the course in our home page. So let's create a customize button by using the container widget. So here you can see that I have created a customized button name add. Now in this text field, user can enter the text which will be the course name they want to upload to the Firestore database, and by tapping to the add button, the course will be directly added to the Firestore database, and through the stream builder will show all the course in our home page. Do not need to worry, I will tell you each and everything regarding how to upload the data to the Firestore database and how to get the data from the Firestore by using a stream builder. But before handling the Firestore database, so let's move to the Firebase and we'll connect the Flutter app with the Firebase. So first we'll write a project name. So I'm writing a random project name here, which is subscribe. Now we'll click to the continue button, again to the continue button. Now we'll select a default account for Firebase and we'll click on create project. So as you can see that Firebase is creating your project. So wait for a few seconds. Though our project name is subscribe, so do not forget to hit that subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the upcoming videos we upload on this series. So our project is ready. Now let's move to the Firebase, and here you can see that we can connect the iOS, Android and web app with the Firebase. So first we are going to connect the iOS app here, then we'll move to the Android app. So we need a Apple bundle ID. So let's move to the Xcode and we need to copy the bundle identifier from Xcode and paste it in the Firebase. So let's open the Xcode. Now move to the runner and signing and capabilities. Now copy the bundle identifier from here and we'll paste it in the Apple bundle ID. Now click in the register app. Now download the google-info.plist file. Now make sure that it should be google service-info.plist file. If anything is written rather than this, then make sure you edit them. Now paste it below the info, click in finish. Now click on next, again on next, next, continue to the console. So as you can see that we have successfully added the iOS app here. Now let's move and we'll connect the Android app. So we need a Android package name. So we'll move to the VS Code and we'll go to the Android app build.gradle file and we'll copy the application ID from here and we'll paste it in the Android package name. Now click in the register app. Now download the google-services.json file, but before that you can see that in the right side of the screen it shows that how the PC is connected with a Android app by using the USB cable. Through this image you can see that we can run the app in our real device by using just a USB cable. I am saying this because in my Flutter Firebase setup video, I have also shown how to connect the PC with a Android app with through the USB cable and run your first app in your real device. So if you haven't followed that video, I will paste the link in the comment box because that will be one of the best video to run the app in your real device, and this may help you to test the app more easily and can share the app to the different person. Now download the google-services.json file from here, and again it should be the exact the file name that have been just shown in the Firebase, and we'll paste it to the Android app folder. Now click on next. Now copy the plugin from here and we'll go to the Android build.gradle file and we'll paste it in the class path. Now we need to make some of the changes in the code. Please, I have a small request from you. Please do not skip any of the process or part from this video while setting up the Firebase for both Android and iOS, because in the class path that I am just writing the code, if you will miss any of the colon or the full stop, then it will frequently throws the error and you can't run the app in your Android app or emulator. So one of my subscriber messaged me on the Instagram, so he have forgotten to write a colon in the class path, and because of that colon he is facing the error, and he was trying to solve this problem for more than 1 hour, but just a colon solve his problems in just a few minutes. That's why I tell you each and every video, please do not skip any of the process or part in this video from any of the series, because that will take much more time to know why the error we are facing, rather than if you will follow along with me and develop the app from scratch. Now we'll copy the second plugin from here and we'll go to the Android app build.gradle file and we'll paste it to the apply plugin section and we'll change the code again. Now we'll copy the dependency from here and we'll paste it inside the dependencies section. Now second implementation. So it is done. Now click on next. Now continue to the console. So as you can see that we have successfully added the iOS and Android app here. Let's move to the perf dev and we need to copy some of the packages from there and paste it inside the perspec.yaml file. So here comes our first package name, which is Firebase core, which will help us to connect the Firebase with our Flutter app. So we'll go to the installing and we'll copy the dependency from here and we'll paste it inside the perspec.yaml file. Now here comes our second package name, which is Cloud Firestore, which will help us to upload the data to the Firestore database. So we'll copy the dependency from here and we'll paste it to the same file, which is perspec.yaml file. And here comes our third package name, which is Firebase storage, which will help us to upload the image to the Firebase storage. Now our fourth package name, which is random string. This package will be very helpful to upload the documents to the Firestore database, and through this package we can give a specific ID to the each document that will upload to the Firestore. So here it is done. Now run all the packages. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we need to add a few lines in the main.dart file. So we'll write widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized. Now await Firebase dot initialize app. So these are the two main lines that will help you to connect the Firebase with your Flutter app. Now to run the app in your iOS emulator, let's move to the pod file and we need to rename the iOS version from 11 to 13. Now let's move to the add course.dart file and here we'll add a complete backend to this page so that we can upload the first course to the Firestore. Now here we need to move to the perf dev because we need one more package name, which is image picker. Basically this package will help us to pick the image from our phone gallery. Before uploading the data to the Firestore database, let's move to the Firestore database and we need to change some of the security rules from there. So let's move to the button create database. Now click on next. Click on create button. So as you can see, Firestore is setting up some security rules. So wait for a few seconds. So let's move to the rules and do not forget to change the false to true. If you haven't changed this rule from the Cloud Firestore, then you can't upload the data to the Cloud Firestore. Now click in the Publish button. So here it is done. Now in the collection it will create a collection name course here, and with the specific doc ID will keep on uploading the one course after the another to the same collection. Now we need to also upload the image. So let's move to the storage and we'll click to the get started button again. Click on next. Now click on done, and it is again setting a default bucket to upload the data to the Firebase storage. So wait for a few seconds. So here it is done. Now let's move to the rules again, and we need to also change the rules for the storage from false to true. Now click on the publish button. So here it is done, and we have successfully changed the security rules for both Firestore database and the storage. Now we are ready to upload the data to the Cloud Firestore. So let's move to the add course.dart file, and here I will write final image picker equals to image picker. So we have called a function to pick the image. Now we'll create a file name selected image where we can store the image that will pick from our phone gallery. Now we'll create a function name get image that will be called when the user will tap to the camera icon that I have just shown you now in the add course page. Now in the get image function I will write var image is equals to await picker dot pick image, and the image source dot I will write gallery here. So here you can see the options that you can pass in the image source, which is camera and gallery. So if you pass a camera, then the user will get the hint that they can click the picture from their phone camera and can directly upload to the app. And by choosing the gallery, the user will redirect it to a phone gallery from where they can pick the image and can directly upload to the app. Now here selected image is equals to file image.path. So as you know that we have created a file whose name was selected image, where we are going to keep the location of that respective image that the user have been picked from their phone gallery. So we'll pass that by using image.path, and we'll give the respective path to the selected image. Now we'll pass a set state here so that we can frequently update the picture that the user select from their device. Now we'll pass that if selected image is equals to null, I mean that if the user have didn't selected any of the image from their phone gallery, then we are going to show a camera icon here suggesting the user to pick the image by clicking this camera icon. And if the user have already picked the image and the image is stored in the selected image, which is a file image path, then we'll show that image by using image.file widget here, and will pass a selected image. Now we'll remove the color and we'll give a fit box fit.cover so that it can use a complete height and width of that container. So here it is done. Now we'll wrap up a container with a gesture director in which we have shown a camera icon, and in the on tap function we'll pass a get image function so that we can call a get image function when the user will tap this camera icon. So let's move to the image picker perf dev, and let's go to the readme section. If you are adding a image picker for your iOS device, then you need to add some of the command in your info.plist file. As you can see here, so you need to add these three function in your info.plist file, and by adding this file you can pick the image from your phone gallery. And if you haven't added this line to your info.plist file, then it frequently throws the error and it can't pick the image from the phone gallery. You don't need to add anything extra for the Android device. This is just for the iOS device. So here you can see that I have added a 3 command from the pubdev to our info.plist file. You can pause a video and can write this command in your info.plist file to run the app in your iOS device. You don't need to add anything extra for your Android device. Now let's move to the add course.dart file again and we'll hot restart the app. Now when I click to the camera icon, then here it frequently throws the error that missing plugin. So whenever you found this error name missing plugin, this means that if you have just added a new package to your Flutter app. So you need to again run the Flutter run command and run the complete app to implement that package in your Flutter app. So this is a small hint from my side that whenever you found a missing plugin exception error, then always rerun your app by using a Flutter run command. So this is just a small error, so do not need to worry. So we'll write flutter clean command first, then flutter run to run the app. So our app has built successfully. Now I'll click to the floating action button and we directly move to the add course page. Now here when I'll tap to the image icon, then it will redirect me to a phone gallery. Now I'll pick the image from our phone gallery. So here you can see the image that I have just picked from our phone gallery. Now here you can see that I need to give a border radius to my image. So you know that whenever you want to provide the border radius to your image, wrap that image widget with your clip react widget and pass that border radius in your clip react widget. So we'll write border radius dot circular 20. So here it is done. Now we need to pass a course name in our text field. So to manage the text in the text field, we'll pass a text editing controller. Course controller equals to new text editing controller. So by using this text editing controller, we can manage the text that the user will enter in this text field, and in the controller we'll pass this course controller. So here it is done and we can now get the text that the user will enter on this text field. Now here I will create a new function name upload item which will be called when the user will tap to the add button here. So we'll write if selected image is not equals to null. It means that if the user have selected the image and he have wrote some text in this text field, then we'll move to the string add id and first we'll create a random string id here. Now first we are going to upload the image to the Firebase storage so that we can use that image link in our Firestore database. So here I will write reference Firebase storage ref Firebase storage dot instance dot ref and will pass a child name block images here and will pass the child add id which will be the random id to the image that we are going to upload to this blog images folder. Now we'll write final upload task equals to Firebase storage ref dot put file. The put file function will help us to upload the selected image to the Firebase storage. Now we are going to get the URL link of that uploaded image in the Firebase. So we'll write var download URL equals to await task dot ref dot get download URL. Now we'll get a URL link of that image that we have uploaded to the Firebase storage. So here it will create a blog images folder, and through the respective ID it will keep on uploading one image after the another in the blog image folder. And as I've told you before, their put file function will help us to upload the selected image, and through the download URL we'll get that respective URL link of that image that will uploaded to the Firebase storage. So these are the three main commands that we need to pass to upload the image to the Firebase storage. So it is very easy to upload the image here. Now we'll create a collection so that we can upload the data to the Firestore database. So we'll move to the pages folder and we'll create a new folder name service here, and inside the service folder I will create a new file name database.dart, and we'll create a class name database methods. Now we'll write future and we'll create a function name add course, and in the map will pass a string dynamic. So if you have followed my series like chat app, to-do app, news app or e-commerce app, then you already know that the use of map string dynamic here. But I want to repeat it again for the new viewer learning the Flutter app for the first time. Basically, we have wrote a string dynamic in the map because so in the string we can pass a course name or the user name or anything that will be in the form of the string. So we'll show that in the double inverted comma that will indicate a string, and in the dynamic we can pass anything like boolean character, number, string, so which will help us to create a map, and this map will directly uploaded to the Firestore database. Now we'll name the map user info map. So do not need to worry. I will show you how to create a map and upload the data to the user info map, and that map will directly uploaded to the Firestore database. And we are using a string ID here because this will give a specific ID to the each string that we are going to upload in the Firestore. Now we'll pass a return await Firebase firestore.instance dot collection, and we'll pass a collection name course here dot doc, and we'll pass a respective doc ID, and we'll write dot set method to upload the user info map. So here it is done. Now we'll create a map by using a string dynamic, and we'll name the map user info map equals to, and we'll write image. So the thing we have shown in the inverted comma is the string, and the download URL will be in the form of the dynamic. So you can see a string dynamic pair that we are passing in the map. So this is what I was just talking before. So in the course will pass a course controller.text, and it will frequently give me the text that the user will enter on this text field. So it will just pass a Flutter project text to this course string here. Now we'll write await database methods dot, and we'll pass a add course function, and in the ID we'll pass a unique ID. So we'll again pass a add ID here. Now after uploading the data to the Firestore database, we want to suggest the user that the course has been uploaded successfully. So to show the toast message, we are going to copy a Flutter toast package from the perf.dev and we'll paste in the perf.yml file. Now let's move to the readme section and we'll copy this command
for the Flutter toast and we'll paste it here and we'll change the message to course has been uploaded successfully. And we'll change the color to green. So here it is done and we have wrote a complete command to upload the data to the Firestore database. Now let's call this function to the add button by using a gesture detector. So here it is done. Now we'll hot restart it again. Now we'll tap to the floating action button and we'll choose the image from our phone gallery and in the course name I will pass a Flutter project and we'll click to the add button here. You can see a missing plugin error again because we have just added a Flutter Toast package here. So to read this package, we need to again run a Flutter run command here. Now we'll click to the add button again. So as you can see, course has been uploaded successfully. Now let's move to the Firebase and we'll check it. So here you can see the course collection with a specific doc ID and the course name and the image that we have just uploaded from our emulator. Now let's open this image link. So here you can see the image that we have just uploaded from our iPhone emulator. So it is working brilliantly and we can successfully upload the course to our Firestore database. And you can go to the storage and here you can see a blog image folder that I was talking about, and in this folder you can see the image that we have just uploaded. So we can now successfully upload the image to the Firebase storage and we can get that download URL link in our Firestore database. So by this way we can add as many courses we want in our Flutter courses app. Now let's move to the home page and here we'll show all the courses that we have just uploaded in our last video. So we'll show a course collection here by using a stream builder. So let's move to the home.dart file and we'll write a stream and we'll name the stream course stream here. Now we'll create a function name all course so that we can show all the courses that have been uploaded in the Firestore database. So we'll create a widget all course here and we'll return a stream builder, and in the builder we'll pass a context async snapshot. Basically async snapshot will help us to get all the documents that have been present in that respective collection. And in the stream we'll pass a course stream. Now in the return we'll pass a snapshot dot hash data, and through the hash data method we'll check that if the data has been present in that respective collection or not, and we'll pass a list view dot builder item builder context index, and we'll get the respective index of that document that we want to show in the list view. So if the data is present, then we'll show a list view here, and if not, then we'll just show a container here. Now in the item count, I will get all the document count that present in that respective collection. So we'll pass a snapshot dot data dot docs dot length, Now we'll write document snapshot ds equals to snapshot dot data dot docs dot index, and we'll get the index of that respective document in the ds, and through this ds we can get that respective field in our Flutter app. So we'll remove a row widget from here that we have made just for the UI, and we'll paste it to the list view so that we can show all the codes in the form of list view. And we'll remove the padding, so we'll write edge inset dot 0, and as you know that our image is in the form of the link, so we'll use a image dot network, and in the ds method we'll pass that respective field name which is image, so we'll write image here, and in the text we'll pass the respective course name, so we'll write ds course. Basically, we also need to show the count of that respective videos that present in that course. So here we need to add one more field named count here, and through this count we'll show that respective count of that videos present in that respective course. So let's move to the add course.dart file, and we'll pass a count here in the map. So at the starting we'll pass 0, and we'll keep on increasing as the user add one video after the another to that course. So through the respective ID we can go to that count and can increase the count value by 1, and it will just update the count in just few seconds. And in the ds we'll pass a count field name. So let's move to the database.dart file, and we need to create a function so that we can show all the documents that present in the course collection. So we'll write future stream query snapshot get all course. Now we'll write Firebase firestore.instance.collection, and we'll pass a course collection here, and through the dot snapshot we'll get all the document that present in that respective course collection. Now we'll create a function name get on the load. Async course stream equals to await database methods dot get all course, and will pass a set state, and in the init state will pass a get on the load function. So as you know that init state is the first function that usually calls when the app starts. Now let's call the all course function in our column widget. Now we'll hot restart it again, and here you can see the first document that we have just uploaded to the Firestore database, and it is working brilliantly, and we can show all the course in our home page, and you can see a course name, image link and the count. Now let's move and we'll add one more course to our home page, and we'll name the course name Flutter Beginner course, and we'll click to the add button. So course has been uploaded successfully. Now let's move to the home page again, and here you can see the course that we have just uploaded from the add course page, and it takes just a few seconds to show that course in our home page.
So it is working brilliantly and we can show as many courses we want in our Flutter Courses app. Now let's provide the margin from the bottom.
Now let's move and we'll add the YouTube link to the course that we have added in our home page. So we'll move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name all videos.dart and we'll first import the package and we'll create a stateful widget name all videos here. Now scaffold, body, container, child, column, children. Now in the column widget we'll show our course name at the top and just below the course name there will be all the YouTube videos that the user can play by choosing the course from their home page. So we'll move to the home.dart file and first we'll copy the background color from here and we'll paste it in the scaffold widget. Now here we want to show a course name, so we'll move to the home.dart file again and we'll copy the same padding widget and we'll paste it here and we'll show our course name in the text widget. So when I will tap to this course, then it will show me the course name at the top and the right side of the screen you can see a user image and at that side it will show me the course image that you can see in the home page. So first we'll need to get our course name and the course image. So we'll write string here and first we'll get the course image and the course name and we'll write all videos this dot image and name. So here it is done. Now let's move to the home.dart file and we'll wrap up a container widget with a gesture director where we have shown a course name and the image and will push the user directly to the all videos.dart file from where they can see all the videos. So we will use a navigator.push function here and will write context material page root and will push them into the all videos and in the image will pass the image which will be the course image and in the name will pass a course name. So here you can see the image and the course name. Sorry, it will be not name, it will be a course field name. So here it is done. Now let's move to the all videos.dart file again and in the text widget we'll write widget.name so that we can get the name and in the image we'll need to change it to the network because image is in the form of the HTTP link. So here it is done. Now we'll hot reload it again. Now when I'll tap to this course, so here you can see the course name and at the right side you can see a course image. So it is working brilliantly and we can show the course name here with a course image. So now we'll create a container here so that we can show all the videos in this container. So we'll move to the home.dart file again. So I'll copy this container from here and we'll paste it in the all videos.dart file. I don't want to write the code again and again because it will save my time to code in the all videos.dart file. Now we will remove the margin from the top and we'll pass a 70.0. Now we'll create a floating action button here and in the child we'll first pass the icons.add. We are showing this floating action button because
by this floating action button, when the user will tap, there will be a dialog box from where they can paste the YouTube link, and that link will help us to show that videos in this page. So here it is done, and you can see a container and a floating action button. So there is a lots of space from the top. So we'll change it to 40. Now we'll wrap up a container with a material widget and we'll pass the elevation 5.0, and we'll pass the same border radius to the material widget. So here you can see the elevation, and we'll provide the size box height 30.0 from the top. Now I want that the container to use a complete height of the screen. So I will change the value and will check that the specific value that I will be needed so that it can use a complete height of the screen. So 1.3 looks better here and it covers a complete screen. Now let's move to the home.dart file here again, and we'll pass a customized color code to our floating action button. Now I will create a dialog box here which will be open when the user will tap to this floating action button. So we'll write future open dialog, show dialog, context, and in the builder we'll pass a alert dialog box here. Now content, and in the content we'll first pass a container, child, column, children, row, and in the row we'll first show a close icon here so that user can tap to this icon and can close a open dialog box, and we'll pass a gesture detector in our cancel icon, and in the on tap function we'll pass a navigator dot pop context so it can easily pop out a dialog box here. So if you have followed my other series in this channel, then you already know to create a alert dialog box and how to create alert dialog box easily in your Flutter app. But so if you are learning to create a dialog box for the first time, then by through this series you also learn to create a dialog box in your Flutter app. So in the text widget we'll pass a add video text, and in the style we'll pass a text style, and in the color we'll first pass a customized color code and font width dot bold. So here it is done. Now let's provide the size box with 50.0. Now we'll create a text widget here, and in the text widget I will suggest the user to add a YouTube link, and will again pass a size box height 10.0, and in the container we'll first pass a padding because we are going to create a text field here so that user can paste a YouTube link of that specific video and can add that video to this course. So let me create the text field here. So here it is done, and will pass a size box height 30.0. Now I will create a customized button here so that we can tap to this button and can directly upload the YouTube link to this course. So let's create a customized button here. So we'll give a customized button name, save here. So here it is done. Now let's move to the floating action button, and in the onPress method we'll pass a open dialog function which will help us to open the dialog box here. Now let's hot reload it again. Now when I'll tap to this floating action button, you can see the dialog box. So we need to provide the styling to this dialog box so that it will look more attractive for the user to add the link in this dialog box. So there is a lots of space that left after adding the text field and the text. So we'll change the content to title here, and you can see that by passing the title it will take that much space that we want to show in the dialog box. So here it looks good. Now let's provide some more styling to the button and the text field. So here we have create a complete dialog box, and we have passed some space and the border radius to our button and the text field, and here it's look good. Now we can add the YouTube link to this text field. So to manage the text that the user will enter in the text field, you already know that we need to use a text editing controller here. So we'll write text editing controller YouTube video controller equals to new text editing controller, and we'll pass this controller to this text field so that we can manage the link that the user will pass on this text field. Now we'll wrap up our customized button with a gesture detector, and in the onTap function, so we need to also pass a ID and count to the all videos.dart file so that we can upload a collection name videos to that specific course, and we can show that collection name videos in our all videos.dart file, and through the ID we can update the count of that course, because we need to update each time when the user will add the YouTube link to this course. So we'll pass the ID and count to the all videos.dart file, and first we'll move to the home.dart file here again, and here in the navigator function we'll write ID, and through the ds method we'll get a specific doc ID through which we can update the count, and here we need to also pass a count so that we can update the count. Now in this map string dynamic method we'll first pass a link of that YouTube video that the user will paste in this text field, and we'll get the text by using YouTube video controller.text. So here we need to update the count. So we'll write int total equals to int dot parse. We need to parse the total to int because as you can see our count is in the form of the string, so we need to change it to the integer. So we'll get the count by using widget.count method, and we'll store that count in our total integer. Now we need to update the count by adding by 1 so that we can show the count in our home page. So we'll write total equals to total plus 1. Now let's move to the database.dart file, and here I will create a update method here so that we can frequently update the count in our courses collection. So we'll write update count here and we'll pass a collection name course, and we don't need a map string dynamic method here. We just need a string ID to go to that specific ID and string number where we can pass a count number. Now we'll go to the course collection, then to that specific doc ID, and here we need to update a count field here. So we'll write dot update, and in the bracket we'll write a field name count, and we'll pass a updated number to this count. So if you want to learn more about update, delete, create, read method through the Firebase and how to show all the collections in the Flutter app, then you can follow one of my video on my channel where I have created a real project by using a Flutter CRUD method, where I have explained all these four things in much more detail. So if you are a beginner to this Flutter app, then that video will help you to learn lots of things regarding the Flutter and the Firebase. Now we'll write async, and in the await we'll pass a database methods dot update count, and in the id we'll pass a specific doc id, and in the number we'll pass a total which is our updated count number, and we need to write dot to string because we are passing a string here, and our total is in the form of integer. So here it will create a collection named videos, and in that videos collection it will keep on uploading one video after the another to that specific course. So we'll create one more function name add video, and we'll write our map name user video map. So here it will go to the collection course and that specific doc id, and it will create one more collection named videos, and we'll add one videos after the another in our videos collection. So here it is done. Now we'll again write await, and through the database method we'll pass a add video function, and we'll pass a map string dynamic name add video and specific doc id by using widget.id. So these are the things we need to add to upload the videos to that specific course and update the count. So if you are following with me and coding with me, then you won't face a difficulty, because after writing each and every function, I am explaining you why I have used that function in the Flutter app. So you will find very easy if you follow along with me. Now we'll pass a navigator.pop context so that we can pop out a dialog box here. So here it is done. Now we need to paste our YouTube link video. So let's move to our channel. So here you can see the channel. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button yet, then please do not forget to hit that subscribe button, because we need to make the 88% shrink so that we can add some more fellow developers to this channel. So do not forget to hit that subscribe button. Now you can see a join button here, and through this join button you can also become our club member, which is code crafter, and through this club you can enable lots of benefit like member sort out, priority reply to comment, and some loyalty badges. So don't forget to become a club member. So let's move to the video section, and here you can see the lots of videos that we uploaded to this channel to become master in Flutter and Firebase. So let me pick one of my video from our channel. So here you can see the e-commerce app that we have made from the scratch. So you can follow this video to develop a app from the scratch and can add one more app to your app bucket list. So this is one of the most interesting series that I have created on this channel. So let's copy this video link and we'll move to the our app and we'll paste the link in our text field. Now click on save. So here it is done. Now let's move to the Firebase and we'll check the YouTube link. Now refresh the page. So here you can see the our count has been changed from 0 to 1 because we have added one YouTube link to this course. Now let's refresh this page. And here you can see the videos collection and the doc ID and you can see the link of that specific video. Now let's open this link and it frequently plays the video in our web browser. So through this link we can play the video in our Flutter app. After uploading the link to the Firebase, still we can't see anything in this Flutter beginner course. To know what videos we have uploaded to this course and make it easy for the user to tap that video and can play that video in the Flutter app, we need to show some image here. So whenever the user will add a YouTube link, we are going to show the thumbnail of that specific YouTube video, so which will look more cool and the user can know what thing they will learn by clicking to that specific video. So we'll create a string name thumbnail here and in the await we'll pass a get YouTube thumbnail function and in the function we'll pass a YouTube video controller.text. So here you can see the video with a image like quiz app with admin panel just in 2 hours. So this is a thumbnail to this video and we are going to show the thumbnail of that specific video in our Flutter app so that user can click to that specific image and can directly play that video in their Flutter app. So this is one of the best idea that I'm going to use in this YouTube video player app. So these are all the thumbnails like ToDo app, chat app, etc. So we'll create a function named get YouTube thumbnail here. Now we'll write string video URL because we are going to pass the URL link of that video that the user will paste in the dialog box and through the URI.tryParse we'll get that HTTP link and if the URI is equals to null then we are going to just return null and if not then we'll show a thumbnail here. So here I have added the link so that we can get the thumbnail to that specific video. So you can pause a video and can write this command to get a YouTube thumbnail and here you can see that it is in .jpg format which clearly hint that this is a image. We'll pass a null string to the thumbnail and in the map we are going to pass a thumbnail, so we'll write image and we'll pass our thumbnail which is our string name. So here it is done. Let's move and add the news app here. So you can also follow a news app that will help you to learn lots of things regarding the API integration. So do not forget to hit that like button whenever you found our videos in the channel. Now let's copy this link and let's tap to this floating action button and we'll first remove the old YouTube link from this dialog box and we'll paste the link here. Now click on save. Now let's check to the Firebase if our thumbnail has been uploaded to the Firebase or not. So here you can see the image. Now let's open this link to the other tab. So here you can see the thumbnail of that specific video that we have uploaded to the Flutter app, and you can see this thumbnail in our YouTube channel. So this is what I was talking about, and we can successfully show the thumbnail in our Firebase. So today you have learned how to show the thumbnail of that specific video in your Flutter app. So do not forget to hit that like button. Now let's add some more videos to our Flutter app. So we are going to add this video where I have told lots of things regarding the Flutter widgets that we are commonly used in our all of the series. So you can also follow this video and can learn lots of things regarding the Flutter widget. So let's copy this link from here and we'll again tap to the floating action button and we'll paste the link in our text field. Now click on save. So here it again uploaded our third video to this series with the thumbnail to that specific video. So here you can see the exact thumbnail that I was talking about. Now let's move and we are going to show all the thumbnail that we have uploaded to the Firebase by a stream builder. So let's move to the Firebase and let me show you how we are going to show all the thumbnail. So first we'll move to the course collection and through the specific ID we'll move to the videos collection and we are going to show all the document that present in our videos collection. So we'll move to the database.dart file and we'll create a stream query snapshot function here which name will be get all videos and in the string id will pass a specific course id. Now our collection name videos and dot snapshot to get all the collection document that present in that collection name video. So here it is done. Now let's move to the home.dart file again and we'll copy that same stream builder function name all course from here and we'll paste it to the all videos.dart file because I don't want to write the code again and again because that will take lots of time while writing the code. Now in the stream we'll pass a video stream and we'll pass this same stream to this stream builder. Now we'll remove the container from here that we have shown in the home page and we'll write container again and we'll pass a width media query dot of context dot size dot width. Now the child and in the child we are going to show the image that is in the form of the link, I mean the thumbnail of that respective video. So we'll use image.network and we'll pass ds image. Now we'll remove our navigator function from here and we'll pass a null string video stream. Now we'll create a get on the load function so that we can store all the documents that present in our videos collection to the video stream. So we'll write await database methods dot get all videos and we'll pass a specific doc ID. So we'll write widget.id. Now set state. So in the init state, we'll pass get on the load function. So here it is done. Now let's pass this function to our column widget so that we can show all the images in our all videos.dart file. So let's change the function name to all videos and we'll pass it to the column widget. So here it is done. Now let's hot restart the app. Now when I'll tap to this course, so it shows a field image. Now we need to remove the old document from here. Now we'll hot restart it again and we'll tap to this course, and here you can see the thumbnail that we have just uploaded from our dialog box, and here you can see the image clearly. Now let's provide the space between the two images. So we'll pass a margin in our container from the bottom position. So we'll write bottom 20.0 and you can see the two images here. Now let's provide the border radius to our image by using a clip react widget. So here it is done. Now we'll hot restart it again and we'll tap to this course, and here you can see the course that we have just uploaded in the Firebase. So let's move to our channel again, and here we'll upload some more videos to this course. So you can see a epic quiz app that we have made from the scratch with a admin panel. So do not forget to hit that like button to this video because we have worked really hard to make this app from the scratch. So you can follow this quiz app. Now let's copy this link to this video and we'll paste it to the text field. Now we'll click to the save button, and here you can see a overflow error because we have need to wrap up a container with a single child scroll view so that we can quickly scroll our screen. Now let's hot restart it again. We'll move to this course. So we are facing this error again because we need to remove our expanded widget from here and column widget too. We don't need these two widgets here because all videos is already in the form of the list view. Now we'll hot restart it again and we'll tap to this course, and you can see the thumbnail of that specific video that we have just uploaded by using the YouTube link. So it is working brilliantly and we can show the thumbnail of that specific video in our all videos.dart file. Now let's move and we'll add one more video to this course. So here it is a chat app that we have made from the scratch. Now we'll copy this link and we'll paste this link here. Now click on save and you can see the chat app. So it takes just a few seconds to upload the thumbnail to the Firebase and show that thumbnail in our Flutter app. So by using the stream builder, you can show any detail from the Firebase and it takes just a few seconds to update that file in the Dart file. But I want that when the user will tap to this specific thumbnail, then the video will play for that thumbnail that we have shown in this course. So here you can see the link of that specific video, but we need to add the package in our perspec.ml file. So through the web view, we are going to show that videos in our Flutter app. So here I will use exact this package in the perspec.ml file, though you can use this exact version of WebView Flutter to show the web view in your Flutter app. Now let's reload this package, and in the pages folder I will create a new file name play video.dart and will first implement the package name and will create a stateful widget name play video. Now we'll write scaffold, and in the app bar we are going to show a course name. So we'll pass a title text, and here
we need to pass a course name which is Flutter beginner course. So we'll again use a string to show that respective course name, and we'll also pass the link so that we can pass that link in our web view. So we'll write widget dot name and we'll pass a text style, font family, Poppins, font size, and we'll remove the container and we'll pass a web view widget, and in the initial URL we'll pass the link of that specific video we want to play, and do not forget to write javascript mode dot unrestricted, otherwise it will frequently shows that your JavaScript is restricting to play the video in your Flutter app. Move to the all videos, and in the gesture director we'll pass the navigator dot push context so that we can directly push the user to play video dot dart file by the respective YouTube link. So here it is done. Now we'll hot restart it again. Now let's move to the course, and here I want to play a chat app video. So we'll tap to this chat app thumbnail. So it is again showing a missing plugin error. So you know that it shows this error, then always use Flutter clean, then Flutter run to run the package. So our app has launched successfully. Now we'll tap to the course again and we'll tap to the chat app, and it will redirect me to the web view of that respective YouTube link. So here you can see the YouTube page, and we can see this YouTube page in our Flutter app without redirecting to that respective YouTube app. So through the web view, we can now play this video in our Flutter app. Now let's tap to this YouTube icon, and it frequently plays our video, and we can now play any of the videos in our Flutter app by pasting the link. So it is working brilliantly. Now let's move back to the course. So let's move and we'll play a news app to this course. So let's move and we'll tap to the YouTube icon here, and it frequently play the news app video to our Flutter app. So you have added fourth app to your app bucket list. Now let's move to our fifth app of this course, which is news app. So on this project we'll cover carousel slider, web view, API integration and many more. So let's move to the code.
So here is my complete news app. So it is a landing page now, and you can see the image and the text we have written news from around the world for you. Now I will click on the get started button and we will move to the home page of the app. So at the top you can see the different category like business, entertainment, general, health, sports. Now you can see a breaking news section here with a carousel slider which is moving automatically, and you can see all the top breaking news here with the image and the title. And just at the bottom you can see the trending news section where you can see all the news in the trending section. So when you will click to any of the category like business, then you will move to the page named business here, and you can see all the news related to the business here. Now if you will click on any of the news, then you will move to the web view of that news so that you can read the news on more detail. Now let's move back to the home page again, And when I will click on the sports, then it will show me all the news related to the sports here, and will click it on again and can read the news on more detail. Now let's go back. So in the breaking news section, you can see view all. So when you will click on the view all, then you can see all the breaking news. And when you will click on any of the breaking news, as same, you can read that news on more detail. Now let's go back, and in the trending news section, you can see the different news, and when we'll click on the news again, then you can read that news also in more detail. Now view all. So in view all, you can read all the news related to the trending news. We will use a news API here, which will work as the backend of our app. So let me take you to the news API website from where you will get the specific API key, and that key you can use on the app to access all the API here. So now as you can see here, if we need all the articles about Tesla from the last month, then we can use this API and can see all the news related to the Tesla in our app. Now we have added the different category in our app. So from here we can set the category according to our choice. Now it is showing a business, so it will show all the news related to business here. Now if you are looking for the specific source, then you can use this API on the app. So now let's move to the code and develop the app from scratch. So let's move and we'll create a folder named pages here. Inside the pages folder, I will create a new file name home.dart here. Now inside the home.dart file, I will create a stateful widget named home here. So I will write a scaffold widget here, body, container. Will write a app bar here because my app name, because I want to show my app name at the top of the screen. So I will use app bar here. Now app bar, title, row. Inside the row, I will pass a to text here because I want to show Flutter in black color and news in blue color. So I will pass a to text inside the row. Now I'll give some styling to a news text here. So style, text style. I will pass the color here blue, and font weight dot bold. So as you can see, the text appear on our emulator, but it is on the left side of the screen. So I need to move this text bottom of the screen. So I will make the app bar center title to true. Also, we'll make the elevation to 0 because I want to remove any default elevation given by the app bar here. Now we also need to write main axis alignment makes main axis alignment dot center to center the text here. So as you can see, the text are on the center of the screen now. So after the app bar, I want to show all the list of categories here. So I will create a stateless widget name category tile here. Basically in category tile, we'll give some styling to a category we want to show in, and we'll pass image and category name here. As I have shown you in the UI, there will be a image, and at the top of that, using a stack widget, we'll write a category name. So in container, I will pass a child stack here and will write image.asset and will get the images from the asset folder will create in this VS code. So I'm writing image.asset image and will pass a width and height of the image. So to get the image, I will create a list here and we will call that list in the home page, and through that we will show all the category in the home page. So I will create a new folder name model here. Now inside the models folder, I will create a new file name category model.dart. In category model.dart, we'll create a class and we'll pass a string name, image and name, which will be the image of the category and the name we want to pass. Now I will create one more folder named services here. Now inside the services folder, I will create a new file name data.dart where I will create a list of category model here and will call that category model in the home page and will show all the category in the home page. So I will create a list name get categories here and will pass a category model so that we can get the string category name and image that we have wrote inside the category model. Now I will add the category name and image one by one and will store them in the list name category here. So our first category name is business, and in category model.image I will pass the images that we have saved on the images folder here. So let me save some of the images for the each category here. So as you can see in the images folder, I had saved all the category images that we will needed to create a category inside our home page, and we'll save that in the list name category here. So let me save all the category name and image inside the category list. Now we'll return a category where we have saved all the list. So it is done. Now let's move to the home page and we'll call this get categories inside the list. So I make a list name categories here and will pass a category model, and in the init state I will assign the all the list to a categories that we have saved on get categories function. Now let's move to the container and we'll create a column widget here. Now we'll create a container and we'll pass a list view dot builder. The reason for writing the list view dot builder is because I want to show all the list that we have saved on categories here, and we'll pass the each list that we have saved in the categories to a category tile where it will show us the category name and category image in the form of container. So in item count, I am passing a categories length and will return a category tile and image will pass a one by one images that we have saved in the categories here. And same for the name. Let me also explain you what does categories index.image does here. So categories, if the index is 0, then it will take the first list that we have saved in the categories section here, which will be a business image. As you can see on the top that we have saved first business list here. So it will get the image of the business.jpg inside the image and will pass to a category tile and will show the image and name according to that. So let me do hot restart. So as you can see, our app is not reading the image that we have saved inside the images folder. Basically, we need to start the complete app again and relaunch the project again. So give me a second. Let me relaunch the project again. So as you can see, we have successfully relaunched the project and you can now see the all the images that we have saved inside the images folder in the form of list view. But as you can see, the images are in the vertical position, but I want to show all the images in the horizontal portion. So I will move to the list view dot builder and will write inside the scroll direction that axis dot horizontal. Now we'll hot restart it again. So we are facing some error here. We had forgot to pass the height inside the container. So I'm passing the height to the container here. Now you can see the images in the horizontal position. But we need to fix some height and width of the images here. So I will use a fit boxfit.cover and it is now using the complete width that we have provided. Now the images are stuck with each another, so we'll provide some margin here. So we'll provide edge inset dot only right 16 to provide the margin at the right side of the each category here. Now I'll wrap up the image.asset with the clip react to provide some border radius to a image here and we'll pass a border radius. So now we want to show a category name here. So I will write one more container here and in the text widget we'll pass a category name and we'll give some style to a category name here. So I'm writing colors.white. We'll pass some color to a container to so that we can see the image clearly. So now you can see the image inside the images that we had passed Now we'll use a center widget to make a text to the center of the image. Now we'll provide some border radius to this container now. So we'll pass a border radius to the container. Now we'll give some font size to a text here and we'll write font size 14 and we'll pass a font weight W500. I also want to provide to some margin to the first category we see here. So I will provide margin h insert dot only left 10.0. So now it looks good here. So now I am doing some more customization to a category tile here to look it more attractive for the user who are using the app. If you have any other idea to provide more styling to a category tile here, then you can go in your way too. So our category section is done. Now I want to provide the breaking news that I have shown you in the UI. So that is a moving container which will be shown one after the another. The moving container which I have shown you on the UI is known as carousel slider here. So we need to go to the pub dev and we need to copy the carousel slider package from the pub dev and we need to paste it inside the perspec.yaml file. Now run this package. Now let's move to the home.dart file. Now just below the category I will write carousel slider dot builder to show all the slider that we want to show inside the breaking news. But we need to show the image and the text at the top of the image in the carousel slider. So to save the image and the text, I will go to the model and will create a slider model.dart file here. Now we will create a class name slider model here and will pass a toString name, one for the name of the slider and second for the image. Now inside the services folder, I will create a slider data.dart file where I will save all the data in the list that we want to show in the carousel slider. So I will move to the data.dart file and copy the all the data from here and paste it inside the slider data.dart file because it will be same just like the what we have shown in the category section. I will just make some changes to the code here and we'll give a get slider function here and we'll pass a list name slider and we'll save the list one by one that we want to show in the carousel slider. So let me save all the three lists inside the slider list that we have created. So it is done. Now let's move to the home.dart file and we'll get the all the slider that we have saved in the get slider function and we'll get them according to what we have done for the get categories function here and we'll pass a list name slider here and in init state I will save all the list inside the slider list here. The reason for calling the list inside the init state is because whenever the app is launches, then init state is the first function that usually calls and then the whole app function starts. So as soon as the home page is called, I want that to save all the list that we have passed in the home page here so that it takes just a few seconds to show all the categories, slider and news to us in just a few seconds. So now I will create a widget name build image here and in build image we'll pass a image and the index will pass the image index and the name that we want to show in the slider here. So I will create a container here. Now inside the container, I want to pass the image that we want to show in the slider form. We'll create a child image.asset and will pass the image that we have saved on the images folder here. For now, I am using the images that are saved on the images folder here. But when we call the API using the news API, then I will use a image.network to show all the images in the breaking news section. We'll pass a with media query dot of context dot size dot width. I have wrote the widget outside the scaffold widget here. That's why it is showing the error inside the context. So I will paste it inside the scaffold widget. So it is done. So in item.count, I will pass the slider.length, which is our list name sliders, and will get the length using dot length function here. And item builder will pass the each index of the list and will use a variable name res here, and in res variable we'll pass a each string and we'll return it to build image. So first we need the image here. So it is asking that in res we should pass a string. So slider.index.image and we'll remove a final and we'll write a string. So it is done. Now we'll do same for the name. So I've created a string name res1 and through the index we'll get the name of the each list here and we'll pass it to the widget name build image. Now inside the option I will pass a carousel option. Basically carousel option is something which help us to provide the many features how we want to show the carousel slider here. So I give a height 200 because I want to show the slider with the height 200 here. Viewport fraction 1. Viewport fraction 1 because I want to show one image at a time in our home screen and want to enlarge the center page, so I will make it to true. So let me hot reload. We are facing some error here. So let me hot restart it again. So now as you can see we have got the slider here, but it is not in the autoplay form. I want that slider to move automatically without moving the slider one by one manually. So I will go to the carousel option and will make autoplay to true and will hot restart it again. So now as you can see our sliders are moving automatically. So now I will remove the enlarge center page and viewport fraction and will hot restart it again. So now as you can see the other two slider also. Now I will enlarge the center page to true. Now you can see it is enlarging the center page. I will provide some height. So now let's move to the build image widget here. Now we'll wrap up the image.asset with the clip react to provide some border radius to the image here and we'll provide some margin because as you can see each slider has been stuck with each another. We'll hot restart it again. Now it's look good. So when you go to the carousel option, you can see there are the many more features you can use according to your need. You can see reverse, false true and autoplay interval, autoplay animation duration, in how much time you want to move to the next slider. You can also give the duration here and many more things you can try according to your need. So now I want to show the text at the top of the each image here. So I will write a container and in decoration, box decoration, I will pass the color here and will give some width media query dot of context dot size dot width, and I will give some margin from the top. So as you can see the black container here, so I'll provide the margin from the top according to my choice. Now it's look good. Now I provide some border radius to a container here from the bottom left and bottom right. Let me provide some more height to the slider here because the user can see what all text we have wrote inside the slider clearly. Now in child, I will write a text. We will pass the text to the each slider here and will give some styling to the text widget here. So as you can see, the text on the each slider. Now we'll do some customization to show the text in more clear form. So I provide some height to the container here. So now our slider part is done, but I also want to show some dot-like structure below the slider. So as the slider will be moved, that dotted structure will also be moved and it will indicate that how much slider will be come next to that. So in carousel option, I will write a function name on page change here and will keep refreshing the index if we are going to the new page or slider here by using a set state method. I will write a int active index equals to 0 and will keep on updating the active index here, which will help us to move the dot indicator to the next dot as soon as the slider or page changes. So now I will move to the pub dev and will copy the smooth page indicator package from here and paste it on inside the perspec.ml file. As you can see on the smooth page indicator, You can see many designs or animations you want to show the indicator below your carousel slider. You can use any of the effect you want to show inside the app. There are many effects in the smooth page indicator package. So now I'll go to the home.dart page again and I will give some height, and then we will show the widget name build indicator here. So let me create the widget build indicator here. So I've created a widget name build indicator here, and so I want to show animated container here. So I will write an animated container, and active index will pass the active index that we have wrote that will change as soon as the slider or page has been changed, and then the on page function will be called and update the active index here. Now we'll give some length of the slider because we want to show only that much indicator how much slider are present here. In effect, I will pass a slide effect here. You can pass any effect according to your choice that I have shown you in the pubdev file, like jump effect, swipe effect, and many more what you like. Now I'll give some width and height of the dot how I want here, and will give a active dot color. So when the dot is active, then the active dot color will show what color we have passed here. So it is done. Now as you can see here, as soon as our slider move to the next slider, then our active index changes, and it also moves the dot slider to the next dot. So now I'll move to the column again and will pass a text breaking news here. The slider I have shown here are all the breaking news that we will get from the news API. So as you can see here, breaking news text appear here. Now I want to move to the left side of the screen. So I will go to the column and will write cross axis alignment dot start. Now I'll wrap up with the row because after the breaking news, I want to show a view all text where the user will press the view all text and can see all the breaking news that will pass them through the API. So it is done. I will change the color of the view all here, and I also want to provide a maximum space between the row, so I will use a main axis alignment dot space between. So using a cross axis alignment, our build indicator is on the left side, so I will use a center widget to make it to the center of the screen. So it is done. Now I will copy the row again where we have passed the to text and will show a trending news now. So now if you want to provide any of the styling to the text here, then you can use a font family here. Basically, in the font family, you can pass the different font according to your choice. I will show you how to use a Google font here and will save that in the fonts folder and will call them in the font family. Though I will not use any font here, I am showing you just if you want to give more styling to the text widget here. So now I'll go to the website name Google font here. Here you can see many more Google font and you can use them according to your choice. So I am searching the Pacifico here and I will download the font family from here and will unzip the file and will create a new folder named fonts here where we will save all the fonts that we will use on our app and will paste inside the fonts folder. Now let's move to the Perspec ML and we want to show what font we are using in the font family section. In family, I will pass a font name Pacifico regular.ttf file here. So now I will show you how to use that inside the text widget. In font family, I will just write a Pacifico here that we have wrote inside the family of the Perspec ML. So as you can see, our text font has been changed. So now this I wrote just to show how to use a font inside the different text and you can give the more styling to your text widget according to your choice. Though I will don't use any of the font family here, I will remove the fonts folder from the app. So now let's move to the home page again. We'll add the trending news section here. So first I will make the UI of the trending news. Then we'll use the news API to get the news in our trending news section. So here I will use the row. Now inside the row I will write the container. Now I will show the image using the image.asset here and we'll call the image that we have saved in the images folder. So in the row, first I want to show the image of the news. Then we will use a column where I will show the title at the top and the short description about the news. I also want to tell you that so when the user will click on this news then they will redirect to a web view through which they can read the news in more detail. So as you can see,
I have wrote a container here, and in container I have gave a image using the image.asset, and we got the images that we have saved in the images folder. Now we used a clip react to provide the border radius to the image. Now I will write the text inside the row, and I will write some news here and will provide some styling to the text widget here. Now as you can see, it is showing some overflow error, so I will wrap up with a container and provide some fixed width to the container so that it takes only that much space that we want to provide in the container. So as you can see, as soon as we provide the width to the container, it changes the line automatically. I will also recommend you to don't provide the fixed width inside the container, because if you check the app on the multiple device, then because of the different screen size, you may face the overflow error on the different devices. So to make the app more responsive, you must use media query inside the width. Now I want that the title should be at the top, so I'll provide cross axis alignment dot start in the row. Now I'll provide some width between the image and the title. So as I've told you, just below the title, I want to provide a short description about the news. Then I will wrap up the container with the column here. Inside the column, I will write the container again and will provide a short description about the news here. Now you can also give the width to the description. We are providing the text widget to avoid the overflow error. Now let me provide the height between the title and the description. Now I am fixing the width according to my choice. You can provide the width according to your choice. Just make sure how much space you want to give at the right side of the screen, so it will be more clear for the user to read the news. So now I will wrap up the row with a material widget here and will provide some elevation to look it more clear for the user to read the title and description about the news, and will provide some padding. Now we'll provide some border radius to a material widget. Now it's look good. Let me write one more section inside the trending news so I can show you how it will be in the form of the list view. I am just writing the UI here. As I have told you before, I will use a news API and will call all the news in the form of the list, and will use a list view.builder to show all the news here. So it is showing some overflow error here. So I will wrap up the container with a single child scroll view so that user can scroll the screen according to his choice and there will be no overflow error. So now let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a file named landing page.dart here. Now inside the landing page.dart file, I will create a stateful widget named landing page, and I will write scaffold widget, body, container, child, column, children. Now inside the children widget, I will show the image as I have shown in the UI before. So let me add the image here. So as you can see, I have added the image here and I have used image.asset to show the image that I have saved in the images folder. Now I have used a with media query.offcontext.size.width so that our image will cover the complete width of the screen, and I provided some fixed height here and use a fitboxwidth.cover to use a complete width and height we have provided here. I have used some random image here. You can use any of the image according to your choice. Now I will remove that height and will use a media query for more responsive image so that we can test the app on the multiple devices. Now I'll wrap up the image with a clip react to provide some border radius to the image. So I will provide the border radius 20 here. Now I'll provide some margin from the horizontal direction and vertical too. Let me add the border radius according to my choice. Now I will write a text widget inside the column widget just below the image widget we have provided, and inside the text I will write news from the world for you and will provide some styling to the text widget here. I want that world for you should be in the center, so I'll provide the space between the words in the text widget and will make it to the center using a slash n here. Basically, slash n changes the line if you use inside the text widget. So now it looks good, and now I'll write one more text below this text widget. So inside the text widget, I have wrote best time to read. Take your time to read a little more of this world. Now I'll provide some styling to this text widget. Now I'll use again slash n method so that I can provide some space between the text here and will make it to the center. If you don't want to use a slash n here, then you can use the text inside the column widget also. Just you need to wrap up the each text with the center widget so that it will move the each text widget to the center. Now I'll make a customize button name get started here so that when the user will click on the get started button, then they will directly move to the home page. Now I will use a container to make a customize button here and will inside the text I will write get started and I will provide some styling to the text widget here. Now I'll make the width media query dot of context dot size dot width and will center the text widget. Will provide some padding vertically. Now I will provide some height between the text widget and the customize button we have created. Now I'll wrap up the container with the material widget here so we can show our button in more highlighted form. Now I'm wrapping up the material widget with the container widget again because I want to also provide the width to the material widget we are providing here and will provide some elevation to the material widget here. Now I will move to the image and will wrap up the image with the material widget here, and I will also want to provide some elevation to the image we have mentioned above. So our UI part is done. Now we'll use a news API org to get all the API and we'll show the news in our app. So let's move to the home page again and I will click on the get started button and we'll move to the home page. So inside the trending news section, I will use a news API to show all the news here. So first I will call the API and will store all the news in the form of the list and will use a list view.builder widget to show all the news in the home page of the app. So let's go to the newsapi.org website and I will show you how we can get the API from this website. First, as you can see, here is a get API button. So if you didn't have the account in the news API website, then click on the get API key and just fill some of the details and you will get one API which will be directly connect to your link so that you can access all the API in the app. I have already signed in the website, so you can see my mail at the top. As you can see, there are the many APIs you can use according to your choice. But I want to show the news in the trending section, so I will use this link to show all the news in the list view that we have created in the UI of the trending news section. But before adding the API in our app, let's move to the pubdev file and we'll use a HTTP and we'll copy the HTTP package from here and paste it on pub.yaml file. I also want to tell you why I am using a HTTP package here because as you can see on the API link, it usually starts with HTTP. So to call the HTTP in our app, we need to use HTTP package here so that we can call the API through the app and directly connect to the server and will get all the information from the news API server and get the all the news in our app in the form of list and we can show that using a list view builder widget. Now I will use a KCAC network image here package and will copy the package and paste it on pub.yaml file. So now let's move to the model and we'll create a article model.dart section here and we'll create a class name article model. Now inside the article model, I will write some string here and inside this string we'll get all the data from the API. In this trending news section, we'll call this API here and inside this API you can see a list here and now inside the article as you can see the list of map has been shown here. Now I want to call the article section and I want to show all the list of map inside my app. So I need to get each list here that is wrote inside the articles map here. So as you can see in each list there is author, title, description, URL to image, content, etc. But we need these all five things in our app. So I will create a string name one by one. So string author, title, description, URL and URL to image. And last content. So now let's move to the service folder again and we'll create a new file name news.dart here and inside the news.dart file I will create a class name news here and will write a list name news where we will save all our news that we will get through the API. Now I will create a get news function in the future and we'll use a string URL and inside the URL string I will copy the API or URL that we want to call through the app and get all the details or the list that have shown inside the article section. Now where response await http dot get URL. So I need to import the package here. So I will go to the http again and will copy the package link here and will paste it here. So inside this I will write URI dot parse URL. So through the get method we are getting all the things that have been wrote inside this URL and we are saving in the response. So I will write where JSON data and will decode the response that we have saved using the get method here and if the JSON data status section is equals to OK This is what I mean. So as you can see, if the status is okay, then it is calling the article map here. Now JSON data articles for each. Basically, I have told you articles are the list of map, and inside this map there are the list of source that we want to get here. So here is the map I'm talking about, and here is the all the list that I have shown you. So if the element URL to image is not equals to null and if the description and URL to image is not null, then we will get all the details here because URL to image and description are the main section here that we need on the app. As you can see on the total result, there are 7,564 lists here. So there are the many cases where the URL to image and description may not be provided, but these two sections are the main to I want to show in the app. So I'm passing the condition that if the URL to image is not equals to null and description is not equals to null, then we'll save the list inside the news here. I had forgot to call article model here. So I will go to article model.dart again and we'll call all the string one by one. So now title. So I will get the title as you can see here. Now element title. So element is the first index he is talking about. And inside the first index, I will I need the title here. So inside the inverted commas, I am writing a title that will be saved in the title section here. And we'll do same for the description, URL to image, URL, content, etc. So it is done. Now I will use news.add article model to save all the articles one by one. So let's move to the home page and we'll call the list that we have saved in the news.dart file here. So I will create a list name articles here. So now I will write a get news function here to get all the news that we have saved on the news list in the news.dart file. In news class, we'll get all the news here, and in the set state method, so I'm writing a bool loading is because when the app will go to the home page, then it will call the API and get all the news in the trending news section. So it may take some time to load all the news and save on the list, then show on the home page of the app. So if it takes some time, then rather than showing the error here, I will use a circular progress indicator here to show that all the news are loading and will get that news from the API in just few seconds. So inside the set state, I will make the loading false because once we get all the news, then I want to show the news, so I will make it to false using a set state method here. So now I will create a stateless widget named block tile here and will paste the UI that we have wrote just for the trending news section so that we can call each time we want to show a list of the trending news. Then we can call the block tile here and we'll pass the image URL and title to show the each news one by one in the form of the list. So I need image URL, title, description here. Now where we have wrote just for the UI, so I will change and write image.network and will call the image URL and same for the title and description. Now inside the body, I will write if the loading is true, then we want to show a circular progress indicator here, and if it is false, then we'll show all the news that we have shown in the home page. Now inside the container, I will write the list view builder so that we can show all the news that we have saved in the news.dart file. So in item builder, I will write the index, will get the article length using the item count. Now return block tile and will return the each list, description, image and the title one by one. So article index dot description, same for the image and the title. So it is done. Now let's move to the init state and we need to call a get news function here so that whenever the home page is called, get news function will be called and it will save all the list in the news list we have created here, and with the help of that list we can see all the news in our trending news section. So now let's move to the terminal and run the flutter run command. Wait for a few seconds. So our app has launched successfully. As you can see, we are facing some overflow pixel error here. So the image we have called from the API is not loading inside the trending news section. This is because I have used image.network in our block tile to load the image from the API. But we have also copy one of the package named Kekek network here. For this reason, I have copied the package before in the perspec.ml file because I want to show you that whenever you call the URL of the image from the API, never use image.network there. It will not load the image or it will take too much time to load the image. So for better experience, use always Kagag network in place of image.network. Now I'll move to the block tile and will change the image.network with a Kagag network. Now inside the Kagag network image, I will pass the image URL. Okay, we have wrote the Kagag network here and hot restart it again, but we are still facing some error. So I made a small mistake here. Inside the image URL, we need to call URL to image here. So we need to change it to URL to image here. Now hot restart it again. So as you can see, the image has been appeared now. So we are facing some scroll problem here. So inside the list view builder, I will write physics and clamping scroll physics. This will give a better experience whenever the user will scroll the news in the trending news section. Now it's look good. We need to give some margin from the bottom. So there will be a space between the two news that we have shown here. So we'll wrap up with the container here and we'll provide the margin from the bottom. So I'm writing edge insert dot only bottom 10.0. Now, as you can see here in the title and description, it is providing us all the title and description that has been wrote for the specific news from the API. But I don't want to show this much line in the title and description. So I will move to the text widget and will give the max line to show how much maximum line we want to show in the text widget. So I will write in title max 2, so it will show maximum 2 line here, and in the description I will write maximum line 3, so it will show us 3 lines in the description. So now it's look good. So as you can see, the user can read how much news they want to read in the trending news section. Now, I want that whenever the user will click on any of the news, then they will redirect to a web view where they can read a news in more detail. So I will move to the pages folder and will create a new file name article view.dart and will create a stateful widget name article view. Now we'll move to the perspec.ml file and we'll call a web view package here. Now you can use the updated web view version from the pubdev also, but in the updated version of the WebView Flutter there are lot many changes, So you need to create a controller and many more files again and again. So I will refer you to use exact this version 3.0.1 that I have wrote here, so that it will be easier for you to use a web view in Flutter. The newer version is more complex than this version. Usually I prefer this version in most of the app because it is easy for me to use a web view inside the app. Now let's move to the article view again, and inside the container I will write child and will write web view. Now initial URL, and we have to pass the URL that we have stored in the article model. So I am writing a string blog URL and will get the URL in blog URL and will pass it to the initial URL. So now let's move to the home dart again, and we need to write on gesture detector navigator dot push method so that we can move the user to the web view. Now in article view we need to pass the URL here, so I will write a URL in the string and will get the URL from the news list. Now we'll pass this URL to the blog URL. It is done. Now let's move the terminal again and we'll hot restart it again. Click on the get started button, and when I click any of the news from here, then as you can see we have successfully moved to the web view where we can read the news in more detail. But I need want to provide some app bar at the top, so I will remove the container and will write a scaffold widget and will give a body as a container. Now I'll pass the same app bar that I have wrote in the home page. So I will move to the home.dart again. We'll copy the same app bar and we'll paste inside the scaffold widget. So it is done. Now hot restart it again. Now we'll click on any of the news. So as you can see the app bar here and the back arrow to move directly to the home page of the app. You can read any of the news from here in more detail that will send you to the web view and can access the news in more better way. We will move to the carousel slider, I mean breaking news section, and we'll call the API and we'll show the API in our slider. So let's move to the slider data.dart, and here we will call the API through news API. Now let's move to the news API.org website, and we will call the top headline API from here for our carousel slider. So as you can see, there are only 10 results on this API.
So it will be best for our carousel slider because we don't need to show too much result in our carousel slider because we want in the limited form. Though as you can see on the API there are the 10 result, but I want to show only 5 result in our carousel slider. So now let's move to the slider data.dart and we will remove all the list that we have made just for the UI, and here we will call the API that I have just shown you in the news API website. So let's move to the news.dart file and I will copy the same function that we have wrote inside the news.dart file and we will paste it inside the slider data.dart. All the things will be remain same. We just need to change the some of the function name and we need to call the different API in our URL. So now I will change the class name here and will name it to slider, and we will also change the slider model here because we need to call the URL to image, description, and title here. So I will need all the things from the API that we have wrote for the other section. So I will move to the article model.dart file and will copy the same class from here and paste it inside the slider model.dart file. We'll name the class name slider here and inside the slider model. So now I will rename the class name here and all things will remain same because we need the same data what we have wrote in the trending news section. So I will change the list name to sliders here. We'll rename the get slider function here. Now I'll copy this link or API and we'll paste it here so that we can get all the 10 result from this API and we can add one by one in our slider list here. So I will rename all the things like slider model, etc. So it is done now. Now let's move to the home dot file again. We need to create a function name get slider here as same as we had created a function name get news here. So I will change all the things according to the slider list we have created in slider data.dart file. So all the things will remain as same as we have wrote for the trending news section. We are just calling the different API for our carousel slider. So I wrote the complete get slider function here. Now I will call the get slider function in the init state. Now let's move to the carousel slider dot builder file and we will pass the image and title here. So let's move to the build image widget and we need to make some of the changes here because it is calling the image from the asset, but we are calling the image from the network, I mean in the HTTP format. So as you have watched the second part, you know that why we have don't use image.network here rather than we are using a KKK network image here. So I will remove the image.asset and will pass a KKK network image here, and inside the image URL will pass the image that we'll get from the API.
Now in the res folder, I will make some changes, and in slider.index, I will call the URL to image here. In res1, I will call the title. So it is done. Now hot restart it again.
And as you can see, we can see now all the news that we have got from the news API. Here are all the 10 results that I have shown you in the total result. So we are saving all the 10 result from the API in the sliders list, and in item count we are passing the slider.length to 10, and then we are telling the dot indicator to make it to 10 so that it can indicate that there are the 10 sliders which are present now in the carousel slider. But I don't want to show all the 10 slider here. I need to show only 5 slider. So in item count, I will remove the slider dot length here and will write it to 5, and will do same for the dot indicator. Now hot restart it again. So as you can see, we can now only see the top 5 list that we have saved in our sliders list here. So making the count to 5, we are telling that we need only top 5 list from the slider list. Those slider list have a 10 result in it because it is calling the all the result and saving the result one by one in the sliders list. But I need to show only 5. You can change according to your need. If you want to show 4, 3 or more than 5, you can change the count accordingly. So now it's look good. So our breaking news part is done, and we can see all the news that we are getting from the news API in our carousel slider. Now let's move to the category section. So in our category section, I want that whenever the user will click on the any of the category, then it will show them all the news related to that category. Let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name here, category news.dart here, and we'll write a stateful widget name here, category news. Now scaffold widget, body, container, child, column. Now I will copy the same app bar and will paste it inside the category news section. So I will remove the row from here because in the app bar I want to show which category news is showing at the app bar. So when the user will click on the business, then in the app bar I will show the business. If the user click on entertainment, then in the app bar I will show the entertainment. So from the string we will get that user have clicked on which of the category. So I writing the string name here, and in category news we'll get that the name of the category that the user have selected, and we'll pass the same category name in our text widget that will be our app bar. Many of the users might be thinking that there are the 5 categories in our app. Now we will create the each model for each category like business model, entertainment model, general model, and we'll call the API for the each category we have when the user will click. So doing by this process, we need to write lots of code in our VS Code, but I don't do anything like that. So through one API, I will tell you how to call all the 5 categories, and we will create only one model through which we will
get all the news of the specific category one by one. So we don't need to create 5 model for the each category we want to show. I will create one model and I will pass one API and I will keep on changing when the user will click on any of the category and he can see the news of the respective category one by one. So by this process and through the less code, we can get all the news for the specific category we are looking for. So if you like my idea and how I want to show the news in my app, do not forget to like and subscribe my channel so that you won't miss out any of the exciting videos we have in the store. So let's go and implement that I have just explained you. So I will create a stateless widget name so category here, and here at the top I will show my image, then the description and the title. So I will create a column children and will pass the image using a KKK network here. We will do all the things same that we have done for other news like trending news, breaking news, etc. So it is done. Now let's move to the container. Now I'll remove the column from here and will pass a list view dot builder. And so now let's move to the model and we'll create a show category dot dart here and will pass a class and will copy the same article model class here and paste it here and will rename the class name to show category model here, and all the string will be remain same. Now let's move to the services folder and we'll create a new file name so category news.dart, and we'll copy the same thing from the slider data.dart and paste it inside this file, and we'll rename the class name to category news. To show category news because we have already used a category news name in our different dart file, so we can't use the same name in our class here. So I will also rewrite the list name here and will also change the name of the function to get category news. Now here comes the main part what I have explained you before. Now I have told you through one API I will get all the categories news from the API. So let me show how I will do that. So here you can see I will call this API here, and here you can see the category name, it is given business here. So when the user will click on the entertainment, then we will change the category equals to entertainment here. And if we will change to sports, then we'll change it to sports. So how the user will click on any of the category, we will keep on changing the API one after that.
So let me show you how I will do that. Though you can see the equals to US, you can change the any of the country according to your choice. You just need to give your country code here and it will show all the news related to the that category and specific country in the list view. So the function we have wrote get category news will write a string category here. Now I'll copy the same API and paste it here, and inside the category I will pass the string that will be passed in the category of that get category news function. Now all the things will remain same and will add the all the list one by one in our category list. So it is done. Now I'll copy the same get news function and will paste in inside the get category news.dart file and we'll do the customization according to our choice and we'll just rename all the things will be remain same. We just need to rename the sum of the list and the model that we have passed here. So it is done. Now as you can see on the get category news function we have wrote widget.name here. So as I have told you that it will be keep on changing whenever the user will press on any of the category here. Now in the init state I will call the get news function here. We'll move to the home.dart file again and we'll copy the same listview.builder and paste it here. Now in item count I will write categories.length and will pass it to the show category. We'll pass the image, description and title. Now I'll move to the home.dart file and where we have shown all the category in our category tile, I will wrap up the container with a gesture detector and in on tab, I will push the user to the category news.dart file and will give the category name here. Make sure whenever you are passing the name to the get category news, then it should be in the lower case. Here you can see that we have passed the business be in capital letter, but in the API there should be all in the small letter. Otherwise, you will get the error and you can't get the things from the API according to the user chooses the category in the app. So now it is done. We'll hot restart it again, and when I will click on the any of the category here, so as you can see, we can see all the news related to the that category here. So here the app bar name is business and it is showing all the news related to the business here. Now let's move to the category news section again, and we will give some styling to the image and text here. So now it's look good. Now I want that whenever the user will press in any of the news from here, then they will redirect to a web view where they can read the news in more detail that we have done same for the trending news section. Wrap up the container with a gesture editor here and we'll move it to the article view and we'll pass the URL in a blog URL. We'll hot restart it again and when I'll click on any of the news, now as you can see they have moved to the web view of that news here. So now as you can see, if I will click on any of the news in the business news, then they will redirect me to the web view of that specific news. Now click on entertainment. Now as you can see, app bar name changed to entertainment and it is showing me all the things related to the entertainment here. Now same for the health. So it is showing me all the things related to the health and same for the sports. So as I have said you before, just writing by one model like category model dot dart and just writing the few lines of code in the category news section, we have covered all the 5 category that we have wrote inside the home page. So I have taught you by using the just one API you can use the all the things related to the category if the user clicks on any of the category. If many of the users will write the different code for the each category when the user will press, then the it will take him lot of time to write so much code inside the VS code, and it may take lot of time to make this app. So our category part is done. Now let's move to the breaking news and trending news section again, because as you can see on the breaking news where we have wrote the text breaking news, at just right side you can see the view all section. We didn't add anything related to the view all till now. So I want that whenever the user will press on the view all text, then they can see all the breaking news on the app. So let's move to the pages folder, and I will create a new file name all news.dart, and will create a stateful widget name all news. Now we'll write a scaffold widget body container. Now we'll pass the string name, string news here, like what type of news it is. It is breaking or trending news, and we'll show that in the app bar. These are all the things that we have already done in the category news section here. So I will not explain you much on this section. I will just do copy and paste thing, and will make the view all section here. So it is done. Now many of the users might be thinking that in trending news we are passing the different API, and in our breaking news we are passing the different API. I have just now showed you how to use one Dart file and pass multiple APIs by just simple line of the code. So I will use just the same process, and I will show you how I will do that. Widget.news. In widget.news, I will get either breaking or trending, and I will add the news at the last. So it will become breaking news and trending news. I will copy the same list view builder here. Now it comes the main thing, like how I will show two APIs in just one Dart file. So inside the item count, I will write widget.news. If is equals to breaking, then we'll show slider length, because if it is breaking news, then we will show the all the news that in our slider, and if it is category, if it is trending news, then it will automatically take the news that we have saved in the articles list. We'll do all the same thing in the image. So if the widget.news is breaking, then it will get the image from the slider section, or if not, then it will show the news from the trending section. So many of the users might create a two Dart file inside the pages folder where they will write breaking news.dart and trending news.dart. But I have wrote all the two things in one file named allnews.dart, and I have changed all the things, and I have handled two cases by adding a simple line of code inside the item count and different section here. So for this idea also, you can hit the like button to this video. So we have passed all the condition to image, description, title and URL. Now in views all, I will wrap up with a gesture detector, and in on tab, I will use a navigator.push method, and in material page root will write all news, and in all news I will pass a news name breaking, and will do same for the trending news views all section. So after hot restart, we need to go to all news dot file again, and we need to write a set state function in get news and get slider function. Now hot restart it again, and when I will click on the view all, then you can see the app bar name breaking news here and all the news related to the breaking news section, and we'll do same for the trending news, and you can see the app bar name trending news and same all the news related to the trending news. And now I want to give some margin, so I will give the margin inside the container and will give horizontal 10.0 here. Now I will hot reload it again, and now it's look more good. Now we'll check the breaking news again, and you can see all the breaking news here. So our complete app is done. Now I will walk you through the app we have built from the scratch. So here is my complete news app. So it is a landing page now, and you can see the image and the text we have written news from around the world for you. Now I will click on the get started button, and we will move to the home page of the app. So at the top you can see the different category like business, entertainment, general, health, sports. Now you can see a breaking news section here with a carousel slider which is moving automatically, and you can see all the top breaking news here with the image and the title. And just at the bottom you can see the trending news section where you can see all the news in the trending section. So when you will click to any of the category like business, then you will move to the page named business here, and you can see all the news related to the business here. Now if you will click on any of the news, then you will move to the web view of that news so that you can read the news on more detail. Now let's move back to the home page again, and when I will click on the sports, then it will show me all the news related to the sports here, and will click it on again and can read the news on more detail. Now let's go back. So in the breaking news section you can see view all. So when you will click on the view all, then you can see all the breaking news, and when you will click on any other breaking news, as same you can read that news on more detail. Now let's go back, and in the trending news section you can see the different news, and when we'll click on the news again, then you can read that news also in more detail. Now view all. So in view all, you can read all the news related to the trending news.
Thank you for joining us in this Flutter News app development journey. Let's quickly recap what we have covered today. We set up our Flutter environment for app development, explored how to fetch real-time news data with the News API org, created a beautiful and interactive news app interface, and most importantly, you have gained the skills to build your own news app. If you found the video valuable, please consider subscribing to our channel and giving it a thumbs up. Your support keep us going. Got questions or feedback? Drop them in the comment below. We love hearing from you.
So we have added fifth app. Now let's move to the sixth real project, which is ToDo app. On this project, you will learn creating the stunning user interface, implementing ToDo functionality, and many more. I'm sure that till now you are loving this course. Now let's get started.
But before moving to the code, let me show you what all things we will learn on today's video and how our app will look alike at the end of this video. So basically, we are going to build the complete to-do app from scratch where I will tell you how to code stunning user interface, how to connect the Android iOS app with Firebase, then we will go to the Firebase Firestore and set up the complete Firestore so that user can upload the data. We will also add the packages from the pubdev and many more. So here is the home page of our app and you can see the username at the top with the three texts today, tomorrow and next week. So you have seen on many to-do app that user can upload the data for today, but in our app will allow the user to upload the work for tomorrow and for the next week. I will also teach you how to move the container from one text to the another and show the elevation for each text here. Now, when we'll click on the floating action button, then the dialog box will be appear here to add the text for the work we need to do for today, tomorrow and next week. So in the text field, I will write go to the gym here and will click on add button. So as you can see, after clicking on add button, it frequently added the first work that we need to do today. Now let's go and we'll add for the work we need to do for tomorrow. So I'll write go to the park here. I'll click on add and we'll do same for the next week. So for the next week, I will write go to the ground and will click on add and the work we need to do has been uploaded successfully. Now, as you can see that when I am going to each text here like today, tomorrow and next week, it is showing the work we need to do accordingly what we are clicking here. Now let's move and add one more work that we need to do for today. So I'll click on the floating action button again and will change the text to go to the market and will click on add button. So as you can see, our second work has been uploaded to the app here. Now, if I completed my first work, then I'll come to the app and will click on the first work checkbox. Then it frequently checkbox the first work that we have completed here. Now, if our second work is also completed, then we'll also can checkbox the work we have done. Now we'll do same for the tomorrow. Now I will add the second work here. So I'll write go to the airport and we'll click on add and we'll do same for the next week. So here as you can see that how brilliantly our app is working and we can upload the separate work for today, tomorrow and next week and we can upload as many work we want to do for today, tomorrow and next week. And if any of the work is completed, then we'll come to the app and we'll check box the work we have done. But before moving to the code, I have a small request from you. Please do not skip any of the part from this video because I will tell you each and every step how to add the each function in the app, and I will explain you why I have wrote all these things in the code. So now let's move to the code. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we'll make the debug show checked banner to false because as you can see there is a debug banner at the top right position, so making it to false it will remove the debug banner from the app. Now let's move to the lib folder and we'll create a new folder name pages here, and inside the pages folder I will create a new file name home.dart and will create a stateful widget name home here. Now scaffold, body, container, child, column, children. So now let's move to the main.dart file and I will call the home page here so that I can show you what all things I am writing in home.dart file. So as you can see, after writing the widgets in home.dart file, there is a blue lines appear below the name of the widgets. So I will tell you one trick to remove these blue lines below the widgets that just shown here. So now let's move to the analysis option.yml file, and in the rules I will add the two lines here. Prefer const constructor and will make it to false, and will write prefer const literals to create immutables to false. By adding these two lines, it will almost remove your blue lines in the widgets here. Now I will give the height to the container here. So I will use media query dot of context dot size dot height and will do same for the width. So let me explain you why I have used a media query here. Basically, media query makes your app highly responsive and it helps us to cover the complete width and height of the screen. Now I will write decoration, box decoration, and will pass the linear gradient color here. The reason for using the linear gradient color is because I want to mix three colors in our container here. So whenever you want to mix two or more color together in the container, then you can use a linear gradient color here. So while using the linear gradient color, you can suggest that where you want to start the first color, like from top right position, or end the color with a bottom right position. So let me show how I will add the three colors by using the linear gradient color here. So in the colors I will pass the customize color code here, and also I want to tell you that when you are passing the customize color code, don't directly write the color code here. Start with 0xFF so that it can read the color code which you enter inside the color function here. So I have wrote all the color code inside the linear gradient color which I want to mix. Now I will hot reload it again. So as you can see, the linear gradient color has mixed three colors in the container, but I want to start the first color from the top left position. So I will use a begin alignment dot top left here. and I want to end the third color from the bottom right position, so I will use alignment dot bottom right. So as you can see, the mixture of three colors has been created in the container here, and it is looking really good. And you can use a linear gradient color to mix two or more colors in the container. Now in the column I will write the text widget, and inside the text widget I will write the text hello Shivam. I will use a slash n because I want to change the line inside the text, and will give the styling to the text widget by using the text style, and will use colors.white, font size 25.0, font weight dot bold. So as you can see the text here. Now I will show you what is the difference using the margin and padding in the container. So if you use the margin inside the container and you will write edge inside dot only top 50.0 and will hot reload. So as you can see, margin provide the gap from the outside of the container. I want to provide the gap inside the container, so I will use a padding instead of margin here. So edge inside dot only and will provide the padding from the top. So as you can see, we have provided the space from inside the container, and will use left 30.0 and will increase the font size of the text. I will change the text in the bold form, will increase the padding from the top. Now I'll copy the same text widget and will paste below the text widget that I have just wrote here, and in the text I will write good morning and will change the font size to 20.0 and font weight dot w 400, and will provide the height between the two text widgets, so I will use sizebox dot height 20.0, sorry 10.0, and will write row children, and inside the row I will pass the container here and will write child text, and in the text I will write today and will give styling to the text widget here by using text style, and will use colors.white, font size 20.0, font weight dot bold, and will use decoration, but before that I will give the height from the top and will use decoration box decoration, and will pass the customized color code here. So in the color I will write 0xFF and the color code. Now we'll give the border radius to the container here. So border radius dot circular and will pass 20. Now we'll give the padding to the container here. So I will write padding edge inset dot symmetric horizontal 5.0 and vertical 20.0. Sorry, I have wrote horizontal 20.0 and vertical 5.0. So now it's look good. Now let's move and we'll wrap up the container with a material widget so that we can provide the elevation to the container here, and in the elevation I will write 5.0. Now let's move and provide the border radius to the material widget. So border radius dot circular 20. Now I'll copy the same text widget and will paste it inside the row widget, and will change the text to tomorrow, and will copy the same text widget again and will paste it inside the row again, and in the text I will write next week, and will change the font size to 18.0. Now as you can see, all the widgets we have provided in the row widget are stuck. So we'll go to the row and we'll write main axis dot alignment, and we'll give provide the even space here. So I will write main axis alignment dot space evenly. So as you can see, after giving the space, it provides the even space to the each text widget here. Now I will show you how to move the container from one text to the other by clicking to the any of the text here. So let me explain you what I am going to do. So if the user will click on the tomorrow text here, then it will be highlighted with the container that is just present in the today text here, and it will be shown in the form of elevation, and same for the next week. So let me show how I will execute that. So in the bool, I will write today and will assign the today to true and tomorrow to false and next week to false. Now let's move to the row widget and we'll write if today is true, then we'll show the container here, and if not, then we'll show the text widget here, and we'll change the text to today. Now we'll wrap up the text widget with a gesture detector here, and in the on tab function I will tell that if the user will click on the today text, then we'll make the today to true so that we can show the container here, and we'll make other boolean character to false. So we'll make tomorrow to false and next week to false, and we'll refresh using the set state here. Now we'll copy the same thing and we'll do same for the tomorrow and next week. So it is done. Now we'll hot reload it again. Let me show you what all things I have just wrote in the code, and we'll do same in the app. So as you can see, when I click to the tomorrow text here, then the container moved to the tomorrow text and it is showing the tomorrow text in the highlighted form, and today text will change to the normal form, and it will do same for the next week. So it is working brilliantly and our container is moving from one text to the another. Now let's move and we'll show the checkbox here so that user can check what all things they have done and what all things they need to do. Now we'll show the checkbox here so that user can check it if they have done the work in the app. Now we'll show the checkbox with the text they want to do today, tomorrow, or next week. And if they have done the work completely, then they come to the app and can directly check it using the checkbox. Now I will use a checkbox list tile widget here, and in the value I will pass the boolean character here name suggest and will make it to false. So I am writing suggest boolean character here, and in the on change method I want to execute the new value once the checkbox is checked. So to refresh the checkbox, we'll use our set state and we'll change the value of the suggest. So if the checkbox is checked, then new value will be true and it will assign the suggest to true, and it will tell the checkbox to show the tick mark. And if the tick mark is already there and user click it again, then suggest value will be false and it will tell the checkbox to remove the tick mark from there. Now I will make control affinity list tile control affinity dot leading, and will show the active color Basically, active color is something, if the box is checked, then we want to show what color we want using the active color here. So here I will pass the customize color code in the active color. Now as you can see, when I click on the checkbox, it shows the active color that I have just passed here. Now I will write title, and in the title I will pass the text widget that I want to show with the checkbox. And in the text, for an example, I will write go to the gym and will provide the styling to the text widget here using the text style, and will provide the same color, font size and font weight. Now we'll provide the space from the top, so I will use size box height 20.0. It is done. Now let's move to the scaffold widget here because I want to show the floating action button with a plus icon so that user can directly press to that icon and the dialog box will be appear where the user can directly add the text of what the work he want to add for today, tomorrow or next week. So in the scaffold I will write floating action button and will write floating action button on press, so we'll hot reload it again. So as you can see the floating action button here, but we'll pass the add icon here. So I'll write child icon icons.add and we'll pass the customize color code again for the plus icon, and we'll change the size of the icon to 30.0. Now it's look more clear. So I've wrote the complete UI for our to-do app. Now we'll connect the Firebase with the Flutter app so that we can directly upload the data to the Firebase and can show them in our app. So let's move to the Firebase and I will tell you each step to how to connect the Firebase for both Android and iOS, how to change the security rules for Firestore database, how to upload the data to Firestore database, and how to get the data from Firestore by using the stream builder. So I will request you to just follow along with me and just do not skip any of the part from this video so that you can get the end result what I have just shown you in the starting of the video. So now let's move to the Firebase and we'll write the project name here. So I will write to do app and we'll click on continue, again on continue, and we'll use default account Firebase and we'll click on continue. So as you can see, Firebase is creating a project, so wait for a few seconds. So our project has been created successfully. Now let's move to the Firebase. You can see here we can connect the iOS, Android and web app with the help of Firebase. So first I will add the iOS app here, then we'll move to the Android. To connect the iOS app here, we need the Apple bundle ID. So we'll move to the X code. So now let's move to the runner and signing and capabilities, and we'll copy the bundle identifier from here and we'll paste it inside the Apple bundle ID. Now we'll click on register app and wait for a few seconds. Now download the Google service info.plist file from here and make sure it should be Google service info.plist file. If anything is written rather than this, then please edit it. Now we'll paste the file in the Xcode just below the info and we'll click on finish. Now click on next, again on next, next. Now continue to the console. So as you can see, we have successfully added the iOS app here. Now let's move to the Android and we need the Android package name here. So we'll go to the Android app build.gradle file and we'll copy the application ID from here and we'll paste it inside the Android package name. Now click on register app, download the Google service.json file and we'll paste it inside the Android app folder. So it is done. Now click on next and we'll copy the ID from here and we'll paste it inside the Android build.gradle file in the class path. And we need to change the some few lines of code in the class path. So it is done. Now we'll copy the plugin from here and we'll go to the Android app build.gradle file and we'll paste it inside the apply plugin and we'll change the few line of the code here. Now we'll copy the dependency from here and we'll paste it to the same file. Now click on next. Now continue to the console. So as you can see, we have successfully added the Android and iOS app here. Now let's move to the Firestore database and set up our complete Firestore for Firebase. Now click on create database and you can use the location. Now click on next and click on enable button. So as you can see, Firestore is setting up some security rules. So wait for a few seconds. Now click on rules and we need to change the rules from false to true. Please do not skip this step or do not miss this step because if you don't change the security rules from here then you can't upload the data to the cloud Firestore. Now click on publish. So as you can see, publish changes can take up to a minute, so you can wait up to a minute until uploading the data to the Firestore. Now let's move to the perf dev and we need to copy the sum of the packages from here and paste it inside the perspec.ml file. So here come our first package name Firebase core. Now click on this package, go and installing, copy the dependency from here and paste it inside the perspec.ml file. Now let's move to the pubdev again and we need to copy one more package named Cloud Firestore so that we can upload the data to the Firestore database. Now we'll do same for the Cloud Firestore. Now run the packages. You can use a Command S key to run the package directly with the keyboard if you are using Mac. Now let's move to the main.dart file again and we need to add the few lines of code to enable the Firebase in our Flutter app. So I will write widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized and await Firebase dot initialize app. And make sure if you are using the await then please write async in the void main function. So now let's move and we'll create the dialog box here and we'll pass the dialog box in the onPress method of the floating action button so that user can directly add the work by using this dialog box. So I'll first create the function name open box here. Now I will write so dialog box and in the builder I will write context
and will pass the alert dialog here. And inside the alert dialog function, I will write content and will write single child scroll view. And in the single child scroll view, will pass the container here. And inside the container, will pass the column widget children. And inside the children, I will first write icons dot cancel here, and we want to move all the widgets in the starting position, so I'll use cross axis alignment dot start here. And as I've told you, we'll use icons dot cancel, and we'll wrap up with the gesture director here. The reason for using the cancel icon is because I want that if the user want to close the dialog box, then they will click on the cancel icon and can directly close the dialog box from here. Now in the gesture director, I will write navigator dot pop context and will write size box dot width 60.0. And now we'll use the text widget, and in the text widget I will write the text add the work to do, and will give the styling to the text widget by using the text style function here, and will pass the customize color code here, and will write font weight dot bold. Now we'll need to wrap up the all the thing that we have wrote inside the column widget in the row widget. So now we'll write the size box height 20.0, and we'll write one more text widget indicating the user to add the text in the text field that will mention just below this text, and we'll use size box height 10.0, and we'll create a text field here by using the container widget. So in container, we'll first pass the padding. So I will write padding edge inset dot symmetric, and will pass horizontal 10.0, and will use decoration box decoration to give the decoration to the container here, and will write border dot all, and will pass the colors dot black 38 and width 2.0. Now inside the border radius, I will write border radius dot circular, and will pass 10 here, and in the child will write text field, and in the controller will pass the text editing controller to manage the text that the user will write on this text field. So we'll use text editing controller to do controller is equals to new text editing controller, and we'll pass this controller to the controller that we have just passed in the text field. Now we'll use a decoration input decoration to give the decoration to the text field, and inside the border I will mention input border dot none, and in the hint text we'll give the hint to the user enter text. Now we'll give the spacing between the two widgets by using the size box, and we'll create a customize button here by using the container widget. So I'll write container, and we'll provide the fixed width here, padding edge inset dot all 5, and we'll give the decoration to the container. So decoration box decoration color, and we'll pass the customized color code here. Now we'll give the border radius to the container. Now child text, and inside the text widget I will pass the text add here, and will give the styling to the text widget by using the text style.
and we'll pass the color colors.white and we'll center the text widget. So it is done. Now let's move to the scaffold widget again, and in the floating action button where we have mentioned the onPress function, I will call the open box so that user can click on the floating action button. Dialog box will appear on the screen from where the user can directly add the text for the work they need to do. So now it's look good. Now let's move to the text field and I will add the text here. Go to the gym and we'll click on add. But we didn't added any function to upload the data to the Firebase file store. So now let's move to the leaf folder and we'll create a new folder name services here, and inside the services folder we'll create a new file name database.dart. But before adding the file, let me explain you what I am going to do in the Firebase Firestore. So for an example, so as you can see, there is a today text here, and in the today will show all the work that the user want to do today. So in the Firestore, we'll create a collection name today, and in the today we'll pass all the documents of the work we need to do, and same for the tomorrow and next week. So now let's move and create the file, and we'll pass the class name database methods, and in the database methods we'll write future and we'll write add today work, where we'll pass the work we need to do today, and in the map we'll pass string dynamic here and we'll name the map user today map, and we'll pass the specific doc id and we'll use return await firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and we'll pass the collection name today here, and we'll pass the specific doc id, and we'll use a set method to set the info of the user for the work they need to do today. Now let's move to the home.dart file, and I will show you how this function will be worked when the user will add the text using the dialog box. Now we'll wrap up the add button with the gesture detector function. Let's move to the database.dart file again because we need to create some more function for tomorrow and next week. So we copy the same function for today work and we'll change it for tomorrow and next week. Now I will show you if the user will click on the floating action button, then how the app will suggest the Firestore to upload the each data for today, tomorrow and next week separately. So I will do this by using a single function here. So let's move to the gesture director, and if today is true, then we'll pass the database methods dot add today work so that the data will be directly added to the today collection here. But before that, I will create a map string dynamic here. The reason for writing string dynamic is because we'll pass the string here, and in the dynamic you can pass any of the thing like double, boolean character, integer, or anything you want, and we'll name the map user to do, and here we'll create a random id by using the random string here. So now let's move to the perf dev and we'll copy the random string package from here and will paste it inside the perspec.yaml file. Now in the string ID, I will write random alphanumeric 10, which will give us the random 10 alphanumeric character here, and in the map will pass the work, which will be the string, and in the ToDo controller.text, which will be the dynamic character here, and will pass the id and the specific doc id, and in the function will pass the map here and the specific doc id we have just wrote here. And if today will be false, then we'll check that if the user have selected tomorrow here, and if the user have selected tomorrow, then we'll upload the work for tomorrow and will pass the same user info map. And if tomorrow is also false, then here comes the last thing, which will be the next week. So you can see that by just a single floating action button, the app uploading the data to the Firestore separately for today, tomorrow, and next week. So after this function, we'll use navigator.pop context to pop out the database we have just wrote here. Now let's move to the terminal, and I will first write flutter clean here, then flutter pop get to get all the packages, then flutter run command. So our app has launched successfully. Now you can see that user has selected the today text here because he wants to upload the work for today they need to do. Now he will click on the floating action button here and he will add the text that they want to do. So he will write go to the office and they will click on the add button here. Now let's move to the Firebase and let's check what all things have been uploaded to the Firestore. So after refreshing, you can see that here the collection name today with a specific doc ID and the work that I have just uploaded from the Flutter app. Now let's do same for the tomorrow. So I will first select the tomorrow text here and will go to the floating action button again and will pass the text that we want to do for tomorrow and will click on add. So now refresh the page. So as you can see, our tomorrow collection here with a specific doc ID and the work we are going to do. Now we'll go same for the next week. And we'll click on add button and refresh this page. Now you can see the next week collection with a specific doc ID and the work we going to do for the next week. So as you can see here, by just a single dialog box and the text field, user can upload the data for today, tomorrow, and next week, and Firestore uploading the user data separately in the Firebase. So our function are working brilliantly and we are uploading the user data for the work they need to do in the Firestore. So for this idea, do not forget to hit that like button and subscribe our channel so that you won't miss out on any of the videos that we'll upload on this channel. Though we are uploading the user data to the Firestore very smoothly, but you can see that we can't see the all the things that we are uploading to the Firestore. So now let's move and show all the things that we are uploading to the Firebase. So in the database.dart file, I will write future stream query snapshot and will name the function get all the work and will pass the string day here. Now, many of the developers might do that they will write a three function for today, tomorrow, and next week. But I will do a small smart work here. I will use a just one function named get all the work, and I will call all the three data today, tomorrow and next week by using the just one function. So let me show how I will do that. So in the day, we'll pass the today, tomorrow and next week, and will frequently call this function again and again when the user will switch from one text to the another. So Firebase firestore.instance and will pass the collection day here because I want to pass the today, tomorrow and next week text here, and will use dot snapshot function to get all the things that we have just stored inside the Firebase. Now, to get all the data from the Firebase, I will use a stream builder function here because if you do any changes in the Firebase, then it takes just few seconds to update in the app by using the stream builder. And in the stream, I will write to do stream here and will use a get on the load function to call the function that we have just wrote in the database.dart file, and we'll write to do stream equals to await, and we'll write database methods dot get all the work. And as I have told you, I will use just one function, and I will call all the three collection here named today, tomorrow and next week. So let me show you how I will do that. So in the day, if today will be true, then we'll pass the collection name today here, and if it is false and tomorrow will be true, then we'll pass the tomorrow collection name here, and if it is false, then we'll pass the collection name next week here. Now we'll write init state and we'll call the get on the load function here so that it will frequently loaded as soon as the app launches here. Now we'll write widget and we'll write get function name all work here, and in the return we'll pass a stream builder, and in the builder I will write context, a sync snapshot, and we'll pass the stream that we have just wrote above, which will be the to do stream, and we'll return snapshot dot hash data. So we'll check with the snapshot that if the data is available in the Firestore or not. So if it is, then we'll use a list view dot builder to show all the things in the form of the list view. And in the item builder, I will pass all the index and will write document snapshot ds equals to snapshot dot data, and will get all the doc index here. Now we'll use the item count to count all the document that is available in the Firestore. So snapshot.data.docs.length to get all the length of the data or the doc that available in the Firestore. Now we'll make the padding edge insert dot 0 so that we don't get any padding from the list view dot builder. And if the snapshot didn't have any data, then we'll show the circular progress indicator here, and in the return
will pass the check tick box that we have just wrote for the UI in the app. So I will cut that widget from here and will paste it inside the stream builder function. So in the text, I will pass the DS work here, which will be the work that we'll get from the Firestore. Now we'll hot restart it again. As of now, I didn't pass the all work function here. So let pass the all work function here. So after writing the all work function, we'll hot restart it again. So I am getting the error. JSON query snapshot has no instance getter doc is because so in the item count I make the small mistake here. So let's move to the item count, and in the item count we'll write snapshot dot data doc docs dot length here. So after making it to docs, we'll hot reload it again and we'll pass the ds work here and we'll hot restart it again. So let's move to the gesture detector and we'll use async await function and we'll refresh the get on the load function and we'll do same for the next week and we'll hot restart it again. So when we'll click on the tomorrow text here, then you can see the work has been changed from go to the park, which is shown in the Firebase. So in the tomorrow text, it is showing the go to the park, but I have missed one more function in the today. So I will write async await and will call the get on the load function in today text too. Now we'll hot restart it again. So as you can see, all the work related to tomorrow, today, tomorrow and next week is showing from the Firebase Firestore, and it is showing all the work that user need to do in just few seconds. So let's move to the floating action button. Let me add the some more work in the today text here. So I will write go to the cricket ground here and we click on add. So as you can see, the our work has been directly added to the today, and we'll refresh this page and you can see the one more document has been created here with our name go to the cricket ground. Now let's move and do same for the tomorrow. So I'll write go to the market and click on add. So let's go back to the today work again, and if you see that if I will click on any of the checkbox here, then it frequently checked all the boxes that we have wrote inside the today text here, which is not right. If the user complete the first work, then we'll click on the checkbox and it will check only that work that they have done. Let's go and handle this case. So let's go to the map again and we'll write a string name yes here and we'll assign the boolean character false, and in the value we'll pass the boolean character by giving the field name yes, and we'll remove the case from the set state here. Now let me explain you what will be happen here. So if the user will click on the tick box, then we'll make the frequent update to the Firestore and will change the yes text field to true and will show that user have clicked this checkbox of that specific work. So to update the field in the database, let's move to the database.dart file and we'll create a function name update if ticked
and will pass the specific doc ID return await firebase firestore dot instance dot collection, and we need to also pass the day here because we need to also tell if the user have checked the box for today, tomorrow or next week, and will pass the specific doc ID. And now we'll update the field yes to true. Now cover this case in the curly braces. Now let's move to the home.dart file again and we'll write async await database methods dot update if ticked, and we'll pass the specific doc ID by using the ds id here, which will be the this id, and the same case for the day. So it is done. Now we'll hot restart it again, and it is showing that field doesn't present here is because we have just added the yes text field here. So now let's move to the Firebase and we need to delete all the collections from here because we had just make a small update in the app. Now let's move to the app again and we'll write a go to the gym inside the today. Now refresh the Firebase page, and here you can see the today collection here with the work, and here yes is false, which is a boolean character. Let me add one more work in the today and will write go to the market, and one more work has been added here. Now when I'll click to the go to the market, you can see that the work, all the checkbox is not ticked here. The checkbox I have clicked, only that checkbox have been ticked. So by this user can come to the app and can tick the work they do one by one for today. Now you can also see that by update method it is frequently updated the yes to true here, and when you'll hot restart it again you can also see that it is still ticked and it has not been changed to untick. So if the user close the app and he comes to app again, then he might see all the work that he has done with a tick mark here. So I have just added this function because this will give the better experience for the user who is using the app. Like for an example, if he go to the market and he comes back and he opens the app and click on the first tick box, then the app will check only the first work here, and he closes the app again and he again come from the gym and he clicks on the second tick box, then it will tick box the second work. Now we'll do same for the tomorrow and next week. So as you can see how brilliantly our app is working, and we can upload the work that we need to do for today, tomorrow and next week. I have also taught you how to manage Firebase and how to upload the data to the Firestore database. So finally you have 6 projects in your app bucket list, and you learn lots of things regarding the Flutter and Firebase by following these projects. Now let's move to the final project of this course, which is e-commerce app. On this project, you will learn to create stunning user interface, user authentication, order tracking, payment processing, and many more. If you haven't hit that like and subscribe button, please tap on both of them because first of all that is totally free with this course. Now let's get started. So now let's move and develop the food ordering app from scratch. So I will move and create a folder named pages here. Now inside the pages folder, I will create a new file named home.dart, and inside the home.dart, I will create a stateful widget named home here.
Now I will write a scaffold widget, body, container, child, column, children. Now I will write the text widget. Now inside the text widget I will write hello and will pass the username. So I'm writing Shivam here. Now I will give some styling to the text widget here. So I will write style, text style, and I will give a color, colors.black, font size 20, and font weight dot bold. Now I will move to the main.dart file and I will call the home page so that I can show you what all things I am writing in home.dart file. Now I will give some margin from the top, left and right. Now it is done. Now I want to give some styling to the text widget here using the font family. So I will go to the Google font website and I will write a Poppins here and I will download the font family from here and will unzip the zip file and will create a new folder name fonts here. Now inside the fonts folder I will paste the Poppins semi-bold .ttf file and I will move to the perspec.ml file and will mention the font that we have saved in the fonts folder. So inside the family I am writing Poppins. Now I will write the same font folder name that I have saved in the fonts folder, Poppins semi-bold.ttf. Now I'll move to the home.dart file again and we'll move to the text widget and I will write font family. Inside the font family, I will write Poppins here. So as you can see, the style of the text widget has been changed according to the font we have provided in the font family section. So now it's look good. So on this type of app, we need to use a lot of text widget, but we need to give a styling to the each text widget. So inside the text style, if I will write all the things again and again, I mean if I will write colors, font size, font weight, font family again and again, then it will cover up to 5 to 6 lines to just mention a text widget, and like this the code will become very long and it will be very confusing for the developer to write the complete code. So I have decided that giving the style to text widget again and again, I mean writing the 5 to 6 lines again and again, I will handle the styling to the text widget in the single line. Let me show how I will do that. So in the lib I will create a new folder name widgets here. Now inside the widgets folder I will create a new file name support widget and I will create a class name app widget. Now inside the app widget class, I will write a static and I will use a text style and will return the text style in this function name bold text field style. Copy the same text style that we have provided to this text widget and will paste it here. So it is done. Now I'll move to the home.dart file again, and in the style I will write app widget dot bold text field style, and I will hot reload it again. And now as you can see, by just writing one line of code, I am giving my style to the text widget here. So as you can see, rather than writing the 6 line of code here, I used just a single line code inside the text widget to give my styling to the text here. So now when we provide some more styling to the text widget, then we can create a more static file inside the class name app widget here, and we will call that each styling by just using a class name and a function where we have stored a specific style for each text widget. So now I'll wrap up with the row. Now I will write the container, and in the child I will pass the icon, and in the icon I will write icons dot shopping cart, and will provide some decoration to the container here. So I'm writing colors dot black. I have pasted it outside the row, so it is showing me in the column widget. So let me paste it inside the row widget. Now I'll give some padding to the container here. So whenever the user will press on this container, then they will move to the shopping cart where they can see all the items they have added, and they can pay and check out to the app. Now I will write main axis alignment dot main axis alignment dot space between to give maximum space between the two widget we have wrote inside the row widget. So now I'll copy the same text and I will paste it below the row, and I will write delicious food. Now I want to move this text to the left side of the screen, so I will write cross axis alignment dot start, and will give some height between the row and the text widget. So it is done. Basically it is a headline, so I need this text in more bigger size. So I will move to the widget.support again, and I will copy the same text style and will paste it here, and will change the function name to header text field style, and will change the font size to 24. Now I will call the same function in the style. So as you can see, our font has been changed. What we have passed in headline text field style. Now I'll pass one more text widget below the delicious food text. Now I want it to be in the light black color, and size should be small, and it should be not in bold. Now I will call the same function name light text field style using the app widget class here. So as you can see, what all things we are writing in the function name light text field style, it is changing our text accordingly. So I am changing the font size according to my choice. So now it should look good. So as I have shown you on the UI before, just below the to text, there is the row where the user can select what food he is looking for, like burger, pizza, salad, drinks, or etc. So now I will write the row here and I will show you how to add a different section where the user can choose what type of food he is looking for. But before that, I need to create a folder name images here where I will get all the images for each section here like burger, ice cream, pizza, salad, etc. So let me make the folder name images here and I will copy all the images here. So as you can see, we have copy and pasted all the images inside the images folder. Now I will call the each image in the form of container in the row widget. So I will write a row and inside the row I will write container and image. I will use image.asset to call the images from the images folder that we have saved. Now let's move to the perspec.yaml file and we need to call the all the images that we have saved in the VS Code. So it is done. Now let's move to the home page again. Image.asset, I will write images and I will write the exact image file name where which image I want to show here. Now I'll give some height and width to the image and fit boxfit.cover. So as you can see, our image has been appeared now. Now let me give some height between the two widgets here. Now I'll wrap up the container with the material widget and will give some elevation to the container here and will provide some border radius to the material widget. Now I'll give some padding to the container here. Now I'll copy the same material and container widget and will paste it inside the row widget because we need to show all the three sections that are left. And I will use a main axis alignment dot space between so that I can provide the maximum space between the widgets that we have passed in the row widget. Now I will rename the each file name so that we can show the different images in the material widget here. Now I will do some customization according to my choice and will change the height and width up to how much I want to show here. So now it's look good. I want that whenever the user will click on the ice cream image, then the container background color will become black so that the user will get to know that they have selected the ice cream section here. And if we make the container background black, then we need to change the image color to white. And we will do all the things for the other three sections like pizza, salad and burger. So if the user select on the ice cream, then we will show all the food items related to the ice cream in our home page. And when he clicks on the pizza, then we will show all the things and food related to the pizza. So we need to keep on changing the color here. So if the user will click on the ice cream, then its background color will become black and image of the ice cream will change into the white, so the user can get the hint that they have selected the ice cream image here. Now if he clicks on pizza, then we will make the ice cream image to white and image to black, as you can see now, so that he can know that he has selected pizza, and we will show all the things related to the pizza. So I will handle all this case using the boolean character here. So I will write a bool ice cream and will make it to false. Same for pizza, salad and burger. Now I'll move to the row widget again. Now inside the material widget where I have passed all the images, I will wrap up with a gesture detector. In onTap method, I will make the ice cream boolean to true and all other to false. So I am doing this is because when the user will click on the ice cream, then I want that all the colors to remain as it is. We just need to change the ice cream color to black, and we'll use a set state method so that we can highlight in few seconds if the user will click on any of the images here. Now inside the decoration, box decoration, I will make the color to black if ice cream boolean is true. If not, then will remain white. Now let me provide some border radius to the container here. We will also change the color of the image here. So inside the image.asset folder, I will write the color and will write the ice cream boolean here, and if ice cream is true, then we'll make the image color to white, and if not, then we'll remain it to black. So as you can see, when I have selected the ice cream image here, then its background color changes to black and the color of the image, I mean the ice cream image, changes to white. So it highlight in more different way, which will help the user to know what option they have selected. Now I will do same thing for all the other images that we have passed here. So it is done. Now let me show you how all the things work. Now I will hot restart it again. So as you can see, when I have selected to the pizza, then all the images will become as it is how we have shown in the starting. Pizza container will become black and the image color will changes to the white. So this will work for all the images that we have passed in our row widget. So now it's look good. Now I will write the widget and will give a function name show item here and will return all the things that we have wrote inside the row. So I will cut and paste it inside the function name show item here. This is because my idea is that just not to make the app from scratch, but on this project I will also look at to provide a clean code inside the VS Code so that each developer can get what all things we are writing inside the code here. So if they want to make any of the customization according to his choice, then he can do in just few seconds. He just not need to look at the complete code again and again, which will be very confusing for the developer to make a simple customization in the app. So to provide clean code, I am trying to make our code as small as I can. So if I will use a widget here and will write a function name show item here, so by just passing the one line like show item function inside the column widget, it will show all the row here. So for this idea, do not forget to hit the like and subscribe my channel for more such videos we have in the store. Though I also need your support in the form of like and subscribe because this will give us more power to make such more videos and provide you such more series again and again on this channel. So now I'll provide some height. Now inside the row I want to show the food items in the form of the list view, but what I'm thinking is that first I want to show all the items in the horizontal form. I mean the user can scroll all the food in the horizontal form and just below it will allow the user to scroll all the food items in the vertical form. So let me show you how I will do that. So inside the row widget, I will write a container and I will write a child column children and will pass the image of the food that we want to show at the top, then the name and a small line about that food and then the price of that food. Though now I am adding all the things from the image.asset folder, but do not need to worry. As I have told you before, I am also making the admin panel in the app from where the owner of any of the restaurant can add the food items from the admin panel, and with image.network we can get the images from the server and directly show the food items in our app. So image.asset, now I will get the image that I store in images folder here and will give some height and width to the image according to my choice. There is no need to necessary to copy the exact height and width of the images that I provided here. You can provide any height and width according to your choice. So as you can see, I have shown a salad image here. Now just below it, I will pass the name of the food that I've shown in the image. So inside the text widget, I will write veggie taco has and I will pass the style to the text widget using the app widget class. Now I want this text to be in the semi bold. So I will move to the widget support.dart again and will create a new function named semi bold text fill style. Now I'll copy the same text and will paste it below, where I will pass a simple line just using a light text field style function, and will use cross axis alignment dot start to move all the text at the left side of the screen. Now I'll write the text widget where I will pass the price of the food here, and I will give a same styling using the app widget class, and will use a semi bold text field style function. Now I'll give some height between the text widget. Now I'll wrap up the container with the material widget here and will provide some elevation to the material widget. Now I'll want to give some padding to the container here. Now just beside of that, I want to show one more food item, and this will be in the form of the list view so that the user can scroll and can see all the food items in the horizontal direction. So now I'll wrap up the row with a single child scroll view. I will copy the same food item that we have stored in material and container widget and will paste inside the row widget. So as you can see, we are facing some error from the right side because, and I will give the scroll direction axis dot horizontal here. So as you can see, after giving the single child scroll view, we are facing some space problem here. So I will give some margin inside the container, and will do same for the different container. So now it's look more good. So as you can see, we can also scroll the things that we have stored in the row widget here. So as you can see from the right side, our food item is being cut because of the margin we have provided in the container. But I don't want to show the cut from the right side because it will not look good and the user can't read the full name of the next food item. So I'll move to the container and will remove the margin from the right side and will wrap up any of the container where we want to provide the margin or space from the right side. So now it's look good.
And as you can see, we have shown all the food items here in the horizontal direction. User can scroll the food item and can see all the food items what the user have selected the option from the top. Like if the user will select pizza from the top, then it will show all the food related to the pizza first in horizontal direction, then on the vertical direction. So our showing the food from the horizontal direction is done. Now let's move and write the container here so that I can show all the foods now in the vertical direction. Now I will write the container and will write child and will pass the row. The reason for passing the row is because first I want to show the image, then with the column widget I want to show the title of that food name that I have shown in the image with a price of that food. So I will use image.asset and get the image from the asset folder and will give some fixed height and width to the image here and will use fit boxfit.cover. So as you can see the image here, now I will give the spacing from the top. So I will use a size box height 30.0. Now I'll fix the height and width according to my choice. So it is done. Now I'll use a column widget inside the row widget and will pass the food name inside the text widget. So I'm writing Mediterranean chickpea salad. Now I'll give some styling to the text widget here. So I will use a app widget class here and will use a semi-bold dot text field style. So as you can see, so it is not showing me the food name according to the width of screen, rather than it is showing me one complete text here with the overflow error here. But I want that there are the three word on this text widget, but I want that to show only the two text first on the width and the third text should become at the bottom so that it will not show the overflow error and it will be easy for the user to read the food name. So let me show how I will do that. But before that I will give some width between the image and the column widget I have wrote here. Now I will wrap up the text with the container widget and will give the fixed width to the container here so that whenever we pass the text inside the text widget, then we'll tell the text widget that we have this much maximum space and you can change the line according to that. So after giving the space, as you can see, it is changing the line according to the width we are providing in the container. Now I'll use a cross axis alignment dot start to move the text to the top. Now I'll copy the same container again and will paste it here. Now I'll write one more text, honey, goat, cheese. Basically this is just a simple detail about the food. Now I'll give some spacing to between these two text widget. Now just bottom of it I will pass the price. Now I'll wrap up the container with the material widget and will give the elevation 5.0 and will provide some border radius inside the material widget So border radius dot circular 20 here. Now I'll wrap up the material widget with the container again so that I can provide some margin from the right side. Now I'll give some more padding inside the container widget, so I'm writing padding at edge insert dot all 5. So now it's look good. So now I will show you how I will add the app bar in my app. Though there are many app bars you can use in the Flutter, but I will use the most unique one which has a unique design and the smooth navigation to the different pages. So now let's move to the perf dev and I will write a curve navigation bar here. Now I'll copy the package from here and paste it inside the perspec.ml file. Now inside the pages folder I will create a new file name bottom name.dart and I will name the stateful widget name bottom name. Now I'll create an integer name current type index here and will assign the value 0. And we'll create a list name pages here and we'll create one more widget name current page here. Now I will write a home and I will get the home page here in the app bar. Now I'll go to the pages folder and will create a new file name wallet.dart here and inside the wallet.dart file I will create a stateful widget name wallet here. So as I have told you, I will show the order wallet and profile section in the app bar. So I need to create a pages for each section here. So I will create a order profile dart file one by one. Now I'll pass all this file that I've just created now inside the bottom name.dart. So I will write profile and will pass the profile, same for order and wallet. So now I will write a init state here because I want to shape all the pages one by one in my variable that I just passed here. So I will write a home page where I will pass the home section here and same for the order, profile and wallet. So as you know the reason for using the init state, but I want to tell you that the reason for using a init state is because as soon as the bottom name.dart file is called, init state will get all the pages or section in the variable we have just assigned here and it will pass that in the app bar so that user can easily navigate through a different pages using the app bar. So now we have created a list name pages where I will pass all the section in the order I want to show in the app. So if I will write the home page here, then the order, then wallet, then profile, then it will show me all the sections in that way. So if the user will click on the first icon, then it will show the home page. If second, then order, then third, then wallet, fourth,
then profile. So make sure, so whenever you passing the different section inside the pages list, then make sure how you want to show in the app, just write in that way. If you write in the random order here, then it will show the things in the random order. I will write a scaffold and bottom navigation bar, and here I will pass the curve navigation bar, and in items I will pass all the icons that I want to show here. So first one will the icons dot home here. So icons dot home outlined, and I will assign the colors dot white. I need more three icons here, so I will use icons dot shopping bag outlined, and will same provide the same color. Same for the wallet and profile. Now I'll give some height to the curve navigation bar here. Now I'll make the background color to black. Now I'll write an animation duration. Basically, animation duration is something like how much time it will take to show the animation when the user will click on any of the icon. So in the duration I'm providing the milliseconds 500, and in on tap I will pass a int index here, and will keep repressing the current tab index here. So inside the set state I will assign the index here, because if the user will click on the shopping bag icon, then I want that to open the order.dart file here. Now I'll move to the body and will call the pages that we have stored in the pages list. Now I will move and save all the things I have wrote for app bar. Now I'll go to the main.dart and I will show you how our app bar will look alike and how it will help the user to navigate into the different pages. So in the home I will write a bottom nav here and will hot restart it again. So as you can see, we can't see the icon and the app bar here because we have passed the wrong color in our icon file here. So I will make it to the black and will change all the icon color to black. I will make the background color to white and will write colors.black, so it will provide the color to the bottom navigation bar. So now we'll hot restart it again. So as you can see the icon home here, but we can't see the other icon here. So I need to make all the things to white once again. So now as you can see the app bar here, and I can move to the different pages in just few seconds. So now if I want to move to the order page, so I will click on the order icon and it will take me to the order page directly in just few seconds. Same for the wallet and profile. So our app bar part is done. Now I will show you whenever the user will click on any of the food, then it will take him to the detail page section where at the top it will show the image, then the name of that food with the quantity he want to add in the cart and a detail about that food. So we will do all these things in details.dart file. So let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file named details.dart. Now I will create a stateful widget name details here. Now scaffold, body, container, child, column, children. Now inside the children, now I want to show the icons dot arrow back
iOS, so that whenever the user will move to the detail page, then they can click on this icon and can go directly to the home page. But let's move to the home page again and we'll wrap up the container where we have shown food item with a gesture detector here, so that we can move to the detail page. So in the on tap method, I will use a navigator push method here. We'll move to the detail page again. So as you can see, when I tap to the food item, then I directly move to the detail page. Now I'll provide some margin from the top, left and right. So as you can see the icon here, now we'll wrap up the icon with the gesture detector here, and in the on tap method, I will write navigator dot pop context so that it will move to the home page. Now, as I've said you before, I want to show the image at the top. So I will first write image.asset and I will get the image from the asset folder here. Want to move the icon to the left side of screen, so I will write cross axis alignment dot start. Now I want to provide some width and height to the image here. We can't leave the image just like this because every image have their own dimensions. So if we will leave the image just like this, then it will be very bad experience for the user, because if the image dimension will be very large, then it will show the overflow error. And will provide some height media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 3. Now fit box fit dot cover. But using fit box fit dot cover, you can see our image is got cut from top and the bottom. But I will show you now one more function named fit box fit dot fill. Basically, fit box fit dot fill is that which tells the image to fill the space of the width and height we have provided here. It will just fill the image with a width and height I have just provided here. So as you can see, using fitboxfit.fill and changing some height in media query, our image covers the complete width and height of the screen, and it is now highly responsive, and it will be as it is on the multiple device you can test. I have shown you in just two videos how to use fitboxfit.cover and fitboxfit.fill, and what is the difference between the two functions when you use in image.asset or image.network or any image function. So if you like my idea of showing all the functions one by one and using that in the app, so do not forget to hit that like button and do subscribe my channel so that you won't miss out any of the videos that we upload on this series. So now let's move forward, and I will write a text widget here so that I can show my food name here. Now inside the text widget, I will write the food name. Now inside the style, I will use app widget class and will give the styling to the text widget here. I will provide some height from the top. Now I'll provide the some more text widget just below Mediterranean text widget, and will make it to bold, and just above the text will make it to semi bold so it will look more attractive. Now inside the row I will write the icons dot remove, and will provide a colors dot white. Will provide some decoration to the container here, so I will use a box decoration.
So now I want to move this row just beside the text we have wrote above. So I will paste it inside the row widget and will wrap up with a column and will use main axis alignment dot space between. Will provide some border radius to the container here. Will copy the same container and will paste it here and will change the icon name to add. Now just between these two icon I will show the text widget where we will show the count. Now I'll write a text 1 and will provide some styling to the text widget here. There is a lot of space between the icon and the text we had wrote between the icon. So I will remove a space between from here and I will write a spacer here, so it will provide some maximum space between the two widgets, and will provide the size box and will give a fixed width space between the icon and the text. So, so now it's look good. So let me explain you what I'm going to do now. So when I will click on the plus icon, then we will make the count to 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. Now if I'll press the remove icon, then we'll subtract the digit like 6, 5, 4, 3, etc. Now we will pass one more case that if the number between these two icons is already 1, and if so when the user will press on the remove icon, I don't want that it should go 0, -1, because it will give the bad experience to the user who are using the app. The minimum order he can place for this food item is 1. So if the number is already 1 and if the user will press on the remove icon, then we will not execute that function of subtracting the digit. So let me show how I will do that. Now I'll create an integer a1 and will pass that integer inside a text widget and will wrap up the container with a gesture editor here, and in the on tap function I will execute all the function that I've just explained you now. So I will write a plus plus a here because plus plus a is something like if the a is equals to 1, then plus plus a will make the a equals to 2. So each time user will press on this add icon, then we will increase the a 1 by each time, and we'll use a set state method so that we can update the a at the quick time and we can see the number between these two icons. Now we'll do same for the different container. So I'm writing gesture detector, and in on tap in both I have written plus plus a, so I will make it minus minus a here. Now I will hot restart it again and I will show you how this thing will work. So as you can see, I will click on the plus icon here and you can see our text widget is changing to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and when I am clicking on the remove icon, then it will reducing my text widget from 6, 5, 4, 3, etc. Now it reached to 1. But what I have explained you before, if I will click on the remove icon again, then it will make to 0. So as you can see here, but I don't want to make it to 0. I just want to keep at 1, and if the user will click on the minus icon in the remove icon, then I don't want to execute any function here. So in the onTap method, I will tell that, so I will write the if method here and I will tell that a should be greater than 1. If it is greater than 1, then we will execute the minus AA function here. So as it reaches to 1, now I am clicking on the remove icon, but it is not going to 0, minus 1, minus 2, etc. So this is what I am talking about. So this will give a better experience to the user who is using the app, and he can select how much quantity he want to add this food item in the cart. Now just below I want to show the detail about this food, so I will use a text widget here and I will copy the lorem ipsum text for just the UI and will provide some styling to the text widget here. We'll give the spacing. You can also use a max line inside the text widget to show how much line you want to show detail about that food. Now I will write a row. Inside the row, I will write a text named delivery time. I will also show the delivery time here because I want to tell the user how much time it will take him to get this food delivered at the location he have provided here. Now I'll use the icon icons.alarm. I will provide some color, and just beside of it I will tell how much time it will take the restaurant to deliver the food at the user's location. So now it's look good. Now I will write a row children and column and will provide the text widget total price here because I want to show how much total price the user have to pay whenever he adding this food item in the cart, because when we will increase the quantity from here, then we'll keep on changing the total price again and again. So it will indicate that up to how much quantity the user have to pay the total price for this food item. And just beside of it I will make the icon name add to cart so that user can press this button and can directly add this food into the cart. So let me execute all this thing that I have just explained you here. So now let's move to the login and sign up page, and we will make the UI first and then we will connect it with the Firebase. Let's move to the pages folder and I will create a new file name login.dart here, and I will
create a stateful widget name, login here. Now I will write scaffold, body, container, child, column, children. So let's move to the main.dart file and I will call the login page so that I can see you what all things I am writing in the login.dart file. As I have shown you in the UI, there is a container and just below that container there is some curved container in the stack. So I will first make the container here and will provide the width media query dot of context dot size dot width divide by 2, and in the decoration I will write box decoration and I'll pass the linear gradient color here. Sorry, I have wrote a width there. I will replace it with the height and I will write with media query dot of context dot size dot width. The reason for using the linear gradient in the box decoration is because basically whenever you want to provide a two color or the mixtures of two or more color in the container, then you need to use a linear gradient here and you can assign from where you want to mix or start this two color. There is a two function name begin and end here. So let me show you how I will do that. So first I will pass one customize color code here and I will pass one more color. So I will write color and I will pass the customize color code here and I want to begin it from the top left. So I will write begin and I will write alignment dot top left. So alignment dot top left will allow to start the first color that we have passed in the colors list here. So it will start with the color that we have passed first in the colors list and end with the color that we have wrote in the colors list at the last. I mean the second color I have wrote inside the colors list. So inside the end I will write alignment dot bottom right here. So as you can see, it creates the mixture of the two colors here. Basically, there is a light color which is starting from the top left position and it is going darker with a with the color that we have passed on the second. So as you can see from the top left, it is starting with the color that we have passed in the colors list at the top, I mean the light color that I passed in the colors list, which will be the first color, and the from the bottom right, it will end with the color that I have passed in the second position in the colors list. So it creates the mixture of these two color in the container. So whenever you need to combine two or more color, always use a linear gradient here, and you can give the command from where you want to start and where you want to end. I have just used a top left and bottom right here. You can use alignment dot top right or anything you want. Now as I have shown you in the UI, there is a curve container over this container. So I will use a stack here. So I will remove the column from here and will name it to stack and I will write a container child and I will pass a text that will be a space because I want to just show a container here. So I will write a decoration, box decoration, color, colors.white, and I will provide the width media query dot of context dot size dot width so that it will cover the complete width of the screen. So as you can see the container at the top, now I need to provide some border radius. So I'll write border radius dot only. From the top left position, I want to give some border radius. So I will use a top left radius dot circular 20, and from top right radius dot circular 20. Now I'll give some height. So I'll write media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 2. So it covers the complete height of the screen, but I will provide some margin from the top. So I will write margin edge inset dot only top media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 3. Now you might be thinking that why I'm using a media query again and again to provide height, width, or spacing from the top. Basically, media query app makes your app highly responsive. If you will give a fixed height and width inside the login and sign up page, then when you will test on the multiple device or in the Flutter web, then you will definitely face the overflow error. To escape the overflow error, you might use a media query here so that it makes your app highly responsive, and it will give a better user experience whenever the user is testing the app in the multiple device. So inside the container, I will write a column here, and in using the image.asset, I will pass the logo of our app. So I will use image.asset image logo.png, and I will use again a media query to provide a width to the image and fit boxfit.cover. Now I'll wrap up with the center to move the image to the center, and we'll wrap up with the container again so that I can provide the margin from the top. So I will write top 50.0. So now it's look good. Now just below of the logo there will be the container where the user can enter the email and password and can log in the app. So I will pass a container here, and inside the child I will write a column children, and I will the pass text. Inside the text I will write a login here, and I will give some style using a app widget class. Now let me provide some decoration to the container here. So I will write decoration, box decoration, colors.white. Will provide some width. So I will write width media query dot of context dot size dot width. Though we doesn't want to provide the complete width to the container here, so I'll provide some margin from left and right. So now it's look good. Let me give some spacing between the two widgets here. Now I'll wrap up the container with the material widget here, and will provide some elevation to the material widget here. So I will write 5.0. Now I'll provide some border radius. So I will write border radius dot circular 10, and will provide the same border radius to the material widget. Now I'll give some spacing from the top. So I will use a size box and I will change the app widget to headline text field style. So now it's look good. Now I'll pass a text field here so that user can enter the email and password here. So I'll write a text field. Now inside the text field, let me provide some padding from the left, right, and inside the text field I will write decoration, input decoration, and I will pass a hint text here. So I will write hint text, email here. Now I'll provide some style to the hint text here. So I'll use a hint style and will use app widget class to provide some styling to the hint text here. Now I want to give the icon of the email here. So I will use suffix icon, icons dot email, sorry, prefix icon, and we'll use email dot outline here. We'll do same for the password, and we'll rename the hint text with password here, and we'll change the icon too. So it is done. Now I will pass a forget password text here so that whenever the user forget the password, then they will click on this text and can move to the forgot password screen. So I will write a text name forgot password here and will give the styling using the app widget class. I need to move this text to the right side of the screen. So I will wrap up the text with a container here and will use a alignment to move to the right side of the screen. So I will use alignment dot top right here. So as you can see, after giving the alignment, the text widget move directly to the right side of the screen. Now I will create a login button here so that user can press on this button and can directly authenticate in the app. So I will create a customized button here. So I will write a container and I will give a text name login here and will give the styling to the text widget here. So I will use a text style color colors.white, font 18.0, and font family Poppins 1, and will give some decoration to the container here. So I'll pass a customized color code here. So I will write color and will pass the color code. One more thing I want to tell you that whenever you are passing the color code inside the color function here, then make sure you start with 0xFF. If you won't start with 0xFF and you directly paste the color code inside the color function, then it will show the error and it will not read the color. To read the color inside the color function, always write the code 0xFF, then paste the color code after that so it can read the color and it will give the specific color you are looking for. So this was just a small hint from my side. So if you like my way of explanation and how I tell the things in more detail and provide you the small hints to make your work easier, do not forget to hit the like button and subscribe our channel for more amazing content we have in the store. Now I'll wrap up the text with a center widget so we can move the text
to the center of the container and will provide some height using the size box here. Now I'll give some padding from the vertical direction. So I will write edge insert dot symmetric vertical 10.0 and will provide some border radius. So I will write border radius dot circular 20 and will wrap up the container with the material widget again and will do same procedure what we have done for the container we have just wrote above. So whenever the user will type the text inside the password text field, then you can see that whatever text he is writing inside the password text field, it is coming in the form of the word, which is not in the secure form. To make it in more secure form, I want that the text should be present inside the password text field must be in the dotted form. So I'll move to the password text field and will make the off secure text to true. So after making it to true, whenever type the text inside the password text field, you can see the text inside the password text field in the dotted form. Now I will write a text field where I will write don't have an account, sign up, and will provide some styling to the text widget here. So whenever the user will click on this text, then they will move to the sign up page where they can create a account and can directly sign up into the app. So now it's look good. So our login page is done. Now we will move to the pages folder and will create a new file name signup.dart and I will name our stateful widget name signup here. So in the signup page, there will be the same design just like we have created in the login page, but we need to add one more text field in the container here, which will be the name of the user, and we will remove the forgot password section from the sign up page and we will rename some text login to sign up and will change the button name to. So I will don't write this code again and again. I will just copy the code from the login page and will paste it here and will do the customization according to what I have told you now. As I've told you, I will rename the text. So I will write a sign up here. So let's move to the main.dart file and I will call a sign up page and I will show you what all changes I am doing in the sign up page. As I have told you before, I need to create one more text field here. So I will copy the text field from above and will paste it here and will rename the hint text to name here and change the icon to. So as you can see the overflow error here because we need to increase the height of the text here. So I will go to the height and will change the height here. So now it's look good and will rename the button to sign up here and will change the text to already have an account login. And we'll wrap up the text with a gesture detector here, and in the on tap method we'll use a navigator push method to move the user to directly to the login page. and we'll copy the same method and we'll paste it in the login page where we have wrote the text don't have an account, sign up. So we'll wrap up with a just a director and we'll paste the same code and we'll move the user to the sign up page. So our login and sign up page is done and we can easily navigate to the different screen by just clicking on the text here. So now I will show you how to create the onboard method here that I have just shown you in the UI. So in the pages folder, I will create a new file name onboard.dart here and will create a stateful widget name onboard here and will create a int current index and will assign the integer 0 and will create a late page controller and inside the init state I will write controller equals to page controller and initial page I will pass 0. Basically the page controller I am writing here is because I want to handle the page that I will assign in the onboard. So I want to move the user from first page to the second page to the third page. That can be done by using a page controller here. In void dispose controller.dispose, if you want to dispose any of the function, I mean if you want to end any of the function, then you can call a function inside the void dispose. Now column children and we'll use a page view.builder to show all the pages in the onboard function. So item builder in return I will use a padding edge inset dot all 20 and will write a child now inside the page view.builder I will write controller and will pass the controller so that we can control all the pages that will pass in page view.builder. Now inside the item count I will pass the length of the content that we upload in the onboard function. But before that we need to go to the widget folder and we'll create a new file name content model.dart and inside this dart file I will create a class name onboarding content and we'll create a string image and we'll create another string title and description. So as I have shown you in the UI, in the onboarding screen, you can see that there will be the image at the top and just below of it, there will be a small title in just one or two lines and there will be a description about the image. Now I will write onboarding content function here and will get the description, image and title on this function.
Now I will create a list name contents here and will pass the class name onboarding content here and will pass all the pages, description, image and title one by one that we want to show in the onboarding screen. So in the description, I will for the first onboarding screen. So in the description, I will write pick your food from our menu more than 35 times and will pass the image that we have saved in the images folder. So I will write image screen1.png and will pass the title too. Now in the title, I will write select from our best menu and will give the spacing according to the our choice. I have used a slash n between the text is because slash n method usually changes the line whenever you use between the sentence here. So for an example, select from our will be the first sentence and using a slash n it will change the line and it will show the space that we have passed here, then it will write a best menu. So you can use a slash n method whenever you want to change the line in the sentence and we will do same for the other two screens. So in the description I will write you can pay cash on delivery and card payment is available and we'll use again slash n method to change the line and we'll give the spacing according to our choice and we'll get the image that we have saved in the images folder and we'll write same for the title and we'll write easy and online payment and we'll create same for the third screen. So in the description I will write deliver your food at your doorsteps and we'll use same slash n method and we'll get the image from the images folder and we'll write the title so in the title I will write quick delivery at your doorstep. Now let's move to the onboard.dart file again and we will call all the things that we have saved in the contents list. So I will write in item count contents dot length. Now in on page changed, we will keep on updating the current index using a set state method. And inside the column I will pass the image.asset here and we'll get the image from the asset folder. So we'll write contents.i image and we'll pass the height and width to the image. Basically contents i.image will get the image from the list. So like it first it will show me the first screen, so it will get me the first image that I have saved in the contents list, then the second, and then the third. And we'll use a fit box fit dot fill here
so it covers the complete height and width of the screen. Now I will write a size box height 40.0 and will pass the title here. So now inside the column I will pass a text widget where we will show the title of our onboarding screen. So I will write text contents I dot title and will pass the style using the app widget class here. Now I will use a size box to give the height between the two text widget here, and just below of it I will pass the description here. So I will use a same content I dot description and will give the styling using the app widget class here. So as I have shown you in the UI, in the onboarding screen at the top there is the image, then the title, then the short description, and just below of the description there is a dot like structure that will be keep changing whenever the user will move to the next screen. To show the dot like structure, I will create a container here and will write child row and will give main axis alignment dot center children, and inside the children I will create a list dot generate. Now inside the length I will pass the content length here because I want to show only that much dot how much our onboard screen is. Though I am adding the three onboarding screens here, so I will show a three dot like structure here which will be keep on changing from one after to the another. So if you want to show more onboarding screens like 4 to 5, and if you pass a content dot length here, then it will show the dot like structure according to the onboarding screens you have added. Now inside the index I will call a function name build.index here. So let go and create a widget name build dot where we will create a dot like structure using the container. Now I will create the container and we will name build dot here that we have just wrote above and will pass the index here. Basically, int index will keep on changing whenever the user will move to the next screen, and it will suggest the dot indicator to move to the next dot whenever the user will move to the next onboarding screen. So in the container, I will specify the height of the dot. So I will give the height 10.0 and will so in with current index is equals to index. This means that if the user present on the specific screen, and we will change the width whenever the user will move from one onboard screen to the another. Now margin edge insert dot only right 5 and will provide a box decoration border radius dot circular 6 and will provide the color. So it is done. Now just below of the dot indicator we will pass a customize button here. So as I have shown you in the UI, there will be a button which will help the user to go from one onboarding screen to the another. So if he click on the next button, then it will take him to directly to the next onboarding screen, and If he clicks on the start button, then it will take him to the sign up page where the user can sign up into the app and can directly move to the home page of the app. So I will create a customized button using a container here and will pass the text next here and will give the styling to the text widget using the app widget class here and will wrap up the container with a gesture editor here and in the on tap method I will write in if condition if current index is equals to contents dot length minus 1, then I will move to the user directly to the sign up page, because if the user moves directly to the last page of the onboarding screen, then he will click on the start button and it will take him directly to the sign up page. The reason for writing contents.length minus 1 is because it provides the length of the onboarding screen from 1 to 3, but the current index starts from 0, 1, 2. So if it move to the last page, then current index will be 2 and contents length will be 3. So it will not match and it will not take us to the sign up page. So to make it 2, I need to write minus 1 here. So it will become 2 is equals to 2, then it will take me to the sign up page. Hope it clears your point why I wrote this condition inside the if statement. Now we'll use a controller.next page to move to the next page and will pass a duration of moving to the next page will be 100 milliseconds, and in the curve I will write curves dot bounce in. There are many curves animation you can use according to your choice. So inside the container, I will write a decoration, a box decoration, and will provide some color and border radius to the customized button here. I will remove a app widget class that we have used for the styling because we need to provide the text in the white color. So I will use a style text style and will provide a color colors.white. Now let's move to the main.dart file again and I will call the onboarding screen. We are facing some minor error here because it is showing that a render box error because it can't covers the complete height of the screen. So I will go to the onboard.dart again and will wrap up the page view.builder with the expanded widget, which will indicate him to covers the complete height and width of the screen according to his choice. So now we'll hot reload it again. Now as you can see the our onboarding screen with the image at the top, then the title, description and the button. But I need to do lot of customization here to make it more attractive. So I will change the height of the image according to the my choice and will do the customization of the image. So let me do the customization according to I have shown you in the UI at the starting of the video. Will make our button more attractive here. So I will use a border radius, width, dot center widget, etc. Now I'll provide some space between the title description so that it will look more clear whenever user is reading the title and description in our onboarding screen. Though I am fixing the space according to my choice, if you have any specific idea of providing the space or if you want to write anything inside the title or description, you can write in your way. So our onboarding screen is done. Now you can see the first page of our onboarding screen where the image is at the top with the title select from our best menu, pick your food from our menu more than 35 times, and when I click on the next button it will take us to the second page which will indicate us that easy and online payment you can pay cash on delivery and card payment is available. Now click on next again and it will take me to the last screen of the app which will tell that quick delivery at your doorstep. Deliver your food at your doorstep. Now at the last screen I want to replace the next text with a start text so that user can click on this text and directly move to the sign up page. So I will go to the onboard screen again and will move to the text widget and will pass the same condition that if it move to the last screen then we will show the start text here and we'll hot restart it again and we click on next and as you can see the start text here and when I'll click on this button it will take me directly to the sign up page where the user can sign up into the app and directly move to the home page. Let's move to the Firebase and we'll create a project inside the Firebase. We need to give a project name, so I'm writing food delivery app here and we click on continue. We'll select default account for Firebase and we'll click on create project button and as you can see the Firebase is creating our project, so wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, Firebase has created our project successfully. Now we'll click on the continue button and we'll move directly inside the project. Now here you can connect the Apple, Android and web app through the Firebase. So first we will connect the Apple app here, then we will move to the Android app. So I will tell you each thing step by step to how to connect the Apple and Android app through the Firebase. So let's move and first add the iOS app here, then we'll move to the Android. So here we'll need the Apple bundle ID. So we'll move to the iOS folder and we'll open the Xcode from here. Now we'll move to the runner and we'll go to the signing and capabilities and we'll copy the bundle identifier from here and we'll paste it inside the Apple bundle ID. Now we'll click on register app, wait for a few seconds. Now download the Google service info.plist file and we need to paste it inside the Xcode. One thing, make sure that it should be Google service info.plist file. If anything is written rather than this, then make sure you edit them. Now we'll paste it below the info and we'll click on finish. It is done. Now we'll click on next, again on next. Now continue to the console.
So as you can see, we have successfully added the iOS app here. Now we'll move to the Android app. Now we need the Android package name here. So we'll go to the Android app build.gradle file and we'll copy the application ID from here and we'll paste it inside the Android package name. Now we'll click on the register app again and we'll wait for a few seconds. Now we will download the Google service.json file and will paste it inside the Android app folder. Also make sure that it should be google-service.json file. So now it is done. Now click on next. Now copy the ID from here and we'll paste it inside the Android build.gradle file. So in class path, we'll paste this ID and we'll change some lines of the code here and we'll remove the unwanted things that we don't want inside the class path. So it is done now. Now let's move and we'll copy the ID and we'll paste it inside the Android app build.gradle file and we'll paste it in apply plugin and we'll again change the sum line of the code. Now we'll copy the dependencies from here and we'll paste it inside the same file. Now we'll click on next. Now continue to the console. So as you can see, we have successfully added the iOS app and Android app here through Firebase. Now let's move to the authentication section and we need to enable the email and passwords authentication using Firebase. So we'll go to the email and password section and we'll click on the enable button and we'll click on the save. So as you can see, email and password has been enabled now. Now we'll move to the Firestore database and we'll also want that when the user will log in or sign up into the app, then their data will be directly uploaded to the Firestore database from where the user can get all the data according to the ID he is using to log in or sign up into the app. So here you can use any of the default location according to your choice. Now click on the enable button. So as you can see, the Firebase is creating some security rules here. So wait for a few seconds. Now we'll go to the rules and we'll change the false to true. I am repeating it again and again. Please do not miss this step to change the rule from the Cloud Firestore and remove the false and make it to true, because if you don't do that, then the user can't upload the data to Firestore database. I would also recommend you to do not skip any of the, because if you will skip any of this step or any of the thing from the video, then you will not get the end result what we will do throughout the app. So follow each and every step and write the code along with me with the full explanation I am giving you here. Now let's move to the pub dev and we'll copy the some packages from here and we'll paste it inside the puspec.yaml file. So here comes our first package name, which is a Firebase core. So we'll copy this dependency from here and we'll paste it inside the puspec.yaml file. And our second package name is Firebase Auth. Basically, Firebase Auth help us to authenticate in the app using the Firebase. So we'll do same what we have done for Firebase core. Now here comes our third package name, which is Cloud Firestore. So Cloud Firestore help us to upload the data to Firestore database that I have just shown you now. So we'll copy the same dependency and we'll paste it inside the puspec.yaml file. Now we'll run the packages that I've just pasted it here. Now let's move to the main.dart file and we'll write some of the lines of code to enable the Firebase in our app. So inside the void main function, I will write widgets flutter binding dot ensure initialized. Now await Firebase dot initialize app. Now let's move to the signup.dart file again and we'll write a few function in the signup.dart file to enable the email authentication in our app. So in the sign up page, as you can see, there are the three text field name, email and password. So we need to create a three strings here which will be our name, email and password where we can store all the things that we will write in this text field. Now text editing controller name controller equals to new text editing controller. Basically text editing controller help us to manage the things we write on this text field. Now we'll do same for the email and password. One more thing I want to recommend you is that don't copy the code directly from the source code and paste it inside the this Dart file and run the app. This will not help you to learn anything that we will just write here. I will recommend you to follow along with me and just write the code with me with the full explanation I am giving here so that you can understand the each lines of code I am just writing in this Dart file, because this will help you to customize your app in your way, and if you want to do any of the changes according to your choice then you can do it very easily. But if you will just copy the code and will paste it here, then you can't customize the app according to your choice and you will find very difficult to change any of the lines from this source file. Now I will create a function name registration here. Basically, registration function will be called whenever the user will sign up into the app. So like when the user will fill all the details on this text field and will click on the sign up button, then the registration function will be called, which will tell the user to directly move inside the app and start ordering the food according to his choice. Now, inside the registration function, I will write some lines of code here and I will explain you after writing the complete registration function here. So as you can see here, in the registration function, I have wrote if password is not equals to null, then we will move the user to the function name create user with email and password, and we'll pass the email and password here, and if the email and password are right according to the validator we have passed, then the app will move the user directly to the home page of the app. Now if the password is weak and it matches with e.code function, then it will show password provided is too weak, And if the email is already in use, then it will show that account already exists. Now I'll create a final form key, global key, form state. The reason for using the global key is because in each text field, I want to check that if the user have entered all the things correctly inside the text field or not. So by using the global key, I can check all the cases inside the each text field. Now I'll move to the column and will wrap up the column with a form widget here and will pass the key form key that we have just mentioned above in the form of the global key. Now we'll rename the text field to text form field and when controller will pass the name controller and in validator I will pass the value. If the value is null or empty, then we'll tell the user to enter the name here. And if everything is okay, then we will show the null because I don't want to show anything if the validator is true. Now we'll copy the same thing and we'll do same for the email and password. So it is done. Now let's move to the sign up button here and we'll wrap up the sign up button with the gesture detector widget here. In on tab, I will pass that if form key dot current state dot validate. So let me explain you why I have wrote the form key dot current state dot validate here. The reason for writing the form key dot current state dot validate is because as you know in each text field we have wrote the validator here. So using the if case first it will check that if all the validator is true or not. So if the all the validator is true, then it will move to the set state and will reassign the all the string with the text we have passed in the each text field. Then it will move to the registration function and allow the user to directly sign up into the app. Now we'll move to the registration function again and we'll write navigator dot push material page route to push the user to directly to the home page of the app once the user sign up into the app. Now I am writing the push replacement here rather than push is because if you write just push here and make the user to directly move to the home page of the app, then he can move to the sign up page again using the back button. But if you write the push replacement here, then he can't move to the sign up page again. So our sign up page is done and we have wrote all the function related to the sign up page here. Now let's move and run the app here. So I'm writing the flutter clean in the terminal section. Now flutter pub get to get all the packages Now Flutter run to run the app in the iOS emulator. Now wait for a few seconds. As you can see that our app is launching in the emulator that we have just assigned here. Our build is done and we have successfully launched our app. Now here is the onboarding screen and we click on next, again on next and click on the start button and we'll move directly to the sign up page. Now inside the username I will write my name here. So I'm writing Shivam Gupta here and in the email section I will write the random email here and will write the password and we'll click on the sign up button. So as you can see, we have registered successfully and we have directly moved to the home page of the app. So our sign up function is working properly and our email authentication through the sign up page is done. Now we'll move to the login page. But before moving to the login page, I need a small help from you. If you are loving this awesome series, then please do not forget to hit the like button in this video because this helps us to create more videos for you and create a amazing app more in coming future. Now let's move to the login.dart page again and we'll create a function for our login page here so that user can directly log in into the app. So in the login page there are the two text field name, email and password. So we'll create a two string name, email and password here. Now we'll write text editing controller, user mail controller, new text editing controller, and we'll do same for the password. Now we'll create a function name user login here that will be called whenever the user will click on the login button here. So let me write the few lines of code inside the user login function here and I will explain you once I wrote all the code inside the user login function here. So I have wrote all the code inside the user login function here. We have wrote a function name sign in with email and password where we'll pass the user email and password here and if the user email has been not found then we'll pass that no user found for that email and if the password doesn't match with the user email then we'll pass that wrong password provided by user here. Now we'll move to the column and we'll wrap up the column widget with a form widget here and we'll pass the key. So let's move and create the global key here that we have created just for the sign up page. So inside the key, I will pass the form key here, and let's move to the text field and we'll rename the text field to text form field and we'll pass the controller here. So I'm writing user email controller and we'll pass the validator value and we'll check if the value is null or empty. If it is null or empty, then we'll pass that enter the email in this text field, and if it is true then we'll pass the null here. So many of you might be confused why we are passing null if validator is true, because if the user entered something on this text field, then I don't want to show anything in the validator section. So if you don't want to show anything inside the validator section, then you need to pass a null here. Now we'll do same for the password section. Now we'll move to the login button here and we'll wrap up the widget name just a director here, and in the on tab function we'll pass the same current state validator that we have wrote just for the sign up page. Now we'll also rename the string in the set state what we have entered on this text field. Now we'll hot restart it again and we click on next again on start button. First I will create the account using the sign up page here and will use the same account to log in into the app. So here I will create a username Shivam Gupta here and will pass the email shivam456 at the rate gmail.com and will pass the password and will click on the sign up button and will wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully. Now I will use the same account to log in into the app. So in the email section, I will write the shivam456 at the rate gmail.com, and in the password, I will use the same password that I have used to create this ID. Now we'll click on the login button, and as you can see, we have successfully logged in into the app and directly moved to the home page of the app. So our sign up and login page is done and it is working brilliantly how we are expecting. Now you have learned how to use the email authentication in the app and how to log in and sign up in the app. So if you have learned something from this video, then do not forget to hit that like button. So if you are loving this authentication part, then on this channel I have uploaded more videos of Firebase authentication using Flutter. You will find a phone authentication, Apple authentication, Google authentication, and many more authentication in my channel. You can follow along the playlist of Flutter Firebase authentication. You will find it in the playlist section, or I will paste the link in the comment box so that you can directly move to the authentication playlist and can learn more about Flutter Firebase authentication. Now here come our third section, which is named as forgot password. So for an example, if the user forgot the password for the email they want to log in, then they will click on the forgot password text and can directly move to the forgot password screen. So in the pages folder, I will create a new file name forgot password.dart here and will create a stateful widget name forgot password. Now I will write scaffold container child column. First, I will create the UI of our forgot password screen. Then we'll create a function so that user can change the password using the link that will be sent to his email that he will write in the text field. So I will write the container here and will align the using alignment dot top center here and will write the child text and will pass the text name password recovery, which will be the headline of our this page, and will give some styling to the text widget here. Now I'll give some spacing between the two text here, so I will use a size box here and will write one more text widget here where I will write enter your mail. This will indicate the user to enter the mail to this text field of whom he have forgot the password, and will give the styling to the text widget here. Now I will write a widget name expanded here, and in the child I will write a form widget which will help us to validate what we have done on this on the last two page name sign up and login, and will provide the padding using the padding widget here, and will use a list view to assign all the things in the vertical direction. Now I will write a container here from where the user can enter the email and can change the password. Now inside the child, I will write a text form field, and in the controller, I will pass the text editing controller. So I will write text editing controller mail controller equals to new text editing controller, and will pass the same mail controller to the text form field. Now we'll pass the same validator that we have done on the past. Now we'll give some styling to the text that will pass inside the text field here, and we'll use our decoration input decoration to provide some decoration to the text form field here. Now inside the input decoration I will pass the hint text here and the hint style to provide the styling to the hint text that we have just stored inside the hint text function, and we'll give the prefix icon icons dot person here, and will provide some color to the icon here. Now I will write size box height 40.0 because I will create a customized button name send email here through using a container widget. So I will write container and will give some margin here. So I will write edge insert dot only left 10.0 and will write child row main axis alignment dot center, and in children I will write and will give some fixed width to the container here, and I will provide the width 140 and will give the padding to the container here. So I will use edge insert dot all 10. Now decoration box decoration, and will give some decoration to the container here. So I will write colors.black and will provide border radius. So border radius dot circular 10 and we'll write child again and we'll use a center widget, then a text widget to center the text inside the container, and we'll write the text send email and we'll give the styling to the text widget here, and we'll give some font size, font weight, though I'm giving the fixed font size and font weight and color according to my choice. But if you have any better idea or any better color, or if you want to give any other design to the container, you can go in your way. If you do the customization according to your choice, then it will give the better experience to you to understand the each line of code that I am writing here. So now let's move and wrap up the forgot password text in the login page with a gesture detector and directly move to the user directly to the forgot password.dat file or forgot password screen. Now I will show you what all things I have just wrote in the forgot password.dat file by using a navigator.push method here. So it is done. Now I will hot reload it again and will click on the forgot password text and will move to the forgot password screen. So as you can see, we can't see any text right now here because all the text are in the white color. So we need to go to the forgot password.dart file again and we need to go to the scaffold and we'll give the background color to black. Now we'll hot reload it again. And as you can see, after giving the background color to black, you can see the text field with a hint text name email here and a text just above the text field indicating that to enter the email on this text field. So as we can't see the button here because I have made the background color of the container to black, so I need to change it to white. So after changing it to white, you can see the send email button here. I want to center this button where I have wrote send email text, but I need to remove the row and container from here because I don't need row and container because we don't want to show two widgets in the row. So I will remove the row and container from here and will hot reload it again. So as you can see, our button is covering the complete width of the screen. So now it's look good. So let me explain you how the send email button will work. So if the user have forgot the password for the email they have created the account, then they will write the email in this text field and will click on the send email button. Then the notification will be shown to the user that reset password email has been sent. Then the user have to check the mail where they will get a link to reset their password again. And after resetting the password, they can log in with a same email and the new password. Now we'll write size box and we'll give some height between the two widgets here, and inside the row I will write children and will pass the text name don't have an account and will give the styling to the text widget here. And inside the row, I will write one more text widget name create. So if the user doesn't have an account, then they will directly click on this text and can directly move to the sign up page and can create a new account and can directly move inside the app. So I am giving the customized color to this text widget here. Now I'll give some font size 20.0, font weight .w 500, and will wrap up the text widget with a gesture director, and in onTap method we'll use navigator.push method to directly move to the sign up page. So we need to paste it inside the list view widget that we have just wrote above for the text field and the customize button. Now we'll hot reload it again and we'll move the text to the center of the screen. So I will use a main axis alignment dot center in the row widget. So now it's look good. Now as you can see, when I will click on the create button, then it will directly move to the sign up page, and when I'll click on the forgot password text in the login section, then we'll move to the forgot password screen again. Now here comes our one of the main function for our forgot password screen. But before that, I need to create a string name email here because there is only one text field, and will create a same global key that we have created on the sign up and login page. Now we'll create a function name reset password. This is the one of the main function that will be required in the forgot password screen because it will be called whenever the user will click on the send email button here. So let me write the few lines of code inside the reset password function, and I will explain you after writing the complete code inside this function. So let me explain you what all things I have wrote in the reset password function here. So at the top, as you can see, once the reset password function is called, then Firebase auth will call a send password reset email function here, where we'll pass the email that you have just wrote inside the email text field. And after calling this function, it will show the snack bar name password reset email has been sent. And if the user has been not found with the password that we have entered on this email text field, then it will show that no user found for that email. Now let's move to the form widget again, and we'll write key and we'll pass the form key there and we'll move to the send email button and we'll wrap up with a gesture detector and in on tap method we'll write if form key dot current state dot validate and you will and we will use a set state to rewrite the email string here and we'll use a mail controller.text and we'll call the reset password function and we'll hot restart it again and I will show you how the forget password screen function will work here. So now let's move to the login page and for an example if you have forgot this email password that I have just stored inside the email section to log in into the app you will click on the forget password text. It will take you to the forget password screen where it will suggest you to enter the email of the password that you have forgot and you will enter the same password here and you will click on the send email button and wait for a few seconds. So as you can see password reset email has been sent. Now let's check to the email if I have got the link to change my password or not. So here as you can see I have got the link to change my password for the email I have just wrote in the login page. So after clicking to the link, it will take us to the new tab which will name a reset password and it is telling us to write a new password here. So after writing the new password, as you can see, password has been changed successfully and you can now sign in with your new password. So now let's move to the wallet page and we'll create the UI of our wallet page. Then we will add the Stripe payment gateway in the app so that user can directly add the money to the wallet using the app. Now let's move to the code and we'll write a scaffold here body, container, child, column, children and we'll write the text and inside the text widget we'll write wallet here which will be the headline of our wallet page and in the style we'll use a app widget class and we'll use semi-bold dot text field style to give the style to our text widget. Now we'll center the text widget using the center widget here. Now we'll give the margin from the top so I will use margin edge inset dot only top 50.0. I will change the style to headline text field style. So as you can see by using the just one line of code in the style you can give the styling to the text widget according to your choice. Now we'll use a material widget here. So we'll wrap up the container with a material widget and we'll give the elevation 2.0 and we'll give the padding to the container here. So I'll use padding edge inset dot only bottom 10.0. Now we'll give some more spacing from the top. Now it's look good. Now we'll write the container and inside the container I will pass the row here and we'll use a children and we'll use decoration, box decoration and inside the color I will pass the customize color here. So I will use a color and we'll write the customize color code 0xFF then we'll pass the code of the color here. So if you are watching this series from the starting then you know the reason why I have used a 0xFF to write the customized color code here. Now we want the container to use a complete width of the screen. So we'll use a media query inside the width and we'll use image.asset images and we'll pass the wallet image here that I've saved in the images folder, and we'll give some height and width to the image here, and we'll use fitboxfit.cover to cover the complete width and height of the image that we have just provided here. So as you can see the wallet image here. Now we'll give the spacing size box height 30.0. Now we'll give the padding to the container. So we'll use edge inset.symmetric, and I want to provide the padding from vertical and horizontal direction. Now I will use a size box with 40.0, and inside the row I will pass a column widget here, and in the children I will pass one text widget where I will write your wallet and will provide the styling to the text widget using the app widget class here. Now in the column I will use a cross axis alignment dot start to move the text directly to the top of the screen. Now just below of your wallet I want to show how much money does the user have in their wallet when they want to place the order for the food item. Now I will use a one more text widget and I will show the money in the form of dollar. So I will use a slash dollar sign to show the dollar sign before the integer or the amount. Now I'll give the styling to the text widget here. So as you can see in the wallet section, user can directly see that how much money does he have in the wallet, so that user can directly pay for the food item and directly place the order. Now I will write one more text widget in the column widget, and I will use a cross axis alignment dot start. Now I will write one more text widget here, and inside the text widget I will write the add money text and will give the styling to the text widget here, and will provide the padding from the left direction, and will give the height from the top using the size box. Now inside the row I will write the children and will give the spacing between the two widgets here. Now the reason for writing the row widget is because now I want to show some container here. It will suggest the user to add some money to his wallet like $100, $200, $500 or $1000. So I will use a container inside the row widget. So when the user will click on any of the container like $100, then it will directly tell the user to add the card and add the $100 to his wallet. So let me show how I will do that. But before adding the function, I will create a UI of the container here. So inside the row, I will write the container. Now I will use a padding edge inset dot all 5 decoration box decoration, and we'll give the color to the border here. Now we'll give the border. So I will write border dot all and will give the color to the border here. Now again I will use a customized color for the border. Now I will use border radius border dot circular 5 Now inside the container, I will write the child and will pass the text widget here indicating that how much money does user want to add to his wallet. So I will use again a dollar sign and I will use a 100 digit here and will give the styling to the text widget here using the app widget class. So as you can see the container of $100. Now I will change the styling because I want to show in the bold form so it will be much clear to see how much money does the user is adding to his wallet. Now I'll copy the same container and will paste it here and will change the number from 100 to 500, 1000 and 2000. So here you can see the 4 container. So user can directly add the money by pressing on this container and I will use main axis dot alignment dot space evenly so that each container get the even space in the row widget. Now let's move and create one customized button name add money here using the container. So for an instance, if the user want to add the money according to his choice like $49, $50 or less than $50, then they can use a add money button where they will click and a alert dialog box will be appear so that in the text field they can enter the amount like $50 and can add directly to his wallet. So there will be two option to add the money to the wallet, one by directly clicking on any of the container and one by clicking on add money button to add how much money the user want to add in his wallet. Now inside the container I will pass the child center and will use a text widget and will inside the text widget I will write the text name add money and will give the styling to the text widget here using the text style colors.white font size 14.0. Though I didn't use a app widget class here because here I want to provide the color in the white form, but in the app widget all the colors are in the black form. So if you want you can add this styling in the app widget class and you can show the styling in just in one line using the app widget class here. So it is done. Now we'll provide some margin. So I will use edge inset dot symmetric and will pass vertical 20.0, sorry, horizontal 20.0. Now we'll provide some border radius to the container here. So now it's look good. So our UI of our wallet part is done. Now let's move and add the function so that user can directly add the money using the Stripe payment gateway. So let's move to the Stripe website and I will suggest you each and every point to how to create the account in the Stripe, how to get the publishable key and secret key in the app so that you can add the Stripe payment gateway in the app and can pay using the Stripe gateway and can directly add the money to your wallet. I will also suggest you to do not skip any of the process from here because if you miss any of the process then you might not get the end result that I have shown you in the starting of the video. So just follow along with me because there are lots of things that we will add on this Stripe payment gateway. So if you are using the Android device or iOS device, don't need to worry. I will tell you how to add the Stripe payment gateway in both the device. But there are lots of things that we are going to add in the Android and iOS device. So just follow along with me and I will tell you each and every step how to add the Stripe payment gateway in the Flutter app. So let's move to the Stripe website here and you can see the Stripe website here. Now many tech giants company are using the Stripe payment gateway to process their payment like Amazon, Google, WhatsApp, Shopify, etc. So you can see it is one of the most demanded payment gateway that I am adding in our Flutter app. So now let's move and we'll create the account. So I will click in the signing button here and so if you have the account you can sign in to your account and if you don't have the account then don't need to worry, just come down and in the text sign up click it and it will take you to the create your Stripe account page and you need to fill all the details like email, full name, country, password and just click on the create account button and it will create the account in just few seconds. Though I have already created the Stripe account here, so I will take you directly to my dashboard of our Stripe account. So here you can see the our home page of our Stripe payment gateway. So at the top you can see that it is running in the test mode because I am going to add this gateway in our app for now in the test mode. If you want to add in the live mode, just go above and fill all the details and you can go live with a Stripe payment gateway. Now, here comes one of the most important thing that I am talking about. You need the API keys to add in our Flutter app to run the Stripe payment in our app. So just click on the developers option from the top and just go to the API key and here you can see the publishable key and secret key. So we need these two key in our Flutter app. So after creating the account, let's move to the Flutter Stripe package which will be available in the pubdef file. Just type Flutter Stripe and you will find the Flutter Stripe package here. Now let's go to the installing and copy the dependency from here and paste it in the perspec.yaml file. Now run the package. So click on the readme and just go down and you can see in the requirement section there is a two text name Android and iOS. So in the Android it has wrote the complete setup for a Flutter Stripe and in the iOS it has wrote the complete setup. So let's move and first I will do for the Android then we'll move to the iOS. So in the Android here comes our first point name use Android 5.0 API level 21 and above which is already done. You don't need to do anything here. Now here comes the second point use a Kotlin version 1.5.0. We are already using the Kotlin version of above 1.5.0 so just skip this step. Now let's move to the third point which is using a theme.app compact. So we need to change this in our Android manifest file. So let's move to the code and we'll go to the Android manifest file which will be found you in the Android app main folder and just go to the Android manifest file and in Android theme you need to write Android at the rate style theme dot app compact dot light. So it is done. Now let's move to the fourth step using an up-to-date Android Gradle build tool version. So just skip this step because it is already done. Now let's move to the fifth point which is using a Flutter fragment activity instead of Flutter activity in main activity.kt. So we need to change this in the code. So let's go to the Kotlin and main activity.kt file, and we need to add one more line here. So I will write import dot io dot flutter embedding dot android dot flutter fragment activity, and we need to change the flutter activity to flutter fragment activity. So it is done. Now make sure you save all the files here, and our sixth point is rebuild the app. Don't update with hot reload. So we don't need to use a hot reload. We need to use a flutter run or hot restart as your wish. So let's move to the iOS. And in the iOS, we need to do only one change, which is making our platform iOS 213 or above. Though I have already made the platform iOS 213, so let me show you how you can change that. Go to the iOS and move to the pod file, and you will find this line here. Just make it to 13 or above 13 as you want. So I have told you the complete setup for Stripe payment gateway here. Now let's move to the widget folder, and we'll create a new file name app constant.dart, and here we'll paste the two key that I have just shown you in the Stripe website. So here I will write a string publishable key, and we'll paste the key here. So let's move to the API key, and we'll copy the publishable key from here and we'll paste it here. Now we'll do same for the secret key. So we'll use a string secret key, and we'll reveal the text key here, and we'll click on continue. Now let's move to the meme.dart file again, and we'll call the publish key here. So I will write stripe.publishable key equals to, and we'll pass the same publishable key that we have just wrote in app constant.dart. So it is done. Now let's move to the wallet.dart file again, and we'll write the complete function for our Stripe payment gateway here. So here I will create a function name make payment here, which will be called whenever the user will click on the any button to add the money to his wallet. So in make payment, I will pass the string amount here, which will be the amount of the money I want to add in the wallet. So I will write map string dynamic, and will write payment intent here. So let me write the complete code for our Stripe payment gateway inside the make payment function. Then I will explain you what all things I have wrote inside the make payment function here. So I have wrote the complete code inside the make payment function here. So let me explain you what all things I have wrote inside the make payment function here. Here I created the payment intent where I have passed a create payment intent function here, and here I am passing the amount in the form of INR, which is a Indian rupee. So if you want to pass in any of the currency code, then you can write in your way. So for an example, if you want to pass in the dollars, so you can write USD here. So I have passed the merchant random display name here. You can write anything. After payment is successful, we'll use a show dialog box to show that the user that payment has been successful and amount has been added to his wallet, and we'll use a icon dot check circle to show the amount has been added to his wallet. For a reason, if our payment is cancelled or not done, then we'll show the error which will be directly shown to the terminal, and it will tell us why the payment is not successful. And if the payment is cancelled, then it will show the user that payment has been cancelled and it has and the amount has not been added to his wallet. Now in create payment intent, I pass the map here with indicating that amount, and we use a calculate amount function here. The reason for using the calculate amount function is because in the Stripe you need to multiply any of the amount you are passing in the string form with 100. If you don't do that, then it will show all the amount in the decimal form. So make sure whenever you are passing the amount in the string form, you need to multiply it with 100 using the in.parse function. Then we'll return the calculate amount to string that will be directly pass to the map string dynamic here, and in the currency it will show same currency. And we have used a HTTP package that I have just shown you. I have copied that from the pubdev and we have pasted in the perspecaml file, and in the authorization we have passed the secret key. So it is done. Now let's move to the terminal and we'll use a flutter clean command here. Then flutter pubget to get all the packages. Then we'll use a flutter run to run the app in our emulator. So just wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, our app has launched successfully. Now let's move to the wallet section here, and here when I will click to the $100 container here, you can see the our payment gateway is working brilliantly, and it has shown us a box where it is showing that we can add our payment information to add the $100 in our wallet. If you want to add the money in the test mode using the Visa card, then make sure you need to add the same card number that I am showing you here, because it is a Stripe test mode to test the Visa card here. So in the card number, I will write 4242, which will be a 12 digit here, and in the month, I will write a random date here, and I will write a random CVC code and zip code. You can change the country according to your choice, but I will keep it US here, and I will write a random zip code and will click on processing, and it will redirect to a page where it will run all the verification, and after the verification we'll click on the close button, and you can see our payment has successfully been achieved, and it has shown the dialog box payment successful here. Our Stripe payment gateway is working brilliantly, and we have added all the things according to what we have required for adding the Stripe in the Flutter app. So if you learned today how to add the payment gateway in the Flutter app, do not forget to hit the like button so that we can get more support to create more videos, and will create awesome Flutter apps more in coming future. So do not forget to hit that like and subscribe to our channel for more such videos in the coming future, because if you hit that like button, then it will give us support to create more videos like this. Now let's move and do all the things for the other container like $500, $1,000 and $2,000. So I will wrap up the container with a gesture detector and will call the make payment function here, and will pass the amount 500, and will do same for the 1000 and 2000. Now we'll hot reload it again, and when I will click on 2000, it will show again the dialog box to add the payment information here. So I will use the same card number and will fill all the same detail that I just told you before, and will click on pay, and it redirect us for some verification, and will click on the close text here. So as you can see, our payment has been successful. But as you can see, after adding the money to our wallet, it is not updating here, so that user can see how much money has been added to his wallet. So we need to update the wallet whenever the user will add the money directly from here. So let's move to the signup.dart file again, and here I will upload the user detail to Firestore database that I have shown you in the last video. So in the map I will use a string dynamic here and will name the map add user info. String dynamic is because first in the map where we will pass the string which will be the name, and in the dynamic we can pass name, integer, string, boolean or anything. So I refer you to use a map string dynamic here, and first we'll pass the name of the user. So I will use name controller.text and email, and same for the wallet, though I'm assigning the wallet to 0 because once the user create the account then we'll show the wallet to 0 and will keep on updating whenever the user will add the money to his wallet. So in the string I need to pass the ID here, so I will use a random alphanumeric. But before writing random alphanumeric function here, we need to go to the perf dev and we need to copy the random string package from here and we'll paste it inside the perspecml file. Now to get the random string here, so I will use a random alphanumeric and will pass the length to 10. Now I will get the same ID here, so I will use ID and will pass the same ID inside the map. Now let me show you how it will be shown in the Firebase. So let's go to the Firebase, and in the Firestore database where we have just set up some security rules in our last video, you can see the collection section here, which will be a collection name users, and it will show the ID that I've just wrote using the random alpha numeric function here, and then we'll pass all the users detail in the users collection here. But before adding the detail to the database, we need to create a folder named service here, and inside the service folder I will create a new file name database.dart and will create a class named database methods. We'll write future, add user detail, and we'll pass the map string dynamic here that we have just stored in the sign up page, and we'll name the user info map and we'll pass the ID of the document that we need to assign, and we'll return await Firebase Firestore.instance, and we'll name the collection name to users, and we'll pass the doc ID here, and we'll use a dot set method, and we'll pass the map of the user detail. So here you can see the future collection name users. So collection name users will be shown in the collection, and the doc ID will be shown in the between, and at the right it will show the user detail. So we'll pass the database methods in the signup.dart file. So I will write await database methods dot add user detail, and we'll pass the map here add user info, and we'll pass the ID. So through the database method, we are uploading the data to the Firebase, but we need to also save the data locally because we need the name, email, wallet and ID of the user again and again in the app. So if we call from server again and again, then it will cover the lot of the code and it will take the lot of time to call the each thing from the server and display on the app. To save the user detail locally in the app, we will use a package name shared preference here. Basically, shared preference help us to save the data locally in the Flutter app. So here I will move to the service folder and will create a new file name shared pref.dart, and inside the this Dart file, I will save all the shared preference method. Now let's move to the perf dev and we will go and search share preference here and will copy the package from here and will paste it inside the perspecml file. Now run the package. So let's move to the Dart file again and we'll create a class name shared preference helper here, and inside the shared preference helper we'll save the name, email, wallet and the ID of the user that we are uploading to the Firebase. So here through the static method I will create a string name user ID key and will save the specific ID of the user that we have assigned using the random alphanumeric 10 here, and will do same for the name, email and wallet. Now we have assigned all the string here for ID, name, email and wallet. Now let's move and we'll create a function name save user ID, where we'll save the user ID using a shared preference method, and in the string we'll pass the user ID using a get user ID string, and we'll write share preferences pref equals to await shared preferences dot get instance, and we'll return the pref dot set string and will pass the user id key and the value get user id. So using a shared preference method will save the user id here. Now many of the users might be thinking that why I have used the async await function here. Async await help us to call the one function completely then move to the next line. So if you want that one function calls complete then move to the second function, then make sure you use a async await function. Now we'll save all the string for the name, email and the wallet. Now we will create a function name get user id through which we can get the user id whenever we want in the app. and we'll use again shared preferences pref equals to await shared preference helper shared preferences dot get instance, and we'll return the user id with prefs dot get string, and we'll pass the user id key where we have saved the user specific id. Now we'll do same for the name, email and wallet. Now let's move to the signup.dart file, and we'll save all the string that we have wrote inside the shared pref.dart file. So here I will use again await shared preference helper dot save username, and we'll save the username using name controller.text, and we'll write share preference helper dot save user email to save the user email here, and we'll again use mail controller.text and share preference helper to save the user wallet here, and the ID of the user. Now let's go to the wallet.dart file, and let me show you how we'll call the things that we have saved in the shared preference method. So here I will create a string name wallet here, and will use a function name get the shared preference to get all the things that we have saved in the shared preference, and will use a wallet equals to await shared preference helper dot, and we'll use a get user wallet function here to get the wallet of the user, and we'll use a set state method. Now we'll use on the load because I want that whenever the wallet function will be called, then the on the load function will be called first, and it call all the necessary things that will required on this page. So we'll use get shared preference, and we'll use a set state. Now here we'll use a function name init state here because as I've told you, we want that on the load function to be called as soon as the wallet page open in the app. Now we'll create a int teaser name add here where we will add the wallet and show that how much money has been added to the user wallet here. So we'll go to the make payment function here, and in the display payment sheet just above the show dialog box, we'll add the wallet and show the update as soon as possible. So we'll use add, and we'll use in.parse because as I have shown you, we are saving the wallet in the form of the string. So to add the two integers, we need to parse the string to the integer. So I will use in.parse and will pass the wallet where we have the current wallet of the user, and will add how much amount does added to the user wallet using a in.parse amount. So it will show the updated wallet here, and we'll use await, and we'll call the shared preference helper, and we'll update the wallet again. So after the dialog box is shown, I want to update the wallet in just few seconds. So I will again use await method, and will call the get shared pref method here. So we have wrote the complete function for our wallet section. Now let's go to the main.dart file, and I will show you what all things I have done just now to add the complete backend for the wallet. So first we'll create the account
using the sign up page, then we'll move to the wallet page. So let me run the app. So I'll use a flutter clean command here, then flutter pub get and then flutter run to run the app in the emulator. So just wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, our app has launched successfully. Now let's move to the sign up page again and we'll create the new account so that I can show you what all things have been uploaded to the Firestore database. So I will write a name Shivam Gupta here and will use a random email here and same for the password. And we'll click on the sign up button and we'll wait for a few seconds. So as you can see, we have registered successfully and directly moved to the home page of the app. Now let's move to the Firestore and just refresh this page. So as you can see the collection name users here, what I have told you before with a specific ID and the user detail that I have just passed in the sign up page with the specific ID, name and the wallet. So here it is showing the wallet 0 which will show in the app. So here I will keep on updating the wallet. So in the test widget, I will pass the value wallet that we have saved in the shared preference method. If the wallet is null, then will show a single child scroll view and once it is called, then will show the wallet page here. Now we'll hot reload. So as you can see the number changed to 0. So now let's move and add the $500 to our wallet. So I will click on the $500 container and will fill all the details and will proceed to pay. So as we can see payment is successful and $500 has been updated and it is showing that $500 has been added to our wallet here. Now we'll do same for the 1000 and will fill all the details regarding the card number, date, CVC and zip code and will pay. So as you can see payment has been successful and our wallet changes to 1500. So our last digit was 500 and we added the $1000 now and it is changes to $1500. So it is working brilliantly and our wallet is updating whenever we adding the amount of money in our wallet. But it is not the complete case here. I also want to update the data in our Firestore database where we have shown the wallet section. So we need to update this wallet here. So here it is showing the $1500. So I want that whenever I will add the money to the wallet, then it frequently update the data to the Firestore database too. So now let's move to the database .dart file and we'll create a function to update the wallet in our Firestore. So I will use update user wallet function here and will pass the string id because we need to pass the specific doc id here where we need to update the wallet and will return await and will pass Firebase firestore.instance and will pass the collection name users here and will pass the specific doc id. So we need to update the wallet field here. So we need to write as it is wrote in the Firestore and we need to pass the amount
what we want to show in the wallet section, and we'll do pass same on the wallet field here. So it is done. Now let's move to the wallet.dart file again and we'll call the function that I've just wrote here. So we'll use await method again and we will use database methods dot update user wallet and we'll pass the amount and the ID. So here I need to go to the string and we need to call the ID of the user from the shared preference method here, and we'll first pass the user ID or the document ID, then we'll pass the total amount. So I will pass the integer add to string. So it is done. Now we'll hot reload. Let's go and add the $2000 to our wallet, and I will pass the card number here and all the details regarding the payment, and we'll click on pay. So our payment is successful, but we can't update the wallet here. We are facing some error here. So let me see what error we are facing. So as you can see, it is showing the null check operator used on a null value. I think the ID we have just passed in the shared preference method is null. So I need to run the complete apps here. So I will go to the main.dart file and will call the bottom nave, reload it again or hot restart. Then we'll add a $1000 again. So our payment is successful, and as you can see our wallet has been updated and added the $1000 to the wallet. Now let's move and check the Firestore database. So as you can see our wallet has been updated to 4500 that I've just shown you on the app. So it is working brilliantly, and how much money we are adding on the app, it is frequently updating it to the Firestore database. So do not forget to hit the like button because we have successfully added all the function regarding the wallet, and our wallet page is working brilliantly with our Stripe payment gateway. Now, for an instance, if the user want to add the random money, I mean like $49, $50 or $52, then they can also do by using the add money button that I've just made in the UI. So if they click on the add money button, then there will be a dialog box where they need to fill the amount they want to add in the wallet, and they can add any of the amount to his wallet rather than clicking on the specific container of 100, 500 and $1000. So let's move to the wallet.dart file again and we'll create a dialog box here using the alert dialog. So I will write future and will write the function name open edit and will pass a show dialog function here, and will write alert dialog, and in the content I will pass the single child scroll view, and in the child will pass the container, then the column, and in the column will first pass the row where will show the close button. So if the user want to close the dialog box, then they can use a close icon here, and we'll wrap up the icon with a gesture editor, and in the on tab we'll pass a navigator dot pop in text to pop out the dialog box.
Now we'll use a size box dot width 60.0 and we'll pass the text widget using the center widget name. Add money here and we'll give the styling to the text widget here. And we'll pass the customize color code inside the color function and font weight. Now in the column I will write the size box height 20.0 and will write one more text widget here suggesting the user to write the amount on the text field that will pass on the container here. So in the text field we need to pass the controller. So I will go and write text editing controller amount controller is equals to new text editing controller and will pass the same controller in the text field that I have just wrote here. So I'll write amount controller and we'll use a decoration input decoration to give the decoration to the container or a text field here. Now we'll create a customized button using the container so that user can click on the pay and can directly add the money to his wallet. Now we'll wrap up the add money button that I've just created to with a gesture detector and we'll write a open edit and now we'll move to the pay button and in the on tap method I will call the make payment function here, but before that we need to pop out the dialog box, so we'll use a navigator dot pop context and we'll pass the amount inside the make payment function using the amount controller dot text. So now we'll hot reload it again. So as you can see, when I click on the add money button, then it is showing the dialog box, but we need to center the button. So I will use a center widget here. So now it's look good. Now in enter amount text field, I will write 200 here and will pay using the Stripe payment gateway. So our payment is successful and as you can see our $200 has been added to the wallet and it has been frequently updated to the Firestore database. Let's move to the lib folder and we'll create a new folder name admin here, and inside the admin folder I will create a new file name admin login.dart where we'll create the admin login page where the user can enter the username and password and can directly move to the admin panel of the app. And here I will create a stateful widget name admin login here. Now scaffold and we'll write a background color here and I'll pass the customized color code here 0xFF, then the customized color code Now body, container, child, stack, and inside the stack I will write children, and in the children first I will write container, and in container will pass the margin edge inset dot only, and will give the margin from the top by using the media query to make the app highly responsive. Now media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2 and padding edge inset dot only top 45.0 and left 20.0, right 20.0. Now we'll give the height again by using the media query method here. So media query dot of context dot size dot height, and we'll do same for the width. Now decoration, box decoration, and here I'll pass the gradient color here. If you are following this food delivery app series, then you know why I have used the linear gradient color here and how to use a linear gradient color inside the container. So in the colors, I will first pass the customized color code here. Now begin alignment dot top left and alignment dot bottom right. Now I will also pass the border radius in the box decoration. So we'll write border radius dot vertical, and from the top I will pass the radius dot elliptical because I want to provide the border radius from the top but from the x and y axis. I will write media query dot of context dot size dot width and will pass the 110 in the y axis. The reason for using the radius dot elliptical is because I want to provide the radius from the x and y axis of the app. So to provide the radius from the x or y axis, you can use the radius dot elliptical here. Now we'll write container and we'll pass the margin here. So edge insert dot only left 30.0, right 30.0 and top 60.0. And in the child, I will first pass the form key, and in the key I will write form key which will be the global key. So let's move and assign the global key here. So final global key form state form key is equal to global key. So if any of the users is watching this video from the food delivery app series and they have didn't watch my other 5 parts, then you might not get why I have used a global key here. So I will request you all to follow the complete food delivery app series playlist, and you will get what all things I am writing here because I have explained each and everything in the last part of this app series. So I will paste the playlist link in the comment box so you can click on and can follow the complete food delivery app series. Now we'll write children, and inside the children I will pass the text widget here. So in the text widget I will write let's start with admin, and we'll give the styling to the text widget here. We'll use our text style. So it is done. Now we'll give the size box height 30.0. Now we'll use a material widget to give the elevation to the container here. Now we'll write border radius to give the border radius to the material widget. So border radius dot circular 20, and in the child I will first pass the container here, and inside the container I will give the height using the media query again. So media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2.2. So reason for writing the media query and dividing it by 2.2 is because through the media query it will give me the complete height of the screen. By dividing it by any digit, it will give the specific height I need for the container, and it will be highly responsive in the different devices if you can test it. Now decoration, box decoration, and we'll write colors.white, and we'll provide the border radius to the container here. Now you might be thinking that what all code I am writing in the admin login.dart. Sorry, let me show you what all things I have wrote inside the admin login.dart here. Now let's move to the main.dart file, and here I will call the admin login here, and we'll hot restart it again. So as you can see the complete page of the admin login page, and here you can see the circular container which I have wrote by using the radius.elliptical, and you can see that by giving the top radius.elliptical media query dot of context and height, and on the y-axis 110, it gives me the circular container here from the top with a x and y axis. Now from the top it gives the height divide by 2, which will be the half of the container height from the top, and you can see the text widget which I have just wrote. Let's start with admin and the material widget at the top of the container. So everything is written inside the stack. That's why you can see that each container overlap with other container easily. Now I will write child column children, and will give the size box height 50.0. Now container, and will give the padding here from left, top and bottom, and will give the margin from the horizontal direction, and will use decoration, box decoration, border dot all, and will pass the customize color code again in the border. I want to provide the border radius to the container, so I'll use a border radius here, and will write child center, and in the child will pass the text form field, and will pass the validator. If value is null or empty, then will return please enter username, and in the controller I will pass the text editing controller. So let's move and write text editing controller user name controller equals to new text editing controller, and will pass username controller in the controller of the text form field. Now I will copy the same text form field and will paste it inside the column for the password of the admin panel. Now you can see that there is a line at the bottom in the text form field. So I will remove the line from the bottom in the text form field by using the input decoration here. So let's move and write decoration, input decoration, and write border, input border dot none. Now we'll hot reload it again. So as you can see that by just writing one line, it removes the underline in the text form field. Now we'll do same for the password. Now let's move to the input decoration again, because here I will write a hint text username and will pass the hint style to give the styling to the hint that I have just wrote here. So in the text style I will write color and will pass the customized color code again. So you can see the hint here, username. Now I'll copy the same case and will paste it inside the password and will just change all the things that we have wrote inside the text form field. So I will remove and will write the hint text password here and will create one more text editing controller for the password. So user password controller is equals to new text editing controller and will write please enter password here and will pass the text editing controller in the controller for the password. Now we'll hot reload it again. Now size box height 40.0. Now we'll create a customized button so that user can directly click on login button and can log in inside the admin panel. So we'll first pass the padding here, then margin. Now we'll give the width media query dot of context dot size dot width. So in the decoration, first we'll pass the color here. So I will write colors dot black and will write border radius dot circular 10 here. Now in the child, I will write center and will pass the text widget here where I will write login and will pass the style text style colors dot white font size 20.0 and font weight dot bold here. So it is done. Now I will hot reload it again. So as you can see the login button here. Now let's move and create the function so that user can directly click on the login button and can directly move to the admin panel of the app. So here I will use the fixed username and fixed password for the admin panel because it will be unique so that any of the user who are using the app might cannot enter the admin panel easily. It must be secure because the admin can manage the complete app from the admin panel. So we need to create a unique username and password here. So in the username, I will write Peter, which will be the username for the admin panel and password 123456 and will click on the login button and can directly move to the admin panel of the app. But let's move to the Firebase and here I need to create a collection name admin here where in the ID I first need to write a Peter, which will be the username for the admin panel and the password that I've just shown you in the app, which will be 123456. Now let's move to the admin login.dart file again, and here I will create a function name login admin and we'll write Firebase firestore.instance dot collection, and we'll pass the collection name that I've just stored in the Firebase, which will be the admin, and we'll use a dot get method. And after getting the Firebase Firestore, we'll use dot then, and here I will use a snapshot to get the document that we have just passed in the admin collection here. So snapshot.docs dot for each element for each result. If our result data, which will be the ID, and it not equals to the username dot controller dot text where the admin have entered the username, then we'll show the snack bar here that the enter username is not correct. So I'll move to the signup.dart file again and we'll copy the same source snack bar and we'll paste it here and we'll change just the text here. So we'll write your ID is not correct, which will indicate the admin that the ID they have just wrote in the admin is not correct. Now we'll copy the same if condition and we'll write in the else if that if the result.data password is not equals to the password that the user have entered in the password text field, then we'll show the text your password is not correct. And if both the statement is false, then we'll move to the else statement here and we'll use root to directly move to the home page of the admin panel. So in the admin, I will create a home admin.dart file here and will give the stateful widget name home admin. We will directly push the user to the root that I have just wrote above. So it is done. Now let's move to the login button and we'll wrap up the login button with a gesture detector and we'll pass the login admin function here. Now we'll hot restart it again. So here you can see the login page of the admin and here I will first write the username. So I'm writing Peter here. Now we'll enter the password 123456 and we'll click on the login button. So as you can see, we have successfully logged in inside the home page of the admin from where the admin can manage the complete app. So now let's move to the home admin.dart file and here I will create a container so that admin can directly add the food item to the app. So we'll create a container and we'll give the margin as insert.only top 50.0 left 20.0 and right 20.0. Now in the column, I will first write the center child text widget, and inside the text widget I will write a text home admin, which will be the headline of our admin panel, and will give the style by using the app widget class. So app widget dot headline text field style. Now I'll hot restart it again. So let me show you what all things I have wrote inside the home admin page. So we'll go to the main.dart file and we'll call the home admin here, and we'll hot restart it again. So you can see the headline of our admin panel, which is home admin. Now let's move and we'll create a container in the column widget, and we'll wrap up the container with our material widget. So we'll write material and we'll write elevation 10.0, and we'll provide the border radius to the material widget. So border radius dot circular 10. Now child center, and we'll write child again. Now container, padding edge inset dot all 4, decoration box decoration, and in the box decoration I'll pass the will pass the color, so I will use colors dot black. Now border radius dot circular 10. Now child row children. Now I will write padding edge inset dot all 6.0, image dot asset. So we will get the random food item image here, so that user can get the hint to add the food item by clicking the container here. So I will write images food.jpg. I will get the image that I have saved in the images folder, and will give the specific height and width to the image and fit boxfit.cover. If you want, you can add any of the images according to your choice and download it in the images folder, and you can call the image by using the image.asset function. There is no necessary to copy the exact image that I am pasting on this admin panel. I will write size box again and will provide the width 30.0, text, and will write add food item. Now we'll give styling to the text widget by using the text style. So you can see the text name add food items here. Now let's move to the admin folder and we'll create a new file name add food.dart, and we'll create a stateful widget name add food. Now let's move to the home admin again, and we'll wrap up the material widget with a gesture detector, and in the on tab by using the navigator.push method, I will call the add food.dart file, so that user can directly move to the add food page and can add the food item to the app. So now we'll hot reload it again.
Now I will change the scaffold, body, container, child, column, children. Now we'll give the app bar from the top. So we'll write app bar, and inside the app bar I will first write the leading where I will show the icon dot back iOS so that user can directly go to the home admin page and can access all the function he want to do for the app. Now we'll pass the customized color code for the icon that we are passing in the leading. Basically, leading in the app bar is that it shows the icon on the left side of the app bar. So if you want to show any of the icon from the left side of the app bar, you can use the leading here. Now we'll wrap up with the gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will write navigator.pop context to pop it to the home page. Now we'll use a center title true because here I will mention the title here. So if I will make center title to true, it will directly center my title in the app bar. So in the title, I will first pass the text widget here. So in the text widget, I will write a text add item and will give the style by using the app widget class. Now let's move to the column. Now in the container, I will write margin edge insert dot only left 20.0, right 20.0, and from the top 20.0, and same from the bottom. So in the column I will write cross axis alignment dot start, and in the children will write the text widget naming the text, upload the item picture here, and will give the styling to the text widget again by using the app widget class. Here you can see that there is a complete white screen. So I will hot reload it again. So you can see the all things that I have just added in the add food.dart file. Now let's move and create the container here so that user can directly click on the container, and by using the gallery they can upload the image to the Firebase storage. So first I will write the material and will give the elevation 4.0. Now border radius dot circular and will write 20. Now child container, and in the container I will first write the width, which will be the specific width of 150. Now we'll write decoration, box decoration, border dot all. Now we'll pass the color, colors dot black, width 1.5, and border radius 20. So here you can see the container. Now we need to give the height to the container. So I will write height 150 here. So here you can see the container that I've just created by using the material widget. Now we'll wrap up the material widget with the center widget to center the widget here. Now we'll write child icon icons dot camera. So I have told you
that when the user will click on this container, then by using the image picker method, the app will pick the image from the gallery by the user's choice and directly upload the image to the Firebase storage, and we can access that image in the app easily. So we'll give the size box height 30.0. So we'll pass the text widget item name and we'll give the styling to the text widget by using the app widget class. Now we'll write the size box again and we'll make the text field so that user can directly enter the item name. So I'm creating a text field by using the container widget here. So in the decoration, box decoration, we'll pass the customized color code here and border radius dot circular 10. Now child text field, and in the decoration input decoration will mention the border input border dot none so that we can't see any underline in the text field, and in the hint text I will pass the enter item name suggesting the user to enter the item name in this text field, and will give the hint style to the hint that I have just passed here. So here you can see the text field with a enter item name. Now let's move and we'll write text editing controller name controller equals to new text editing controller, and we'll pass the name controller to the controller of the text field. Now I'll copy the same text and text field that I just wrote for the item name and we'll paste it below, and we'll change the item name to item price, and we'll suggest the user to enter the item price to the text field here. Now I'll assign one more controller to control this text field for the item price. So we'll write price controller in the controller of the text field for the price. Now we'll copy the same thing again for the item detail and we'll change it to item detail, and here might be the case that the user will enter more than one line in the item detail. So I will use a max line in the text field to increase the length of the text field and will assign it to 6 and hot reload. So as you can see, after giving the max line to 6, it increases the text field size for the item detail. Now we'll write the controller for the item detail here, and in the controller we'll first pass the detail controller. So now let's move and create the drop down button, because I want that whenever the user will click on the drop down button, then there will be the specific category for the food item he want to upload the food. For example, if he want to upload the burger, then he will select the burger category from the select category drop down button. So you have seen on the home page of the app there are basically four categories So let's move and create the drop down button in the add item page. So here I will first write container. Now child, I will write drop down button, hide underline, and in the child I will first pass the drop down button and will name it to string. Now we'll pass the items and onChange method here. Now I need to provide the drop down color, so I'll pass the colors.white, and in the hint I will first pass the text widget here and naming the text widget to select category, and will give the styling to the hint text by using the hint style. But before that I will provide the icon and icon size, and will use icons.arrow drop down to indicate the user that there is a drop down menu to select a category, and will pass colors.black. Now in the value I need to pass the value that I will keep on updating, so I will use a string and will write value. Now I will write final and will provide the list that we will pass in the drop down menu. So I am naming the list items and will assign all the things one by one that we want to show in the drop down. So let's move to the main.dart file, and I will show you what all category we need to add in the drop down. So let's move to the bottom navigation bar, and this will directly take us to the home page. So here you can see there are the four categories, namely ice cream, pizza, salad and burger. So let's go and add that all in the add put.dart file, and here first I will write ice cream, then burger, then salad, then pizza. Now I'll call the same list in the drop down. So in the items, I will write items.map, and will pass the item that we will get one by one from the items list, and will use a drop down menu button. Now in the drop down menu button, we'll write a text widget and will call the item that we get from the item list here. Now we'll assign the drop down menu item to dot to list function to change it to the list. Now we need to assign the drop down menu item to the string to get all the text here. Now we'll give the styling to the text widget here. So style, text style, and in the font size, I will write 18.0, and colors dot black, and in the onChange method, I will first write the value and will use a set state so that I can update the value string that I have just wrote above. So this dot value is equals to value to update the value that we'll get from the items list here. Now let's move to the home admin again so that I can show you what all things I've just wrote in the add item here. So here you can see the overflow error because I forgot to write a single child scroll view so that user can scroll this page easily. So let's move to the add food.dart file again and we'll wrap up the container with a single child scroll view and we'll hot reload it again. But here you can see there are still some error because it is saying that item value doesn't match with the length we have passed and it is not true. So I think I have missed some of the part in the code. So I made a small mistake here. I forgot to write a value in the drop menu item. So we'll assign it to item again. Now we'll hot restart it again. So you can see the select category option here. But before that, let me provide the height between the two widgets here. So I'll provide height 20.0 and I will give some more margin from the bottom. Now I will hot reload it again. So here you can see the different category. Now let's move and I will copy the same text widget for the category and will change it to select category and will give the height between the two widgets. Now we'll hot reload it again. Now let's move and we'll give some decoration to the container here. So we'll give the border radius, customize color code and we'll give the width mediocre.offContext.size.width. Now we'll hot reload it again. So now let's provide the padding too. So we'll use edge inset dot symmetric horizontal 10.0. Now border radius circular 10. So here our select category drop down menu button is done. Now I will show you how it is working. So when I'll click on the drop down button, you can see the user can choose the category according to his choice, like ice cream, burger. Now let's move and we'll create a customize button here, name add, so that user can add the item that he had just filled above, like image, name, price, and detail. Let's move to the perf file and we need to copy the some packages from here and we'll paste it inside the perspecaml file. So here our first package name image picker here. So we'll copy the image picker package and we'll paste it inside the perspecaml file. Now here comes our second package name which will be the Firebase storage. As I have told you, we'll also upload the image to the Firebase storage and we'll get the image from the Firebase. So we need this package to store the image in the Firebase storage. Now run all the packages that I just wrote in the perspecaml file. Now let's move to the add food.dart file here and we'll create a function named getImage. The reason for writing the getImage function is because I want to get the image from the library or the gallery where I have stored all the images in my device. So here I will write var image equals to await and through the image picker method I will pick the image. So I will assign the image picker here by using final image picker is equal to image picker. Now, so I am assigning here a selected image text within the file because
the image we will be pick from the picker will be in form of the file that we have choose from the gallery. Now await will write picker dot pick image so that we can pick the image. Now we'll write the source image source dot gallery because I have told you that we will pick the image from the gallery, but here you can see there is a two option from where you can pick the image like camera and gallery. So you can also use a camera here. So whenever you click on the upload item picture, then camera app will open and it will tell you to click the image, and the clicked image will be directly shown to the app here. Now we'll assign the file that we have picked in the set selected image and we'll use a set state. Now if selected image is equals to null, then we will show that the camera to pick the image, and if the image is already picked and it is stored in the selected image, then we'll show the image by using the image.file here. So in the image.file, we'll pass the selected image where our image has been stored. Now feed boxfit.cover so that the image will cover the complete width and height of the container that we have just assigned above. Now let's move to the image picker because in the readme file you can see that for the iOS you need to add these three things like NS photo library usage description, NS camera usage description, and NS microphone usage description. So you need to add this all in the info.plist file, which is in the runner folder. So let's move to the iOS folder here. Now in the info.plist file, we need to save all the three commands that I have just shown you in the readme file. So as you can see, I pasted all the three commands. Now let's move to the terminal and I will write a flutter clean here, then flutter run to run the app in our iOS emulator here. So we have successfully launched the app. Now I will assign the same password and the username that I have shown you in the last part. So we are in the add item screen. But before we pick the image, now we need to wrap up with a gesture director and we need to call the get image function. So after clicking the icon here, it is suggest us to pick the image from the gallery. Now click on done. So as you can see that we have successfully picked the image from the gallery where all the images are stored in the phone device. Now to give the border radius to the image here, we need to wrap up with a clip react widget, and we need to pass a border radius dot circular 20 here. So here I will create a function name upload item so that I can directly upload the item to the Firebase database, and first we will store the image to the Firebase storage. So we'll check that if selected image is not equals to null and the name controller.text is not equals to null, and will pass same command for the price and the detail. The reason for passing this fourth thing is because I want that user to fill all the detail, then he can access the add button to add the item directly to the app. Now we'll create a string add id and we'll pass a random alphanumeric 10, and here I am creating a procedure to upload the data to the Firebase storage. So reference Firebase storage ref equals to Firebase storage dot instance dot ref, and here I will create a folder name blog images and will assign the child add id, which will be the random id that I just stored in the string. So here I will show you what all things I will do in the Firebase storage. So now let's move to the storage here and we'll click on the get start button, click on next, done, again on done. So as you can see, it is creating a default bucket to store the folder and files here. Now we'll change the same rules what we have done for the Firestore database to upload the image to the Firebase. So we'll change it to true and we'll click on the publish button. So it is done. Now the blog image which I was wrote in the child, it will create a folder here, and inside the blog image folder it will store all the images with a unique random id which we have stored in the add id string. Now we'll write final upload task equals to Firebase storage ref dot put file, where we'll pass the selected image. Now where download URL, and here it will create a URL of the image that we will just upload to the Firebase, because if it create a download URL, then we can access that URL in the Firestore database to manage the image in the app. So let's move to the database.dart file. Here I will create a function name add food item, and here I will pass the collection name, which will be the name, because in the categories I have passed a 4 category which I have shown you in the last video, which is ice cream, burger, pizza and salad. So here it will create a collection for each category, and in that category will keep on uploading the document. So in the name I'll pass a category one by one. Let me show you how I will execute that. So here I will create a map string dynamic, write a map name add item, and in the image will pass the URL link, and in the name will write name controller.text and will pass the price, same controller.text, and the detail. Now await database methods dot add food item, and here we'll pass a map name add item, and in the name, as I've told you, we'll pass a category. So we'll pass a value where we all keep on updating the category by using the drop down button. Now we'll write dot then after uploading the data to the Firestore database. Here I will show a snack bar So I will paste the snack bar here and will name it to food item has been added successfully, which will indicate the admin that after clicking on the add button, the item has been added successfully to the app. Now we'll wrap up the customize button with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will pass a upload item function here and will hot restart it again. Rather than entering the password again and again for the admin, I will directly pass a home admin in the main.dart file, and here I will click on the camera button and will first upload the image, then will write the item name here. Though I know that it is a food app, but I am uploading the random image that it is stored in my emulator. So in the item name, I will write pizza and will pass a item price 45 and will write a item detail. The food is really good and contain lots of ingredients. Now we'll select a category, ice cream here, and click on the add button. So as you can see, food item has been added successfully. Now let's move to the Firebase and check our collection have been created name ice cream with a document of the detail. So here you can see the collection name ice cream with a document where we have stored all the things, and here you can see the image with a specific link of the image. When I'll open this image link to the new tab, then here you can see the image that we have just uploaded by a emulator. Now we'll go to the storage, and in the storage you can see the block images folder with a specific ID of that image that we have uploaded from the emulator. So you can see that we have successfully added a feature in our app to upload the image to the Firebase storage and access that image in the Firestore database. So for this success, do not forget to hit that like button and do not forget to hit that subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the videos we upload on this channel. So now let's move to the home page, and here I will show you all the food items that we have just stored in the Firestore database. So here you can see the four categories in our home page, and after clicking the each category, I want to show the specific food item for that category in first horizontal form, then in the vertical form. And after clicking to the image, it is also show the food item in the detail with the name, image, quantity, etc. Now let's move and call the image from the Firestore database. But let's move to the Firebase, and here I have created a collection for each food item that I've just shown you in the app. But before moving to the code, I am hoping that you are following this food delivery app series because we have completed the 7 parts in this series. And if you are following this food delivery app series from the first part, then I am comfortable to say that you have learned lot of things till now if you are following this complete food delivery app series. And if you missed any of the part from this series, then you can see the link of the complete food delivery app series playlist in the comment box. Though I have tried my best to explain this series in more easy way, and if anyone is learning the Flutter language from the scratch, then it will be very easy for them to follow this complete series. Though our food delivery app series is coming to the end, and I am sure that there will be a more series in the coming future. So now let's move to the code again. So let's move to the database.dart file, and here I will create a function by using stream query snapshot so that I can get all the details that I have just stored in the Firebase. So here I will create a function named get food item, and in the string I will write first name, and again by giving name I mean to say that I will pass the category one by one. So Firebase firestore.instance.collection and will pass the specific category and will snapshot all the documents that will be available in that category. Now here I will create a stream, food item stream. Now many of the users might be thinking that why I have used a stream here. Basically stream builder helps us to get all the documents or data from the Firestore database, and it is very comfortable to use in the app because it shows all the updates in the real time, and it takes just a few seconds to load all the data in our app. So I am suggesting that if you are getting the data from the Firestore database, then make sure that you always use a stream builder here. Now on the load function, I will write food item stream, and by the database method, I will get all the documents that available in the pizza collection here, and in the init state I will write on the load function so that it quickly loads as the app starts. Now widget all items, and will return stream builder, and in the builder will first pass context, async snapshot, and in the stream we will pass our same stream that we have just assigned above, which will be the food item stream, and in the return we need to remove the async here because it can't be assigned in the widget function. Now snapshot dot has data, and by using the snapshot dot has data, it checks that if the data is available in the Firestore database or not. So if it is available, then we'll use a list view dot builder to show all the documents in the form of list view, and in the item builder we'll first pass the context and index of all the document, and if the snapshot didn't have any data, then we'll show a circular progress indicator, and we'll assign the padding as inset.0 so there will be no padding in the list view, and in the item count I will write snapshot.data.docs.length to get all the length of the document that we have just stored in the Firestore database, and will give a sync wrap to true, and will assign the scroll direction axis dot horizontal, which will be the this list view in the home page. So document snapshot ds equals to snapshot.data.docs index to get the index of the document. Now I'll copy the same container that we have wrote just for the UI in the stream builder. So image.network, because as I've shown you, the image that we have just stored is in the form of HTTP link.
So we need to use a image.network and ds image to get the image and the ds name to get the name of the food item here. Now we'll get the price by using again ds method. So it is done. Now let's move and we'll call the function in the column widget. So I will remove all these things that we have wrote just for the UI and we'll call the all item function here. So it is showing the render box error because we need to wrap up with a container and we need to pass a fixed height to the container so that it can load all the food items in the form of the list view. So I need to give the height of the container to 70 here. Now we'll hot reload. So here you can see the image so here you can see the food items that we have just got from the Firestore database. Now I will provide the border radius to the image. So I will wrap up with the clip react here and will give the border radius to the image. Now you might be thinking that there is already a border radius in the container. So why we are again giving the border radius to the image here? The reason for doing that is because if you are providing the image and if you are giving the image border radius to the container, then it will not wrap up with a container. You need to give a clip react widget to give a border radius to the image here. So make a mark if you are a developer that do not wrap up the image with a container and give the border radius in the decoration box. Always wrap up the image with a clip react widget and pass the border radius to give the border radius to the image. So if you like that hint that I've just given now, please do not forget to hit that like button. Now, here you can see in the pizza collection, there are the two documents that we have just got in our app. Now we'll show the pizza document in the vertical form. So I will create one more widget and will name the collection name all items vertically. Now I'll copy the same container again for the vertical position of our food items and we'll paste it inside the widgets function name add items vertically and we'll paste it here and we'll do image.network and we'll pass the same data that we have just done for the other function. Now we'll hot restart it again and here you can see the all items in the vertical direction. We need to remove one more container that we have just wrote for the UI and we'll give the margin from the bottom to the list view We'll remove the height from the top. Now it's look good. Now you can see that here are the four categories, but it doesn't show the food items according to the category I select. So I go to the specific category and I will call a stream according to that. So food item stream await database methods and will get the food item and will pass a specific category here, which will be the ice cream. Now we'll do same for the pizza, salad and burger. So as you can see that when I will press the first category here, which is ice cream, then it's showing all the data that we have stored in the ice cream category and will shift to the pizza, salad and burger. Though here you can see that for just a testing purpose, I have added all the similar food image, but you can add the specific food image and a name with a detail according to your choice from the admin panel we have just created to upload the image to the Firestore database. Now, after clicking to the image, we need to also change the data to the food detail section. So in the details, I will first write a string image name detail to get the image name and detail. And image.network to get the image that is on the HTTP form. If you write directly name, detail, price, then it will not get the detail of the each string that we have just wrote above. We need to start with widget dot to get the widget detail that we are just passing to this details dot file. Now in the details, I will write detail and will pass the ds detail to get the detail of the specific document and we'll do same for the name, price and the image. Now we'll hot restart it again. So as you can see, when I will click to a specific food items, then it shows the image, name and the food detail here. Now let's move to the burger and here I will click to the burger and when I'll press then it shows same the image detail, though there is the image with a background, but if you want then you can pass the image without the background and more detail. This I have done just for the testing purpose, but if you want you can upload a different images and can make your app more attractive in many ways. So here I have added the burger image. Now if you see, when I will increase the quantity, then our total price is not increasing according to the quantity of the food item we want to order, which doesn't give a specific price of the food item that user have to pay for the quantity he needs to order. So what I will do now is that I will keep on increasing the total price as soon as the user changes the quantity here. So in the end, I will write a total and will assign it to 0 and will give the total a specific price of the item by using the init state. We'll use int.parse here because widget.price is in the form of the string, so we need to parse it to the integer. So we'll write int.parse here. Now we'll pass same the total to the total price and we'll assign it to string here, and in the ++a, which help us to increase the quantity of the food item. There we will write total equals to total plus int.parse widget.price to increase the total of the amount when will increase by one food item quantity here, and will pass the same case in a minus a, but will minus a total by one food item if we decrease the quantity here. Now we'll hot reload it again. So it is 0 because we need to hot restart. So I will hot restart it again and we'll go to the burger, and as I will increase the quantity here, then you can see the total price. It is showing for the 3, 4, 5 quantity, and it is keep on changing in just few seconds according to the quantity which changes here. So it workings really good. Now here comes a add to cart button here because I want that after the user select the quantity, he can directly add the item to the cart and can place the order by using the wallet. So I will use a map string dynamic and will write a function name add food to cart, and here I will pass the name of the item. So I will write name widget name and will pass the quantity of the item. So we'll write a dot to string because a is in the form of integer. Now we'll pass the total amount for the specific quantity. Now the image of the food item. So widget dot image. So in the database, we need to add the food item to the cart of the user. So here I will create a function name add food to cart, and in the users collection will pass one more collection name cart, and will pass a add user info map to pass the map database method add food to cart and will write add food to cart, and in the ID will pass a ID of the user to upload the food item to his cart by using his specific ID. So we need to get it through a shared preference where we have saved the specific user ID. So in the string, I will write ID here and will create a get the shared pref function, and in the ID, I will write shared preference helper dot get user ID to get his user ID, and in the on the load function I will pass the same function name. Now we'll pass a specific ID to the database method. Hot restart the file, and let's move to the burger again. Now I will select the quantity 4 here, and it is showing us the 200 amount. But before that, I need to copy the snack bar here because I want to suggest that user that item has been directly added to the cart or not. So we'll write food added to cart. I will hot restart it again, and I will select the quantity 3 here, which is a total price of 20, and food added to the cart here. Now we'll refresh the page. So here is my ID, and here is a cart collection with a ID of the document where we have just uploaded with a quantity 3 and the total amount 150. So as you can see how brilliantly our app is working, and we have successfully added the food item to the our food cart one by one. Let's move to the profile page, and here I will write scaffold. As I have shown you the profile page in the starting of the video, where you can see the curve container at the top. So here in the stack, I will first write container edge insert dot only left 40.0, and will give the padding from the top left and right position. Now we'll write height media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 4.3. Now we'll give the width media query dot of context dot size dot width, so that it can cover the complete width of the screen. Now in the decoration, I will write box decoration, and will first pass the color. So colors dot black. Now border radius dot vertical. I will give the border radius from the bottom, so I will use radius dot elliptical. The reason for writing radius dot elliptical is because radius dot elliptical help us to give the border radius from the x and y axis of the container. So it can help us to make a curvy container here. So as you can see here, so now I want to show the user's image here, so that user can directly change the image from the profile page and can upload the image according to his choice. So here I will use some random pick for now from the images folder. Then we will
connect it with a Firebase storage so that user can change the profile pic according to his choice. Now we'll write container and we'll give the margin as insert dot only from top media query dot of context dot size dot height divided by 6.5. Now in the child I will write material elevation 10.0 and will give the border radius to the material widget. So border radius dot circular 60. Now child will use a clip react widget because as I have told you we'll use image dot asset here. So to give the border radius to the image we need to wrap up with a clip react widget, and then in the child we'll write image dot asset and we'll get the image from the images folder and we'll write exact image file name which will be boy.jpg, and in the height I will write 120 and width 120 and fit boxfit.cover. Now let's hot reload. So here you can see the image of the user. Now we need to center the image, so I will wrap up with the center. So here you can see the image of that specific user. Now padding and padding edge inset dot only top 70.0 and we'll write child row children, and in the text I will pass the username here. So for an instance I am writing Shivam Gupta and will give the style to the text widget by using text style, and in the color I will write colors dot white and will give the font size and font weight. Now we need to center the text, so we'll wrap up with a center widget. So here you can see that if you wrap up the padding with a center widget then it will not work here because we have used a row widget here. We need to write main axis dot alignment dot center in the row widget so that we can center the text widget here. So here you can see that by using main axis alignment dot center in the row widget we can successfully center the user name here. We'll also give the font family to Poppins. Now in the profile page, as I want to show the username at the first, then the email, then the terms and condition of the app and the delete and logout button. So first I will create a container and will give the margin. Now child material and border radius dot circular 10 and will use a elevation 2.0. Now child again and will use a container, and in the container widget I will write padding edge inset dot symmetric vertical 15.0 and horizontal 10.0. Now I will write decoration box decoration colors dot white and will give the border radius. So we'll write border radius dot circular 10. Now in the container I will write child row children and will use icons dot person. Now we'll give the color to the icon here, so which will be white. Now size box with 20.0 and we need a column widget here because as I have told you we will show the user name here. So first we'll show the name and then the user name here, By using the column widget, many of the users might be thinking that from where we will get the username in our profile page. If you are following this series from the starting, then you know that we keep on saving the data locally in the shared preference. So we have also saved the user name and the email in the shared preference. So we'll get the username from the shared preference. So here you can see the container. We have wrote all the things in the color white, so we need to change it to black. So it is done. Now we'll hot reload. Now I want to move the name and the username into the right side. So we'll write cross access alignment dot start in the column widget. So it is done. Now we'll give the height from the top. So I'll use sizebox dot height 20.0. So we'll paste one more container below the name, and here we'll show the user email. As I told you that there will be a one more section named terms and condition, so that user can see all the terms and condition related to this app. Now we'll create two more buttons for delete and log out. So now let's move and we'll add the backend to our profile page. So we'll move to the shared preference.dart file, and here I will create one more string for the user profile key because I want to save the user profile URL in the user profile key, and then we can use that in our profile page. So we'll create one more save user profile function here, and will use a get user profile string to get the user profile pic, and will save it to the save user profile function. Now we'll also create a get user profile so that we can get the user profile URL in our profile page, and then we can use that in our app. So here I will create a string name profile name and email. So we'll get the user profile name and his email from the shared preference. So we'll create a get the shared pref function here, and we'll write async profile is equals to await shared preference helper dot get user profile. Now we'll also get the username, so we'll write name equals to await shared preference helper dot get username, and we'll do same for the email. Now we'll also write a set state function in the get shared preference function so that we can quickly rename all the strings that we'll get from the shared preference. We'll create on this load function, and in this function I will write again async await get the shared pref function, and we'll again use a set state. Now in the init state I will call the on this load function because I want that whenever the profile page loads, then it frequently calls all the details from the shared preferences. So let me explain you how I will upload the user profile pic here. So when the user will click to this image, Then through the image picker, we will pick the image from the gallery, and that image will be directly uploaded to the Firebase storage, and we will get the link of that image and will save that link of that image in the profile, get user profile shared preference, so that we can use the image again easily in our app. Though I have already created the image picker and a function to upload the user image from the admin panel if you have seen my last video of this series. So we'll copy the same function and we'll paste it in the profile page, and we'll just make some changes in the code. So we'll call the image picker function here, and for the file I will call dart.io, and we'll do same for the random and the Firebase storage. So we'll remove the map method because we didn't want to upload any of the user data to the Firestore database. We just need the link from the Firestore storage. So we'll write share preference helper dot save user profile, and we'll save the user profile from the download URL link, and we'll again use a await method. Now we'll write a set state. So if name is equals to null, then we'll show the circular progress indicator here, suggesting the user that it will take some time to get the name from the shared preference, and then it will show in the app. So if you don't write a circular progress indicator here, then it will frequently throws the error for just 1 and 2 seconds, and then it will show the name and the email and the profile of the user, so which will be not look good when the user are using the app. So if you show a circular progress indicator, then it will indicate that the data of that specific user has been loading, and it will show them in just few seconds. Now image, I will write if selected image is equals to null, then we'll wrap up with a gesture director to the image asset, and we'll call the image picker here. So we have got the image picker function in the get image function, so we'll call a get image function, and if the selected image is not null, then we'll show the image of that specific user. So we'll get the image from image.file function, and we'll get the selected image from there. So we'll write image.network because I want to first get the user profile where we are saving the user pic through the shared preference method. And if the profile is equals to null, then we'll show this asset image. So you are clear why I'm using the profile is equals to null here. So we'll get the image from the images folder. Now if profile is equals to null, then we'll show the random image of the user, and if there is a profile link of that specific user, then we'll use that image.network to show the user image here. And if the selected image is not null, then we'll show that through a image.file here. I hope that you won't found any complex to write image function here, because if you code with me, then you will get to know why I have used all this function in the user profile pic here. Now in the text we'll pass the username, which will get through the user name here. Now in the name we'll pass a name string where we are getting the username from the shared preference and the email. So it is done. So now let's run the app. So I will write first flutter clean, then flutter run to run the app. So let's click to the image. Now it opens a gallery of my phone where I can select the image through the image picker method, and you can see that it frequently changes the user image here. Now let's move to the other screen, and we'll go back to the profile page again, so that we can see that if there our image is already present or not. So we can't get the image from the profile because I forgot to call the upload item here, so that we can save the user profile to the shared preference and to the Firebase storage. So do not forget to call the upload item function in the get image function. Though I forgot to call the upload item function here, so that I can't upload the user image to the Firebase storage. Now let's move to the our food cart page, where we'll show all the food items that we have already added in the user's cart from our last video. So we will show all the food items one by one, and then we'll show the total price of all that food that the user have been added to the cart. Then we'll allow the user to check out to the app, and the money will be directly deducted from their wallet, and they can successfully place the order for the complete food items. But before that, we need to also add the backend for our delete account and logout buttons. So let's move to the service folder, and we'll create a new file name auth.dart, and we'll write class auth methods final firebase auth auth is equals to firebase auth.instance. Now we'll create a function named getCurrentUser. The reason for calling the getCurrentUser function is because as I want to show that if the user have been already authenticated in the app or not. So getCurrentUser will check that if the user have already authenticated in the app or not. Now we'll write future, and we'll create a function named sign out, which will be added in our logout button, and we'll write async await now firebase auth dot instance dot sign out. So we have created a function for our logout button. Now let's move to the delete account button. So in the delete account button, we will delete the user data from the Firestore database. Though their data will be stored in the Firestore database, but their email ID and all the authentication method will be directly deleted from the authentication section that I've just shown you in the Firebase. So we'll write Firebase auth dot instance dot current user. Through the current user, we will check that if the user have authenticated in the app or not. So if the user have been authenticated in the app, then we'll use a user dot delete function to delete his profile from the app. So now let's move to the profile page again, and we'll wrap up two buttons with a gesture director. And in the onTap method, we'll write auth methods dot sign out for our logout button, and we'll call auth methods dot delete account for our delete account button. So it is done. We have successfully added the two backend for our logout and delete account button. Now let's move to the our food cart screen, where I've just explained you how we are trying to add the backend for our food cart page. So we'll move to the order.dart file, but we'll copy the same app bar that we have just used in the wallet section. So we'll copy this material widget and we'll paste it inside the order.dart file. So we'll write scaffold body container child column children, and we'll paste our material widget, and we'll name the text widget to food cart. So here you can see the text. Now we'll give the margin from the top, Now we'll give the padding from the top. So we'll write padding edge inside dot only top 40.0, maybe 60.0. Now we'll rename to food cart. So here you can see the app bar. Now we'll create a container where we'll show the quantity of the food item, then the image of that specific food, and then the price and the name of that food. And just below of it there will be the total price and the checkout button. So we'll write container child row, and in the row widget I will create one more container, and in the child text I will show the quantity. So for and random I'm writing 2 here, and we'll use decoration box decoration, border dot all. Now border radius dot circular 10. Now we'll give the height 70 and width 30, and we'll also wrap up a text widget with a center widget. So here you can see the container. We'll give the margin edge insert dot only left 20.0 and right 20.0. We'll also give the margin from the top, so we'll write top 20.0. Now we'll increase the width. Now I will get some random image of that food item from the images folder. So I will use image.asset food.jpg, and will give the height 50 and width 50, and fit boxfit.cover. Though I will call all these details from the Firestore database from the user's cart, though I'm just creating the UI, then we'll use our stream builder to get all the food items in our food cart. Now we'll wrap up the image asset with a clip react widget. So border radius dot circular 60. Now decoration box decoration border radius dot circular 10. Now we'll wrap up a container with a material widget, and we'll pass the same border radius to the material widget. And we'll give the size box from the top. So we'll write size box 20.0. Now we'll wrap a material widget with a container widget again, because I want to also provide the margin to the material widget here. Now we'll give the elevation to the material widget, which will be 5.0. Now we'll give the padding. So here I will show the food name, then the food price. So I will create a column widget, and in the column widget we'll first show the food name in our children. So we'll write text widget pizza, and we'll give the styling by using the app widget class. Now we'll write cross axis alignment dot start to move the text to the start position. Now we'll give the width between the image and the text. Now we'll again copy this same text widget and we'll show the price of that specific food item. Basically, this will be a total price of that food item according to the quantity the user have been selected. We need to center this, so I will remove the cross axis alignment from the row. So it is done. Now let's move and we'll show a total price so that user can check out with a total price of that food cart. So here I will use a divider which will be the line just below the food items, and in the text I will write total price and will give the styling to the text by using the app widget class. Now we'll wrap up with a row and we'll write text and we'll show the total price of all the food items here. So we'll write 50.0 and we'll give the styling to this text widget. Now I want to provide the maximum space between the text and the price, so I will write main axis alignment dot space between. Now we'll give the padding from the left and right position. So we'll write edge inside dot only left 10.0 and right 10.0. We'll create a customized button for our food cart which will be the checkout. So I've created the button for our food cart. Now we'll give the height 20.0 so that I can provide the space between the total price and the checkout button. Now I want to move the total price and the checkout button to the bottom so that user can see all the food items first and then they can see the total price and the checkout button. So we'll use a spacer here and we'll give the margin so that I can provide some space from the bottom, though it get completely stuck with a bottom navigation bar. So now it's look good. Now let's call all the food items from the Firestore database where we have stored in the users collection. So instead of writing the stream builder function again and again, I will copy the stream builder function from our home.dart file and will paste it here and will rename the function to food cart and will create a function name stream food stream here. Now I'll copy the same container that I've just made for the UI and will paste it inside the stream builder function. So let's move to the Firebase and I will show you what collection will call in the food cart. So here you can see the users collection with a specific ID and the cart collection, and here you can see all the food items that will store in the food cart. So we'll basically show these two documents here. So we'll use a stream query snapshot to get all the food items from the cart. So we'll write get food cart function and we'll pass a specific user ID
So we'll write users collection dot doc and we'll pass the specific user ID, then the collection cart where we have stored all the users food items dot snapshot. So now let's move to the order.dart file again and we'll call the this database function in our food stream. So first I will write string id because I need to get the user specific id from the shared preference. So we'll write get the shared pref async id equals to await shared preference helper dot get user id, and we'll use again a set state method. Now we'll create on the load so that it can frequently load when the app launches. So we'll first call the get the shared preference so that we can get the specific user ID. Then food stream equals to await database methods dot get food cart and will pass a specific user ID. Now set state again. Now in the init state, I will first call on the load function and will go to the container again and we'll call a food cart and we'll wrap up with a container and we'll give the height media query dot of context dot size divide by height divide by 2. So we need to hot restart it again to show all the details in our app from the Firebase. So after hot restart, you can see the two documents that we are getting from the Firestore database, but it is exact because we didn't call the specific document here. So we'll write image.network and in the DS we'll get the image of that specific food. So which will be this image. So we'll write DS image. Now food name. So we'll write DS name and the total price according to the user quantity. So we have called all the function from the document. Now we'll also call the quantity of the food item. So we'll call a quantity here and we'll give the spacing between the two container. So let hot restart it again and here you can see that we have successfully called all the food items that have been saved in the user card from the Firestore database. So here you can see the quantity 3, name, burger and the total price 150 and the second document which is also burger with quantity 2 and the total price 100. Now let's move to the total price as I want to show the total price of that food items that have been showed in our food cart. So let's move to the total price and here I will use one integer name total equals to 0 and we'll move to the document snapshot and just below of it I will write total is equals to total plus ds total where we can calculate all the quantity of that food items and will save in the total integer here. Now we'll call a total integer in our total price so that we can show the total amount of all the food items. Total.toString because our total is in the form of integer. So we need to name it to toString and we'll add a dollar sign. Now as you can see that when I will hot reload then it shows a total price of that food item which is correct. So it shows 150 plus 100 which is a 250 in our total price. But it is not just the case, because as now I will hot restart and will move to the food cart, then it is just 0, because we are getting the total amount once the app shows all the food items in our food cart. So we need to set state it again as soon as the app calls all the food item here. So if I will hot reload, then it will show a 250 here, and hot restart and relaunches the app, then it will show us 0. So this is a problem that we need to fix. I hope that you understand what I'm talking about. So let hot restart it again, and here you can see 0 again, because it tell us to use a set state again and rename the total price here. So to use a set state, we need to create a start timer function here, and in the timer function I will show the duration seconds 5, and will call a set state here. So let me explain you how this function will work. So if the user will call a food cart page, then the timer will works, and as soon as it completes the 5 seconds, then it call a set state function and reload this food cart page again, which help us to show the total price from 0 to the total that food items have been mentioned here. So in the init state, I will call a start timer function, hot restart it again, and as soon as I move to the food cart page, you can see that after just 5 seconds, it shows a total price automatically. We does not need to do any hot reload to show the total price here. I am decreasing it to 3. Now let's move to the cart again, and it shows total price 250 automatically again. So here it is working brilliantly, and it is showing the total price of our food items in just few seconds. So now let's move to the our checkout button. Now I want that when the user will click in the checkout button, then the money will be directly directed from his wallet. So let's move to the Firebase, and here you can see that we'll also reduce the wallet from the user's account. So we'll call a update user wallet function, which we have already created here, so that we can update the user wallet from this function. So we'll now wrap up a button with a gesture director and in the on tap method. So we need to deduct the user wallet amount from the wallet that they have saved in the shared preference. So we'll call a user wallet from the shared preference helper method. Now in the checkout, I will write int amount is equals to int.parse, and will parse the user wallet, because wallet money is in the form of the string. So to deduct with a amount, we need to parse it to the int.parse function, which will change the wallet money to directly to the integer. Now we'll write minus int.parse total. Sorry, total is already in the form of int, so we'll don't need int.parse here. So I will write direct minus total here. So async await. Now we'll update the user amount to the Firestore database, because I want to update as soon as the user check out, and update the user wallet to the user section. We'll also save the user money in our shared preference. So it is done. Now let's hot restart, and when I'll click to the checkout button, then $250 will be directly deducted from our wallet and will update the database in our file store. So it changes to 1759. I think so it is deleting the huge amount here because, so let me check it again so that I can get the perfect idea. Now we'll click in the checkout button again. Now let's check. So 1259. Basically it is not deleting the $250 here. Basically it is deleting the double of 250, which is 500. So I think so we have used a set state method in our timer. That's why it is increasing the total price to 250 to 500. So one thing we need to do is that we need to create one more integer and first store the total amount before it uses a set state function here. So we'll write amount to and we'll store the total amount here. Then it can use a set state. Now hot restart it again. So here you can see that when I click to the checkout button, then it is deleting the $500 here. So when I will remove the total here and will write amount to and hot restart it again. Now let's click to the checkout button. So you can see that now it is deleting the $250, which is the correct amount that have been deleted from our wallet. So our checkout button is also working brilliantly, and we have also done a complete backend for our food cart page. Now let's check it again. Now I'll click in the checkout button and it is again deleting the correct amount, which is $250. Congratulations, fellow developers, on completing our epic journey through 7 real world Flutter Firebase projects. You have leveled up your skills and conqueror challenges and built a solid foundation in mobile app development. So, this is the first time on YouTube that we have uploaded the course on free. But we also need some support to keep on bringing these free courses to you. Firstly, tap to the like button so that we can reach the goal of 500 likes. Secondly, don't forget to hit that subscribe button because I have seen many of them loving our videos but haven't hit that subscribe button yet. So tap to that subscribe button now and let's add some more fellow developers in our channel. So our top donator name is Ayush Mandal. Thanks for donating 250 rupees to the channel. Your support will help us to keep going. So if you want to donate to the channel and want to show some support, you can find the GPay or PayPal link in the description box. Until then, keep coding, keep having fun. I will see you next time. Thanks for watching.